On the vast expanse of the Kanglan continent, in the northern region, lies the Tianxian sect at the foot of the Sword Mountain. A young man clad in black is engaged in the practice of swordplay. His movements are sluggish, even somewhat rigid, resembling those of a novice encountering a sword for the first time, exuding an aura of profound unfamiliarity. Yet, the senior disciples of the Tianxian sect are well aware that this individual has dedicated a millennium to the art of the sword. His contemporaries have ascended to become stewards of the sect, and some have even risen to the status of elders or masters of peaks. However, this young swordsman, in his current state, might not even prevail against the most junior of disciples. Were it not for his past glory as the pride of the Tianxian sect, he would have likely been expelled long ago. A group of newly initiated disciples, led by the outer sect elder Zhou Tong, arrives at the base of Sword Mountain. Is that Lin Ming, the unparalleled genius of 1,000 years ago? One whispers. Indeed, he was once the prodigy of the northern region, but now he stands as a mere jest. What do you know? Senior brother Lin Ming began his training at 10, comprehended the essence of the sword by 12, and perfected his sword heart by 15. Not only was he celebrated within the Tianxian sect, but the entire northern region recognized him as a singularly extraordinary being. Oh, and now he practices the most fundamental sword techniques every day. I surpassed that level by the age of 5. Another scoffs. Alas, senior brother Lin Ming's talent is undeniable. Yet he has strayed from the right path. Otherwise, he would shine as the brightest star in the northern region. Upon hearing these remarks, most of the disciples fell into silence. The once unrivaled prodigy of the northern region has now devolved into a figure of ridicule, or perhaps a madman. Day after day, he knows nothing beyond sword practice, and the techniques he practices are so elementary that even a 3-year-old could master them swiftly. Yet, despite a millennium of effort, he has made no discernible progress. The former pinnacle of talent has now become a complete failure. It is precisely due to Lin Ming's relentless practice at the foot of Sword Mountain that he remains a topic of discussion among disciples. Otherwise, his name would have faded into obscurity with the passage of time. At that moment, Elder Zhou Tong spoke. Lin Ming once possessed remarkable talent, yet his disposition was flawed. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he continued. Lin Ming had the opportunity to reach the peak, yet he was led astray by the temptations of a demonic sex enchantress, resulting in the ruin of his sword heart. You, who have entered the Tianxian sect, already demonstrate commendable talent. Let his story serve as a cautionary tale, so you do not follow in his misguided footsteps. Yes, Elder Zhou, the young disciples responded in unison. The once great talent of Lin Ming is now merely a fleeting topic of conversation for the new disciples, quickly cast aside and disregarded. They then proceeded to be led into the depths of Sword Mountain, which is aptly named for the multitude of swords embedded within it. Although the Tianxian sect does not define itself solely by the sword, sword cultivators still represent the largest faction within the sect. New disciples who choose the path of the sword must first select their weapon from Sword Mountain, a tradition that has endured since ancient times. Lin Ming once traversed this very path, and upon ascending the mountain, the extent of their progress and the swords that accept them depends solely upon their own merit. They must remember, above all, not to overreach. After Zhou's instructions, the new disciples eagerly ascended the Sword Mountain. At that moment, no one cared about Lin Ming, nor did he glance at the disciples. He continued practicing his swordplay, resembling an emotionless puppet. Seasons changed year after year, and whenever new disciples arrived at the Sword Mountain, Lin Ming's name would inevitably be mentioned. After a moment of reflection, they would dismiss it from their minds, embarking on their own splendid journeys. Lin Ming's name served as a cautionary tale, reminding them that regardless of their innate talents or the attention they received, the possibility of falling from grace always loomed. Just look at the base of the Sword Mountain, where once shone the brightest star of the north, a swordsmanship genius who had been the subject of countless hopes, now reduced to obscurity. For Lin Ming, time appeared devoid of significance. Be it the world's entanglements of love and hate, opportunities and calamities, or the shifting tides of fate, his heart was solely devoted to the sword, and his gaze fixated upon it. Each day was consumed by relentless practice, and so it continued. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had swiftly passed. By now, Lin Ming had devoted 3,000 years to sword training at the foot of the Sword Mountain. The once youthful boy now bore the signs of age, his once delicate features marked by the passage of time. Though he had not aged in appearance, he exuded a profound weariness. On this day, however, his previously slow and rigid movements suddenly quickened. With a fluidity reminiscent of flowing water, he completed the foundational sword techniques and gradually lowered his sword. After 3 millennia of practice, this was the first time he had paused. At the peak of the heavenly mystic sect, atop the Tower of Heaven, the master spoke. The sect leader's time is drawing near. He must enter seclusion. Until the sect faces a life or death crisis, do not disturb him. All matters of the sect shall be managed by you, the young sect master. I understand, replied Yang Xian, the young sect master, as he turned to gaze at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly smiled. Lin Ming, after 3,000 years of survival, today shall be your end. 3,000 years ago, Yang Xian was the young sect master of the heavenly mystic sect. However, this title was merely nominal, for he lived in utter frustration, all because of Lin Ming. The position of young sect master signified the heir apparent to the sect, the future leader. Only the most exceptional individual within the sect could occupy this role. He had indeed been the brightest among them. Yet everything changed with Lin Ming's arrival. The talent he once took pride in paled in comparison to Lin Ming's. The entire sect, from the leader to the lowliest servant, regarded Lin Ming as far superior, his prowess overshadowing Yang Xian's like the heavens to the earth. Numerous times, Yang Xian had felt the urge to eliminate Lin Ming, yet he could never find the opportune moment. Little did he know, fate had its own designs. That extraordinarily gifted individual fell prey to the allure of a woman, ultimately having his sword heart destroyed by the enchantress of the demonic sect, becoming a complete wastrel. Over the span of 3 millennia, he has proudly reclaimed his status as the most gifted individual of the Tianxian sect, rightfully assuming the title of the young sect master. Yet, the presence of Lin Ming lingers like a thorn embedded in his chest, an incessant discomfort that cannot be alleviated. Previously, he lacked the opportune moment to act, as there loomed above him the figure of his master, the sect leader of Tianxian. Now, with the leader's imminent demise and his choice to enter a secluded meditation, a significant loss for the overall strength of the sect, it transforms into an unparalleled opportunity for him. For everything pertaining to Tianxian has been entrusted entirely to his stewardship. He, Yang Xian, has become the de facto leader of the sect. Within the confines of Tianxian, he harbors no further reservations. To eliminate Lin Ming, to eradicate this persistent thorn, and to ensure that the individual who had suffocated him 3,000 years ago vanishes entirely from existence. This course of action is imperative. Chapter 2. The death of Zhou Tong at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Lin Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Before him, a rusted iron sword was thrust into the ground. The world believed that his sword heart had been shattered by the enchantress of the demonic sect, reducing him to a mere practitioner of rudimentary sword techniques, incapable of achieving anything substantial. Little did they know, how could a mere enchantress ever hope to sway his sword heart? His sword heart had never been destroyed. Rather, it had ascended to a realm incomprehensible to ordinary beings, a level perhaps never before attained in the northern domain of the Kanglan continent. In his eyes, the sword transcended mere form. Mountains, rivers, flora, winds, clouds, and even beings like himself. Everything within his gaze could be perceived as a sword. My heart is the sword heart. 3,000 years. This sword took me 3 millennia to forge. 3,000 years ago, Lin Ming attained enlightenment outside the heavenly sword manor. It was at that moment that he reached the level where all he beheld could be regarded as a sword. In that instant, an odd thought emerged within him, one that would appear exceedingly peculiar to common folk. He sought to amalgamate the essence and form of all things in heaven and earth into a single sword in his grasp. The complexity of this sword was such that, even with his prodigious talent, it took him 3,000 years of tireless effort to achieve a semblance of success. The moment he completed this sword, Lin Ming understood that nothing in this world could hinder him in the slightest. Yet at that very moment, a colossal palm imprint descended from the heavens. Before it even approached, the terrifying force had already cracked the ground beneath Lin Ming's feet into a myriad of fissures. Zhou Tong was exhilarated today, for the master of the Tianqian sect was in seclusion, leaving the young master Yang Xian in command. He had been a loyal follower of Yang Xian since 3 millennia ago. Initially, he had harbored concerns that, under Yang Xian's sole authority, a subordinate of mediocre talent might become a marginal figure. However, those worries had now evaporated, for he had received a mission to kill Lin Ming. This was the first command issued by Yang Xian after seizing control, bearing immense significance for him. If you were still that peculiar being from 3,000 years ago, I would have avoided you at all costs. But now, you are nothing but a waste. Zhou Tong bellowed, the force of his palm reaching its zenith in an instant. Die for me. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground instantly sank 3 zhang, a massive depression resembling a palm imprint appearing at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Debris flew, and dust billowed. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Tong's pupils constricted sharply. He beheld, amidst the swirling dust, a figure clad in black, standing calmly in the void. Not dead. It appeared utterly unscathed. How could this be? His cultivation level was clearly the same as 3,000 years ago, still at the mid-emperor realm. To him, killing Lin Ming today should have been as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, this full-powered strike had not only failed to kill him, but had left him entirely unharmed. Zhou Tong, at the pinnacle of the emperor realm, with a higher cultivation and even launching a surprise attack, had utterly failed to inflict any damage upon a languishing waste who had been in decline for 3,000 years. This instilled a sense of foreboding in Zhou Tong. You intend to kill me? Lin Ming's expression remained tranquil, devoid of sorrow or joy, as he spoke softly. Indeed, I shall take your life. What right does a mere waste have to linger beneath the Sword Mountain for 3 millennia? Zhou Tong scoffed, regardless of your capabilities. Your mid-level emperor cultivation is destined to stir no significant waves. Moreover, to kill you is the will of the young master. With the sect master in seclusion, none within the Tianqian sect can defy the young master's intent. Realizing that he stood behind the young master Yang Xian, Zhou Tong quickly regained his composure. After all, this was the Tianqian sect, and acting upon the young master's command represented the will of the entire sect. Let alone a mid-level emperor who had squandered 3,000 years of cultivation. Even if an emperor were to descend, the outcome would remain a mere death. Furthermore, to earn Yang Xian's trust and transition from an outer elder to the inner sect, this task must be accomplished with elegance. The young master, a flicker of reminiscence crossed Lin Ming's eyes. Yang Xian, is it? Now you understand. Zhou Tong laughed heartily. The young master seeks your demise, and you are undoubtedly destined to perish. As a member of the Tianqian sect, you should comprehend that resistance bears no fruit. It will only lead to a more tragic end for you. The thought of a once peerless genius meeting his demise at my hands is indeed exhilarating. As his words fell, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power coalesced in Zhou Tong's palm. You have been foolish for 3,000 years, perhaps unaware of the supreme techniques of the Tianqian sect today. Allow me to demonstrate. Zhou Tong's fingers spun rapidly, executing a profoundly arcane hand seal. In the next moment, he bellowed, Xian Luo seal. A terrifying palm imprint materialized from Zhou Tong's hand. Then, his head was sent flying. The corpse separated instantaneously. Crimson blood gushed forth. Zhou Tong died with his eyes wide open, and the heavy stench of blood swiftly permeated the foot of the Sword Mountain. Lin Ming cast a calm glance at Zhou Tong's lifeless body before tilting his head to gaze at Qingtian Peak. Despite 3 millennia of seclusion from worldly affairs, he still retained memories of those from the past. Yang Xian, the young master of the Tianqian sect. 3,000 years prior, they had not seen eye to eye. Little did he anticipate that even after 3 millennia, the young master's obsession remained. Indeed, following the sect master's announcement of seclusion, the young master had promptly resolved to act against him, and the depth of his animosity was evident. After a moment's reflection, Lin Ming raised his foot and began to ascend towards Qingtian Peak. If others sought to take his life, he saw no reason not to respond. Though the skirmish at the foot of the Sword Mountain was brief, it captured the attention of certain members within the Tianqian sect. The news spread rapidly, igniting a tremendous uproar within the sect. Have you heard? A significant event transpired at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Of course, it has become common knowledge within the sect. Elder Zhou Tong was slain, and it was that once prodigious genius, now a waste, Lin Ming, who struck. This is utterly absurd. I always believed that senior brother Lin Ming had truly become a waste. Yet he possesses the capability to kill Elder Zhou Tong. Not merely possessing the capability, I have heard that it was an instantaneous defeat. Even Elder Zhou was caught completely off guard, his head severed in an instant. Let us refrain from spreading rumors or believing them. Elder Zhou stands at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, while brother Lin Ming is undoubtedly gifted. That was 3 millennia ago. In these 3,000 years, he has not made a single advancement, remaining at the mid-level of the Emperor realm. To annihilate someone at the peak of the Emperor realm while being at the mid-level, do you deem that feasible? Within the Tianqian sect, numerous disciples engaged in fervent discussions. Some believe that Zhou was slain by Lin Ming, yet many remain skeptical. After all, in the eyes of the Tianqian sect, Lin Ming has languished as a mere waste for 3,000 years, unable to even master the foundational sword techniques. What merit does such a waste possess to slay Elder Zhou? The author wishes to convey the progression of realms includes body refinement, qi accumulation, meridian condensation, divine abode, king realm, emperor realm, great emperor, and emperor sovereign. Chapter 3. The pinnacle of heaven at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Numerous disciples hovered in mid-air, their faces etched with terror. There lay a corpse, its head severed, yet the eyes still sparkled with an air of confidence, as if the deceased had not comprehended the gravity of the situation until the very end. Elder Zhou Tong was truly dead. Of course it is true. Would I deceive you otherwise? Brother Lin Ming is no longer at Sword Mountain. Has he fled in fear of retribution? It seems quite plausible. The Tianqian sect has strict prohibitions. Even disciples harming one another is deemed a grave sin. To have slain an outer sect elder is an egregious transgression. With the newly appointed young master in power, this incident is tantamount to slapping his face. Brother Lin Ming is surely doomed. He cannot escape. In the vast northern region, how many forces can rival our Tianqian sect? Where could he possibly flee? Where indeed? I dare say he wouldn't even make it past the gates of Tianqian sect. What is the matter with Lin Ming? Setting aside the fact that his cultivation is inferior to Elder Zhou, his sword heart has been shattered. He possesses no combat ability and could not possibly have killed Elder Zhou. When events deviate from the norm, something sinister is afoot. Could it be that brother Lin Ming is a spy for the demonic sect, lurking within our Tianqian sect with ulterior motives? Today, perhaps he was exposed by Elder Zhou and subsequently eliminated him? It is a chilling thought. Suddenly, several figures soared in from the distance. Stop your wild conjectures. Brother Lin Ming did not flee. He has gone to the pinnacle of heaven. What? The pinnacle of heaven? One disciple exclaimed in shock. Each of them understood the significance of the pinnacle of heaven within the Tianqian sect. It is the sect's main peak, reserved for only the most exceptional disciples and the highest echelons of the sect. They are the inner sect elders, the supreme elders, and the recently secluded sect master convene, representing the utmost combat prowess of the Tianqian sect. If he ascends to the pinnacle of heaven, it is undoubtedly not an act of escape. But having committed such a grave mistake, what else could he do but flee? Is he perhaps going to the pinnacle of heaven to admit his faults and plead for mercy? The disciples were instantly perplexed. Hurry, let us see. I sense that something monumental is about to transpire within the Tianqian sect. What monumental event could occur? I believe Lin Ming is merely a fool, still clinging to the status he held 3,000 years ago. Indeed, what remarkable feat could he achieve? Not to mention Lin Ming, a mid-stage emperor. Even if a great emperor were to ascend to the pinnacle of heaven, it would only lead to his demise. Regardless, we must witness this spectacle. As they spoke, a throng of disciples surged towards the pinnacle of heaven. The pinnacle of heaven, centrally located among the 18 peaks of the Tianxian sect, soared higher than the remaining 17 peaks. Standing atop this summit, one could gaze out and behold the diminutive nature of the surrounding mountains. At this moment, the young master Yang Xian stood composed at the pinnacle. The news of Zhou Tong's murder swiftly spread throughout the Tianxian sect, and he was certainly aware of it. Perhaps in his heart, he had known from the very beginning that Zhou Tong was destined to perish. Had Zhou Tong succeeded in his mission, he would have successfully eliminated Lin Ming. According to the edicts of the Tianxian sect, the arbitrary slaughter of fellow disciples warrants execution. He seizes this opportunity to demonstrate that as the authoritative young sect master, he holds all members of the sect to the same standard. Even if an outer sect elder slays a mere waste, he will seek retribution for the deceased. Conversely, should Zhou Tong fall victim to Lin Ming, he would possess ample justification to confront Lin Ming personally. Regardless of the process, in his mind, both Zhou Tong and Lin Ming are destined to perish. This presents a splendid opportunity for him to establish his dominance. Behind Yang Xian stand dozens of elders. As one of the most formidable sects in the northern region, the inner sect elders of Tianxian must possess imperial cultivation, each truly standing at the pinnacle of the northern region. Nevertheless, as they regard Yang Xian, their gazes are predominantly imbued with respect. This is not solely due to his status, but also because of his talent and strength. The position of young sect master is not one that can be attained through mere connections. 3,000 years ago, Lin Ming emerged as a fleeting brilliance, indeed possessing greater talent, yet ultimately fell short, his sword heart destroyed by the enchantress of the demonic sect. In contrast, Yang Xian has grown in their eyes to reach this day. Apart from the sect master, who is currently in seclusion, the young sect master before them represents the highest combat strength of Tianxian sect. Of course, while they respect Yang Xian, they share the curiosity of many ordinary disciples regarding the exceptional figure who emerged 3,000 years prior. Why, after committing such a grave error, does he not flee? Instead, he approaches Qingtian Peak. Is it an admission of guilt or a provocation? At the halfway point of Qingtian Peak, Lin Ming ascends steadily, each step revealing the form of a long sword beneath his feet. Using the sword as a staircase, he progresses slowly yet resolutely. Although his pace is measured, each stride spans dozens of yards, and he will not require much time to reach the summit. In the distance, numerous figures soar towards Qingtian Peak. They are the disciples of Tianxian sect, drawn by curiosity. Lin Ming is truly ascending Qingtian Peak. His cultivation remains unchanged, and his aura seems stable. In the mid-stage of the imperial realm, he astonishingly killed one at the pinnacle. Unbelievable. Has Lin Ming's sword heart truly recovered? Is the mythic figure of your returning? After 3,000 years of delay, even with a restored sword heart, it is doubtful he will achieve great success in the future. Yet that may not be the case. For the Lin Ming of the past was a prodigy who overshadowed an entire generation of talents. Whispers resound from all directions around Qingtian Peak, and at this moment, Lin Ming has undeniably become the focal point in the eyes of the Tianxian disciples. Yet, his expression remains unchanged throughout. At the foot of the Sword Mountain, having practiced swordsmanship for 3,000 years, he has heard a myriad of voices: derision, mockery, disdain, abuse, as well as encouragement and admiration. Having absorbed these sounds for 3 millennia, his heart has hardened like rock. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Lin Ming's pace remains unaltered. Step by step, finally, after the span of a tea break, he reaches the pinnacle of Qingtian Peak. The evening breeze is cool, and the setting sun paints half the sky crimson. Atop the tranquil summit of the celestial peak, the moment Lin Ming ascended, a palpable aura of grimness surged forth. Yang Xian, with a faintly discernible smile gracing his lips, took a step forward. With a condescending gaze, he regarded Lin Ming and calmly inquired, "Lin Ming, do you acknowledge your transgressions?" Lin Ming, devoid of any expression, replied with serene composure, "I am innocent." "Innocent, you say? What a preposterous claim. The heavenly profound sect's decree forbids disciples from harming one another. Yet, You have audaciously slain the outer sect elder, Zhou Tong. Do you truly assert your innocence? Is our sect's ancient prohibition in your eyes merely a piece of meaningless parchment? Yang Xian's voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the entirety of the heavenly profound sect. The atmosphere atop Celestial Peak grew even more oppressive with the weight of impending doom. Chapter 4. Did I invite your interference? Lin Ming, do you still refuse to confess? An elderly man with hair as white as snow spoke suddenly from behind Yang Xian. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the Inner Sect, the foremost elder of the Tianxian sect, second only to the few reclusive Supreme Elders. When the Grand Elder spoke, he, in effect, voiced the collective will of the entire Council of Elders. Before long, the other elders began to voice their opinions. Lin Ming, you must be aware of the rules of the Tianxian sect. The act of killing a fellow disciple is a grave sin. One must acknowledge their transgressions. I do not wish for you to languish in despair for 3,000 years, losing even the courage to bear the consequences of your actions. As disciples of the Tianxian sect, we must uphold righteousness. To take a life is to take a life. To commit a crime is to commit a crime. Do not be a coward and provide amusement for the younger generation. Lin Ming, your act of slaying Zhou Tong was witnessed by numerous disciples. There is no room for argument. Listening to the elders, Lin Ming let out a silent chuckle. You misunderstand. I have never denied killing Zhou Tong. However, I am innocent. He sought to take my life, and thus I took his. What crime is there in that? As Lin Ming's words echoed, he disregarded the elders' reactions and stepped forward, advancing towards Yang Xian. From Zhou Tong's revelations, he had learned that the one who sought his life was none other than the young master before him. It would be remiss not to reciprocate. Since Yang Xian intended to kill him, he would return the favor. Seeing Lin Ming not only refuse to confess, but also adopt a stance of unyielding righteousness, the Grand Elder was both furious and incredulous. Such obstinacy! I must have misjudged you. Lin Ming cast a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder, his brow slightly furrowed, yet he chose not to respond. He was well aware of the sect's prohibition against harming fellow disciples. However, it was absurd to suggest he should not defend himself when faced with an assassination attempt. As one of the mightiest sects in the Northern Domain, the Tianxian sect's rules ought not to be so rigid. Yet in this moment, he had no desire to debate the Grand Elder. He merely resumed his advance. In the blink of an eye, he found himself within 2 zhang of Yang Xian. A composed smile graced Yang Xian's lips, as if he believed he held all the cards. Upon Lin Ming's arrival, he remarked, if you do not intend to confess, what brings you to Qingtian Peak? To boast? Lin Ming replied nonchalantly, to kill. To kill? Who do you intend to kill on Qingtian Peak? With your mid-level Emperor Realm cultivation, who could you possibly slay? Yang Xian's sarcasm was unabashed. To him, this once great prodigy from 3 millennia ago appeared to have lost his senses. Goodness, did I mishear? Lin Ming claims he has come to Qingtian Peak to kill, exclaimed a disciple outside Qingtian Peak. See, I told you that this Lin has lost his wits, another laughed. Do you think he believes it is still 3,000 years ago? Quite possibly. I cannot fathom the consequences of the destruction of his sword heart. Perhaps he truly does not remember the past 3,000 years spent in foolishness. Ah, whether it is a stroke of luck or misfortune, a mere waste, led astray by a demoness of the evil sect, surviving for 3,000 years. Enough is enough. It is time for him to perish. Elder Zhou has always been benevolent towards his disciples. How could he suddenly resort to violence against this fool without cause? Not only has he violated the sect's prohibitions, but he also seeks to cast blame upon others. What a malicious individual. I even suspect that this fellow is, in truth, a member of the demonic sect. It is reasonable. I have encountered Elder Zhou on several occasions, and he has never displayed any arrogance toward a junior like myself. Why would he risk breaching the rules to strike down a worthless individual? It is utterly irrational. Thus, it appears that this once great prodigy from 3 millennia ago is indeed a considerable problem. How foolish was I to have once revered him? Reflecting upon it now is utterly repugnant. Amidst the derisive laughter and scornful voices of the disciples, a timid young girl suddenly spoke up. Actually, It was Elder Zhou who struck first. Xiaoxue, keep your comments to yourself while we watch. A young man beside her shot her a fierce glare the moment she finished speaking. Xiaoxue pouted slightly, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Countless voices of mockery resonated from all directions, flooding the Qingtian peak. Yang Xian's smile grew ever more radiant. The reason he had not acted directly was that he desired precisely this outcome. He intended for the individual who had once made him feel utterly suffocated to endure a humiliating demise amidst a cacophony of insults. Only then could he alleviate the resentment in his heart. However, Lin Ming remained indifferent to the external clamor, slowly drawing the iron sword from his back. The blade was riddled with rust, a relic granted to him by the sect leader of the Tianxian sect 3,000 years ago, once a symbol of his status. Yet now, after 3 millennia of trials and tribulations, the sword resembled an aged person nearing the end of their days. Upon seeing Lin Ming unsheath the sword, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Xian's face. Tell me, who do you intend to kill? Yang Xian spoke coldly. Lin Ming's answer consisted of but a single word: you. At the same moment, the sword thrust forth. You, a mere ant, dare to strike at me? Your audacity is truly commendable. Yang Xian nonchalantly raised a finger to counter the attack. He had reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, his cultivation level a chasm apart from Lin Ming's. Even 100 peak monarchs would be akin to ants before an emperor. Furthermore, Lin Ming was merely in the mid-stage of the monarch realm. With a single finger, he faced Lin Ming's sword, exuding both confidence and unparalleled pride. Yet, no one found this inappropriate, for such was the confidence befitting a being of the emperor's caliber. However, as Yang Xian's finger was about to collide with Lin Ming's rusted sword, an instinctual sense of crisis surged within him. Every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat instantly soaked his garments. This primal fear of danger instilled within him a profound dread of the rusted sword, now mere inches away. In a fleeting moment, Yang Xian hastily withdrew, simultaneously bellowing, "Kill him!" The assembly of elders had initially awaited Yang Xian's finger to crush Lin Ming, but this sudden shift in circumstances left them momentarily stunned. Yet in the blink of an eye, dozens of inter-sect elders reacted, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Lin Ming. Though they still felt this was somewhat an overreaction, they dared not disobey Yang Xian's command. Confronted by dozens of approaching figures, Lin Ming did not spare them a glance, as an icy voice reverberated atop the Qingtian peak. "Have I permitted your interference?" In the next moment, a brilliant flash of sword light erupted on Qingtian peak. Instantly, a terrifying tempest of blades enveloped Lin Ming, transforming the atmosphere. Heaven and earth shifted, winds surged, and clouds roiled. The assaults of the numerous elders were swiftly obliterated, their bodies hurled 100 miles away, all cast out from Qingtian peak. In an instant, only Lin Ming and Yang Xian remained at the summit. At this moment, Yang Xian's eyes were wide with astonishment. The prodigy who had once suppressed him 3,000 years ago was still so formidable today. Yet, his cultivation was evidently only at the mid-level of the imperial realm. Chapter 5. Will you bear this burden? Outside Qingtian peak, countless disciples stood in stunned silence. The vast majority among them had never experienced the era of Lin Ming. They had only heard tales of the unparalleled prodigy from 3 millennia ago who, tempted by a demoness from the demonic sect, shattered his sword heart and became a mere shell of a man, relegated to practicing fundamental sword techniques without achieving any mastery. However, the scene unfolding atop Qingtian peak today completely upended their perceptions. Lin Ming, wielding an iron sword, advanced towards Yang Xian. "If you seek to kill me, then I shall return the favor. This is but fair." His indifferent voice resonated across the peak. A flicker of panic crossed Yang Xian's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a steely resolve as he chuckled derisively. "My master has chosen to enter seclusion, unaware of how much longer he has to live. Now, you have injured many elders of our sect, and even seek to kill me. Lin Ming, the Northern Domain's demonic sect has long cast a covetous gaze upon our Tianxian sect. At this critical juncture, when my master is in seclusion, you sow discord within our sect. Are you paving the way for the demonic sect to seize control of Tianxian? Even with the knowledge that his strength might fall short of Lin Ming's, Yang Xian harbored no intentions of surrendering. Instead, he audaciously placed a heavy accusation upon Lin Ming. Yet, Lin Ming remained unfazed. The iron sword shot forth, piercing directly toward Yang Xian. Although the rusted blade moved slowly, it carried an inexplicable force that made Yang Xian instinctively feel he could not evade this strike. Resolutely, he chose not to dodge. With a powerful stomp, a colossal dragon apparition erupted from the ground 3 feet before him, lunging viciously toward Lin Ming's iron sword. Simultaneously, Yang Xian formed a hand seal, unleashing the Xianluo seal. In that instant, a shimmering golden battle armor manifested around him, intricately adorned with complex runes. At that moment, the runes seemed to come alive, generating protective barriers around him. Yet, feeling a lingering sense of insecurity, he bellowed, "Activate the sect's Great Protection Array." Instantly, a 9-colored barrier enveloped the skies above Tianxian's sect, with a barrier above Qingtian Peak appearing even more formidable. The 9-colored aura cascaded downward, forming an additional layer of protection before Yang Xian, allowing him to finally breathe easy. He was certain that even a superlative powerhouse at the Emperor's level could not breach such defenses in a short span. However, in the next moment, the dragon disintegrated into fragments. The Xianluo seal dissipated, and the radiant layers of runes on his battle armor were swiftly pierced. The armor itself crumbled like paper at the slightest touch. Yang Xian's pupils constricted. In the blink of an eye, he found himself left with only the protection of the sect's great array. Lin Ming, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are a sinner of Tianxian sect. My master will not forgive you, nor will the ancestors of our sect. Should you take my life today, Tianxian will undoubtedly falter against the onslaught of the demonic sect. You shall be branded a traitor to Tianxian. The disciples of the heavenly Xian sect will forever scorn you. Yang Xian bellowed in madness. Yet, this did not impede the advance of the rusted iron sword. Even the formidable defenses of the protective sect formation could not halt its relentless progression. No, I am the vice master of the heavenly Xian sect. You cannot kill me. As he witnessed the protective formation fail to shield him, Yang Xian's cries grew more frantic, and he desperately fled into the distance. Alas, it was all in vain. The seemingly sluggish iron sword pierced through Yang Xian's chest in the blink of an eye. With a resonant clang, an immense force impaled him onto a colossal stone pillar atop the Qingtian Peak. Yang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. In mere moments, his vitality ebbed away, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. Silence enveloped the entirety of the heavenly Xian sect. The dozens of elders who had been sent flying returned. Yet they dared not utter a word. The vice master at the pinnacle of the emperor realm could slay at will. This group of elders did not wish to court death. Lin Ming approached Yang Xian's body and withdrew the iron sword, causing Yang Xian's corpse to slide down. Rest assured, the heavenly Xian sect will not fall into the hands of the demonic sect. As long as I am here, the heavenly Xian sect shall endure. You may depart in peace. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Ming transformed Yang Xian's body into dust, dispersing it into the cosmos. Thus, the newly appointed vice master of the heavenly Xian sect was rendered to naught. The elders, peak masters, and disciples of the heavenly Xian sect stood outside the Qingtian Peak, gazing at Lin Ming from afar, not daring to overstep their bounds. With hands clasped behind his back, Lin Ming walked alone into the depths of Qingtian Peak. He held little emotional attachment to the heavenly Xian sect, yet within it lay his benefactor. During his most desperate times, it was the sect's master who extended a hand, welcoming him into the fold and providing him with unparalleled resources against opposition. That elder had shown him immense care, akin to that of a biological parent. Throughout these 3 millennia, the world had ridiculed and reviled him. Within the heavenly Xian sect, voices clamored for his expulsion. Nonetheless, that elder, as always, championed his cause, allowing him to remain beneath the Sword Mountain. Even as the world deemed him a puppet of the demonic sect's enchantress, that elder unwaveringly believed in him, offering unconditional support. Over the span of 3,000 years, the elder had visited him no fewer than 10,000 times. Finally, today, Lin Ming had mastered the ultimate sword technique he had envisioned. Yet, that elder, nearing the end of his days, chose to enter a deep seclusion. Enemies sought his life, and such kindness must be repaid. The elder held a place in Lin Ming's heart more significant than the heavens themselves. Outside the Cloud Cliff Pavilion on Qingtian Peak, a frail old man with white hair and beard, bearing a slight stoop, smiled warmly as Lin Ming approached. He was the sect master of the heavenly Xian sect, though his life force flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. "You have emerged from seclusion," Lin Ming remarked, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Indeed, the protective formation has unleashed its full power. This is no trivial matter, and, as the sect master, I must assess the situation," the elder replied with a cheerful demeanor. "Zhongzhu, I have slain Yang Xian," Lin Ming said with a hint of remorse. "I witnessed it," the elder replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Do not burden yourself with guilt. His desire to eliminate you has long been evident. I am no fool after all. Attempting to harm a fellow disciple while masquerading as the young master is a grave mistake, and he deserves his fate. However, you, my dear, have truly astonished me. Your prowess has undoubtedly surpassed my own. I entrust the heavenly Xian sect to you. I am confident in your abilities." The elder took a few steps closer to Lin Ming, his gaze imbued with an unprecedented solemnity. "I wish to bequeath to you the position of sect master of the heavenly Xian sect. From this day forth, you shall be the sect master. Will you accept this burden?" The author has something to say. Chapter 6. Ascending as the new patriarch as dusk descended and the evening breeze turned cool. A serene stillness enveloped the pinnacle of heaven. Lin Ming regarded the elderly man before him, momentarily ensnared in silence. The Tianqian sect stood as a premier sect within the northern domain, with its leader embodying power and authority that towered over millions. Yet, such matters were of little concern to him. For the majority of his existence, Lin Ming's focus had been singularly on the sword. Thus, he instinctively felt inclined to refuse. However, upon witnessing the solemnity and expectation in the elder's eyes, and recalling the kindness the elder had bestowed upon him over the years, he hesitated. This elderly man, whose days were numbered and who was soon to depart from the mortal realm, seemed to harbor a singular worry: the fate of the Tianqian sect. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Ming nodded and proclaimed, "Very well, from this day forth, I shall be the patriarch of the Tianqian sect." Accepting this heavy responsibility, Lin Ming exhaled a sigh of relief. He owed this elder an immeasurable debt, one that could never truly be repaid. Doing this small favor was all he could offer. "Ha ha!" The elder laughed heartily, a sense of immense satisfaction washing over him. "The wisest decision of my life was bringing you into the Tianqian sect. Witnessing your growth today fills me with joy." He stepped forward, placing a hand on Lin Ming's shoulder, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Subsequently, he passed Lin Ming and began to walk away, his slender silhouette appearing more forlorn against the backdrop of the setting sun. "Will you not enter seclusion?" Lin Ming suddenly inquired. The elder did not turn back, but simply waved his hand dismissively. "No, I have lingered at the threshold of the Emperor's realm for 8 millennia without a breakthrough. I do not wish to struggle any longer in these final days." Initially, he had been unable to let go of the Tianqian sect, willing to expend every ounce of strength for even the slightest chance of success. But now, that need had dissipated. The elder sighed softly. "I never noticed how beautiful the sunset is." He continued walking. "I will go to meet my old rivals and friends. Do not worry about me. Do not seek me out. If I perish out there, there is no need to recover my remains." Lin Ming nodded slightly, understanding. A flicker of a smile crossed the elder's eyes as he quickened his pace, soon vanishing from sight. After witnessing the elder's departure, Lin Ming's demeanor suddenly turned icy. Several miles away, 3 figures hovered in midair, swiftly appearing before him. These 3 were the 3 esteemed elders of the Tianqian sect. Typically, they were engrossed in their own secluded training. But today, with the protective formations of the sect unleashed, even the elder patriarch, who had resolved to enter deep seclusion, had emerged from his retreat, prompting the others to do the same. Among the three esteemed elders, two were middle-aged men, while the third was a youthful woman, appearing no older than 20. Yet, Lin Ming was well aware that her age was comparable to the other two, if not greater. Patriarch, the three spoke in unison, their eyes reflecting respect. This display caught Lin Ming slightly off guard. Before these three, he was ultimately just a junior. Do you have any objections to my position as the patriarch of the Tianxin sect? Lin Ming inquired. The three individuals exchanged a glance, and, in that fleeting moment, the answer was apparent. The woman named Mo Li spoke, stating, "This is the decision of the former sect master, and we shall have no objections. However, Tianxin sect is one of the foremost powers in the northern region, and the succession of the sect master is a matter of great significance. According to tradition, it should be publicly announced, inviting the major powers of the northern region to witness the ceremony. Otherwise, it may invite unwarranted gossip. May I inquire, esteemed sect master, do you have such intentions? Unwarranted gossip?" Lin Ming chuckled nonchalantly. The affairs of Tianxin sect concern no outsiders. Upon hearing this, the three venerable elders were momentarily taken aback. Yet, Lin Ming swiftly shifted his tone. "Nevertheless, since this is an established custom of Tianxin sect, I have no intention of contravening it. Let it be known, 3 days hence, I shall officially assume the position of sect master." With that, Lin Ming turned and strode into Yunya Pavilion, leaving the three venerable elders exchanging bewildered glances. Outside Qingtian Peak, a multitude of disciples from Tianxin sect gathered, watching Lin Ming venture deeper into the heart of Qingtian Peak until he vanished from sight. After a considerable pause, the oppressive atmosphere gradually dissipated, prompting many to engage in conversation. "Senior brother Lin is truly formidable," one disciple exclaimed in admiration. "Formidable? It's beyond that. He is astonishingly powerful. How could so many inter-sect elders, along with young sect master Yangxian, seem like mere paper? Who dares to label senior brother Lin as a waste? What kind of waste possesses such prowess? I can clearly see Lin Ming's cultivation level, undoubtedly mid-emperor realm, consistent with 3,000 years ago, showing no sign of progress. Meanwhile, the young sect master's cultivation is at the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. This is utterly unreasonable. Indeed, a prodigy remains a prodigy. 3,000 years ago, he was unfathomably strong, and today he remains so. Is it truly possible that our young sect master was killed? He couldn't even handle a mere outer sect elder, yet he has slain the young sect master as well. If he is not dealt with, Tianxin sect may lose its standing in the northern region. Is Lin Ming venturing deeper into Qingtian Peak to confront our sect master? That seems plausible. But wait, is that not our sect master? Why has he departed? You're not mistaken. That is indeed the sect master, and he has left Qingtian Peak, wearing a smile. A smile? After such an incident within the sect, how can the sect master still smile? The disciples of Tianxin sect gazed up at the departing figure of the former sect master, feeling utterly perplexed. Their successor had been slain. Yet rather than erupting in fury, the former sect master departed with an air of tranquility. What could possibly explain such behavior? Amidst the confusion, three figures emerged from the depths of Qingtian Peak. The disciples of Tianxin sect immediately recognized them. The sect master had just left, and now the three venerable elders appeared. Yet Lin Ming was conspicuously absent. Had Lin Ming been captured? It seemed highly probable. No matter how formidable Lin Ming might be, he could not possibly surpass the combined might of the sect master and the three venerable elders. Could he? It is likely that Lin Ming has already become a lifeless corpse. 3 millennia ago, the unparalleled heroes of the world were but this. Ahem. Listening to the murmurs from all directions, Mo Li lightly coughed and raised her hand in a gesture of suppression, signaling for silence. The imposing presence of the Grand Elder rendered her simple action remarkably effective. In an instant, the crowd fell silent, their gazes converging upon Mo Li. She then proclaimed with clarity, "Yangxian, you have abused the authority of the young sect master and maliciously persecuted your fellow disciples. Thus, you deserve death." Zhou Tong, as an outer elder of the Tianxin sect, You are aware of our sect's prohibitions, yet you still resort to violence against our disciples. Your demise is of no lament. Lin Ming is innocent. Furthermore, it has been a long-standing tradition in the Tianxian sect for the strongest among us to assume the role of sect master. As it stands, Lin Ming possesses unparalleled strength that surpasses all within the Tianxian sect. He shall be the new sect master. On the continent of Kanglin, in the northern region, at the foot of the Sword Mountain of the Tianxian sect, a young man clad in black is performing swordplay. His movements are slow and somewhat rigid, resembling those of a novice encountering a sword for the first time, exhibiting an unmistakable clumsiness. Yet, the senior disciples of the Tianxian sect are aware that this individual has been practicing swordsmanship for a millennium. Among his contemporaries, some have ascended to the roles of sect stewards, while others have even evolved into elders or masters of peaks. However, this youth, engaged in a sword dance, might struggle against even the most junior disciple. Were it not for his former glory as the pride of the Tianxian sect, he would likely have been expelled long ago. A group of recently initiated disciples, under the guidance of the outer sect Elder Zhou Tong, arrives at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Is that Lin Ming, the unparalleled prodigy of 1,000 years ago? They murmur. Indeed, he was the Northern Domain's genius, now reduced to a mere jest. What do you know? Brother Lin Ming began his cultivation at the age of 10, comprehended sword intent by 12, and achieved mastery of his sword heart by 15. Not only in the Tianxian sect, but throughout the Northern Domain, he was deemed a once-in-an-eternity talent. Oh, and what of it? Practicing fundamental sword techniques day in and day out, I surpassed that level by 5. Alas, Brother Lin Ming's talent is undeniable, yet he has taken a misguided path. Otherwise, he would surely shine as the brightest star in the Northern Domain. Upon hearing such remarks, most of the disciples fell into silence. The once great genius of the Northern Domain has now become a mere shadow of his former self, or perhaps a madman. Every day, he dedicates himself solely to sword practice, oblivious to everything else, training in the most basic and simplistic techniques, ones even a 3-year-old could master swiftly. Yet, after a millennium of effort, he has shown no sign of progress. The pinnacle talent of your has now been reduced to utter mediocrity. It is precisely due to Lin Ming's daily practice at the foot of the Sword Mountain that many disciples mention his name. Otherwise, it would have likely faded into obscurity with the passage of time. At this moment, the elder Zhou Tong spoke. Indeed, Lin Ming's talent was once remarkable, but his temperament proved too flawed. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he continued. Lin Ming had the opportunity to reach the pinnacle, yet he fell prey to the seductions of a demonic sex enchantress, thereby shattering his sword heart. You, who are now within the Tianxian sect, have already demonstrated commendable talent. Let this serve as a cautionary tale, lest you tread the same misguided path. Yes, Elder Zhou, the young disciples responded in unison. Lin Ming, the once celebrated genius, has now become a mere topic of casual conversation among the new disciples, a fleeting mention quickly cast aside, of little consequence. Subsequently, they were led into the heart of the Sword Mountain. This so-called Sword Mountain is a peak adorned with countless swords. Although the Tianxian sect does not primarily revolve around swordsmanship, practitioners of the sword remain the most numerous within the sect. New disciples choosing the path of the sword must first ascend the Sword Mountain to select their sword. This has been the tradition of the Tianxian sect since time immemorial. Lin Ming, in his prime, had also traversed this very path. Once atop the mountain, how far one can advance and which sword one can earn the recognition of depends entirely on oneself. Remember, do not strive beyond your limits. After Zhou finished his instructions, the new disciples eagerly ascended the Sword Mountain. At that moment, no one cared for Lin Ming, and he, in turn, did not cast a glance at them. He remained engrossed in his sword practice, resembling a puppet devoid of emotion. Seasons changed, years rolled by. Whenever new disciples arrived at Sword Mountain, Lin Ming's name would inevitably be mentioned. After sharing their reflections, they would soon forget him and embark on their own remarkable journeys. Lin Ming's name served as a cautionary tale, a reminder that regardless of one's exceptional talent or the attention received, there is always the potential for downfall. Just look at the foot of the Sword Mountain, where once shone the most brilliant star of the northern region, a swordsmanship prodigy burdened with the hopes of many, now reduced to dust. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years. For Lin Ming, time seemed devoid of significance. The world's conflicts, fortunes, disasters, and shifting circumstances held no meaning for him. His heart was solely dedicated to the sword, and his vision was fixated on it as well. Each day was spent practicing swordsmanship, unwavering in his pursuit. In the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had swiftly passed. By then, Lin Ming had devoted 3,000 years to his craft at the foot of Sword Mountain. The once youthful lad now bore streaks of gray at his temples. His once handsome visage was etched with the marks of time. He had not aged, but had become weathered. On this day, however, Lin Ming's previously slow and rigid movements suddenly quickened. He completed the fundamental sword techniques with the fluidity of flowing water, then gradually lowered his sword. After 3,000 years of practice, this was his first moment of pause. At the summit of the heavenly profound sect, atop the pillar of heaven, the master spoke. The sect master's time draws near. He must enter a critical meditation. Until the sect faces a life or death crisis, do not disturb him. All matters of the sect shall be managed at your discretion, young sect master. I understand, replied Yang Xian, the young sect master, turning to gaze at the rolling sea of clouds in the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly broke into a smile. Lin Ming, you have lingered for 3,000 years. Today marks your end. 3,000 years ago, Yang Xian was the young sect master of the heavenly profound sect. Yet, this position was merely nominal, burdened with immense frustration, all because of Lin Ming. To be the young sect master meant to be the heir of the sect, the future sect master. Such a role could only be assumed by the most distinguished individual within the sect. He had indeed once been the most exceptional member of the heavenly profound sect. However, everything changed with Lin Ming's arrival. His once proud talents paled in comparison to Lin Ming's brilliance. From the highest-ranking leaders to the lowest-ranking members, everyone in the sect regarded Lin Ming as superior, and by a wide margin. The disparity between them was akin to that of clouds and mud. He had countless impulses to eliminate Lin Ming, yet the opportunity had always eluded him. Who could have predicted that fate would twist so? The extraordinarily gifted individual was ultimately ensnared by the allure of a woman, leading to the destruction of his sword heart by a demonic enchantress, rendering him a complete failure. For 3 millennia, he has risen to prominence, reclaiming his status as the most gifted individual of the heavenly Xian sect, rightfully assuming the role of its young master. However, the very existence of Lin Ming has become a thorn embedded in his heart, causing him relentless discomfort. Previously, he lacked the appropriate opportunity, as there was another figure overshadowing him, his master, the esteemed leader of the heavenly Xian sect. Now, with the impending demise of the sect leader, who has chosen to enter a secluded retreat, although this poses a significant loss to the overall strength of the sect, it presents him with an unparalleled opportunity. The entirety of the heavenly Xian sect has already been entrusted to his stewardship. Yang Xian has effectively become the de facto master of the sect, free from any lingering reservations. To eliminate Lin Ming, to eradicate this persistent annoyance, and to ensure that the individual who had once suffocated him 3,000 years ago is forever banished from existence, is a course of action he deems imperative. Chapter 2. The Death of Zhou Tong at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Lin Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Before him, a rusted iron sword was thrust into the ground. The world believed that his sword heart was shattered by the enchantress of the demonic sect, rendering him a mere practitioner of basic swordsmanship, forever unable to advance. Little did they know, a mere enchantress of the demonic sect could not possibly sway his sword heart. His sword heart had never been destroyed. It had simply ascended to a realm beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, a realm perhaps never attained by anyone in the northern region of the Kingling continent. In his eyes, the sword had transcended its physical form. Mountains, rivers, grass, trees, winds, clouds, and even beings like himself, all could embody the sword. What the eye perceives can become the sword. My heart is the sword heart. 3,000 years, This sword took me 3 millennia to master. 3,000 years ago, Lin Ming experienced a moment of enlightenment outside the heavenly sword manor. It was then that he reached the profound understanding that all things in the world could be fused into a single sword. The complexity of this sword was such that, even with his prodigious talent, it took him 3 millennia of relentless effort to achieve a semblance of success. The moment he perfected this sword, Lin Ming understood that nothing in this world could impede him in the slightest. However, at that instant, a colossal palm imprint descended from skies. Before it even approached, the overwhelming force had already cracked the ground beneath Lin Ming's feet into a myriad of fissures. Zhou Tong was filled with excitement today. The master of the Tianxian sect was in seclusion, and the young master, Yang Xian, was in command. Zhou Tong had pledged his allegiance to Yang Xian 3,000 years ago. Initially, he had harbored concerns that, with Yang Xian consolidating power, he, a subordinate of mediocre talent, might become marginalized. But now, such worries had vanished, for he had received a mission to kill Lin Ming. This was the first order issued by Yang Xian after assuming control, and it held great significance for him. If you're still the same oddity from 3 millennia ago, I would have avoided you, but now you are but a waste. Zhou Tong roared, and the power of his palm surged to its zenith. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted. The earth instantly sank 3 zhong, creating a deep pit resembling a colossal palm imprint at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Debris flew, and dust billowed. Yet, in the next moment, Zhou Tong's pupils constricted sharply. He beheld, amidst the swirling dust, a figure clad in black, standing calmly in the void. Not dead. It appeared utterly unscathed. How could this be? His cultivation was clearly the same as it had been 3,000 years ago, still at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. In his view, killing Lin Ming today should have been as effortless as crushing an ant. Yet, this full-force palm strike had not only failed to kill him, but had not inflicted a single scratch. With Lin Ming at mid-stage Emperor realm and Zhou Tong at the peak, endowed with higher cultivation and launching a surprise attack, he had failed to inflict even the slightest harm on a waste who had languished for 3 millennia. This instilled in Zhou Tong a profoundly unsettling feeling. You intend to kill me? Lin Ming's expression remained serene, devoid of sorrow or joy, as he spoke softly. Indeed, I shall kill you. What right does a mere waste have to linger beneath the Sword Mountain for 3 millennia? Zhou Tong scoffed, regardless of your methods. Your mid-emperor realm cultivation can hardly stir any waves. Moreover, to kill you is the will of the young sect master. With the sect master in closed-door cultivation, no one within the heavenly Xian sect can defy the young sect master's decree. Recalling that he stood behind the young sect master Yang Xian, Zhou Tong quickly regained his composure. After all, this was the heavenly Xian sect. Acting on the command of the young sect master represented the will of the entire sect. Not to mention, even if a great emperor were to arrive, the outcome would remain but a single word: death. Furthermore, to earn Yang Xian's trust and transition from the outer elder position to the inner sect, this task must be accomplished splendidly. The young sect master. A flicker of reminiscence crossed Lin Ming's eyes. Yang Xian, is it? Good to know. Zhou Tong laughed heartily. If the young sect master desires your demise, your death is inevitable. As a member of the heavenly Xian sect, you should understand that resistance bears no significance. It will only lead to a more tragic end for you. The thought of a once remarkable prodigy meeting his end at my hands is indeed exhilarating. As Zhou Tong's words fell, a formidable surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. You have squandered 3,000 years. You likely remain oblivious to the supreme arts of the heavenly Xian sect today. Allow me to enlighten you. Zhou Tong's fingers swiftly danced, crafting an arcane seal. In the next instant, he bellowed, Xian Luo seal. A terrifying palm imprint materialized in Zhou Tong's palm. Then, his head flew from his shoulders. The corpse was severed in an instant, crimson blood gushing forth. Zhou Tong departed this world with unblinking eyes. The pungent scent of blood rapidly enveloped the foot of the Sword Mountain. Lin Ming cast a casual glance at Zhou Tong's lifeless body before raising his gaze towards the Qingtian peak. Despite 3 millennia of detachment from worldly affairs, he still retained some memories of the figures from that era. Yang Xian, the young sect master of the heavenly Xian sect. 3,000 years ago, he had been at odds with him. Little did he expect that after 3 millennia, the young sect master's obsession remained. Even after the sect master announced his closed-door cultivation, he immediately resolved to take action against him. The depth of his hatred was palpable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming began to stride towards Qingtian Peak. Step by step, if others sought to kill him, he had no reason not to respond. Though brief, the skirmish at the foot of the Sword Mountain captured the attention of some within the heavenly Xian sect. The news spread rapidly, igniting a tremendous uproar within the sect. Have you heard? A significant event transpired at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Of course, the news circulated throughout the sect. Elder Zhou Tong was slain, and it was none other than Lin Ming, the once great prodigy who had now fallen to waste, who had taken action. This was utterly absurd. I had always believed that senior brother Lin Ming had truly become a waste, yet he possessed the ability to kill Elder Zhou Tong. It is not merely a matter of capability. I have heard it described as a swift annihilation. So much so that Elder Zhou had no time to react before his head was severed. Let us neither spread nor believe in rumors. For Elder Zhou stands at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Although brother Lin Ming possesses extraordinary talent, that was 3,000 years ago. There has been no advancement during these 3 millennia. He remains at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. To annihilate someone at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm from the mid-stage, do you believe that is feasible? Within the Tianxian sect, numerous disciples engage in fervent discussion. Some are inclined to believe that Zhou was slain by Lin Ming, yet many remain skeptical. After all, in the eyes of the Tianxian sect, Lin Ming has been rendered a failure for 3,000 years, incapable of mastering even the most fundamental sword techniques. What merit does such a failure have in slaying Elder Zhou? The author wishes to convey, the initial stages of cultivation are body refinement, qi accumulation, meridians consolidation, divine abode, king realm, emperor realm, great emperor, and emperor sovereign. Chapter 3. Qingtian Peak at the foot of the Sword Mountain. Numerous disciples hovered in midair, their eyes filled with dread. There lay a corpse, its head severed, yet a glimmer of confidence lingered in its gaze, as if the deceased had not fully grasped the gravity of the situation until the very end. Elder Zhou Tong was truly dead. Of course it is true. Would I deceive you? Senior brother Lin Ming is no longer at Sword Mountain. Could he have fled in fear of punishment? It seems highly probable. The Tianxian sect has strict prohibitions, and even infighting among disciples is considered a grave offense. To have slain an outer sect elder is an even more heinous crime. Now that the young master has just ascended to power, this incident is akin to slapping him in the face. I fear for senior brother Lin Ming's fate. He cannot escape. In the vast northern region, how many forces could rival our Tianxian sect? Where could he possibly flee? To where could he escape? I dare say he won't even make it past the gates of the Tianxian sect. What is Lin Ming thinking? It is clear that his cultivation is inferior to that of Elder Zhou Tong. Moreover, his sword heart has been shattered, despite possessing cultivation. He lacks combat prowess and could not possibly have killed Elder Zhou Tong. When circumstances appear suspicious, there must be something amiss. Could it be that senior brother Lin Ming is a spy for the demonic sect, lurking within our Tianxian sect with ulterior motives? Today, perhaps he was exposed by Elder Zhou Tong and subsequently killed him? It is a chilling possibility. Suddenly, several figures soared in from a distance. Stop speculating. Senior brother Lin Ming has not fled. He has gone to Qingtian Peak. What? Qingtian Peak? One disciple exclaimed. Each of them understood what Qingtian Peak represented within the Tianxian sect. It is the main peak, reserved for only the most exceptional disciples and the highest echelons of the sect. There, the inner sect elders, the grand elders, and the recently sequestered sect master convene. It embodies the zenith of the Tianxian sect's martial strength. If he is heading to Qingtian Peak, it certainly cannot be an act of cowardice. However, after committing such a grave mistake, what else could he do but flee? Is he truly going to Qingtian Peak to admit his faults and plead for mercy? The disciples were left utterly bewildered. Hurry and see. I sense that something monumental may transpire within the Tianxian sect. What monumental event could occur? I believe Lin Ming is merely a fool, still clinging to the status of 3,000 years past. Indeed, what great accomplishment could he possibly achieve, let alone Lin Ming, a mid-stage emperor? Even if a great emperor were to ascend Qingtian Peak, it would only lead to his demise. Regardless, we must witness this spectacle. As they spoke, the throng of disciples surged toward Qingtian Peak. Qingtian Peak, centrally located among the 18 peaks of the Tianqian sect, towers higher than the remaining 17. Standing atop its pinnacle, one can behold the surrounding mountains, dwarfing them in stature. At this moment, at the summit of Qingtian Peak, the young master Yang Xian stood poised and composed. The news of Zhou Tong's murder swiftly spread throughout the Tianqian sect, and he was undoubtedly aware of it. Perhaps, in his heart, he had known from the beginning that Zhou Tong was destined to perish. Had Zhou Tong succeeded in his mission and slain Lin Ming? According to the prohibitions of the Tianqian sect, the indiscriminate slaughter of fellow disciples warrants execution. Moreover, this presents an opportune moment for him to demonstrate that, as the authoritative young master, he treats all individuals within the sect with impartiality. Even if an outer sect elder merely slays a worthless individual, he shall still seek retribution for the deceased. Conversely, should Zhou Tong fall at the hands of Lin Ming, he would possess ample justification to take action against Lin Ming personally. Regardless of the progression of events, in his heart, both Zhou Tong and Lin Ming are destined to perish. This, indeed, would serve as an exceptional opportunity to establish his authority. Behind Yang Xian stood dozens of elders. As one of the most formidable sects in the northern region, the inner sect elders of Tianqian sect must possess imperial cultivation, each a true pinnacle of existence within the northern region. Despite this, the gazes directed at Yang Xian were largely filled with respect. This respect stemmed not only from his status, but also from his talent and strength. The position of young master is not one that could be attained through mere connections. Lin Ming, who had once shone brightly 3,000 years ago, indeed possessed superior talent, yet ultimately faltered, having his sword heart destroyed by a demoness of the evil sect. In contrast, Yang Xian has grown steadily in their eyes to reach his present stature. Among the entire sect, aside from the sect master who has entered seclusion, the young master before them has become the apex of combat prowess within the Tianqian sect. Nevertheless, while they respect Yang Xian, they, like many ordinary disciples, are immensely curious as to why that once extraordinary genius from 3 millennia ago, after committing such a grave error, chose not to flee, but instead approached Qingtian Peak. Was it a gesture of contrition or challenge? At the midpoint of Qingtian Peak, Lin Ming was steadily ascending. With each step, a long sword manifested beneath his feet. Using the sword as a staircase, his pace was slow yet resolute. Although his steps were deliberate, they spanned dozens of yards, allowing him to reach the mountain's summit in a short time. In the distance, numerous figures soared toward Qingtian Peak. They were the disciples of Tianqian sect drawn by curiosity. Brother Lin Ming is truly ascending Qingtian Peak. His cultivation seems unchanged, and his aura appears consistent. In the mid-stage of the Emperor realm, he astonishingly slaughtered one at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Unbelievable. Could it be that Brother Lin Ming's sword heart has indeed been restored? Has that mythical figure returned? After 3,000 years of delay, even if his sword heart is revived, achieving significant accomplishments in the future may prove challenging. Yet, that may not be the case. For Brother Lin Ming once rendered all the prodigies of an era overshadowed by his brilliance. Whispers echoed from all directions around Qingtian Peak at that moment. Lin Ming had undeniably become the focal point in the eyes of the Tianqian sect's disciples. However, his expression remained impervious to change from beginning to end. At the foot of the Sword Mountain, having practiced swordsmanship for 3,000 years, he had heard myriad voices, taunts, jests, scorn, curses, as well as encouragement and reverence. After enduring countless voices for 3 millennia, his heart had become as unyielding as rock. Under the scrutiny of innumerable gazes, Lin Ming's pace remained unchanged, step by step. Finally, after a brief interval, he ascended to the pinnacle of Qingtian Peak. The evening breeze was cool, and the setting sun bathed half the sky in crimson hues. At the tranquil summit of the Qingtian Peak, a palpable aura of solemnity surged forth the instant Lin Ming ascended. A faint, enigmatic smile adorned Yang Xian's lips as he stepped forward. With a perspective that exuded superiority, he gazed down upon Lin Ming and calmly inquired, "Lin Ming, are you aware of your transgressions?" Lin Ming's countenance remained inscrutable, and he replied with serene conviction, "I am innocent." "Innocent, you say? What a farcical claim. The heavenly profound sect's edict strictly forbids brethren from harming one another. Yet you have slain Elder Zhou Tong, an outer sect elder, and you dare proclaim your innocence? Do you perceive our ancient prohibition as mere words devoid of consequence?" Yang Xian's voice resonated like a thunderclap, echoing throughout the entirety of the heavenly profound sect. The atmosphere atop Qingtian Peak grew even more charged with an ominous intensity. Chapter 4. Did I allow you to interfere? Lin Ming, will you not plead guilty? Behind Yang Xian, an elderly man with hair as white as snow suddenly spoke. He was none other than the Grand Elder of the inner sect, the foremost elder of the Tianxian sect, second only to the reclusive Supreme Elders. When the Grand Elder spoke, he, in a sense, represented the collective will of the entire Council of Elders. Soon, the other elders began to voice their opinions. Lin Ming, you are undoubtedly aware of the rules of the Tianxian sect. Taking the life of a fellow disciple is a grave sin. One must confess to their crimes. I do not wish for you to languish for 3,000 years, losing even the courage to bear your sins. As disciples of the Tianxian sect, we must uphold righteousness. Killing is killing, and a crime is a crime. Do not be a coward and provide a spectacle for the younger generation. Lin Ming, your murder of Zhou Tong was witnessed by many disciples. There is no room for argument. Listening to the elders, Lin Ming silently smiled. You have misunderstood. I have never denied killing Zhou Tong. Yet, I am innocent. He sought to kill me, so I killed him. What crime is there in that? With that, Lin Ming disregarded the elders' reactions and stepped forward, one step at a time, towards Yang Xian. From Zhou Tong's own lips, he learned that the one who sought his life was none other than the young master before him. It is only proper to reciprocate. Since Yang Xian intended to kill him, then he would kill Yang Xian. Seeing Lin Ming not only refuse to confess, but also adopt an air of justified boldness. The Grand Elder was infuriated yet amused, exclaiming, "Such obstinacy! I must have misjudged you." Lin Ming cast a sidelong glance at the Grand Elder, his brow slightly furrowed. Yet he chose not to respond. He was well aware of the Tianxian sect prohibition against infighting. However, to be forbidden for defending oneself when one's life is in danger is utterly absurd. As one of the most powerful sects in the northern region, the Tianxian sect's prohibitions should not be so rigid. Nevertheless, at that moment, he had no desire to engage in a debate with the Grand Elder. He simply took another glance before continuing forward. In the blink of an eye, he stood merely 2 zhang away from Yang Xian. A calm smile graced Yang Xian's lips, as if he held all the cards. As Lin Ming approached, he remarked, "If you do not intend to plead guilty, what brings you to Qingtian Peak? To show off?" Lin Ming replied coolly, "To kill." "To kill? Who do you intend to kill on Qingtian Peak? With your mid-stage Emperor realm cultivation, who could you possibly kill?" Yang Xian's mockery was unmistakable. To him, this once great prodigy from 3 millennia ago seemed truly deranged. In the vast northern region, how many could dare to kill on Qingtian Peak? Am I hearing things? Did Lin Ming just say he came to Qingtian Peak to kill? A disciple outside Qingtian Peak exclaimed in astonishment. "See, I told you that this Lin fellow has lost his mind," another laughed. "Do you think he believes it's still 3,000 years ago? It's entirely possible. I don't know what the consequences of the destruction of the Sword Heart are, but perhaps he truly does not remember his foolishness over the past 3,000 years. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, who can say? Just a waste of space, seduced by a demonic enchantress, surviving for 3 millennia. Enough is enough. He should have perished long ago. Elder Zhou has always treated his disciples with kindness. How could he so arbitrarily resort to violence against this fool? Not only has he violated the sect's prohibitions, but he has also sought to cast blame on another. What a malicious individual. I can't help but suspect that he may, in fact, be a member of the demonic sect. It is indeed plausible. I have encountered Elder Zhou on several occasions, and he has never displayed any airs toward a mere junior like myself. Why would he risk violating the rules just to eliminate a worthless individual? It is utterly irrational. Given this context, it seems this once celebrated prodigy from 3,000 years ago harbors significant issues. I had once held him in the highest regard, but reflecting on it now fills me with revulsion. Amidst the scornful laughter and derision of the surrounding disciples, a timid voice suddenly spoke up. Actually, it was Elder Zhou who struck first. Xiaoxue, be quiet and watch the show. As soon as the words left her lips, a young man beside her shot her a fierce glare. The girl named Xiaoxue pouted slightly, but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Countless taunts echoed from all directions, flooding the Qingtian peak. Yang Xian's smile grew increasingly radiant. The reason he refrained from immediate action was precisely to elicit this very effect. He wished to see the individual who had once oppressed him, now subjected to a torrent of insults, suffer humiliation and ultimately perish. Only then could his heart's resentment be assuaged. However, Lin Ming remained indifferent to the external cacophony, slowly drawing the rusted iron sword from his back. This sword, tarnished by time, had been bestowed upon him by the sect master of the Tianxian sect 3,000 years prior, once a symbol of his identity. Yet now, after 3 millennia of trials, the blade resembled an aged figure nearing the end of its days. Upon witnessing Lin Ming unsheath the sword, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Xian's face. Tell me, who do you intend to kill? Yang Xuan inquired coldly. Lin Ming's response was succinct, a single word, you. In that instant, he thrust the sword forward. A feeble ant dares to strike at me. Your audacity is truly commendable. Yang Xian nonchalantly raised a finger to counter the attack. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and his cultivation level was worlds apart from Lin Ming's. Even 100 peak monarchs would appear as insignificant insects before the might of an emperor. Moreover, Lin Ming was merely at the mid-stage of the monarch realm. With confidence and immense pride, Yang Xian faced Lin Ming's sword with nothing more than a finger. No one found this inappropriate. After all, such confidence was expected from a powerhouse at the emperor's peak. However, as Yang Xian's finger was about to collide with Lin Ming's rusted sword, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him. Every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat drenched his garments. This primal fear compelled him to recoil from the sword, and he bellowed, "Kill him for me!" The elders had initially awaited Yang Xian's finger to crush Lin Ming, but the sudden shift in circumstances left them momentarily stunned. Yet, in the blink of an eye, dozens of inner-sect elders reacted, launching a coordinated attack against Lin Ming. Though they felt this might be an overreaction, they dared not disobey Yang Xian's command. Confronted by a multitude of advancing figures, Lin Ming remained indifferent, his voice resonating with chilling detachment upon the summit of Qingtian Peak. Did I grant you permission to intervene? In the next instant, a blinding beam of sword light erupted atop Qingtian Peak. A terrifying tempest of blade-like winds enveloped Lin Ming, causing the heavens and earth to tremble as the winds surged and clouds roiled. The assaults from the dozens of elders were swiftly obliterated, their bodies sent hurtling 100 miles away, cast off the peak. In a heartbeat, only Lin Ming and Yang Xian remained at the pinnacle of Qingtian Peak. At this moment, Yang Xian's eyes were filled with disbelief. The prodigy who had once rendered him incapable of lifting his head 3,000 years ago was still so formidable today. Yet, his cultivation was clearly only at the mid-stage of the Emperor realm. Chapter 5. Will you shoulder this burden? Outside Qingtian Peak, countless disciples stood in stunned silence. The majority among them had never witnessed the era of Lin Ming. They had only heard tales of the unparalleled genius from 3 millennia ago. Lured by the temptress of the demonic sect, destroyed his sword heart and became a mere shadow of his former self, mastering only the rudiments of swordsmanship, yet achieving nothing of significance. However, the scene unfolding atop Qingtian Peak today completely shattered their preconceptions. With an iron sword in hand, Lin Ming advanced towards Yang Xian. If you wish to kill me, then I shall kill you in return. This is only fair. His indifferent voice resonated across the peak. A flicker of panic flashed in Yang Xian's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a composed smile. My master is uncertain how many days he has left and has chosen to enter a deathly meditation. Now, you have wounded numerous elders of our sect and even seek to take my life. Lin Ming, the Northern Domain's demonic sect has long coveted our Tianxian sect. At this critical moment, you choose to disrupt our sect while my master is secluded. Are you paving the way for the demonic sect to seize control of Tianxian sect? Despite knowing that his strength might not match Lin Ming's, Yang Xian harbored no inclination to surrender or bow down. Instead, he placed a heavy accusation upon Lin Ming's shoulders. Yet, Lin Ming remained unfazed. The iron sword in his grasp shot forth, aimed directly at Yang Xian. Though the rusted blade moved slowly, it carried an inexplicable force. Even from a distance, Yang Xian instinctively sensed that he could not evade this strike. Resolutely, he chose not to dodge. With a powerful stomp on the ground, a massive dragon figure erupted from the earth, ferociously lunging towards Lin Ming's iron sword. Simultaneously, Yang Xian formed a seal with his hands and unleashed the Xianluo seal. Instantly, a shimmering golden battle armor materialized around him, intricately adorned with complex runes. At that moment, it seemed as though each rune had come to life, enveloping Yang Xian in layers of protective light. Still feeling somewhat insecure, he bellowed, "Activate the protective array." Instantly, the sky above Tianxian's sect was enveloped in a 9-colored barrier, which was even more potent above Qingtian Peak. The barrier cascaded down, forming yet another layer of defense before Yang Xian. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Such fortifications assured him that even a superpower at the Emperor's realm would find it nearly impossible to breach them swiftly. However, in the next instant, the dragon was reduced to mere fragments. The Xianluo seal dissipated into nothingness, and the shimmering protective layers of the formidable armor were pierced as if they were mere parchment. Yang Xian's pupils constricted in horror. In the blink of an eye, he was left with only the protective array. Lin Ming, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? You are a sinner of Tianxian sect. My master shall not forgive you, nor will the ancestors of Tianxian sect grant you clemency. Should you take my life today, our sect will undoubtedly struggle to fend off the onslaught of the demonic sect. You will become a traitor to Tianxian sect. The disciples of the heavenly Xuanzong will forever scorn you. Yang Xian bellowed frantically. Yet, this did nothing to halt the advance of the rusted iron sword. Not even the formidable defenses of the protective formation could withstand its assault. No, I am the young master of the heavenly Xuanzong. You cannot kill me. As the protective formation proved futile against the iron sword, Yang Xian's cries grew ever more desperate, and he soared away in a frantic attempt to escape. Alas, it was all in vain. The seemingly sluggish iron sword pierced through Yang Xian's chest in the blink of an eye. With a resounding clang, the overwhelming force impaled Yang Xian onto a colossal stone pillar atop the sky-piercing peak. His eyes widened in disbelief. In but a few breaths, his vitality ebbed away, leaving behind a lifeless corpse. A profound silence enveloped the entire heavenly Xuanzong. The dozens of elders who had been thrown aside had returned, yet they dared not utter a word. The young master at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm could kill without hesitation. This group of elders did not wish to court death. Lin Ming slowly approached Yang Xian, withdrawing the iron sword. Yang Xian's body slid down to the ground. Rest assured, the heavenly Xuanzong shall not fall into the hands of the demonic sect. As long as I am here, the heavenly Xuanzong shall endure. You may depart in peace. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ming reduced Yang Xian's corpse to mere ash, dispersing it into the void. Thus, the newly ascended young master of the heavenly Xuanzong met his end, leaving no trace behind. The elders, peak masters, and disciples of the heavenly Xuanzong stood at the foot of the sky-piercing peak, gazing at Lin Ming from afar, not daring to overstep their bounds. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Ming strode deeper into the heart of the sky-piercing peak. He held little affection for the heavenly Xuanzong, yet within its walls resided his benefactor. In his most destitute moments, it was the sect's leader who extended a helping hand, bringing him into the fold and advocating for him against all opposition, providing him with the finest resources for cultivation. That elder had shown him boundless kindness, akin to that of a biological parent. Throughout these 3 millennia, the world had mocked and scorned him. Within the heavenly Xuan zone, voices clamored for his expulsion. Nevertheless, that elder remained steadfast, advocating for him to stay beneath the Sword Mountain. Despite the world's belief that he had been bewitched by a demonic sex enchantress and rendered waste, the elder continued to believe in him unconditionally, offering unwavering support. Over the course of these 3,000 years, the elder had visited him no fewer than 10,000 times. Finally, today, Lin Ming had forged the most powerful sword in his heart. Yet, that elder, nearing the end of his lifespan, chose to enter a state of deep seclusion. Enemies sought his life. Thus, gratitude must also be repaid. The elder's place in Lin Ming's heart held greater weight than the heavens themselves. Outside of the Cloud Cliff Pavilion on the sky-piercing peak, an elderly man with white hair and a slightly stooped frame smiled as he watched Lin Ming approach. He was none other than the sect master of the heavenly Xuan zone, though his life force flickered weakly, akin to a candle in the wind. You have emerged from seclusion. Lin Ming's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice tinged with sorrow. Indeed, the protective formation unleashed its full power. This is no trivial matter, and as the sect master, I naturally must bear witness, the elder replied with a warm smile. Master, I have slain Yang Xian. Lin Ming spoke with a hint of remorse. I witnessed it. The elder replied, waving his hand dismissively. Do not burden yourself with guilt. His desire to take your life has been long-standing. I am no fool. Anyone who attempts to harm their own brethren under the guise of a lesser sect leader is not worthy of pity. However, you have truly surprised me. Your prowess has evidently surpassed my own. I have complete faith in entrusting the heavenly profound sect to you. The elder took a few steps closer to Lin Ming, his gaze imbued with unprecedented solemnity. I wish to bestow upon you the position of the sect leader of the heavenly profound sect. From this day forth, you shall be the leader. Will you accept this burden? Chapter 6. When becoming the new sovereign as dusk descended and the evening breeze turned cool, tranquility enveloped the peak of Qingtian. Lin Ming gazed upon the elderly man before him, momentarily engulfed in silence. The Tianxian sect stood as the preeminent sect of the northern domain, and its sovereign embodied authority and grandeur that towered over countless lives. However, such matters held little significance for him. Most of the time, Lin Ming's focus was solely on the sword. Thus, he instinctively inclined to decline the offer. Yet, upon witnessing the solemnity and anticipation in the old man's eyes, and recalling the care he had received over the years, Lin Ming hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. Very well. From this day forth, I shall be the sovereign of Tianxian sect. Accepting this burden, Lin Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He owed this elder so much, unable to repay him adequately. Thus, he could do this small thing in return. Ha ha ha. The elder laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of joy. The wisest decision of my life was to bring you to Tianxian sect. Witnessing your growth today brings me great happiness. He stepped forward once more, patting Lin Ming's shoulder, a tinge of melancholy flickering across his expression. Then, he moved past Lin Ming, taking deliberate steps toward the horizon. His slender figure appeared increasingly forlorn under the setting sun. Are you not going into seclusion? Lin Ming suddenly inquired. The elder did not turn but waved his hand dismissively. No. I have lingered at the threshold of the Emperor's realm for 8,000 years without breaking through. I do not wish to struggle in my remaining days. Initially, he had been reluctant to leave Tianxian sect, determined to seize even the slightest chance with all his might. But now, that concern had dissipated. The old man sighed softly. I never noticed before how beautiful the sunset is. As he walked, he continued, I shall visit my old rivals and friends. Do not worry about me, nor seek me out. If I were to perish outside, there is no need to recover my remains. Lin Ming nodded slightly, understanding. A hint of a smile graced the elder's eyes, and with a quickening pace, he vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. After observing the elder's departure for some time, Lin Ming's expression suddenly turned cold. Several miles away, 3 figures hovered in the air, and in an instant, they appeared before him. These three were the esteemed grand elders of Tianxian sect. Typically, they were engaged in seclusion and cultivation, but today, with the protective array of the sect activated, even the elderly sovereign, who had decided to enter closed-door meditation, had emerged. Naturally, they had followed suit. Among the three grand elders, two were middle-aged men, while the other was a young woman, appearing no older than 20. Yet, Lin Ming knew that her age was at least equal to, if not greater than, that of the other two. Sovereign, the three spoke in unison, their eyes reflecting respect. This scene caught Lin Ming slightly off guard. In their presence, he remained merely a junior. As the sovereign of Tianxian sect, do you have any objections? Lin Ming inquired. The three individuals exchanged glances, and in that fleeting moment, an understanding was reached. The woman named Mo Li spoke. This is the decision of the former sect master, and we shall not voice any dissent. However, Tianxian sect is one of the most formidable forces in the northern region, and the transition of the sect master is a significant matter. According to tradition, it should be publicly announced and the major powers of the northern region invited to witness this ceremony. Otherwise, we risk inviting gossip. Might I inquire if you, esteemed sect master, have any intentions regarding this? Lin Ming chuckled dismissively. Why should the affairs of Tianxian sect concern outsiders? Upon hearing this, the three venerable elders were momentarily taken aback. Yet, Lin Ming swiftly altered his tone. However, since this is an established custom of Tianxian sect, I have no desire to contravene it. Let be known that in 3 days, I shall formally ascend to the position of sect master. With that declaration, Lin Ming turned and strode into Yunya Pavilion, leaving the three elders exchanging perplexed glances. Outside Qingtian Peak, a multitude of disciples gathered, watching Lin Ming venture deeper into the peak until he vanished from sight. After a considerable time, the unspoken pressure dissipated, prompting many to engage in conversation. Senior brother Lin is truly formidable, one disciple exclaimed in admiration. Formidable? It's beyond that. He is extraordinarily powerful and audacious. With so many intersect elders and young Master Yang Xian, how could they be so easily defeated? Whoever claimed that senior brother Lin was worthless. What kind of worthless individual possesses such prowess? I can clearly perceive Lin Ming's cultivation. He is undoubtedly at the mid-stage of the imperial realm, consistent with 3,000 years ago, showing no sign of advancement. Meanwhile, young Master S cultivation is at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. It is utterly unreasonable. A prodigy is indeed a prodigy. 3,000 years ago, he was unfathomably strong, and today he remains so. Is it truly possible that our Tianxian sect young master has been slain? If he could eliminate an outer sect elder, would he not also dispatch the young master? If he remains, our sect may find it impossible to uphold its reputation in the northern region. As Lin Ming ventured further into Qingtian Peak, one wondered if he intended to confront our sect master. There exists a possibility. But wait, is that not our sect master? Why is he departing? Am I seeing things? No, your vision is clear. That is indeed the sect master, leaving Qingtian Peak with a smile. A smile? Amidst such turmoil, how can the sect master retain a smile? The disciples of Tianxian sect gazed upwards at the departing figure of the former sect master, feeling utterly bewildered. Their successor had been slain, yet rather than erupting in fury, he departed with an air of tranquility. What could possibly explain this? As the crowd pondered in confusion, 3 figures emerged from the depths of Qingtian Peak. The disciples instantly recognized them. Just as the sect master had exited, the 3 venerable elders appeared together. Conspicuously absent was Lin Ming. Had Lin Ming been captured? This seems highly probable. No matter how formidable Lin Ming may be, he could hardly surpass the combined strength of the sect master and the 3 elders. Could he? Alas, it is likely that Lin Ming has already succumbed to death. 3,000 years ago, the unparalleled genius was merely this. Ahem. Listening to the murmurs from all directions, Mo Li cleared her throat lightly and raised her hand with a gesture of suppression, signaling for silence. The authority of the Grand Elder was such that her simple action elicited an immediate and profound effect. In the blink of an eye, the crowd fell silent, their gazes converging upon Mo Li. Subsequently, she proclaimed in a clear voice, Yang Xian. for the abuse of the young sect master's authority and the malicious persecution of fellow disciples. You shall be punished with death. Zhou Tong. As an outer elder of the Tianxian sect, you are well aware of our prohibitions, yet you still resorted to violence against our disciples. Your demise is of no lament. Lin Ming is innocent. Furthermore, it has been a tradition since time immemorial for the strongest within the sect to assume the role of sect master. Today, Lin Ming's unparalleled strength surpasses all within the Tianxian sect. He shall rightfully become the new sect master. Chapter 7. Jing Hongyi upon the utterance of these words. It was as though thunder had struck from a clear sky. The heavenly Xian sect, from the esteemed leaders of each peak to the ordinary disciples, was engulfed in a profound astonishment. The old sect master departed with a smile, suggesting the emergence of a more worthy successor. Meanwhile, Yang Xian, the recently appointed young sect master, was slain within his own sect, and no one seemed to care. In fact, the very individual responsible for the young sect master's demise ascended to the position of sect master. Countless disciples found themselves in a state of utter confusion. At this moment, Mo Li continued, do not find this implausible. The prohibitions of the heavenly Xian sect are binding on all within its ranks. A sect master's transgressions are no different from those of the lowest servant. Thus, even though Yang Xian held the title of young sect master, having issued commands to harm his fellow disciples, he is indeed a person deserving of death. The high-ranking officials of the heavenly Xian sect furrowed their brows at these words, while a multitude of ordinary disciples and even servant disciples erupted into cheers. Is this the spirit of the heavenly Xian sect? Even the most humble disciples refused to bow low. Ha ha! This is how a top sect in the northern region should be. To enter the heavenly Xian sect is to have no regrets. Long live the heavenly Xian sect. Those once insignificant outer disciples and servant disciples now stood tall, infused with newfound vigor, as if they had been rejuvenated. The news of the change in sect master swept through the northern region like a gale. Simultaneously, a name long forgotten by many resurfaced, swiftly becoming the center of attention, the Jian Mountain Manor. As one of the foremost powers in the northern region, the sect revered the sword, exclusively recruiting sword cultivators, making it the only pure swordsmanship force in the area. At this moment, the lord of Jian Mountain Manor, Lu Wufeng, hovered in the air above the manor, his gaze fixed toward the southwest, where the heavenly Xian sect resided. 3,000 years ago, he was regarded as the foremost sword cultivator of the younger generation in the northern region, a paragon for countless disciples of Jian Mountain Manor. The former lord had deemed him the sole individual capable of drawing forth the legendary sword from within the manor. However, everything changed with the arrival of Lin Ming. After 50 years of arduous training, Lu Wufeng finally grasped the essence of swordsmanship, earning him the title of an unparalleled prodigy in the northern region's sword path. Yet, Lin Ming comprehended it at the tender age of 15. The sword, embedded deep within the sword tomb of Jian Mountain Manor, represented the most sacred entity in Lu Wufeng's heart and was acknowledged by countless sword cultivators as the mightiest sword in the northern region. He yearned to possess that sword, which meant more to him than life itself. Despite his enlightenment of the sword's essence and his relentless devotion, kneeling before that sword day and night, he could not win its recognition nor draw it forth. Lu Wufeng once believed that no one could wield that sword. Yet, on that fateful day, when Lin Ming visited Jian Mountain Manor, without even entering the sword tomb, the proud and sacred sword soared from its resting place, flying toward Lin Ming and bowing in submission. On that day, he experienced the greatest humiliation and defeat since embarking on his path of cultivation. What is even more infuriating is that even after the heavenly sword bowed in submission and willingly turned to Lin Ming did not hesitate to bestow the sword upon him. That which Lu Wufeng regarded as a treasure seemed utterly insignificant in Lin Ming's eyes. He seethed with resentment. His diligent cultivation was driven by the unwavering desire to one day surpass and even vanquish this monstrous figure, Lin Ming. However, unexpectedly, shortly after that fateful day, news spread that Lin Ming had been seduced by the enchantress of the demon sect, his sword heart shattered, rendering him a mere husk of his former self. The rival he had considered a contender vanished from his world in such a hasty manner. Little did he anticipate that after 3 long millennia, upon hearing of Lin Ming once more, he had ascended to the position of sect master of the heavenly profound sect. Clearly, his sword heart must have been restored. Yet, I wonder, does the present Lin Ming still possess the innate talent he once had? After the passage of 3,000 years, do you still hold the qualification to be my rival? Lu Wufeng smiled faintly, then soared into the wind, heading straight for the heavenly profound sect. A similar scene unfolded continuously in the northern region, where thousands of individuals took flight towards the heavenly profound sect. The sects they hailed from lacked the formidable strength of the heavenly profound sect. Yet this did not diminish their curiosity and anticipation for the grand ceremony of the new sect master's ascension. Indeed, this curiosity and expectation were directed not only towards the heavenly profound sect, but also towards Lin Ming himself. Those who had experienced Lin Ming's era had scarcely anyone who had not heard of his illustrious name. Once a peerless prodigy who overshadowed an entire age, he had fallen victim to the enchantress of the demon sect, reduced to a mere waste. Now, this so-called waste was about to ascend to the position of sect master of the heavenly profound sect. The former sect master was no fool. Moreover, the heavenly profound sect already had a young master. The former sect master's abdication should have rightfully passed the mantle to the young master, Yang Xian. Yet, the current situation saw Lin Ming, the so-called waste, becoming the young master of the heavenly profound sect. This could only signify one possibility. The once great prodigy has truly returned. At the 9 Nether Mountains, once a significant taboo in the northern region, entry was forbidden to all but those of emperor-level cultivation. For within those shadowy depths lay countless formidable beasts. Among them were no fewer than 10,000 peak emperor-level beasts, along with 100 at the emperor rank. For humans beneath the emperor level, entering the 9 Nether Mountains meant certain death, with no hope of survival. However, in recent times, the cries of beasts within the mountains have diminished considerably. Outside the lair of an emperor-level beast, a girl clad in a crimson robe bore a cold smile, her feet standing in a river of fresh blood that surged down the mountainside. In that crimson torrent lay numerous beast carcasses. The beasts of the 9 Nether Mountains are insufficient for me to break through to the Emperor's venerable realm. I require humans, a multitude of humans. This upcoming ceremony of your ascension presents an excellent opportunity. The world knows that your downfall was orchestrated by me. Now that you ascend to the position of sect master of the heavenly profound sect, if I were to remain idle, would it not mean that I've been unjustly maligned for all these years? Heh! Jing Hongyi let out a cold laugh, and with a graceful wave of her hand commanded, "Follow me to Tiangshuanzong, eliminate that boy, and conveniently bring about the downfall of Tiangshuanzong." From the shadows behind her, several figures clad in black swiftly flitted by. A chilling, lifeless voice devoid of warmth echoed, "We shall dutifully obey the lady's command." They did not pause to ponder whether they could truly annihilate Tiangshuanzong, nor did they care about the potential consequences of recklessly breaching its sanctum with their limited power. They understood but one thing. The decree of the saintess was akin to the edict of the heavens. Compliance was all that was required, with no questions asked. Chapter 8. Doubt? Then Try at the Northern Domain has recently become abuzz with unprecedented excitement. From humble tea houses and taverns to grand sects and academies, nearly every practitioner is engrossed in discussions regarding the ascension of the new leader of the Tianxian sect. More specifically, they are conversing about Lin Ming, a prodigy who, 3 millennia ago, shone brighter than the sun itself upon emerging from the mountains, eclipsing all in the northern domain. His journey has been nothing short of legendary, marked by a meteoric rise that leaves one in awe. Yet, even more astonishing is the rapidity of his fall, all due to a woman, a siren from the demonic sect. Regardless of the external chatter, these voices cannot penetrate Lin Ming's ears. At the peak of Qingtian Peak, within the exclusive realm of Yunyu Pavilion, a place reserved solely for the sect leader, none may enter without permission. At this moment, on the top floor of Yunyu Pavilion, Lin Ming stands with his hands clasped behind his back, Before him floats a sheet of white paper inscribed with the words of the former sect master. I have but two regrets in my life. First, I was unable to lead the Tianqian sect back to the central continent. Second, I failed to break through to the emperor's realm. Your talent far surpasses mine, should you choose. I hope one day the Tianqian sect will stand at the pinnacle of the central continent. At that time, my proud father will surely recognize my worth. Of course, I will never impose my will upon you. If you choose not to venture to the central continent, then do not. You are forever free. As Lin Ming's thoughts stirred, the white paper turned to ash. He gazed into the distant horizon from the top of Yunyu Pavilion, contemplating for a moment before solemnly declaring, I was once a wandering orphan, content with a mere morsel of food. It was you who brought me to the Tianqian sect and bestowed upon me the opportunity for cultivation. Such kindness cannot go unrepaid. Rest assured, the Tianqian sect shall undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the central continent. Your father will not only recognize you, but will also regard you as the pride of the Leaf family in the central continent. With these words, Lin Ming uttered a sharp command. Centered around him, a dense swirl of spiritual energy coalesced into a formidable vortex, akin to a colossal dragon in the winds. After swirling for a brief moment, it surged violently into Lin Ming's body. The realm, stagnant for 3,000 years, finally stirred once more. One day later, Lin Ming had reached the late Emperor realm. 2 days later, he attained the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. 3 days later, he was on the verge of the semi-Emperor realm. In the central location of the Tianqian sect, a vast martial arts arena had gathered no fewer than 100,000 spectators. They hailed from various factions across the northern domain, with the weakest among them having already reached the initial stages of the Emperor realm. Even among the Tianqian sect, such individuals could hold positions as outer sect elders, not to mention in those weaker sections. Among them, many may not have witnessed Lin Ming in person, yet they had certainly heard his name. How can this waste, Lin Ming, become the sect leader? The current Tianqian sect is truly perplexing. What is there to be perplexed about? This merely indicates that Lin Ming's sword heart has been restored. With Lin Ming's innate talents from years ago, what is so surprising about him becoming the leader of the Tianqian sect? It is not as simple as it appears. I have heard insider news that the former young master of the Tianqian sect was slain by Lin Ming. Indeed, I have received similar reports. Even after 3 millennia without cultivation, his prowess remains inscrutable. This is likely a rumor. The young master of Tianqian sect is said to have reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. How could Lin Ming, who has not practiced for 3,000 years, possibly have the ability to kill him? If the young master of Tianqian sect were truly alive, why would Lin Ming be the sect master? Does he even deserve such a title? This does seem to hold some merit. Amidst the discussions of the crowd, one individual stood aloof, as if an immortal separated from the world, indifferently positioned at the forefront of the gathering of 100,000. No one dared approach within 100 feet of him. He was Lu Wufeng, the master of Jian Mountain Manor, whose cultivation had reached half a step into the Emperor realm, the strongest level within the entire northern domain. He paid no heed to the happenings within Tianqian sect, nor did he care whether the former young master was truly dead. Such matters were inconsequential to him. There was only one thing he cared about, whether that prodigy, who had once compelled Tianjin to bow down in submission and astonished countless practitioners across the northern domain, had the qualifications to face him in battle today. Suddenly, a deep and resonant chime echoed, tolling 12 times, heralding the commencement of the succession ceremony. A faint smile flickered across Lu Wufeng's face. In the next moment, a figure clad in black gracefully descended to the foremost position of the grand martial arena. His handsome visage bore an unspoken sense of weariness. Even under the scrutiny of 100,000 gazes, his expression remained unperturbed. It was indeed Lin Ming. Those who recognized him gasped in astonishment. Yes, it was he. The once unparalleled genius had truly returned. Yet, with his cultivation at merely half a step into the Emperor realm, could he truly assume the role of sect master? Was this not rather hasty? This must be an internal decision of Tianqian sect, likely based on Lin Ming's potential. Following Lin Ming's arrival, dozens of others appeared in succession, all high-ranking members of Tianqian sect, including 3 supreme elders, over 10 elders, and various peak masters. None among them possessed a cultivation lower than that of an emperor, with the 3 supreme elders having reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm. The supreme elder Mo Li cast her cold gaze across the assembly of cultivators. Aside from Lu Wufeng, few dared to meet her eyes. Then, she proclaimed in a clear voice, "The succession ceremony for the new sect master of Tianxian sect is now commencing. Please, Lin Ming, ascend the heavenly ladder and take your seat upon the divine throne." As Mo Li's words fell, a magnificent throne materialized in the air before Lin Ming, with a series of white jade steps manifesting between him and the throne. Lin Ming was not one to linger. Understanding that this was a customary procedure for the transition of the sect master, he stepped onto the white jade steps without hesitation. Countless eyes were fixated upon him as he walked slowly yet resolutely, ultimately reaching the summit of the white jade steps. He turned, poised to seat himself upon the magnificent throne. However, at that moment, Lu Wufeng stepped forward. He raised his head to gaze at Lin Ming above, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I have a question, and I wonder if the sect master Lin could provide an answer." "Ask," replied Lin Ming succinctly. Lu Wufeng remarked, "I have heard that the Tianxian sect has always appointed the strongest as its leader, yet your cultivation level is merely half a step into the realm of the emperor. Is it true that within the Tianxian sect, there exists not a single individual capable of besting you?" Lin Ming did not evade the inquiry, responding straightforwardly, "Indeed, there is none." "Ha ha ha, what a grand jest!" Lu Wufeng scoffed. "You could easily concoct a plausible excuse, yet you assert that within the Tianxian sect, not a soul can rival you. Has the Tianxian sect fallen to such a feeble state?" In the face of Lu Wufeng's skepticism, Lin Ming calmly replied, "It is not that the Tianxian sect is weak. Even within your Jian Mountain manor, there's likewise no one who can match me. Do you doubt it? Then let us put it to the test." The author has something to say. Chapter 9. The most unwise choice in battle is the sword in the arena. Lin Ming stood suspended in midair. Behind him loomed a magnificent throne that symbolized the position of the sect master of Tianxian sect, while before him stood a man. Lu Wufeng wore an expression of arrogance. Now, he had reached the threshold of the demi-emperor realm, placing him at the pinnacle of the northern region. He possessed ample confidence that he would soon transcend this barrier and become the foremost individual in the north. In contrast, Lin Ming, who once exerted immense pressure upon him, was merely at the half-step great emperor stage, a vast chasm separating them. As one ascends, the disparities between each realm only amplify. The gap between the demi-emperor and the half-step great emperor is indeed far greater than that between a great emperor and a body refinement stage practitioner. For Lu Wufeng, Lin Ming posed no pressure whatsoever today. "Are you truly eager for me to test you?" A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lu Wufeng's eyes, for he feared Lin Ming might refuse to engage. "If you wish to test, then let us proceed," Lin Ming replied calmly. "Then let us test." A faint smile crossed Lu Wufeng's face. "I am most curious to discover the source of your confidence." Before his words faded, a sword had already pierced forth from Lu Wufeng's hand. It was an extraordinarily splendid strike, accompanied by a myriad of sword shadows, as if celestial maidens were dancing gracefully. In an instant, it was impossible to discern the real from the illusion. This was the illusory sword, one of the 3 most formidable blades of the Jian Mountain manor. Gasps erupted among those who recognized the sword. Is this truly necessary? To employ such seriousness against a half-step great emperor? Is this respect for your opponent? Do you not understand? Ha! If it were true respect, why not wait until the succession ceremony concludes? Can you not endure a moment longer? Laughter echoed. I perceive Lu Wufeng's outward nonchalance belies a hint of inner trepidation. This was hardly surprising, for Lin Ming had once far surpassed Lu Wufeng. "Spare me your sardonic remarks. In those days, you likely lacked even the courage to stand before Lin Ming." I can comprehend Lu Wufeng's caution. Those who have lived through that era are acutely aware of Lin Ming's formidable nature. In the arena, discussions surged like a tide. Yet, this commotion bore no impact on Lin Ming or Lu Wufeng. Lin Ming regarded the dazzling array of sword shadows before him and calmly extended a single finger. With this simple gesture, The space before him shattered like glass, and in an instant, the multitude of sword shadows vanished. When the spectators next beheld the scene, Lin Ming's finger had already touched Lu Wufeng's brow. A cacophony of astonishment erupted in the arena. What? Am I seeing things? Is it over already? This is one of the 3 strongest swords of the Jian Mountain Manor? Just this? Wait, Lu Wufeng is clearly the one with a higher cultivation. How can he seem so weak? Good heavens, is this a false half-step demi-emperor? Strangely, that previous sword strike was indeed powerful. Had I faced it, I would have had no means of retaliation. It was undeniably strong. Yet, it appeared that Lin Ming was even more formidable. He remained as inscrutable as he was in days of yore. Despite having languished for 3,000 years, he still stood at the zenith. It is indeed amusing. I once presumed that after 3 millennia of languishing, I would finally surpass this individual, only to discover that the chasm between us has seemingly widened. Numerous practitioners of Lin Ming's era began to voice their astonishment. Not only were the onlookers taken aback, but Lu Wufeng, as the opponent in this confrontation, was the most astonished of all. He was utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. In an instant, his illusory sword was shattered, and Lin Ming's finger had already found its mark upon his brow. Simultaneously, a chilling voice resonated in Lu Wufeng's ears. To engage in battle with me, the last thing you should wield is a sword. In the next moment, a flicker of sword light emanated from Lin Ming's fingertip. A drop of blood oozed from Lu Wufeng's forehead. While the injury was minor, one that a half-step emperor could recover from in the blink of an eye, this mere trickle of blood was enough to impart a profound realization. If Lin Ming wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as a snap of the fingers. Why? By what means? Lu Wufeng's eyes brimmed with confusion. For 3,000 years, he had never once relaxed his vigilance. He had thought himself to stand atop the pinnacle of the northern region. Yet today, the formidable adversary who had once instilled fear in him 3 millennia ago remained as powerful as ever. Lin Ming turned, advancing step by step towards the magnificent throne. His indifferent voice echoed throughout the Tianxian sect. You harbor no murderous intent towards me. Hence, you shall not perish today. However, I hope that such occurrences do not repeat. Should I desire your demise, no one in the northern region could save you. As the final word fell, Lin Ming settled into the grand throne that symbolized the identity of the sect leader of Tianxian sect. Instantly, a thunderous ovation erupted from every peak of the Tianxian sect. The prowess of this newly appointed leader filled the disciples of the Tianxian sect with pride. As the master of the esteemed Jian Mountain, Lu Wufeng was a figure known to most disciples, and they were well aware of his formidable strength. Yet, before Lin Ming, he appeared as diminutive as an ant. The sect leader is extraordinarily powerful. The sect leader was invincible among his peers 3,000 years ago. Today, he reigns supreme in the entire northern region. How ludicrous that Elder Zhou dared to confront the sect leader. What utter folly. What constitutes true genius? Even after 3 millennia of despondency and a significant decline in cultivation, he still annihilates foes with but a gesture. How fortunate I am to witness the ascension of our sect leader. The future of the Tianxian sect shall undoubtedly be the mightiest in the northern region, without exception, with such a formidable leader and such a fair system. As a member of the Tianxian sect, I cannot help but feel immense pride. The resounding cheers persisted for a full 2 hours, gradually subsiding only as dusk settled. The spectators in the martial arena, awed by Lin Ming's formidable strength, approached him with salutations, many wearing expressions of flattery. Lin Ming, unfamiliar with most of these individuals and disinclined towards such an atmosphere, merely exchanged a few polite words before dismissing them all. By the time darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Wufeng was the sole outsider remaining in the entire Tianxian sect. Lin Ming merely cast a fleeting glance at him, uttering no further words, before turning to stride towards Yinya Pavilion. However, at that moment, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted. Subsequently, numerous figures soared into the confines of Tianxian sect. Most were clad in blood-stained garments, their spirits visibly diminished. With a mere glance, Lin Ming immediately recognized them. They were unmistakably the various cultivators who had come to witness the ceremony today. Chapter 10. All that meets the eye is a sword members of the demon sect, exclaimed a disciple of the Tianxian sect in alarm. In the next moment, Emoli appeared before Lin Ming. Sectmaster, the demon sect is attacking. Should we activate the protective formation? There's no need, Lin Ming replied nonchalantly. The protective formation cannot be activated at will, each time it is summoned. It requires a substantial expenditure of spirit stones. If the enemy were overwhelmingly powerful, then activating the formation would be warranted. However, the members of the demon sect are clearly not at that level. Rest assured, as long as I am here, they cannot breach the Tianxian sect. Outside the Tianxian sect, dozens of rogue cultivators surged forth at an astonishing speed, each exuding an overwhelming aura. All of these individuals were at the Emperor realm. Beneath their feet, the remains of numerous fallen cultivators lay, their blood still gushing forth. Ahead, nearly 100 individuals were fleeing desperately. For them, entering the Tianxian sect represented their only chance for survival. Hurry, we are almost there. Once we reach the Tianxian sect, we will be safe. The audacity of the demon sect is beyond our expectations. In just 10 breaths, no more than 10 breaths, if I survive today, I will ensure the complete eradication of the demon sect, leaving not a single one alive. Had I known this would happen, I would have prioritized mastering my agility. Had I known this would come to pass, I would not have attended the ceremony. Who cares who leads the Tianxian sect? The enmity with the demon sect will not be forgotten. In 3 breaths, just 3 breaths, I will be within the Tianxian sect. The desperate crowd employed every means at their disposal, yearning to hasten their pace. Just as the foremost among them were merely 100 feet away, with scarcely a breath left to enter the Tianxian sect, a figure in red appeared gracefully. Jing Hongyi, clad in flowing crimson attire, bore a stunningly beautiful face that radiated like the blazing sun, adorned with a faint smile. Without my permission, you shall not pass. With a flick of her garments, a flash of red light surged forth. Simultaneously, nearly 100 heads soared into the air, blood gushing forth in an instant. Jing Hongyi licked her crimson lips, turning her gaze towards the Tianxian sect, now so near, her smile growing ever more radiant. I am curious. How can one restore a shattered sword heart? And how is it that you can still stand as the leader of a sect? I hope you can provide me the answer. The red fabric billowed in the night breeze, while beneath her, the headless corpses bled profusely, the pungent scent of blood permeating the air for miles. In that moment, Jing Hongyi resembled a peerless goddess of death. As she prepared to advance, she suddenly found a rusted sword barring her path. A familiar voice echoed forth, uttering 2 simple words, "Halt." Jing Hongyi smiled slightly. You bidding halt? Do you possess the strength for that now? Are you worthy? With a swift motion, she struck at the iron sword. Yet in the next instant, the sword loomed larger in her vision. A chilling sensation abruptly grazed her cheek. A slender wound appeared on her nearly flawless profile, and blood began to flow gently. Jing Hongyi froze. She had not sustained an injury in an eternity. Even when she reached the threshold of a half-step emperor, she did not believe that anyone in the northern domain could harm her in the slightest. Suddenly, a voice cold and indifferent echoed, "Halt or perish." This voice was hauntingly familiar. After a moment of silence, Jing Hongyi burst into laughter. Indeed, you remain as formidable as you were in those days. My sore heart shattered. I languished for 3 millennia, and yet I find myself still inferior to you. However, if you can obstruct me alone, how can you deter the multitude that follows me? To not even activate the protective formation of a sect. How exceedingly confident you are. As she spoke, Jing Hongyi raised her right hand with fierce intent, commanding kill. At all costs, annihilate the disciples of Tianxian sect. The dozens of figures in black robes, who had initially halted, surged forward towards Tianxian sect. Yet, Jing Hongyi herself flew in the opposite direction, clearly intending to flee. Inside Tianxian sect, Lin Ming observed this scene with no surprise. With a flicker of thought, dozens of swords soared into the air above Sword Mountain. Though it was the dead of night, the brilliance emanating from the swords was exceptionally dazzling, illuminating the entirety of Tianxian sect in a resplendent glow. However, the radiance appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, akin to a flash of lightning piercing the heavens. Within Tianqian's sect, everything seemed unchanged. Outside, however, the once rapidly advancing figures in black robes froze mid-air, motionless. A gust of wind swept by, and their forms disintegrated into ash, dissipating into the ether. Lin Ming stepped forward, standing outside Tianqian's sect. As he gazed out, a sea of crimson greeted him. The aftermath of the massacre wrought by the demonic sect. Several dozen miles away, Jing Hongyi came to a halt, turning to gaze somberly in the direction of Tianqian's sect. Just moments ago, she sensed the presence of her dozens of death attendants fade into nothingness. She had not intended for them to return alive. Her objective was to use their lives as a sacrifice to severely wound Tianqian's sect, thereby announcing the demonic sect as resurgence. Thus, she felt no sorrow for their demise. However, it was far too soon. The instant annihilation of dozens of death attendants, all at the emperor level, occurred without the slightest struggle or chance for resistance. Such power was likely on par with that of an ordinary emperor. This anomaly was indeed a troublesome foe. Yet, I was able to shatter his sword hard in the past. Today, I may not be unable to replicate that feat after a moment's contemplation. A faint smile curled at the corners of Jing Hongyi's lips. 3,000 years ago, she had met Lin Ming and knew him to be deeply loyal. One who avenged grievances and repaid kindness. This was a virtue, but also a flaw easily exploited. Just as a thought formed in her mind, she beheld a large tree before her, which suddenly morphed into a long sword. What? Startled, Jing Hongyi instinctively dodged, but it was too late. With a chilling clang, a terrifying sword cry reverberated through the night sky. Her body was pierced by the long sword. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, she gasped, "How could this happen?" Jing Hongyi was utterly perplexed, but in the next moment, an even more terrifying event unfolded. The ground beneath her suddenly trembled, transforming within the span of a breath into an array of sharp long swords. Simultaneously, the distant flora and the constellations in the sky morphed into countless blades. Under the cloak of night, it seemed as though everything in existence had become a sword. The entirety of the northern domain had transformed into a realm of swords, with Jing Hongyi positioned at its very center. As she stood there, engulfed in trepidation, a familiar figure abruptly emerged within her line of sight. Amidst the myriad swords, he advanced slowly and serenely, resembling a deity among blades. Chapter 11. The desolate sea as she beheld the figure traversing amidst the multitude of soaring swords. Jing Hongyi's pupils constricted in sudden alarm, her body trembling involuntarily. How could this be? This sensation, this overwhelming dread. The fear in Jing Hongyi's eyes intensified. How could he merely be a half-step emperor? Had I spared your life back then, you should have understood your place. Why must you court death? Lin Ming's cold voice echoed in her ears. Jing Hongyi's complexion shifted as she found herself ensconced within the myriad of swords, no longer believing she had any chance of escape. Yet, the primal instinct for survival urged her to regain her composure. You cannot kill me. Why not? Lin Ming inquired. You have never ventured beyond the northern domain. Thus you are ignorant of the Holy Church's might. I am now the Holy Maiden of the northern domain. Should I be slain, it would set off a chain reaction that would engulf all. Do not think that you alone matter. The entire northern domain's sects would inevitably be reshuffled. Can you bear such a responsibility? The world refers to them as the demonic sect, while they themselves proclaim to be the Holy Church. They consider the enlightenment of the world their duty and guiding principle. Alas, this so-called enlightenment merely translates to prosperity for those who submit and annihilation for those who resist. Lin Ming did not doubt Jing Hongyi's words. The Kangling continent comprises 5 domains: East, West, South, North, and Central. Among them, the Central domain reigns supreme, its power far surpassing the other 4. A single top-tier expert from the Central domain could indeed upheave the Northern domain. Nevertheless, Lin Ming remained undaunted. He approached Jing Hongyi, his voice steady. I have indeed never ventured into the Northern domain and am unaware of the demonic sect's strength and influence. However, rest assured they cannot kill me, nor could they possibly affect the other forces in the Northern domain. As long as I exist in the northern domain, it remains the demonic sect's grave. Should they dare approach, I shall strike them down. No matter how many come, I will slay them all. Today it begins with you." As his words fell, a resplendent beam of sword light illuminated the scene. This was the last sight Jian Mountain beheld. The sword light sliced through, and her lifeless body fell. Thus perished the holy maiden of the demonic sect. The myriad swords vanished, and the world reverted to its original state. Trees remained trees, flowers remained flowers, mountains and grasses, and the stars in the vast sky, all restored. Yet, beneath the tranquil and beautiful night, lay a headless corpse. Lin Ming swiftly returned to the Tianxian sect. Shortly thereafter, an edict for the extermination of the demonic sect was issued from within Tianxian sect. Nearly 80% of the various sects in the northern domain responded to the call. The northern domain had long suffered under the demonic sect. Now, as their higher-ups faced significant losses, it was the opportune moment to eradicate them. Outside the Cloud Cliff Pavilion, Emily stood behind Lin Ming. "Sect Master, when Lu Wufeng departed, he instructed me to convey a message to you." "What did he say?" Lin Ming asked. "Lu Wufeng said that 10 years hence, he would return to seek you out, bearing the sword of heaven from that year." Emily replied respectfully. Lin Ming smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate on Lu Wufeng, but instead stated, "I must step out for a while. Should there be any insurmountable troubles within the sect, do not hesitate to inform me." Emily nodded in understanding. At the southernmost tip of the northern domain lies a small city known as Songbei City. Just south of Songbei City, within a mere 50 miles, stretches an expansive sea called the Wasteland Sea. This sea marks the boundary between the northern domain and the central continent. Whether one travels from the northern domain to the central continent or vice versa, the Wasteland Sea is an unavoidable passage. Within its depths lie two formidable dangers. First, the numerous undeveloped forbidden zones, and second, the powerful marine beasts. However, over the years, a certain rapport has developed between humans and these sea creatures. To traverse the Wasteland Sea, one need only cast a sufficient quantity of spirit stones into the water before embarking. The journey will proceed undisturbed by any marine beasts, provided one does not provoke them. Unbeknownst to Lin Ming, the assassination of Jian Mountain had significantly impacted the demonic sect of the central continent, and he remained uncertain whether they would indeed dispatch formidable individuals to the northern domain. Nevertheless, he chose to take precautions and awaited by the shores of the Wasteland Sea. Although vast and boundless, the spot where Lin Ming stood was among the least perilous areas, a common passage for both domains. "Hey brother, we have 2 spots left on our ship. Would you like to join? I can offer you a discount." A middle-aged man with a bushy beard called out from a large vessel not far ahead. Lin Ming shook his head. "No, thank you. Why do you stand here every day if you're not boarding the ship?" The man inquired, puzzled. Lin Ming replied with a smile, "I am waiting for someone." "What kind of person? Your little lover, perhaps? Planning to elope?" The middle-aged man seemed quite curious about Lin Ming. "Not all." Lin Ming shook his head. "I await my enemies, though I cannot be certain if they will come." The man's eyes flickered with intrigue, and just as he was about to respond, a cold voice interrupted from behind Lin Ming. "Do you not wish to board the ship, or do you simply not want to board that particular vessel?" Turning around, Lin Ming saw a defiant young man approaching, holding a palm-sized boat. "Behold my vessel." The young man waved his hand, and the tiny boat soared into the Wasteland Sea. Upon contact with the water, the small craft transformed almost instantaneously, evolving into an immense ship that resembled a towering mountain amidst the sea. Emblazoned upon the hull were 2 prominent characters, Songbei. With the emergence of this grand vessel, the previously tranquil shores of the Wasteland Sea erupted into excitement. Songbei ship. Is the Songbei ship? Such a vessel could only be operated by those of the Songbei City Lord's estate. And this magnificent ship was likely reserved for the young city lord, Song Li. "This is indeed Song Li's ship. I have seen it before. Is he heading to the central continent again? Look, is that not Song Li himself? It truly is him. That individual appears to have received an invitation from the young lord of Song Li. How fortunate indeed. Oh, how envious I am. It has taken me decades of hard work to amass enough resources for a single opportunity. This person has, astonishingly, been granted an invitation from the young lord of Songli. Heaven above, when will I be so fortunate? Damn, on what grounds does that fellow deserve such privilege? Is it merely because of his handsome visage? A rough-looking youth, pointing at Lin Ming, expressed his indignation. Lin Ming paid no heed to the idle chatter around him. Instead, he gazed at the colossal ship, as immense as a mountain, and slowly shook his head. I shall not venture to the central continent. Chapter 12. The son of the great emperor upon the utterance of these words. The once tumultuous wasteland sea fell into an immediate silence. It seemed as though everyone was momentarily rendered speechless. Song Li's expression also shifted slightly. Are you certain? I am indeed certain. It has nothing to do with the type of vessel, Lin Ming replied. I do not intend to venture to the central continent for the time being. Very well. Ha ha, splendid. Song Li laughed heartily, then in a single bound, he stepped onto the colossal Tsongbei ship. He turned, looking down from his elevated position at Lin Ming by the edge of the wasteland sea. Lin Ming raised his gaze to meet his countenance remaining unchanged. After a brief moment, Song Li let out a cold snort, shifting his attention to the crowd behind Lin Ming. You all wish to board the Tsongbei ship, do you? This simple inquiry elicited a chorus of enthusiastic cheers. Indeed, we long to. Can I truly board the Tsongbei ship? My goodness, Lord Song Li has invited me aboard. Lord Song Li, may I inquire how we can embark? At last, amidst the jubilant crowd, one individual posed the pivotal question. The throng fell silent, collectively turning their gazes toward Song Li. Song Li offered no response, instead directing his gaze toward Lin Ming, his eyes glinting with mockery. The implication was unmistakable, even without uttering a word. It was apparent to all present. None were fools. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. By the wasteland sea, the air was laden with moisture, and a gentle sea breeze wafted in, carrying a hint of chill. Hey! A soft chuckle broke the tension, followed by a surge of spiritual energy erupting from the crowd. Hundreds of individuals by the wasteland sea surged towards Lin Ming simultaneously. On the sea, the middle-aged man who had initially invited Lin Ming to board could not help but shake his head at this unfolding scene. Alas, what a pity. This brother truly lacks discernment. No one dares defy Song Li upon the wasteland sea. Though Song Li was not particularly formidable, possessing merely the cultivation of a nascent king, his status as the young lord of Tsongbei City afforded him considerable influence. Tsongbei City, while small, was situated in a unique location, making it a hub of significant traffic. Consequently, the city's lord wielded immense power, having reached the realm of the great emperor. Without such strength, it would be impossible to safeguard the legacy of Tsongbei City. Do not be deceived by the fact that the inner elders of the Tianxian sect are all great emperors. That is simply because the Tianxian sect is one of the most powerful sects in the northern domain. In a vast expanse of the northern domain, only the Jian Mountain manor can be compared. In relation to the entirety of the northern domain, great emperors remain exceedingly rare, truly standing atop the pinnacle of power. As the son of a great emperor, Song Li held absolute authority over the wasteland sea. In the distance, there were those who had already reserved vessels, reveling in the spectacle. At this moment, they began to discuss animatedly. Ha ha! This is the first time I've seen someone dare to refuse Song Li. This lad probably has not grasped the gravity of the situation. Even if he truly does not wish to travel to the central continent, Song Li has extended an invitation, and he ought to comply with Song Li's wishes. So we are merely to heed Song Li's words? Or else, in this world, is it not always the case that the strong reign supreme? Song Li is nothing but a puffed-up figure, were it not for his father's influence. I would have dispatched this arrogant creature without hesitation. Others may have powerful fathers, but what about you? Ha ha! We can only dare to mutter a few words behind his back. If you were to stand before Song Li, would you not kneel in sheer terror? Let's not even mention it. Those who dare to refuse Song Li are unlikely to escape unscathed. Wait a moment. Can anyone discern this person's cultivation level? I cannot see through it. Nor can I. Thus, it seems his cultivation is, at the very least, at the imperial realm. This makes things quite intriguing. Those who rush forward to curry favor are surely in for a misfortune. As soon as this thought crossed the air, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. Those who lunged at Lin Ming were sent hurtling back with even greater speed. Bang! 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 Nearly 100 individuals simultaneously soared into the air, crashing down to the ground, creating a sound imbued with an inexplicable and stunning beauty. Lin Ming raised his gaze, casting a long look toward Song Li on the Songbei ship. At this moment, Song Li furrowed his brow. His previously confident demeanor shifted slightly, yet he remained undaunted. The desolate sea lies a mere 50 miles from Songbei City. At the speed of an emperor, one could arrive in an instant. This is precisely the source of Song Li's confidence. Beneath the emperor, he fears nothing. As for those above the emperor, if such a being were to come to the desolate sea, his father would undoubtedly receive them personally, rendering a conflict with him impossible. Your strength is formidable. They cannot harm you. However, do not become overconfident. My power is beyond your imagination. Song Li's voice suddenly rose, cold and commanding. Kneel and bow your head in repentance. Let today's events end here. I shall give you 10 breaths to consider your decision. Song Li wished to avoid alarming his father over a trivial matter. Yet, letting Lin Ming go was not his desire. Therefore, he must demand an apology. However, upon hearing this, Lin Ming could not help but chuckle. Are you not a sound mind? Stepping forward, Lin Ming instantly closed the distance to the Songbei ship, standing face to face with Song Li. Even as Lin Ming stood before him, Song Li maintained his composure. Do you know my identity? Songbei City is but 50 miles from here, with a mere thought. My father could arrive at this very spot. Do you truly wish to lay a hand on me? Before he could finish, Lin Ming unleashed a powerful slap. Crack! The tremendous force sent Song Li flying, shattering the Songbei ship and plunging him into the desolate sea. You have the audacity. You are doomed. Song Li roared as he soared from within the water. However, before he could reach the ship, Lin Ming's foot descended, driving him back under the surface. Ah, you are finished. I have already notified my father. No one can save you now. Lin Ming offered no reply, merely standing upon the ship. And with each time Song Li broke the surface, he would again bring his foot down. Again and again, this cycle continued. Those along the shores of the desolate sea, including the middle-aged man who had previously invited Lin Ming aboard, were left utterly astonished. They were not surprised by Lin Ming's strength, but rather by his extraordinary audacity. My word, what a formidable individual. Ha! This is precisely how it should be. That worthless scion, who relies solely on his father, ought to be taught a lesson. While the satisfaction of this reprimand is delightful now, once the city lord arrives, this person will likely find himself with no means of escape. Indeed, since there is no avenue for survival, it would be better to indulge in the thrill of the moment even more. Your words hold a certain truth. Just as they were engrossed in their spirited discussion, a sudden gust of powerful wind swept through the air above them. Following this, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing robe appeared, suspended over the desolate sea. The wind arose with his presence, and upon his arrival, it ceased. Almost everyone in the vicinity turned their gaze toward this newly manifested figure. He exuded no discernible aura, yet simply standing there, he emanated an immense pressure, reminiscent of a spear thrusting into the heavens, imbued with an overwhelming force. The Lord of Songbei City has arrived. Chapter 13. A Misjudgment on the Desolate Shores. At that very moment, everyone instinctively fell silent, their gazes converging upon the sudden apparition before them. He stood motionless in the void, yet naturally became the focal point of the universe. This was the Lord of Songbei City, Song Tianxing Father. Quickly help me incapacitate him. I wish to torment him thoroughly, rendering him unable to live or die. Song Li bellowed as he surged forth from the desolate sea. However, in the next instant, he was sent crashing back into the waters by a single slap from Lin Ming. Did I permit you to ascend? Lin Ming spoke in a calm tone, his demeanor unchanged by the arrival of Song Tianxing. The presence of this man had no bearing on him whatsoever. Is this individual truly so formidable? Even when faced with certain death, I could not maintain such composure. What a remarkable person. If he survives this day, I shall pledge brotherhood with him. Bah! What are you to offer? You are unworthy even to carry another's shoes, let alone forge a brotherly bond. By the desolate sea, the onlookers began to retreat, murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Sang Tianxing furrowed his brow slightly. He refrained from immediate action, as Lin Ming's silhouette instilled in him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This man, he should know. Yet at that moment the name eluded him. After a brief hesitation, he coldly proclaimed, "You dare to bully my child before my very eyes, showing me such contempt?" As Lin Ming turned, a voice imbued with mirth resonated. "Had I truly held you in disregard, you would be gazing upon his lifeless body now." You? Upon seeing Lin Ming's face, Sang Tianxing felt an even stronger sense of familiarity. Though 3 millennia had elapsed since their last encounter, he still could not recall Lin Ming's identity. Lin Ming, however, was not surprised. He simply produced a black jade pendant and tossed it to Sang Tianxing. "It is no wonder you do not remember me. After all, it was but a fleeting encounter." Sang Tianxing caught the black pendant and beheld the 2 characters engraved upon it, Tianxing. Upon seeing this pendant and matching it with Lin Ming's visage, a long-buried memory surged forth. "Tian Xuanzong, Lin Ming." Sang Tianxing's voice trembled slightly. "Have I, your rebellious son, offended you?" In recent days, Lin Ming's name had reverberated throughout the northern domain. The unparalleled prodigy of 3,000 years past, whose heart of the sword was shattered by a demoness from a cult. 3 millennia later, he resurfaced, assuming the role of the sect master of Tian Xuanzong, wielding power that overshadowed the entire northern domain. It was said that even Lu Wufeng, the master of Jian Mountain, who stood at the threshold of the emperor's realm, could not withstand even a single finger from him. Reflecting on this, Sang Tianxing was drenched in cold sweat. Even contemplating the immediate execution of Tsang Li, Lin Ming shook his head dismissively. "It is but a trivial matter." "Nonsense. You humiliate me thus and deem it a triviality? If I do not compel you to kneel and beg for mercy today, I shall call you grandfather." Tsang Li raged from within the desolate sea. However, despite his fury, he dared not ascend once more. Yet, while he raged, Sang Tianxing's cold sweat flowed like water, ceaselessly dripping down. "Ungrateful child, silence yourself." With fury unrestrained, Sang Tianxing swiftly appeared before Tsang Li Bang. A single punch sent Tsang Li hurtling 100 zhang away. "Father, have you lost your mind?" Bang! Another blow followed. "Father, you are mistaken. I am your son, your flesh and blood." Sang Tianxing paid no heed, delivering yet another punch upon Tsang Li's form. "Father, are you insane? Yam Ganli, you should strike him." As Tsang Li's cries grew louder, Sang Tianxing's assault intensified. After a relentless barrage of dozens of punches, Tsang Li's visage resembled that of a swollen pig. His body ballooned beyond recognition, bearing no semblance of humanity. From his lips emerged only faint whimpers, nothing more. It was only at this juncture that Sang Tianxing dared to cease his onslaught. Grasping Tsang Li, he approached Lin Ming, his expression tinged with remorse. "These years, I have neglected my wayward son in my pursuit of cultivation. For today's events, I shall bear full responsibility." Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively, stating, "It is but a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. He has received the lesson he deserved. Let this matter be forgotten." Upon hearing this, Sang Tianxing exhaled a sigh of relief. The weight upon his heart had finally lifted. As dawn broke, sunlight spilled over the desolate sea, creating ripples of golden brilliance. Sang Tianxing spoke softly, "May I take my wayward son back?" Lin Ming nodded, of course. Sang Tianxing glanced back at the Cangbei ship and added, "If it is not too much trouble, I would be grateful if you would accept this vessel. Otherwise, my heart shall remain unsettled." Lin Ming chuckled, recognizing the gesture of goodwill and feeling no need to refuse. Though the Cangbei ship held little significance for him, accepting it would put the anxious city lord's mind at ease. "Then I shall graciously accept it. Thank you, City Lord," Lin Ming replied. In that moment, Sang Tianxing truly relaxed, a smile returning to his face. "Haha, should you require anything, Lin Zhongzhu, simply speak, and I, Sang Tianxing, shall spare no effort to assist you." With that, Sang Tianxing departed, carrying Song Li away, leaving the Songbei ship as Lin Ming's possession. 3,000 years prior, Lin Ming had visited Songbei City. Due to its unique geographical position, the city frequently welcomed a multitude of outsiders. The city lord's residence imposed significant restrictions on these visitors to maintain order, forbidding entry to any critical locations. Yet, Sang Tianxing had once granted Lin Ming a token, allowing him unfettered passage wherever he roamed, greatly aiding him in his endeavors. Thus, today, Song Li would not perish. It mattered little whether Sang Tianxing intervened or not. In the distance, the onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Sang Tianxing, the esteemed lord of Songbei City and a formidable emperor, had not erupted in fury when his son was wronged. Instead, he comported himself like a remorseful child, an exceedingly strange sight to behold. This seems rather different from what I had anticipated. The lord of the city appears to treat that individual with a degree of courtesy. Is that truly courtesy? It feels more like subservience. I am not so humble even in the presence of my companion. Is that person exceptionally powerful? While their strength remains ambiguous, they undoubtedly possess a dreadfully formidable identity. A formidable identity? The lord of the city is an emperor. What status could invoke such fear in an emperor? It must be akin to a direct disciple of the leaders of those two paramount sects. How my judgment faltered. That individual has been here for several days, and yet I have not exchanged a word with them. How regrettable. The author wishes to convey. Chapter 14. Chun-Li on the desolate shores, clad in black. Lin Ming stood atop a large boulder, his gaze fixed upon the vast and barren sea. Not far from him, numerous glances, both deliberate and inadvertent, swept towards him, only to quickly avert. They yearned to make Lin Ming's acquaintance, yet most lacked the courage to approach him. On the sea, aboard a grand vessel, a middle-aged man with a simple demeanor nodded towards the interior of the ship, as if receiving some form of instruction, before descending to Lin Ming's side. "Young master, there are still vacancies on my ship. Will you not come aboard?" This individual was the very one who had previously extended the invitation to Lin Ming. Lin Ming regarded him with surprise. He had explicitly declined the offer before, and now, with the celestial voyages Songbei ship at his disposal, he had even less reason to board the other vessel. "No need," Lin Ming responded with resolute finality. Seeing Lin Ming's unwavering stance, the middle-aged man did not press further. "If you do not intend to journey to the central region, I shall not insist. However, my young lady wishes to meet you. Might you grant her this small favor?" Lin Ming replied, "If she wishes to see me, she should come directly. There is no need for such theatrics." The middle-aged man responded, "My young lady holds a noble status. It may not be fitting for her to seek you out directly." Lin Ming raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "You must understand one thing at the very least." "What is that?" he inquired. "It is she who wishes to meet me, not I who seeks her out." "And what of it?" The middle-aged man laughed heartily. "Your ability to instill fear in the celestial voyage speaks volumes of your extraordinary status. Yet, you must comprehend that the northern region is merely a land of savagery. Even the most esteemed individuals there would hardly make a significant impact in my central region. My young lady's desire to meet you is a stroke of fortune. Were I in your position, I would seize this opportunity to make an impression." Lin Ming shook his head and simply replied with two words, "No need." A flicker of displeasure crossed the middle-aged man's face. Given his status, extending an invitation to Lin Ming was already a considerable concession. Yet, he was met with repeated refusals. For a cultivator, while innate talent is paramount, resources and opportunities are equally indispensable. The middle-aged man, with a sweep of his sleeve, adopted a posture of disappointment and declared, "You cannot fathom the magnitude of the opportunity you are rejecting today. In the central region, countless prodigies yearn to be acquainted with my young lady. Her wish to meet you is a rare honor. Do not be so ungrateful." Lin Ming cast a glance at the grand vessel upon the sea and remarked coolly, "Your young lady may indeed possess an extraordinary status, yet her circumstances are rather precarious." "What do you mean?" The middle-aged man was taken aback, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Lin Ming continued, "From your words, it seems you hold the celestial voyage in little regard. Indeed, You dismiss the prowess of the entire northern region, viewing it as merely a savage land. Yet, curiously enough, you yourself are merely at the mid-stage of the imperial realm. Your ship is populated with many, yet there is not a single one of the emperor's caliber aboard. Ironically, your young lady herself is the most accomplished cultivator on your vessel. A young lady of noble birth finds it rather amusing that those who accompany her are, in fact, of lesser strength. A middle-aged man opened his mouth to speak, but found himself at a loss for words, for the truth was undeniable. With a disdainful snort, he retreated back to the grand vessel. Inside the cabin, a girl clad in white, pure as snow and devoid of makeup, rested her chin on her hands, gazing out the window at Lin Ming. Upon the man's entrance, he grumbled irritably, "This ungrateful wretch. Despite my repeated invitations for him to board, he shows me not the slightest respect." The girl turned her head, revealing two gleaming tiger teeth and a confident smile as she remarked, "Uncle Zhu, accustomed to a position of power, expects compliance with every utterance. Yet, we are, after all, in the northern region. Moreover, our current predicament is undeniably dire." Sighing, the man known as Uncle Zhu acknowledged, "I understand the rationale, but this young man is exceedingly ungrateful for someone of his remarkable status and talent. Persuading him to serve us cannot be accomplished with mere words. We must demonstrate ample sincerity." The girl rose slowly, her watery eyes fixated on Lin Ming, who stood by the large stone at the shore, as if she too were in contemplation. After a brief moment, she resolutely made her decision. Stepping out onto the deck, she gazed across the golden-hued waters towards Lin Ming. Then, she transmitted her thoughts. "As you have surmised, my status is indeed considerable. Yet there are few formidable individuals within my lineage. There is not a single soul willing to serve as my protector. Therefore, I hope you will become my right-hand ally. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly. Should you accompany me to the central region, I will bestow upon you a mid-grade imperial weapon." What say you? An imperial weapon refers to a category of spiritual artifacts. Mid-grade imperial weapons are typically utilized by those at the great emperor level, while high-grade and supreme-grade imperial weapons are suited for the emperor venerable realm. A mid-grade imperial weapon is already regarded as a significant gift. However, Lin Ming declined without hesitation, stating, "I have no intention of journeying to the central region. Not even for a mid-grade imperial weapon?" Chun-Li asked, incredulous. Lin Ming shook his head in response. "Not even for a supreme-grade imperial weapon." Shenli's lips wisha. The rarity of a supreme-grade imperial weapon is such that even her Wanbao chamber possesses but a handful. Moreover, if she truly had a supreme-grade imperial weapon, she would not use it to entice someone like Lin Ming, a mere half-step great emperor, despite his potentially distinguished background. "Huh. While your strength remains unproven, your arrogance is indeed remarkable," Chun-Li scoffed, disregarding Lin Ming's reaction as she returned to the cabin. Inside, she took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. This man's lofty aspirations exceeded my expectations. A mid-grade imperial weapon would tempt even a great emperor, yet he seemed utterly indifferent. Uncle Zhu pondered for a moment before stating, judging by Tsang Tianxing's attitude towards him, "It is evident that a significant figure from the northern region stands behind this young man. Perhaps he already possesses a medium-grade imperial weapon. This indeed seems plausible." Chun-Li rubbed her forehead, expressing her concern as she spoke. "This journey to the northern domain has proven to be a significant blunder. I did not anticipate that not only would there be a scarcity of half-step emperors, but their quality would be utterly dismal. Chun-Li is the third princess of the Wanbao Merchant Association in the central region, with two elder brothers above her. In 3 months, the competition for the heir of the Wanbao Merchant Association will commence. The contest comprises 2 parts. The first involves combat among the 3 heirs, while the second pertains to battles among their followers, whose cultivation is restricted to below the emperor level. Consequently, finding a formidable half-step emperor is of utmost importance. This was Chun-Li's objective for venturing into the northern domain. However, she regrettably discovered that none of the half-step emperors she encountered could withstand even 10 exchanges with her. Such followers would be utterly useless to bring back. Yet, the emergence of Lin Ming has instilled a glimmer of hope within her. For, upon observing Lin Ming, She felt an unusual sense of urgency, a sensation not typically evoked by an ordinary half-step emperor. Regrettably, this individual appears to be an impenetrable enigma. Chapter 15. The Danmen Lin Ming stood by the desolate seashore for an entire month. During this time, countless merchant ships came and went. Yet the vessel bearing Chun Li remained unmoved. At this moment, aboard the ship, Zhu Bo spoke with a furrowed brow. "Miss, we should hasten our return to the central continent. This individual is as unyielding as a stubborn boulder. He will never acquiesce to our requests. If we linger any longer, we may lose even the chance to strive for our goals." "Strive?" Chun Li replied with a bitter smile. "My strength is already inferior to that of my two elder brothers. If the strength of my supporters is also lacking, the prospect of striving becomes utterly unattainable." She gazed through the ship's window at the boundless expanse of the sea, her voice tinged with despondence. "Zhu Bo, you should understand that in terms of influence within the central continent, I am far overshadowed by my brothers. The followers I can select will undoubtedly be those they have discarded." From the very beginning, Chun Li was acutely aware that in order to claim the inheritance of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce from her brothers, she would need to carve a different path. Thus, she chose to venture into the northern domain. Now that she had encountered Lin Ming, she could not afford to relinquish this opportunity. Zolbo sighed in resignation. The current situation was as such. Among the three heirs of the Wanbao Chamber, Chun Li fell short in both prestige and power compared to her two brothers. After conversing with Zhu Bo for a while, Chun Li stepped out of the cabin and stood beside Lin Ming. "Do you think the person you are waiting for will arrive?" she inquired. Lin Ming replied, "I do not know." "You do not know, yet you continue to wait?" "One must wait to find out." Chun Li was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. She chose instead to mimic Lin Ming and silently gaze towards the horizon. From the rising sun until dusk, the crowd ebbed and flowed, yet the person Lin Ming awaited never appeared. Day after day passed, and Chun Li began to feel a sense of impatience, perceiving herself as a fool. Yet, in her quest to secure Lin Ming's assistance, she remained steadfast in her wait. Far in the distance, approximately 1,000 miles from the desolate seashore, a small boat braved the waves. In contrast to the grandiose Songbei ship, this tiny vessel appeared almost ant-like. On board stood two individuals. The man in front sported a long white beard and donned a light-colored Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Behind him was a young man, clad in a similar robe, though his demeanor was somewhat rebellious. "Elder Su, considering the time, we shall soon arrive at the northern domain." The young man expressed his puzzlement. "I fail to comprehend how, in such a modest region, there could be anyone formidable enough to necessitate your intervention." Elder Su stroked his white beard and chuckled. "Do not underestimate the world. Although the northern domain may not rival the central continent, it is not devoid of extraordinary talents. The individual I am bringing you to meet is one such person." A confident smile appeared on the young man's face. "Then I eagerly anticipate our encounter." At the desolate seashore, Lin Ming, who had been standing calmly on the large stone, suddenly took a step forward. Beside him, Chun Li was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time in over a month that she had witnessed Lin Ming take the initiative to move forward. "What are you doing?" Chun Li asked loudly. Lin Ming replied, "He is coming." "Who is coming?" "The one I have been waiting for." Chun Li turned her gaze toward the desolate sea. At the edge of her vision, a small white boat, shrouded in mist, slowly approached. "What is this?" She strained to discern the two figures on the white boat. Moments later, she was startled. The seventh elder of the Dan sect. Chun Li immediately flew to Lin Ming's side, unable to restrain her curiosity. "Are you a member of the Dan sect?" Lin Ming did not halt his advance, and answered no. "Then why is the person you are waiting for the seventh elder of the Dan sect?" Chun Li exclaimed incredulously. She had always believed that Lin Ming had never ventured beyond the northern region, assuming that the person he awaited was likely a relative en route to the central region. She never imagined that it would be the seventh elder of the Dan sect. The Dan sect was a sect entirely composed of alchemists, boasting countless powerful members, each possessing extraordinary alchemical talents. The seventh elder of the Dan sect? Lin Ming was slightly surprised, but it was merely a fleeting moment. The members of a demon sect held other identities. This was not unusual. "Hey, you still haven't answered me." If you're not from the Dan sect, why are you waiting for the seventh elder? Chun-Li pouted, her expression one of displeasure. As the third princess of the Wanbao Merchant Association, although her prestige did not match that of her two elder brothers, there were certainly tens of thousands of talented individuals in the central region vying for her affection. How could she comprehend that someone like Lin Ming, who seemed indifferent to everything, existed in this world? I want to kill him, Lin Ming stated flatly, his foot firmly planted on the desolate sea. What? Chun-Li felt as though she must have misheard and repeated. What did you say? Lin Ming glanced at Chun-Li. You have heard me. There is no need to ask again. Are you serious? Chun-Li froze in place. Moments later, she flew back to her large ship and said to the approaching Elder Zhu, set sail, move us away from here. I do not wish for others to misunderstand my relationship with him. Elder Zhu, ever perceptive, understood immediately upon glancing at the distant boat. He promptly urged the vessel to navigate to the right. He then tentatively inquired, the person he is waiting for is the seventh elder of the Dan sect. And their relationship is not good? Chun-Li nodded and replied, he is a madman. He actually intends to kill the seventh elder of the Dan sect. I do not know what grievances exist between them, but in any case, this man is doomed. I only hope that this matter will not implicate me. At that moment, Chun-Li's heart raced. It was the first time in her life that she felt such anxiety. The strength of the Dan sect was something she, as the young master of a merchant association, was all too aware of. If the Dan men truly sought to pursue her, it mattered not that she was merely one of the three young masters of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Even if she were the president of the chamber, she would still meet her demise. Such is the overwhelming might of the Dan men. Chun-Li's vessel drifted increasingly farther away, while the small boat of the seventh elder of Dan men drew ever closer to Lin Ming. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back upon the azure waters, Lin Ming gazed serenely at the two figures aboard the white skiff, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Chapter 16. Do you wish him dead? On the boundless expanse of the sea, Lin Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The sea breeze caressed him as the waves surged, yet he remained steadfast. Passers-by on the ships paused in bewilderment. What is this fellow doing? Is he attempting to walk across because he lacks the fare to board? Let's not speak rashly. This individual holds a remarkable status. I have heard that even the lord of Songbei City dares not act recklessly in his presence. I know this man has been stationed here for nearly 2 months, awaiting someone. But why stand on the sea instead of waiting on the shore? Has he finally arrived? Who can say? Oh, wait, could it be that he is waiting for someone on that small boat? The speaker gestured towards the increasingly close white skiff drifting across the desolate sea. The skiff, less than 10 feet in length, bore only 2 figures. At this moment, Lin Ming was fixated on the skiff. Likewise, the seventh elder of the Dan sect and the young man aboard the skiff also turned their attention towards Lin Ming. Until now, Lin Ming's gaze had never lingered so long on any vessel or individual. Those who had previously taken note of him could easily surmise, given his reaction, that the figures aboard the small boat were indeed the ones he awaited. On the white skiff, Zhao Chun, a direct disciple of the Dan sect, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Elder, he appears to possess no remarkable qualities. Zhao Chun candidly expressed his opinion, noting that the man was merely at the threshold of the emperor realm, his aura unremarkable. In my view, most half-step emperors within the Dan sect could easily surpass him. Moreover, even if a half-step emperor could not, a full emperor would certainly suffice. I truly cannot fathom why you, Elder, would travel such a distance to the northern domain for the sake of dealing with a mere half-step emperor. Evidently, Zhao Chun did not believe that resolving the matter of a half-step emperor warranted the personal attention of a Dan sect elder. He felt that not only was a half-step emperor unworthy, but even a half-step Emperor Zun would lack the qualifications. Zhao Chun was well aware of the Dan sect's strength and understood the caliber of those who could attain the rank of seventh elder. In terms of martial prowess and alchemical skills, they were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. Seventh elder Su Qing smiled gently. I share your perspective. This man does appear rather ordinary. His half-step emperor cultivation lacks any extraordinary physique or bloodline. Such a character hardly merits a glance from me. At this juncture, Su Qing shifted his tone. However, Many things and people in this world are not as simple as they first appear. It is precisely this seemingly inconspicuous individual who, not long ago, vanquished a half-step Emperor Zun. The most intriguing aspect is that the half-step Emperor Zun was utterly powerless to retaliate. I refuse to believe it. Zhao Chun shook his head, resolutely asserting his disbelief without a hint of hesitation, even though these words came from the esteemed elder he respected. Disbelief was simply disbelief. As a half-step emperor himself, he recognized that few in the Dan sect could contend with him at his level. Yet even so, he could not conceive of himself triumphing over an ordinary emperor. The realms above and below the emperor were two entirely different worlds, separated by an insurmountable chasm. In the realm of the half-step emperor, although one may have brushed against the threshold of greatness, they ultimately remain beneath the emperor's dominion. To confront a half-step emperor is truly unfathomable. Upon the white vessel, Zhao Chun took 2 steps forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Su Qing. I wish to ascertain whether he is indeed as formidable as you claim, he declared, his visage radiating defiance and confidence. His eyes, as brilliant as the stars, fixed intently upon Lin Ming, seemingly issuing a disdainful challenge. Lin Ming merely cast a sidelong glance at him before turning to Su Qing. Is it the demon sect from the central region? His voice was soft yet perfectly audible to the two on the small boat. Zhao Qin's brows furrowed. While he could comprehend the ignorance of those from the northern region regarding the attire of the Dan sect, to refer to them as a demon sect was decidedly reckless. Unless, a thought struck Zhao Chun, recalling the words of Elder 7 moments ago. This individual had indeed slain a half-step emperor. If that half-step emperor belonged to the demon sect, then the current nomenclature would be justified. Zhao Chun turned, his expression clouded with doubt as he regarded Elder 7 and Su Qing. Understanding Zhao Chen's thoughts, Su Qing huffed coldly. I once accepted a disciple outside the Dan sect, whose character was pure and whose talent was exceptional. Yet, disinterested in alchemy, I did not bring her into the sect. Now, she has perished in the northern region. Su Qing's voice grew grave. I am certain she would never join the demon sect. Zhao Qin nodded in response, uncertain of how much to believe, yet refraining from further inquiry. I am intrigued. With your cultivation, how could you possibly slay a half-step emperor? In all my experiences, even those of the same rank, undefeated in the central region, would struggle against a true emperor. He stepped forth from the white vessel, undeterred even after hearing of Lin Ming's past exploits, his fighting spirit unwavering. However, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting a single strand of black hair from Zhao Chen's temple, causing it to fall. In that fleeting moment, the once confident disciple of the Dan sect was rendered utterly speechless. The sword, how swift it was! In the blink of an eye, he perceived a glimmer of sword light slicing past his face, dissipating into the air. That strand of hair had been severed by that very flash of brilliance. The unparalleled speed, coupled with terrifying precision, shattered Zhao Chen's confidence in an instant. Years of cultivated beliefs seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. Lin Ming paid no heed to Zhao Chun, instead directing his gaze towards Su Qing, his tone laced with mild curiosity. Why bring an unrelated person here? Do you wish for his demise? The previously stunned Zhao Chun snapped back to reality upon hearing these words. Lin Ming's exhibited prowess had extinguished any desire for confrontation within him. Moreover, had that previous strike been intended to harm, it surely would not have resulted in merely a lost hair. Thus, he found himself seriously contemplating Lin Ming's words. Moments later, Zhao Chun turned to Elder 7, exclaiming, "You intend to elevate Duan Wudao." Within the Dan sect, this generation's most distinguished disciples were undoubtedly Duan Wudao and Zhao Chun himself. However, Su Qing had always maintained a close relationship with Duan Wudao, and her decision to bring him to the northern region this time was rather unusual. Su Qing shook her head with a faint smile. Zhao Chun, I'm truly sorry that you have met your demise at the hands of the bandits in the northern region. Yet, this was never my intention. I'm not dead yet. Zhao Chun erupted in a furious roar and immediately soared in the opposite direction. However, he barely flew 10 miles before a tremendous force erupted from within him, manifesting as a raging inferno that swiftly consumed Zhao Chun, leaving no time for even a single scream to escape his lips. One of the most promising direct disciples of the Danmen in this generation fell, slain by the hands of the seventh elder of the Danmen. Chapter 17. Inferno. The flames soared into the heavens, casting an ominous heat wave that enveloped the surrounding area for miles. Countless gazes were drawn to this spectacle, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Gasps of awe emanated from every direction. Among the throngs of spectators, one individual suddenly trembled, retreating frantically as if he had encountered something truly terrifying. Though those nearby were bewildered, they swiftly followed suit. "What is happening? Why are you running?" One person inquired. "Why are you even asking such a question? You should have been paying more attention to the attire of those from the major sects and powerful factions." "Oh, what is so remarkable about that? We're not causing any trouble." "Not causing trouble? Yet trouble has found you," the fleeing man exclaimed. "The one who just died came from the Pill sect. I had the fortune of meeting one of his companions, who is the seventh elder of the Pill sect. Do you understand what this means? The seventh elder of the Pill sect has killed one of his disciples. If this news spreads, it would be the greatest scandal in the Pill sect's history. Do you think the seventh elder would allow this to become known?" Upon hearing this, others began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Their status and strength were indeed far removed from the Pill sect, yet they had certainly heard of it. "My goodness, do you think the Pill sect elder would resort to murder to silence the matter?" As soon as this was uttered, another person nearby exclaimed, "I feel an intense heat within me, as if a fire is about to erupt from inside. Don't joke around. Don't scare me." However, in the next moment, that individual's body exploded, and the sky was filled with flames that incinerated him to ashes. The others, pale with fright, had no time for contemplation and could only flee desperately into the distance. Yet, their efforts proved futile. Geysers of flame erupted, transforming the desolate sea into a grand spectacle of fireworks. In stark contrast to those fleeing, the oblivious onlookers who remained were swiftly consumed by the flames. Soon, the entire desolate sea was engulfed in a sea of fire. 800 miles away, Chun-Li stood on the deck, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at the distant blaze. With her half-step Emperor Realm perception, she could faintly hear the chorus of screams and wails. However, these sounds were fleeting, vanishing in an instant. Though she was unsure of the events unfolding, she was immensely relieved to have departed early. The esteemed seventh elder of the Pill sect has traveled such a distance to the northern region merely to slay a half-step emperor? Chun-Li murmured, perplexed by the oddities of the situation. "Zhu Bo, why are you silent?" Turning her head, she was startled to see Zhu Bo, his entire being flushed crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. "Zhu Bo, what has happened to you?" I feel so hot." Zhu Bo's voice was weak, reminiscent of an elderly man on the brink of death. "What has transpired? How could this happen?" Chun-Li stamped her feet in distress, exclaiming, "How can I assist you?" Zhu Bo gazed slowly up at the sky, his neck twisting painfully, and a faint, laborious voice escaped his lips. "It's too late." Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and towering flames swiftly engulfed the entire ship. The occupants within the cabin could only emit a single wretched scream before being reduced to ashes. Strangely, despite the inferno raging around her, Chun-Li remained unscathed. She stood dazed in the heart of the flames, unable to comprehend the chaos unfolding before her. A wave of heat washed over her, and from the fire emerged a figure, a person ablaze. Even cloaked in flames, Chun-Li recognized who it was. The seventh elder. She gasped in astonishment. The fiery apparition slowly extended a finger, pressing it against her forehead. In an instant, Chun-Li's gaze turned vacant, akin to a still pond. Remember, the direct disciple of the Danmen, Zhao Chun, was slain by Lin Ming, the master of the North Region's Tianxian sect. The direct disciple of the Danmen, Zhao Chun, was slain by Lin Ming, the master of the North Region's Tianxian sect. The direct disciple of the Danmen, Zhao Chun, was slain by Lin Ming, the master of the North Region's Tianxian sect. The fiery figure repeated these words thrice before dissipating into the ether. A fleeting red mark flickered on Chun-Li's forehead, and she soon regained her senses. The direct disciple of the Danmen, Zhao Chun, was slain by Lin Ming. She instinctively echoed Lin Ming's name. In the desolate sea, Near the edge of the north region, a vast expanse of flame was visible to the naked eye. Amidst the blazing inferno stood two figures, Lin Ming and the seventh elder of the Dan men, Su Qing. The demonic sect of the central continent bore striking similarities to that of the north region. Lin Ming unsheathed his rusty sword, stating calmly, "The north region's demonic sect is treacherous and ruthless, resorting to any means to achieve their ends. Slaughtering cities and exterminating sects is as trivial to them as crushing an ant." Today, this eminent figure from the central continent's demonic sect had even infiltrated the position of the seventh elder of the Dan men. Yet, his principles of conduct were no different from those of the north region's demonic sect. Su Qing chuckled. "I know not what you speak of. I am a legitimate seventh elder of the Dan men, not a member of any demonic sect. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Furthermore, you have slain my direct disciple, Zhao Chun, and in order to silence him, you exterminated everyone on this desolate sea. Your crimes are beyond measure. I, Su Qing, shall today act on behalf of justice to eliminate you, the demon." Lin Ming replied, "If you manage to return alive, I cannot refute your claims. You may freely lay blame upon me. Alas, you shall not escape." Su Qing narrowed his eyes. Reports from above had revealed that although Lin Ming appeared weak, his strength was formidable, capable of besting even a half-step emperor. Yet, he was a true emperor himself. A half-step emperor could not withstand even a flick of his finger. "I have lived for over 10,000 years and have encountered countless prodigies, yet you are the first to be so arrogant," Su Qing scoffed. He then raised his right hand. "I shall make you comprehend just how laughable your abilities appear to me. In this world, no one can triumph over an emperor of the realm while standing at the threshold of the half-step emperor." As the words fell, flames erupted, and the desolate sea transformed into a vast expanse of crimson. Chapter 18. The determination of the heavenly journey. The Dan sect, renowned for its mastery of fire, boasts the formidable seventh elder, a paragon of the emperor's realm, who wields fire with unparalleled prowess. From Lin Ming's vantage point, the entire world appeared engulfed in flames. The very sky painted a deep crimson. At the heart of the inferno, a colossal furnace hung inverted, countless tormented souls wailing in anguish, yearning to escape. Yet, no matter how they struggled, an invisible barrier confined them within the furnace, rendering their efforts futile. How exasperating! Su Qing uttered a cold rebuke, and in an instant, the furnace erupted with a fierce blaze, incinerating all the souls. Ultimately, it yielded a single pure white elixir. Su Qing seized it, glanced at it briefly, and cast it into the sea of flames. With a sigh of resignation, he remarked, "So many souls, yet only a low-grade soul-calming pill can be refined. How utterly mundane. A half-step emperor, possessing the strength to annihilate those at the pinnacle of the emperor realm. How intriguing it would be to refine you. I hope you do not disappoint me." At the moment Su Qing's words fell, intricate and peculiar inscriptions materialized beneath Lin Ming's feet, resembling a swarm of clustered insects. Each inscription radiated an immensely potent aura, far exceeding that of an ordinary emperor. An emperor of such caliber as Tsang Tianxing would likely crumble to dust beneath even a single one of these energies. Yet, Lin Ming paid them no heed. A phantom sword shadow emerged beneath him, lacking any extraordinary aura. Nonetheless, the terrifying energies emanating from the inscriptions could not breach the sword shadow's defense. Su Qing furrowed his brow, realizing that this seemingly unremarkable individual might possess greater strength than anticipated. With a soft command, he flicked his fingers, and fiery chains instantly manifested, surging menacingly from all directions toward Lin Ming. With a shake of his rusted sword, Lin Ming thrust it forward. A beam of sword light, not particularly radiant in the fire's glow, cleaved through the air, piercing the fiery chains with unrelenting speed, directly aimed at Su Qing's chest. What? Su Qing was taken aback. To him, this strike appeared weak, far inferior to that of an ordinary emperor in terms of aura. Yet, he felt an intrinsic sense of inevitability about evading it. Even with his extensive experience as an emperor, he could not discern the reason behind this sensation. Interesting. However, Su Qing remained unfazed. With a grand gesture of his hand, a multitude of elixirs appeared before him. From a lower-tier Peiyuan pill and Foundation Establishment pill to the higher-tier Huangji pill and Hanyuan pill, a complete array was at his disposal, each type numbering in the hundreds. In this moment, Su Qing retrieved these elixirs not for consumption. Each pill harbored an exceptionally pure and potent force. Inadequately skilled alchemists often face catastrophic explosions. Therefore, beyond mere ingestion, the Dan sect devised special methods to trigger these elixirs' explosive potential. When these seemingly finger-sized pills detonated simultaneously, even an emperor would be reduced to nothing more than dust. Your prowess is astonishing. Yet alas, this is where it concludes. Explode! Su Qing shouted with fervor, revealing a jade bracelet of vibrant green in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a radiant emerald light enveloped him entirely. This was a high-grade imperial artifact, capable of withstanding a typical strike from an imperial sage. Without hesitation, he activated its power. Before Lin Ming, an array of medicinal pills flickered simultaneously, and in an instant, an incredibly brilliant light erupted, akin to a resplendent sun descending from the vast expanse of the cosmos. Lin Ming remained undaunted, sweeping his hand, causing a massive sword shadow to pierce the desolate seabed, while its other end soared toward the heavens. Boom! The tremendous shockwave from the explosion struck the sword shadow with unrelenting force, the clamor echoing incessantly. Yet the sword shadow stood resolute. Behind it, Lin Ming remained tranquil upon the barren sea, as if everything transpiring were of no concern to him. After a moment, the explosion subsided, and the overwhelming force gradually dissipated. The smile on Su Qing's south face froze in place. The combined might of the exploding medicinal pills far surpassed that of an ordinary imperial sage. Even he had resorted to activating his high-grade imperial artifact for safety. However, Lin Ming emerged unscathed, not even a hem of his garment marred. Not only was Lin Ming untouched, but the seemingly inconspicuous sword aura also remained unblemished amidst the chaos. Su Qing lowered his gaze slowly to his chest, where a slender wound oozed blood profusely. This was the consequence of the earlier sword aura. Is this all there is to the imperial sage realm? Lin Ming raised an eyebrow, contemplating the level that no one in the northern domain has achieved. It appeared rather unremarkable. He lifted his gaze to Su Qing, his voice calm and devoid of any tremor, as if to signal the end. Everything seemed to come to a standstill. Su Qing felt his vitality rapidly waning. Even as the seventh elder of the Danmen, he could not halt this inexorable fate. Lin Ming's gaze shifted away from Su Qing as he turned towards the shore. At that very moment, a horrific scream pierced the air from behind him. No! A myriad of sword auras erupted from Su Qing's body instantaneously, and in an instant, his form was reduced to dust, scattering across the desolate sea. Above the city of Songbei, Song Tianxing witnessed the events unfold over the barren sea. Even with his emperor-level cultivation, he felt an icy chill enveloping him. Just moments ago, a powerful presence, one he dared not gaze upon directly, had been slain, and the death was swift and merciless, devoid of any chance to retaliate. Is this the might of the current sect leader of the Tianxian sect? Even amidst the throngs of powerful beings in the central region, such strength could surely place one at the pinnacle. Yet, he was merely a half-step emperor. Song Tianxing pondered for a moment, then suddenly issued a cold command. Eliminate Song Li. A mere 4 words encapsulated the order. Standing behind him, the Grand Commander of Songbei City could not help but tremble. Who was Song Li? The young lord of Songbei City, the biological son of Song Tianxing, and his only offspring. At this moment, Song Tianxing declared the death of Song Li. My lord, please maintain your composure, the Grand Commander urged urgently. Song Tianxing replied in a deep voice, I have never been as composed as I am now. Song Li has offended Lin Ming, and he must be executed. Even if Lin Ming spares his life, Songbei City cannot show him mercy. He paused before continuing. From this day forth, Songbei City shall not only belong to me, Song Tianxing, but also to the Tianxian sect. We shall forever stand by the side of the Tianxian sect, eternally loyal to Lin Ming. This decree shall be preserved for millennia, unchangeable for all eternity. Chapter 19. The Abyss of Shadows. Upon departing from the desolate sea, Lin Ming had scarcely flown far when he received a transmission from the esteemed elder, Li Master. The leader of the demonic sect and numerous high-ranking members have all fled into the Abyss of Shadows. Shall we pursue them? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming replied, "Do not act recklessly. I will handle this." "Understood," Li responded before inquiring, "Is it true that individuals from the demonic sect have arrived in the central region?" "Indeed," Lin Ming affirmed. Li, with concern, asked, "Is the master unharmed?" "He is fine. The intruders from the central region are dead," Lin Ming replied bluntly. There was a brief pause on the other end, followed by a sigh of admiration. "Master is truly formidable." The Abyss of Shadows is renowned as the most perilous place in the northern region. Even those at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, or those on the verge of becoming emperor, may not safely emerge from its depths. The demonic sect's retreat into the abyss must be a desperate measure. Without delay, Lin Ming altered his course and soared toward the abyss. Above the Abyss of Shadows, 3 esteemed elders of the Tianxian sect, along with dozens of intersect elders, gathered at that location. Additionally, numerous emperors from various prominent sects in the northern region had converged there, including Lu Wufeng, the master of the Tian Sword Mountain. The various powers of the northern region had resolutely united with the intent to eradicate the demonic sect entirely. "What does Lin Ming say?" Lu Wufeng inquired of Li. With a smile, Li responded, "The master has instructed everyone not to worry. We may enter directly, for he will arrive shortly." With so many emperors present, and with Master Lu, a half-step emperor, even the Abyss of Shadows is unlikely to pose a threat to us. Lu Wufeng nodded in agreement, confidently asserting, "Indeed, the mere Abyss of Shadows is not something to fear excessively." With these words, he led the charge into the abyss. Subsequently, the emperors of Tian Sword Mountain followed suit without hesitation, and soon the other emperors, including those from the Tianxian sect, joined them in their descent. Before long, only Li remained in the skies above the abyss. A playful smile unexpectedly graced her youthful and pure visage. "My esteemed Lin Ming, I wonder if you will appreciate this grand gift. Even if my holy sect were to forever withdraw from the northern region, we must leave behind some mark." Within the Abyss of Shadows, Lu Wufeng took the lead, with nearly 100 emperors trailing closely behind. The mightiest forces of the northern region had gathered here. Occasionally, chilling winds swept through, bringing a sense of cold. The atmosphere here is overwhelmingly sinister. Even we, with our cultivation, cannot entirely fend off the cold. One remarked, "I wonder how those from the demonic sect, who entered earlier, are faring." In this environment, the depletion of their spiritual energy is akin to engaging in a battle of equal caliber. Perhaps remaining outside would have been a wiser choice. This environment is truly unbearable. Now that we are here, such talk is uncalled for. Today, we shall eradicate the northern region's demonic sect. Indeed, you are correct. Just as these words were uttered, a derisive laugh echoed through the Abyss of Shadows. Eradicate the northern region's demonic sect? How amusing. A troop of clowns dares to utter such words? A cacophony echoed as chains clanked ominously. From the depths of the shadowy abyss, a figure, ensnared in iron chains, gradually rose. He bore a striking resemblance to a human, yet he towered above, his exposed skin resembling rugged rock. The most distinguishing feature, separating him from humanity, was the pair of horns atop his head. Their original form was a mystery, yet now they appeared dull and lifeless. Behind him stood precisely 10 high-ranking members of the demon sect, the last remnants of the Northern Domain's Dark Order. At the forefront was their leader, Wu Qianheng, whose voice had just uttered the foreboding words. The Shadow Ghost Emperor. Their vitality is robust. Consuming them will surely aid your recovery significantly. The horned monstrosity emitted a low grunt, suddenly escalating in size exponentially. Its enormous maw opened, releasing a fetid stench that permeated the vast expanse of the abyss of the underworld. In that moment, the dull horns gleamed with a blinding silver light, akin to 2 towering flagpoles. What manner of creature is this? Is this the peril that lurks within the abyss of the underworld? known as the Shadow Ghost Emperor? The name resonates in my memory. Upon your mention, I seem to recall something. The countenances of the emperors around Lu Wufeng shifted subtly. Wu Qianheng smiled faintly, addressing the group of oblivious fools who had forgotten the calamity that befell the northern domain 100,000 years ago. 100,000 years ago? I remember now. The disaster of the Shadow Ghost Emperor. It was an unfathomably terrifying catastrophe that nearly obliterated the northern domain. The Shadow Ghost Emperor's strength was unrivaled beneath the imperial sovereign, and its physical defenses were remarkable, with survival capabilities that surpassed all others. The formidable powers of the northern domain had, at the cost of countless lives, succeeded in sealing it away. The Shadow Ghost Emperor resided within the abyss of the underworld, explaining the unparalleled danger of this place. Its might is formidable, yet the chains remain. We need only to retreat and await the arrival of Sect Master Lin. The crowd, finding wisdom in his words, swiftly began to withdraw. Even Lu Wufeng prudently followed suit. However, just as they had retreated a short distance, a colossal barrier materialized before them. What is this? One of the emperors cautiously struck the barrier with a punch, but it rippled not in the slightest. It was futile. Suddenly, a mocking female voice resonated. This barrier possesses formidable defenses. Even if you all strike together, you will achieve not even a fraction of its destruction within a mere moment. The time afforded is sufficient for your complete annihilation. As her words fell, the figure behind the barrier was revealed. It was Mo Li, one of the esteemed elders of the Tianxian sect. How could this be? Mo Li, have you lost your senses? With Sect Master Lin's unparalleled strength, the future of the Tianxian sect gleams with promise. Why would you resort to such treachery? Indeed, you have ascended to the esteemed position of the elder of the celestial profound sect, standing second to none among countless others. What could possibly displease you? Mo Li, swiftly lower the barrier. Otherwise, upon the arrival of the sect leader, your fate will be sealed. Mo Li, we have known each other for many years, and I am aware of your inherently kind nature. Do not let a moment of impulse lead you to a grievous decision. The esteemed emperors of the celestial profound sect spoke in unison. These individuals had shared a bond with Mo Li for at least a millennium, and they could scarcely fathom that, in this critical moment, the one to betray them would be her. Mo Li let out a derisive snicker, her eyes gleaming with mockery and disdain. There is no need for further words. Relish your final moments together. Chapter 20. The sword-bearing technique, a luminous barrier, divided the abyss of the netherworld into two realms. On one side stood Mo Li, while on the other, the emperors of various factions from the northern domain loomed, their eyes filled with a murderous intent towards Mo Li. Yet in Mo Li's gaze, there was only mockery and derision. Beneath the emperor's grace, none could triumph over the phantom ghost emperor. Your lives end here. Wu Qianheng and other high-ranking members of the demon sect pursued closely behind, with the barrier ahead and the demon sect alongside the phantom ghost emperor behind. They found themselves trapped with no escape, facing an inescapable fate. Bring it on. After all these years, do you think I fear you, rabble? Montakli scoffed. To his astonishment, a traitor had emerged from the heavenly Xuan Zone. As a supreme elder of the sect, he bore an irrefutable responsibility. Two other supreme elders of the heavenly Xuan Zone stepped forth, standing resolutely before the emperors of the northern domain, confronting the phantom ghost emperor and his minions. The grand elder of the inner sect let out a snort, having accepted the inevitability of conflict, thus harboring no fears. He stepped to the forefront. With the leadership of the two supreme elders and the grand elder, the elders of the heavenly Xuan Zone gathered courage and emerged together. Lu Wufeng pondered for a moment and declared, "Allow me to test the strength of the phantom ghost emperor. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as it seems." Without waiting for a response, he transformed into a myriad of swords, launching an assault on the phantom ghost emperor. Lu Wufeng understood that the minions of the demon sect were insignificant. The true factor influencing the battle was solely the phantom ghost emperor. Unperturbed by the countless sword shadows, the phantom ghost emperor merely scoffed, exhaling a vile miasma from his gaping maw, reeking of blood and decay, inducing nausea. Undeterred, Lu Wufeng unleashed a billion swords. indistinguishable in their authenticity, all aimed at the phantom ghost emperor. This was the illusory sword, one of the three most formidable swords of the heavenly sword manor. However, as the dense array of sword shadows made contact with the miasma, they disintegrated instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, the vast abyss of the netherworld was left with but a single sword. With a sharp cry, Lu Wufeng commanded swift. The speed of that sword surged tenfold. So much so that even the emperors present could scarcely perceive its motion. A mere parlor trick, unworthy of notice, the phantom ghost emperor replied with a faint smile, making no effort to defend himself. When the sword pierced through the miasma and struck the phantom ghost emperor, only the hilt remained intact, the blade having been completely corroded. Clang! The hilt collided with the phantom ghost emperor, producing a sharp sound before clattering to the ground. This strike failed to leave even the faintest mark upon him. Is this truly the caliber of the strongest in the northern domain? How disappointing! The phantom ghost emperor scoffed, raising his fist to deliver a powerful blow from above. His attack was deceptively simple, yet imbued with an overwhelming oppressive force. Before the punch even reached him, the ground beneath Lu Wufeng cracked under the pressure, spiderwebbing outwards. "I shall borrow your swords," Lu Wufeng bellowed, as the swords of everyone present broke free from their master's control and soared into the sky. Gather! In the air, nearly 100 long swords converged, only to be forcibly fused together by an immense power. In an instant, they transformed into a brand-new colossal sword, the second sword of the three strongest swords of the Jian Manor, aptly named 10,000 Swords Unite. One among the great emperors exclaimed in astonishment. This technique of the Jian Manor has the capacity to amalgamate countless swords into a singular entity. The greater the number of swords and the higher their quality, the more formidable the resulting sword becomes. As the swords in the hands of the assembled crowd merged into one, Lu Wufeng waved his hand, sending forth another several thousand swords to integrate into the gigantic blade. The Jian Manor, founded on the sword, possesses innumerable exquisite blades, and among these several thousand, there are 700 imperial artifacts, arguably the most precious possessions of the entire Jian Manor. As a multitude of swords appeared simultaneously, densely populating the abyss of the underworld, they swiftly surged toward the colossal sword to merge once more. The gigantic sword expanded in size by more than tenfold. How powerful! I can feel my very soul quaking. I sense that this technique, when wielded to its utmost, could even slay an emperor. Lu Wufeng's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he grasped the colossal sword, cleaving downward with great force. The impact of the giant sword colliding with the fist of the Yin Ghost Emperor produced a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the abyss of the underworld. The shockwaves scattered debris, sending rocks flying in all directions. The Yin Ghost Emperor took a step back, a deep white mark appearing on his fist. In stark contrast, Lu Wufeng spewed forth a copious amount of blood. The giant sword withstood the clash, yet Lu Wufeng's physical form had suffered. "Haha again!" Lu Wufeng laughed heartily, wielding the colossal sword and striking once more at the Yin Ghost Emperor. The Emperor, unyielding, was confident in his formidable defensive prowess. Even if an emperor sought to eliminate him, it would not be an easy task. With another collision, the colossal sword quaked violently, the powerful shockwave causing Lu Wufeng's arms to explode, blood and flesh scattering, his bones exposed. The Yin Ghost Emperor, however, merely bore another white mark, an irritation, but nothing more. Lu Wufeng recognized that such brute force was beyond what his body could endure. Thus he ceased his relentless assault. With a mighty roar, he hurled the colossal sword into the air, commanding it with his spirit. "Go!" Faced with the oncoming giant sword, the Yin Ghost Emperor remained unfazed, launching another punch. His pride in his formidable physical defenses was on full display. Time and time again, the fists collided, the white marks on the Emperor's knuckles multiplying. Yet, they were merely superficial. After countless assaults, Lu Wufeng let out a heavy sigh. His internal spiritual energy was dwindling, and continuing this onslaught would serve no purpose. Lu Wufeng halted his actions. The colossal sword suspended in the heights also came to a halt. Is it truly this simple? The Dark Ghost Emperor wore a mocking expression. declaring that even if I stood here for you to strike, it would only be you who perishes. The most formidable figure of the northern domain appears to me no different than an insect. Lu Wufeng let out a soft snort, refraining from a response. Yet the intent of his sword surged within his eyes with unprecedented vigor. The supreme sword of the heavenly sword manner encompasses 3 blades, yet under normal circumstances, no one would dare to wield the third. For the cost of the third sword is the life of its bearer. This is a move from which there is no retreat, a gambit of mutual destruction. With a resounding roar, he concentrated all his spiritual energy into a single point in his hand and pointed skyward, invoking the burial sword technique. Chapter 21. A swift demise. The final sword of the 3 most formidable blades of the heavenly sword manner, known as the burial sword technique, is as much a means to entomb one's enemies as it is to bury oneself. Above the abyss of the netherworld, a single star flickers, then splits into myriad lights, resembling the celestial bodies cascading from the 9th heaven. A divine force, seemingly insurmountable and utterly irresistible, envelopes Lu Wufeng and the Shadow Ghost Emperor. The Shadow Ghost Emperor narrows his eyes, feeling a threat of fear even in the face of this technique. To exchange life for life transcends mere swordplay. It becomes a matter of existence itself. If you demand I slay them, then shield me from this strike. He bellows coldly, seizing a demon cult emperor standing beside him and hurling him skyward. Endless starlight coalesces into an extraordinarily brilliant sword ray, piercing through the unfortunate man's body in an instant. Even before a scream could escape his lips, he was reduced to ashes. The sword ray continues unabated, now hurtling toward the Shadow Ghost Emperor. Simultaneously, another strand of starlight forms a dazzling sword ray aimed at Lu Wufeng. An emperor from the heavenly sword manor declares, as an elder of the heavenly sword manor, how can I stand idly by while the manor's lord faces death? Before his words fully resonate, he charges toward the heavens, fearlessly confronting the oncoming sword ray. It cuts through him as effortlessly as a sword through paper. In an instant, the emperor perishes, yet the sword ray remains undeterred, advancing relentlessly toward Lu Wufeng. With a sigh, Lu Wufeng muses, there is no need for futile sacrifice. The power of this sword is beyond your comprehension. Even if everyone here were to charge together, it would merely lead to our collective demise. No force at this level can withstand the burial sword technique. As the sole individual since the founding of the heavenly sword manor to grasp this technique, Lu Wufeng is acutely aware of its terror. Standing in the abyss of the netherworld, he gazes calmly at the descending sword ray, then leaps upward to meet it. I shall trade my life for that of the Shadow Ghost Emperor. The remaining demon cultists should be manageable. The demon cultists are numerically inferior to the various forces of the northern region, though the mightiest demon cult leader possesses the strength of a half-step emperor. He was gravely wounded by Lu Wufeng not long ago and has yet to recover. His current prowess barely equates to that of a mid-stage emperor. Once the Shadow Ghost Emperor falls, the tide shall turn. While Lu Wufeng bravely embraces his fate, the Shadow Ghost Emperor exhibits an utterly contrasting demeanor. In a fit of desperation, he seizes another demon cult emperor and hurls him violently toward the sword ray in the sky. 1-2. Soon, only the final demon cult leader, Wu Qianheng, remains among the 10 demon cultists. Yet, the sword ray shows no sign of abating. How can this be? Stop it! The Shadow Ghost Emperor is now thoroughly panicked, unleashing a barrage of attacks toward the sword ray above. Futile, Lu Wufeng replies with a faint smile. You have lived for so many years. Why cling to this? I cling to it because I do not wish to die. The Ghost Emperor cried out to the heavens, stop. I replied, it's futile. Lu Wufeng let out a mocking laugh. Yet in the next moment, it has truly stopped. The Ghost Emperor's eyes sparkled with joy, while Lu Wufeng stood in stunned silence. The burial sword technique, from its inception, was a life-or-death art, leaving no room for retreat. How could it possibly come to a halt now? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he swiftly turned to gaze beyond the luminous barrier. There! Originally only Mo Li stood alone, but now, a young man clad in black with a long sword on his back had appeared. He merely stood there, and the gloom that shrouded the world seemed to vanish entirely. Lu Wufeng couldn't help but exhale in relief, a smile spreading across his face. You, my friend, are astonishingly powerful, but your arrival is rather belated. Outside the barrier, Lin Ming glanced at Lu Wufeng before turning his attention to Emoli beside him. Why bother? Emoli shook her head with a sigh. I thought by the time you arrived, everything would be concluded. I never expected the Yin Ghost Emperor to be so ineffectual. She turned to Lin Ming, her eyes devoid of fear, instead filled with mirth. You ask why I bother? I am a disciple of the holy sect, willing to devote my life to it. Why do you ask? Even if I cannot slay you, even if the northern region may no longer harbor a place for my holy sect, I shall etch a profound mark upon the annals of history in these final moments. Let countless generations to come remember that the northern region once basked in the glory of the holy sect. Lin Ming remained silent for a moment before speaking softly. Regrettably, your wish shall remain unfulfilled. With a sweeping gesture, a beam of sword light pierced through Mo Li's brow. Blood trickled from a small wound, and Mo Li's expression froze in that instant. Subsequently, Lin Ming advanced towards the Yin Ghost Emperor. The barrier that had previously separated them shattered as Lin Ming stepped forward, engulfed by a radiant aura of sword energy. At that moment, the Yin Ghost Emperor remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, gazing up at the sword light that had once instilled in him a sense of crisis, now seemingly at rest, and he was filled with delight. Beside him, Wu Qian's eyes widened in terror as he exclaimed loudly, Yin Ghost Emperor, what are you doing? The monster is coming. Monster? The Yin Ghost Emperor cast a glance at Lin Ming. A monster? Do you take me for a fool? This is merely an unremarkable human. His cultivation is barely half a step to becoming an emperor. How absurd. Even a peak emperor or a half-step emperor Zune is but an ant in my eyes. No, he is different. Wu Qian trembled with anxiety. This person is nothing like your typical half-step emperor. What? A flicker of displeasure crossed the Yin Ghost Emperor's eyes. In your view, am I so weak? Just a half-step emperor, and you have no faith in me at all? Wu Qian longed to say that he had no confidence whatsoever, but under the Yin Ghost Emperor's gaze, he found himself rendered speechless. The Shadow Ghost Emperor twisted his neck, emitting a series of crisp, cracking sounds. He gazed at Lin Ming, his eyes not filled with the fervor of battle, but rather with a mocking expression akin to that of a predator toying with its prey. The glances of those around seemed to convey a profound confidence in you. Are you truly formidable? The Shadow Ghost Emperor chuckled. Lin Ming offered no reply, merely gesturing with his finger as if it were a sword, pointing towards the Shadow Ghost Emperor. Ha ha, such trivial skills daring to show off before me. I truly fail to comprehend his words were left unfinished. In that instant, the pointed finger reached his brow. The Shadow Ghost Emperor's body trembled as a deep crimson hole appeared on his forehead, blood gushing forth. His eyes were filled with an overwhelming disbelief, as if the foundational beliefs nurtured over 100 millennia had shattered utterly in a mere moment. The proud defense of his corporeal form, in that instant, proved more fragile than paper. Yet, Lin Ming's gaze did not linger on the Shadow Ghost Emperor. Instead, it was directed towards the unfathomable abyss behind him. Chapter 22. Blood-red eyes, a sanguine hole festered at the brow of the Yin Ghost Emperor, from which blood flowed incessantly, and his consciousness dissipated at an alarming rate. After waiting for 100,000 years, he had not attained freedom, but rather met with death. Although discontent brewed within him, he discovered that he had lost even the strength to lift a finger. Moments later, his awareness completely vanished, leaving behind nothing but a lifeless corpse. The emperors of the northern domain were left in a state of shock. While they had speculated that Lin Ming's power might surpass that of the Yin Ghost Emperor, they never anticipated the disparity to be so vast. Throughout the entire confrontation, Lin Ming appeared utterly indifferent to the emperor. In their eyes, the formidable Yin Ghost Emperor seemed no more significant than an ant in the presence of Lin Ming. Goodness, the power of our leader is somewhat terrifying. This is more like it. 3,000 years ago, our master possessed the strength to dominate his peers. With such a leader, how could the Tianxian sect not flourish? How could the northern domain not grow strong? Wu Qianheng swallowed hard. While death had been an anticipated outcome, Facing it in reality was a harrowing experience. At that moment, he felt as if he, a dignified leader, was inferior to even the most novice disciple. Resolutely, he attempted to feign an air of fearlessness and proclaimed, "In the eternal struggle between kings and outlaws, this has always been the way. If you wish to kill, then do so." Yet, throughout it all, Lin Ming never cast a glance in his direction. "Why is the abyss of the underworld called the abyss of the underworld?" Lin Ming queried, gazing deeper into the abyss with curiosity. "It is not due to the Yin Ghost Emperor." An inner elder of the Tianxian sect spoke up promptly before entering. "We were unaware of the Emperor's presence here." The name Abyss of the Underworld initially referred to the terrifying nature of this chasm, signifying a passage to the nether realms. To my knowledge, the existence of the Abyss predates the calamity brought by the Yin Ghost Emperor. What prompts the sudden inquiry from our leader? Lin Ming's gaze remained fixated on the depths of the chasm. "I sense a pair of eyes watching us." "What?" The emperors were instantly alarmed, a chilling sensation creeping over them. "You all should exit for now. I will venture deeper," Lin Ming instructed. The others nodded in agreement. Even Lu Wufeng did not protest. One Yin Ghost Emperor had already compelled them to risk their lives. If something even more dreadful lurked within, their presence would only serve as a liability. "You come as well." With a flick of his fingers, Lu Wufeng summoned Wu Qianheng's body, which flew uncontrollably toward Lin Ming. As the esteemed leader of the demonic sect, Wu Qianheng was not without the capacity to resist. However, after casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ming, he dared not move. In the abyss, Lin Ming found himself alone. The blood from the corpse of the Yin Ghost Emperor continued to seep forth, the potent metallic scent amplifying the aura of dread that enveloped the abyss of the underworld. Step by step, he advanced deeper into the void. The world around him grew increasingly dim, and the sensation of being watched intensified. Suddenly, a shadow the size of a palm darted from the darkness, lunging toward Lin Ming. However, before it even approached Lin Ming, it was pierced by a streak of sword light. The deeper he ventured, the more shadows appeared, surging forth from all directions to assault Lin Ming. Yet within 3 zhang of him, they were all cleaved asunder. The area surrounding Lin Ming had, indeed, transformed into a forbidden zone. At last, after half an hour, the darkness receded, revealing a chamber suffused with an ethereal blue glow before Lin Ming. The stone door of the chamber was ancient and weathered, bearing the scars of time. Lin Ming raised his hand and flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of energy that struck the door. The stone door creaked open. The chamber was expansive, yet utterly vacant, save for an elderly man with white hair seated on the ground, accompanied by several desiccated bones. The man appeared quite ordinary in most respects, indistinguishable from any common person. Yet his eyes were a haunting shade of blood red. When Lin Ming's gaze met those crimson eyes, a beam of blood-colored light erupted forth. It traveled with astonishing speed, reaching Lin Ming in the blink of an eye. Just as the red light was about to pierce Lin Ming's eyes, a flash of sword light darted past, engulfing the crimson glow and rendering it invisible. As Lin Ming stepped into the chamber, he remarked nonchalantly, "Doesn't it tire you to keep staring like that?" The pair of eyes remained fixed on Lin Ming, unwavering, while the old man's hand rose to point at him, declaring, "You harbor a great secret." "A great secret?" Lin Ming chuckled. He felt entirely transparent. Apart from the rusted sword gifted to him by the old sect master on his back, he possessed nothing else. No fortuitous encounters, no treasures, and his bloodline was remarkably mundane. If there was anything extraordinary about him, it might be his talent. Yet, could talent truly be deemed a great secret? "I possess no secrets," he replied, "but perhaps you should speak of your eyes. They do not belong to you." The white-haired elder snorted, "My eyes. Are you coveting them?" "No. I merely wish to know their origin and—" Lin Ming paused momentarily, then continued, "Is this dim existence truly what you desire? What are you saying?" The old man's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "These are my eyes. They belong solely to me." Lin Ming shook his head. "Why cling so desperately? The vitality of those eyes stems from your own life force, does it not? They merely thrive through you, and one day, when you perish, they will find another bearer. I've already stated, these are my eyes. They belong to me alone. Anyone who dares to covet them is courting death. The elder bellowed, a glimmer of ferocity igniting in his gaze. In the chamber, white points of light suddenly materialized. The white-haired elder's figure vanished, only to reappear instantaneously on a white point behind Lin Ming, as if he had simply materialized there without a trace. Ha ha ha! Your strength is not negligible, but to me, is insignificant. Prepara tout. Once more, a red beam shot forth from his eyes towards Lin Ming. In such close proximity, a sudden ambush could easily result in instant demise for anyone from the northern region. Yet, Lin Ming appeared to be well prepared. A flicker of sword light flashed beside him, deftly intercepting the oncoming crimson attack. Futile. Lin Ming pivoted, offering a single opportunity. Divulge all that you know about these eyes. Huh. Merely blocking one strike. Do you truly believe yourself superior? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, his figure vanished once more. Chapter 23. The old patriarch is dead in the desolate chamber. An array of small white lights shimmered. These luminous points were not offensive in nature. Yet it was evident that the venerable elder with white hair could manifest at any of these locations at will. Could one withstand a single strike 100, or even 1,000? The elder appeared above Lin Ming, descending with a palm poised to strike. However, in that fleeting moment, a glimmer of sword light was already poised against the elder's brow. Did you believe you had 100 or 1,000 chances to strike? Without hesitation, Lin Ming thrust the sword light directly into the elder's forehead. A chance I grant but one. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed the elder's face before vitality was irrevocably extinguished. Yet, though the man had perished, his blood-red eyes continued to move. In fact, the velocity of their rotation accelerated, while paradoxically, the flesh of the elder rapidly withered, and moments later, only his skeletal remains remained. The blood-red eyes soared into the air, hovering momentarily. In the next instant, they surged forward, seemingly breaking through the very fabric of space, until they were mere inches from Lin Ming's own gaze. A mere inch separated their eyes. The blood-red orb spun ever more frantically, as if in haste to usurp Lin Ming's sight. Yet despite their desperate struggle, they could advance no further. For, in that scant interval, a shadow of the sword lay across the divide, separating his eyes from the blood-red ones. The relentless thrashing of the blood-red eyes persisted, yet the sword's shadow stood immovable. Your power is far too feeble. Lin Ming regarded the blood-red eyes with a tranquil expression. Gesturing lightly, instantly, the sword's shadow expanded tenfold, enveloping the crimson orbs entirely. Regardless of their frantic efforts, escape from the sword's grasp was futile, and soon the shadow melded into Lin Ming's being. The crimson glow in Lin Ming's eyes flickered and vanished, restoring his pupils to their original black. The ground strewn with bones indeed belonged to the former possessors of those eyes. Having subdued the mesmerizing orbs, Lin Ming gleaned visions from them, discovering that all the skeletal remains in this chamber had once possessed these eyes. However, it appeared that these eyes were ensnared within the confines of the chamber, as their bearers could not escape its bounds. Despite the formidable powers held by the eyes, their inability to break free rendered them ultimately useless. No matter how high one's cultivation, life inevitably reaches its limit, culminating in nothing more than a mere skeleton. Lin Ming surveyed the chamber, finding no extraordinary features. Thus, with a flash of red light in his eyes, he invoked the powers of the eyes. In an instant, the entire world transformed. Within the chamber, for colossal pillars stood at the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Each pillar was intricately inscribed with a multitude of sealing characters. The power emanating from each character far surpassed that of any emperor. The entire chamber served as a vast sealing vessel. As Lin Ming activated the blood-red eyes, he could distinctly sense the formidable sealing energies converging from all directions, growing increasingly terrifying as he approached the chamber's entrance. However, once Lin Ming retracted his blood-red eyes, the sealed power dissipated entirely. This was remarkably precise. Unlike the previous owner of these eyes, Lin Ming's own eyes remained intact, not replaced by the blood-red ones. In truth, the blood eyes were confined within the shadow of his sword, accessible whenever needed, and left to dwell quietly in the sword's shadow when not required, with only periodic sustenance provided to ensure their survival. Emerging from the secret chamber, Lin Ming cast a glance into the deeper recesses of the abyss of the underworld. The abyss had yet to reveal its depths, and the blood eyes were merely an unexpected occurrence. Just as he intended to delve further, the communication talisman on his person suddenly quivered. "Master, there is grave news. The old master. He has passed away." Hearing the voice through the talisman, tinged with sorrow, Lin Ming's expression darkened, and he hesitantly inquired, "Are you certain?" "Indeed, the old master's life token has shattered." The messenger was the elder responsible for safeguarding the life token, who also happened to be a named disciple of the old master, occasionally engaging with him. Lin Ming fell silent. The shattering of a life token unequivocally signified the end of life, without exception. Although he was aware that the old master's time was limited, such a swift demise was unexpected. Did the old master leave any final words? Lin Ming asked. After a brief silence, the voice responded, "Before his passing, he left no words. However, a few days prior, I overheard him vehemently berating the Li family." "The Li family?" Lin Ming furrowed his brow. The old master was originally from the Li family of the central continent, even the son of the family head, yet deemed inadequate due to his lack of talent and scorned by his father. The entire Li family overlooked him. The Li family was among the most prominent clans in the central continent, boasting no fewer than 100 emperors among their ranks. A family head's son lacking the talent to achieve emperor status would be seen as a disgrace to the family. In the northern region and many factions within the central continent, the old master's talent was considered quite high, yet within the Li family, it fell short of expectations, especially given his title as the son of the family head. The old master's greatest aspiration throughout his life was to break through to emperor status and establish a powerful sect, so that he might earn the respect of his proud father. Regrettably, he never accomplished this before his death. Could the old master's demise be related to the Li family? Standing within the abyss of the underworld, Lin Ming pondered for a considerable time. The cause of the old master's death must be ascertained, and the Tianxian sect inevitably needed to ascend to the pinnacle of the central continent. Yet, the northern region also required his presence. The retribution from the demonic sect in the central continent would not be satisfied with merely the death of the seventh elder of the Pill sect. Suddenly, Lin Ming recalled the capabilities of the blood eyes. His black pupils transformed into a crimson hue, and the path he had traversed within the abyss of the underworld illuminated with white points of light. With a mere thought, he found himself at the entrance of the abyss. Soaring into the sky, Lin Ming gazed into the distance towards the Tianxian sect, situated tens of thousands of miles away. Along his path, white points of light emerged, leading directly to the Tianxian sect. With another thought, he was instantaneously transported to the Tianxian sect, situated miles away. Spatial leap, disregarding distance, allows instantaneous travel to any place once seen. When Lin Ming harnessed this ability, such revelations emerged within his mind. This was merely one of the powers of the blood eye, a manifestation of strength far exceeding Lin Ming's expectations. The reason the elderly man with white hair could only move within the confines of the secret chamber was due to the seals on the four pillars. The blood eye's extraordinary nature suggests that its sealers are undoubtedly immensely powerful. Moreover, this is not even the deepest recesses of the abyss of the underworld. The secrets of the North region's foremost forbidden zone appear to be more numerous than one could imagine. However, at this moment, Lin Ming is disinterested in further exploration of the abyss of the underworld. He has far more pressing matters to attend to. Chapter 24. The sea beast. The central continent was a destination that one must inevitably visit. However, prior concerns had lingered. Now, empowered by the blood eye, he found himself free of all apprehensions. Even if trouble were to arise in the northern region while he was in the central continent, he could arrive in an instant. After a brief stay at the heavenly profound sect, Lin Ming set forth once more towards the desolate sea. The casualties suffered on that fateful day at the desolate sea were so grave that the number of travelers between the northern region and the central continent had significantly dwindled. As he gazed upon the scene, he noticed but a single ship upon the vast waters. "Ah, brother, are you headed to the central continent? It's quite a bargain. You can board for just 100,000 spirit stones," called a burly man, standing on a lone vessel. "Very well." Without hesitation, Lin Ming handed over the spirit stones and boarded the ship. Although he possessed the Songbei vessel, his primary purpose in the central continent was to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of the former sect master, and thus it was prudent to keep a low profile. Otherwise, his identity would undoubtedly attract a multitude of complications. Not to mention, the demon sect and the alchemy sect would certainly seek him out. While he bore no fear, it would nonetheless consume an inordinate amount of time. "Make yourself comfortable. There are only a few of us aboard." The burly man, pleased with Lin Ming's promptness, led him into the cabin, gesturing towards the vast swathes of empty space. Lin Ming had anticipated a sparse crowd, yet he was astonished by the extent of the desolation. Aside from himself, there were merely 3 individuals aboard. Besides the burly man who had welcomed him, there were 2 youths clad in white, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, radiating an aura of youthful innocence. "Brother, what brings you to the central continent? Perhaps I could be of assistance." The burly man inquired warmly. "I seek to ask the Li family some questions," Lin Ming replied. "The Li family? Which Li family?" The burly man responded. "The central continent is far more expansive than the northern region. The families here are akin to a constellation of stars. There are no fewer than 8,000 families bearing the Li surname." Lin Ming pondered for a moment before saying, "I am unsure of the Li family's location, but it should be the most powerful one in the central continent." "The most powerful one?" The burly man, who had initially maintained a serious demeanor, burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Ming's words. "The most powerful Li family, perched high above, belongs to the upper echelon of forces in the central continent. How could someone from the northern region ever hope to reach them? You're likely being misled." He chuckled and added, "If you wish to find that Li family, I'm afraid I cannot assist you. However, should you desire to join a sect in the central continent, I might be able to make some recommendations." Lin Ming shook his head, stating, "Thank you, but I have no such intentions at this time." As soon as he finished speaking, the taller of the 2 white-clad youths chuckled derisively. "It's not that he lacks the desire. It's more likely that he knows he lacks the capability." Lin Ming cast a glance at him, but offered no reply, instead leaning against the ship's window, gazing out at the boundless, desolate sea. The youth, seeing Lin Ming's silence, assumed he had struck a chord, and laughed. "Lack of talent is no matter. Self-awareness is, after all, a virtue." The burly man, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and said, "I've noticed that there haven't been many travelers heading to the central continent lately. Waiting any longer seems pointless. Let's set sail." Upon concluding his words, he unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, propelling the vessel toward the direction of the central continent. The young man, who had earlier mocked Lin Ming but received no response, found the silence rather dull and thus refrained from further provocation. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, as if the ship had collided with a colossal rock, causing it to tremble violently before coming to a sudden halt. What had transpired? A slightly taller young man in white immediately rose, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed outside the cabin. "There!" A booming voice from a burly man resonated. "I've already paid with spirit stones. What do you intend to do?" The 2 young men in white, upon hearing the commotion, swiftly rushed outside. "What a gigantic serpent!" exclaimed the young man named Jiayu, who had previously derided Lin Ming. Before them loomed a serpent nearly 1,000 feet long, coiling like a small mountain. The abrupt stop of the ship was indeed due to its collision with this behemoth. Within the desolate sea, there existed a plethora of sea beasts, a fact well known to all. However, these creatures had maintained a relatively peaceful coexistence with humans. Every traveler crossing the desolate sea had only to cast a certain amount of spirit stones into the water to prevent any aggression from the sea beasts. This had become a mutual understanding between humans and the creatures of the sea. Yet today, the situation seemed markedly different. "Are you intending to instigate conflict between humans and sea beasts?" The burly man bellowed, attempting to muster his courage. He was merely a late-stage Emperor Realm cultivator. While this colossal serpent belonged to the Emperor Realm, Even a fledgling in that realm would be beyond his capability to confront. Ha ha! The serpent spoke with human-like articulation. Merely a few insignificant shrimp. Do you truly believe humanity would engage in battle with sea beasts over such trivialities? You overestimate your own worth. The serpent flicked its forked tongue, its head slowly advancing as it continued. I had no intention of disrupting the established order. Alas, over a month ago, far too many perished in the desolate sea. Consequently, in recent times, few dare to traverse these waters, resulting in a meager collection of spirit stones. So, are you now contemplating theft? The burly man was taken aback, incredulous at such reasoning. If this were the case, what credibility would sea beasts have before humanity? Henceforth, whenever they felt a shortage of spirit stones, would they simply resort to plundering? If this continued, a conflict between humans and sea beasts would be inevitable. Though humans may be weak, they are certainly not foolish, the serpent remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in its eyes as its enormous maw, capable of engulfing the entire ship, suddenly gaped wide. A powerful aura, accompanied by a potent stench, surged forth. In that instant, as it prepared to strike, the burly man summoned a golden hammer, swinging it towards the serpent's razor-sharp fangs. You mad serpent, perish! The hammer struck the fangs. But only a dull thud resonated as the hammer shattered into countless pieces. The serpent showed no sign of hesitation, continuing its descent. Its target was not the burly man nor the two young men in white, but rather the entire vessel. No, no, I have yet to reach the central continent. I have not joined the Wanbao Merchant Association. Please, I do not wish to die. Jiayu's voice rang out, piercing and heart-wrenching. Yet, with only the meager cultivation of a novice in the Wang realm, he possessed no strength to retaliate. What are you standing there for? Run. The burly man seized the hands of the Jia brothers and, like an arrow released from its bow, propelled them away from the ship. In the high sky, the burly man turned to glance back at the vessel. Damn it, that's my new ship. I've invested all my savings into it. I will remember this mad serpent. The man's fury was palpable. The ship was destined to meet an unfortunate fate. That person, it seems he is yet to emerge, remarked Jiayu's brother. A timid young man clad in white. Jiayu snorted with disdain, reacting so slowly. Isn't death the expected outcome? Chapter 25. The Insignificant Emperor in the Desolate Sea. A colossal serpent with a gaping maw seemed poised to devour the great ship hull. Yet in an instant, it came to an abrupt halt, an action that struck as utterly perplexing. At this moment, the serpent's mouth was barely a foot away from the vessel, and the stench of its foul breath began to permeate the air. What transpired? Why did the serpent cease its advance? Jiayu was taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Was the creature deranged? The burly man, equally bewildered, speculated uncertainly. Perhaps it harbors some reservations. After all, the sea beasts and humanity have coexisted peacefully for a millennium. Our lives may be inconsequential, yet in this barren sea, we undeniably represent the human collective. Should conflict arise between humans and sea beasts once more, this mad serpent would surely bear the guilt of the era. Such a burden it likely cannot bear. No. Look closely. Jiayu's brother, Jiayu, pointed towards the serpent's mouth, exclaiming, "There seems to be a faint glimmer of sword light. Could its halt be due to that?" Sword light? The two followed Jiayu's finger and, indeed, discerned a subtle shimmer of sword brilliance. Though it appeared insignificant, the serpent seemed to have paused solely because of this delicate radiance. Who? Jiayu exclaimed in astonishment. Is there another presence in the desolate sea? The burly man and Jiayu both shook their heads, oblivious to any other aura. Wait, doesn't he that fell on the ship carry a sword? The burly man suddenly recalled, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Could it be him? Just as he uttered those words, a cold voice resonated from within the cabin. Depart from where you came. In 3 breaths. If you do not leave, you shall perish. Hearing this, the serpent let out a deep grunt, thinking to itself, do these arrogant humans truly believe that a mere glimmer of sword light can intimidate me? Raising its head high, it then dove down fiercely, declaring, not even a myriad of sword lights can instill fear in me. Inside the cabin, Lin Ming remained calm, observing the massive creature above while silently counting the seconds. Just as the enormous head was about to collide with the ship's deck, the 3 breaths elapsed. Lin Ming stated indifferently, without any visible movement. The earlier glimmer of sword light pierced into the serpent's skull. With a muffled thud, the sword light entered its head and instantaneously emerged from its tail. Blood gushed from the serpent's tail, staining the desolate sea crimson for 100 yards around. The pride in the serpent's eyes had yet to fade, yet its vitality had already been snuffed out. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ming sent the serpent's lifeless body soaring dozens of miles away. With a resounding splash, it plunged into the water, creating a massive spray. The 3 individuals high above were left in a state of shock. The burly man gazed at the deceased serpent from afar, instinctively swallowing hard. It was indeed dead. "We have a formidable master aboard our ship," Jiayu exclaimed in awe. "Incredible, too powerful. That fellow is astonishingly formidable. If he is this strong, why did he not reveal it sooner? Why not display a bit of arrogance?" Jiayu's expression darkened. The current situation had become painfully clear. The figure aboard the vessel, bearing a sword upon his back, undoubtedly embodies the prowess of a great emperor. And not just any emperor, but one of formidable strength. After all, how could he have so effortlessly vanquished the colossal serpent, also of the imperial realm? Moreover, he had previously dared to taunt the beast. If he could so easily slay an imperial serpent, then surely, in his eyes, a mere lowly figure of the king's realm would be regarded as less than an ant. Contemplating this, Jiayu felt an unsettling agitation within him, and he gazed toward the direction of the central continent, inquiring, "How far are we from the central continent?" The burly man, perceiving Jiayu's unease, cautioned him, "Do not dwell on such thoughts. We are yet a month away from the central continent. You are still bound to this ship." Despite having formulated an estimate in his mind, the confirmation struck him cold. Could he also be targeted for death? Jiayu voiced his uncertainty. The robust man chuckled. "With the prowess of this elder, if he wished for your demise, would you still be standing here?" Jiayu nodded in agreement. "There is no need for concern. The elder should not trouble us." He surveyed the boundless desolation of the sea, fully aware of his predicament. He realized he could not disembark from the ship just yet. With a resigned sigh, he said, "Then let us board." The trio swiftly returned to the vessel, and upon stepping into the cabin, Jiayu was overtaken by trepidation. As soon as he laid eyes on Lin Ming, he fell to his knees. "Elder, I was blind and disrespectful. I sincerely apologize for my earlier transgressions. Please, punish me as you see fit." His demeanor was one of utmost reverence, treating Lin Ming as a deity. However, at that moment, Lin Ming was gazing out the window, seemingly oblivious to Jiayu's presence. Yet, Jiayu remained kneeling, motionless. The burly man and Jiayu busied themselves with their own affairs as the grand ship continued its voyage. Following the encounter with the serpent, the desolate sea returned to tranquility. Looking further afield, the waters were clear and the clouds were light. The heavens and earth appeared as one harmonious entity, creating a scene of exquisite beauty that was truly uplifting. A month later, the swiftly sailing vessel came to a halt. The land was now within reach. The burly man exhaled in relief, announcing, "We have arrived at the central continent." Hearing this, Lin Ming rose and exited the cabin. Ahead, approximately 100 miles away, stood a magnificent and imposing grand city. "Elder, I was blind to your greatness. Please, punish me," came Jiayu's voice once more from behind, still kneeling as he had been for the entire month. Lin Ming, however, did not pause for even a moment, nor did he cast a glance at Jiayu. He took a step forward and, in the blink of an eye, was 10 miles away. Lin Ming was known for his decisive nature. Having previously dealt with figures such as Yang Xian, the young master of the Tianxian sect, and Jing Hongyi, the saintess of the northern domain S-demon sect, as well as the 7 elders of the alchemist sect, he never hesitated when it came to those he deemed deserving of death, regardless of their status. To Lin Ming, Jiayu was merely an arrogant stranger with an unpleasant tongue. To unleash a massacre merely for such a reason would not align with the principles of the sword path. Such an act would not be decisive. It would simply be the mark of a deranged mind. As for Jiayu's apologies, Lin Ming had no intention of acknowledging them. As Lin Ming's figure faded into the distance, Jia Yu knelt on the boat, his fists clenched tightly, teeth gritted in frustration. Why? I have knelt for a month, and he hasn't even spared me a glance. Is the emperor truly that formidable? He gazed longingly at Lin Ming's silhouette, a growing chill evident in his eyes. Rising to his feet, his tone was as frigid as eternal ice. I have already informed my master. He will come to retrieve us shortly. Given my master's esteemed position within the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, a mere emperor is of no consequence. I shall ensure he pays for his arrogance. Chapter 26. Qingshan City, at the very edge of the central continent, approximately 100 miles from the desolate sea, stands a magnificent city known as Qingshan City. At this moment, Lin Ming finds himself within the city, gazing at the closed shops lining the streets, a look of perplexity etched upon his face. His intention for visiting Qingshan City was to procure a map of the central continent to ascertain the location of the Li family. However, to his dismay, every shop appears to be shuttered. Occasionally, he encounters a few hurried passers-by, each exhibiting an air of urgency. Time is of the essence. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is only staying for a day. If he arrives too late, even exceptional talent will be of no avail. The newly appointed president of the Wanbao Chamber seems quite extraordinary, having just assumed office. She has chosen not to employ any elders, but instead has cast a wide net across the entire Kanglan continent in search of talent, a move unheard of until now. But why worry? This could bode well for us. The Wanbao Chamber, a formidable force, is not an organization that just anyone can join. Whispers abound that the new president has not rejected the elders out of disdain, but rather due to a lack of genuine support from any elder. Indeed, it has been said that among the 3 young masters of the Wanbao Chamber, the youngest, Chun Li, pales in comparison to his 2 elder brothers, lacking even a protector of the emperor level. Yet, who could have foreseen that it would be this 3rd son, Chun Li, who ultimately ascended to the presidency? The murmurs drifting through the air catch Lin Ming by surprise. Is not Chun Li the very young woman who had once extended an invitation to him? Several months have passed, and that once overlooked girl from her family has now risen to become the new president of the Wanbao Chamber. Truly, the tides of fate are ever unpredictable. Following the flow of the crowd, Lin Ming soon finds himself at a vast training arena. At the forefront of the arena stand 2 cultivators at the semi-emperor level, flanked by dozens of jade stones nearly 2 meters tall. Those wishing to join the Wanbao Chamber need only place their hands upon the jade, which will illuminate with a red glow, signifying their success. These are the talent detection stones. A red glow indicates the potential for emperor-level capabilities. The efficiency of the testing is remarkable. Within mere moments of his arrival, Lin Ming has witnessed over 1,000 individuals complete their assessments. Regrettably, none have yet displayed the potential for emperor status. From the break of dawn until dusk, as the sun begins to set, the arena teems with hundreds of thousands of participants, yet not a single qualified individual emerges. Is it true that the people of Qingshan City possess such meager talent? Alas, I had expected at least 2 or 3 to emerge. If this news spreads, Qingshan City may well become the laughingstock of the entire central continent. What is so strange about that? If one truly possesses talent, why would they remain in this remote place? Brother, you have been standing here for quite some time. Why not take the test? Amid the chatter, one individual suddenly turns to Lin Ming with curiosity. Throughout the entire day, every person in the arena, with the sole exception of Lin Ming, has undergone the talent assessment. Drawn by the inquiry, many others begin to direct their attention towards Lin Ming. Brother, are you afraid of being laughed at? There is truly no need for concern. After all, we are all in the same boat. Since we are here, why not test our talents? Who knows what might come of it? Lin Ming shook his head and, noticing that many were glancing in his direction, seized the opportunity to speak. I have no intention of joining the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. I came here to inquire if anyone possesses a complete map of the Zhongzhou region. I wish to acquire one. What a flimsy excuse, my good fellow, someone remarked. To be honest, even the reasons concocted by my 3-year-old nephew are more plausible than that. Perhaps this gentleman is merely more self-aware, another chimed in. Why should we pressure him? That is true. The first one conceded. However, as someone who has been through it all, I would advise you, should an opportunity arise, no matter how slight, seize it with all your might. Those who reach the pinnacle in this world do so not solely due to talent. Courage and chance are equally vital. An elder standing beside Lin Ming spoke earnestly. Lin Ming expressed his gratitude and replied, I understand. However, at this moment, I am primarily interested in obtaining a map of the Zhongzhou region. The elder, seeing Lin Ming's attitude, could only shake his head in silence. In the martial arts arena, two semi-imperial figures from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce had also taken note of Lin Ming. The entire population of Qingshan City was eager to join the Wanbao Chamber, with many attempting to try their luck, even when aware that their talents fell far short of the requirements. Yet, Lin Ming's demeanor at this moment clearly did not suggest a desire to join the chamber. Exchanging glances, the two flew before Lin Ming. Given your cultivation level, you have as much chance as anyone here. Why not give it a try? Do you look down upon the Wanbao Chamber? One of them inquired. This statement directly cast a shadow upon Lin Ming. He paid it no mind and replied coolly, not at all. I am merely passing through Qingshan City and intend to purchase a map. If you could join the Wanbao Chamber, what sort of map would you not have? The other continued. Lin Ming frowned and stated, I am in a hurry and do not wish for such complications. The young man from the Wanbao Chamber laughed heartily, turning to the crowd in the arena, and declared, if you do not test your talents today, no one in this city will sell you a map. Why bother? Lin Ming, not wanting to impose on the ordinary citizens of the city, was about to turn away when he suddenly heard a gasp. Could that be Zhao Long, the esteemed first guest elder of the Wanbao Chamber? Yes, indeed. How could such a prominent figure come to Qingshan City? Countless gazes in the martial arts arena turned skyward. Curiosity piqued, Lin Ming followed suit. He beheld a figure descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of immense power, akin to that of a peak emperor. With a resounding thud, he landed firmly on the arena floor. Has the test in Qingshan City concluded? Zhao Long inquired with an indifferent tone. The two individuals who had just conducted the talent assessment promptly replied, Elder Zhao Long, the testing in Qingshan City is nearly complete, yet not a single person has demonstrated the potential of a great emperor. Nearly? Zhao Long discerned the crux of their statement, his displeasure evident as he remarked, Your pace is exceedingly slow. In response to Elder Zhao Long's words, they clarified, it is not our speed that is lacking, but rather that some individuals look down upon our Wanbao Merchant Association. Although they have come to this place, they merely observe without participating in the tests. Oh! Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Zhao Long's gaze swiftly settled on Lin Ming. With his peak great emperor cultivation, he effortlessly sensed the atmosphere among the hundreds of thousands present. Their attitudes ranged from reverence and fear to admiration. Yet there was one individual who exhibited no reaction whatsoever to his presence. Chapter 27. The arrogant Jiayu Zhao Long cast his gaze towards Lin Ming, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his peak emperor presence instantaneously enveloping the martial arts arena. Thud! Thud! Hundreds of thousands of spectators, including the two semi-emperors of the Wanbao Merchant Association, fell to their knees. Yet, Lin Ming remained unfazed, his expression tranquil. Having arrived at this place, what reason was there not to test the waters? With a commanding gesture, Zhao Long summoned a jade stone that flew before Lin Ming. Give it a try, he ordered, looking down upon Lin Ming with an air of superiority. However, Lin Ming merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Long before turning to leave, stating, No, since there is no map for Qingshan City, I shall proceed to other cities. A derisive chuckle escaped Zhao Long's lips as he concentrated his spiritual energy in his palm. You are the first to dare speak to me with such insolence. A mere half-step emperor. Unfortunately, your life is about to reach its end. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Long struck towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming found it perplexing how those who would resort to violence over mere words could think. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Just as Zhao Long's energy was about to erupt, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Zhao Long's movements abruptly halted, his formidable energy dissipating in an instant. If he sought to kill him, then he would reciprocate. The crowd kneeling in Qingshan City sensed the weight of pressure lift, each person curiously raising their heads. They were met with a scene that sent chills down their spines. Just moments ago, the imposing Elder Zhao Long of the Wanbao Merchant Association had his head severed, blood gushing forth, his body collapsing in a gruesome display. What? What has happened? Did Elder Zhao Long just perish? Gasped one individual, who had been near Zhao Long. It seemed he intended to attack this brother, and I could feel his immense spiritual power. Yet in the blink of an eye, he was dead. He instinctively glanced at Lin Ming. All eyes in the arena turned towards Lin Ming, including those of the two semi-emperors from the Wanbao Merchant Association. Their expressions a mixture of disbelief and terror. An emperor at his peak had fallen before them, slain with alarming ease, as if an ant had simply been crushed beneath a foot. The might of this individual, could it possibly rival that of an emperor? The vast Qingshan city descended into an eerie silence, all gazes fixed on Lin Ming. Not a sound uttered, even breaths rendered almost imperceptible. Moments earlier, 100 miles outside Qingshan city, by the desolate seaside, the brothers Jia Yu awaited news from their master. Suddenly, a gleam of joy illuminated Jia Yu's countenance. Our master has sent word. He has arrived at Qingshan city. Let us go there to join him. Their master conveyed that today, Qingshan city would conduct talent assessments to select individuals of exceptional aptitude to join the Wanbao Merchant Association. In due time, they would accompany these chosen ones back. Henceforth, they would become part of the Wanbao Merchant Association. At last, Jia Yu's expression radiated immense pride. Beside him, Jia Yu appeared equally invigorated. Jia Yu continued, however, before we proceed to the Wanbao Merchant Association, we must first deal with that young man. Jia Yu understood that his brother was referring to the youth they had recently shared ship with. Hesitantly, he remarked, "Brother, is it truly necessary? After all, he is a great emperor." Both brothers, possessing only the cultivation of the king realm, could not discern Lin Ming's true prowess. They merely speculated that he was also at the emperor level after witnessing him slay an imperial sea beast. I cannot abide such self-righteous individuals. What is a mere emperor worth? If not for his age, his strength might even be inferior to mine. Jia Yu scoffed. I knelt before him for a month in utter humility, yet he never spared me a glance. I cannot swallow this indignation. Upon hearing this, Jia Yu refrained from further persuasion. The two then soared towards Qingshan city. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the vast martial arena situated in the center of Qingshan city. It appeared as if the entire populace had congregated there. Jia Yu expressed uncertainty. Is that truly the case? Indeed, even in the central state, the Wanbao Merchant Association is regarded as a formidable force. Hu and Ti wished to join if given the opportunity. He agreed. They noticed that everyone seemed transfixed by a particular sight, standing there in a daze as if struck dumb. Ha ha ha, perhaps our master is nearby. With his strength, they dare not utter a word. Jia Yu exclaimed, "Come, let's venture deeper." Guided by Jia Yu, the brothers navigated through the throngs of people until they reached the very center. There, they beheld a headless corpse and Lin Ming standing before it. Ha ha, what a narrow path for adversaries. I thought you had departed, finding you might require some effort. Yet here you are still in Qingshan city. Excellent, simply excellent. Jia Yu laughed heartily at Lin Ming. Lin Ming regarded Jia Yu with a perplexed expression, uncertain of his intentions. Noticing Lin Ming's silence, Jia Yu's laughter grew even more boisterous. So, being at the emperor level is quite impressive, is it? My master is currently in Qingshan city. With just a thought, he would appear before me instantly. You are merely a trivial emperor, and I shall make you understand how utterly ridiculous you are in my eyes. Lin Ming regarded Jia Yu as one might a fool, then turned his gaze towards the assembled crowd in Qingshan city. I require a complete map of the central state. The price is negotiable. You all. Before he could finish, someone interjected, I have it. I have it. Senior, just tell me how many copies you need. No spirit stones required, not a single one. Does your map contain the details I need? Another voice chimed in. Senior, I also possess a complete map of the central state. I have as many copies as you desire, and not only will I not ask for spirit stones, but I can even provide you with some. The quick-witted among them had already retrieved maps and approached Lin Ming. Senior, they may flatter with their words, but only I am genuinely sincere. The map is exceedingly detailed, encompassing everything from the most formidable powers to the smallest ravine, all meticulously documented. The elder accepted my map, assuring me I would not regret it. Observing this, Lin Ming took the map, gave it a cursory glance, and inquired about its price. The man quickly shook his head, declaring that it was his honor to assist the elder. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming did not press further and accepted the map, promptly promising, "Should difficulties arise in the future, I shall aid you once." The man expressed his gratitude repeatedly, though he did not dare take it too seriously. Meanwhile, Jiayu, witnessing this exchange, felt a flicker of anger brewing within him. That wretched dog had once again completely disregarded his presence. He shot a disdainful glance at the individual who had delivered the map to Lin Ming and coldly warned, "You would do well to retrieve your map. I grant you 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, when my master arrives, your life will be forfeit. Do not say I did not offer you a chance." Chapter 28. The vengeance is not difficult to avenge. The young man who delivered the map to Lin Ming appeared somewhat lean and sallow, and at this moment, he regarded Jiayu with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. Not only him, but all those present cast peculiar glances towards Jiayu. "What? Are you unwilling?" Jiayu raised his head high, surveying the crowd, and noted the strange expressions on their faces. A cold smile escaped his lips. "Do you not believe me?" Without further elaboration, he promptly produced a communication talisman, amplifying his voice deliberately. "Master, we have arrived at Qingshan City and are currently at the Central Martial Arts Arena." After speaking, he put away the talisman. In no more than 10 breaths, "Master shall certainly appear." Jiayu shot a frosty glare at the thin young man who had delivered the map to Lin Ming, saying, "I have afforded you an opportunity, but since you lack discernment, do not blame me." The thin young man rolled his eyes, uninterested in engaging with Jiayu. The crowd remained indifferent to Jiayu's declarations. A mere figure of the Wang realm daring to boast before someone seemingly possessing the might of an emperor. Was that not a sign of folly? Naturally, they were also curious about who Jiayu's master was, the one who granted him such audacity. "You speak of your master's might, yet you refuse to disclose their identity. How can you expect us to believe you?" Someone remarked. "Indeed, I could also proclaim that my master is unrivaled in the world. Boasting without expending any spirit stones is quite easy. Ha ha, it seems this young brother has not traversed much of the world, thinking his master to be the greatest. This is rather understandable." As the jeers reached his ears, a flicker of pride ignited in Jiayu's eyes. "The name of my master resonates throughout the entire central region. You worthless fools, what right do you have to mock me?" With a flourish of his sleeve, he declared, "My master is none other than Zhao Long, the esteemed elder of the Wanbao Merchant Association, a pinnacle emperor. In his eyes, you are merely a swarm of ants." Upon concluding his proclamation, Jiayu cast a haughty gaze around. However, the anticipated expressions of terror, trepidation, and admiration did not manifest. Instead, the crowd's demeanor grew even more peculiar. Their gazes towards him were tinged with a hint of sympathy. Moreover, many of them were casting intentional or unintentional glances at the headless corpse nearby. What does this mean? Jiayu felt a sudden, unsettling sensation arise within him. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he too turned his gaze toward the headless body. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find an uncanny familiarity with the corpse. "No way." Jiayu hesitated, stepping forward to scrutinize the body more closely. Just then, Jiayu exclaimed, "Brother, does that head not resemble our master?" "What head?" Jiayu turned around, following the direction of Jiayu's finger. My heavens! In an instant, his countenance turned ashen, as if the heavens had collapsed upon him. That head belonged to none other than his most revered master. Thus, the headless corpse must also belong to his master, the esteemed elder of the Wanbao Merchant Association. A supreme powerhouse at the pinnacle of Emperor Realm had met his demise in Qingshan City. Moreover, his corpse was severed. Her eyes remained wide open, unblinking in death. "How could this be? It was you. You have slain my master." In a moment of apparent madness, Jiayu bellowed at Lin Ming. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of the calamity you have wrought? My master was a venerable elder of the Wanbao Merchant Association. By killing him, You have irrevocably offended the Wanbao Merchant Association. No matter your strength, your demise is inevitable. Lin Ming raised his gaze slightly, casting a calm glance at Jiayu. If he sought to kill me, then I shall return the favor. Do you have any objections? To Lin Ming, this was merely a commonplace statement. Yet to Jiayu's ears, it resonated like thunder from the heavens. His fists clenched tightly, a surge of pent-up fury urging him to strike Lin Ming down. But upon meeting Lin Ming's gaze, his courage dissipated in an instant. In Lin Ming's tranquil stare, he perceived not a trace of murderous intent, but a chilling indifference far more terrifying. At that moment, Jiayu felt as if he had been reduced from a man to nothing more than an insignificant ant. I have no objections. Jiayu gritted his teeth, as if uttering those words inflicted immense pressure upon him. Lin Ming turned away, disregarding Jiayu entirely, and focused on the map in his hands. The map, crafted from tough animal hide, was impervious to water and fire. When fully unfurled, it stretched an impressive 10 zhang in length, with the city of Qingshan marked as a diminutive point in the far left corner. The Li family was prominently displayed in the upper left corner of the map, marked by a red the size of a thumb. Surrounding this crimson point were countless smaller dots, thousands in number. These represented either the Li family's subordinate forces or their cities. This multitude of factions and strongholds formed an impenetrable web, ensnaring the Li family at its center. Is that so? Lin Ming chuckled softly, folding the map away. And in a single step, he had traversed a distance of 100 miles. Jiayu stood alone in the training ground, unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. Once again, he had been disregarded, just as he had been on the ship. However, at that time, he had faith. He had a powerful master as his support. But now, his master was dead, merely a head severed from the body, rendering the notion of peak imperial power a mere farce. Strong, huh? Jiayu scoffed at himself. How truly strong you are. In that moment, all his pride seemed to transform into a jest. He felt a deep sense of discontent, yet found himself powerless. The crowd in the training ground soon dispersed, including the two from the Wanbao Merchant Association responsible for assessing talent, who did not linger for even a moment. The once bustling arena quickly fell silent, leaving only the two brothers of the Jiao family. Jiayu gazed at Zhao Long's severed head, letting out a faint sigh. Brother, we should return to the northern region. With our master deceased, we likely cannot enter the Wanbao Merchant Association. Return? Jiayu murmured, then abruptly turned to Jiayu, astonished. Are you so readily accepting your fate? Do you not intend to avenge our master? No, that is not it. Jiayu explained, I comprehend my brother's sentiments. Yet is it truly feasible for us to seek vengeance? He harbored no confidence in himself, setting aside the question of whether they could surpass the Emperor's realm. Even if they were to successfully cultivate to that level, they would still be far from enough. After all, their master had been at the pinnacle of the Emperor's realm at the time of his demise. Against such an adversary, he was uncertain to what extent he would need to cultivate to harbor even the slightest chance of retribution. After a moment of silence, Jiayu recognized the slim hope for vengeance, yet he was resolute in his desire not to surrender, no matter how faint the possibility. It is attainable. It must be, Jiayu declared. As long as you do not give up, no one can assert that you cannot succeed. Observing Jiayu's unwavering determination, Jiayu was deeply moved. Just as he was about to speak, a familiar laughter echoed from afar. Hee, avenging this grievance is not as difficult as it seems. Chapter 29. Will he save you? The brothers Jiayu turned to the source of the voice and were greeted by a familiar figure. It's you. Do you also have a vendetta against him? The newcomer was none other than the burly man who had escorted them to the central region. Ha. Whether there is enmity or not is inconsequential. What matters is that I can assist you in seeking vengeance. The burly man chuckled. Jiayu's face displayed hesitation. Their adversary was a terrifying being capable of slaying even the pinnacle of the great emperor realm. Yet, here stood a mere monarch realm individual claiming he could help them take revenge. This seemed rather implausible. How can you aid us? With your strength, how do you differ from an ant before him? The burly man erupted into hearty laughter. There are myriad ways to exact revenge. No one has ever stipulated that one must defeat him head-on. What do you propose? Jiayu inquired. Quite simple. We shall start with Qingshan City, the burly man declared. We will join forces to annihilate Qingshan City and pin the blame on him. Annihilate Qingshan City? Just the three of us? Jiayu scoffed. The burly man retrieved 2 crimson pills, exuding a faint scent of blood. Consume these, and your power will temporarily surge to the half-step Great Emperor level. After that, you merely need to continue killing to stabilize your realm, perhaps even ascend further. Such a bizarre pill exists in this world. Jiayu's expression turned skeptical. A pill that enhances one's realm through continuous killing. If it were to flood the market, the entire central region might swiftly transform into a hellscape. Despite his doubts, an instinctual yearning for the pill began to blossom within him. If such a pill truly existed and came into his possession, there would be no need for him to traverse seas to arrive in the central region, nor to align himself with any faction. He alone would become the most formidable force in existence. The burly man offered no explanation, instead tossing a pill directly to Jiayu. Believe it or not, the pill is here. Jiayu caught the pill, his expression shifting as he grappled with his decision. He turned to glance at the silent Jiayu. Brother, what do you think? Jiayu picked up a pill and, without a moment's hesitation, placed it into his mouth. I seek vengeance, but the gap between us is insurmountable. He said softly, this is my only chance. Even if there is but a 1 in a billion chance, I must try. He turned to the burly man. Regardless of your motives, congratulations, you have achieved your goal. I am willing to be the blade in your hand. No sooner had he spoken than a deep rumble emanated from within him, and a torrent of formidable spiritual power surged through his limbs. Such strength, such overwhelming power. Jiayu felt as if his body might burst from the intensity and let out a mighty roar, striking out towards the distance. Bang! Dozens of buildings collapsed in response, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts. Who dares to be so audacious as to ambush me? How dare you, you insignificant wretch? Come face me in open combat. The house I constructed not long ago has been destroyed. If only I knew who was responsible, you would pay a heavy price. Shortly after their curses, a shadow suddenly emerged, looming above them. You are the one who ruined my house, one exclaimed in astonishment. The response came swiftly in the form of a fierce strike from Jiayu. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a living being was reduced to a mist of crimson. What are you insane? No. The onlookers gasped in horror as Jiayu sneered, unleashing a torrent of energy with each punch. Simple yet effective. The sounds of agony erupted in waves, only to fade back into an eerie calm. A wicked smile flickered across Jiayu's face. The sensation of power is truly delightful. In the distance, Jiayu observed as Jiayu's cultivation soared after consuming a pill, and he could no longer contain his restless heart. At last, he too swallowed the elixir. The burly man laughed heartily at this scene. You will not regret today's decision. Thus, a bloody massacre commenced. Within Qingshan City, while there were some formidable individuals, they paled in comparison to the frenzied Jiao brothers. In fact, their strength only grew more formidable amidst the slaughter. Kill, kill, kill. The Emperor realm feels tantalizingly close for the first time. The cries of despair echoed throughout Qingshan City. Rivers of blood surged forth in all directions. The stench of blood permeated the entire city. How amusing. The world labels us as demons, yet how much better are you than us? The burly man stood over Qingshan City, surveying the mounting corpses and inhaling the increasingly pungent scent of blood, his smile growing ever brighter. Jiayu, amidst the chaos, had lost count of how many he had slain, but suddenly he came to a halt. At last, I have found you. He regarded the gaunt young man before him with a predatory grin. Not long ago, it was this very person who delivered the map to Lin Ming. I offered you a chance, yet it seems you have shown me no courtesy. Are you insane? That senior promised to assist me should I find myself in peril. The gaunt youth stammered, though he himself lacked conviction in his words. In the eyes of that senior, a figure like himself was likely no more significant than a fallen leaf by the roadside, hardly worth a glance. Do you truly believe that senior will come? Jiayu taunted. Do you even believe it yourself? Today, I shall kill you. Will he come to your rescue? The senior, he will come. The gaunt youth swallowed hard, his words lacking any conviction. It seems you do not believe it either. What tragic tale. A cruel bloodlust lurked beneath Jia Yu's wicked smile. A prey devoid of the ability to resist is simply uninteresting. He looked down from his elevated position at the lean, dark-skinned youth and calmly stated, "I grant you 3 breaths of time. You may choose to flee or to strike against me. Let the countdown commence. 3, 2. After a brief moment of hesitation, the slender youth resolved within himself, unleashing his full spiritual energy as he dashed away into the distance. He chose the path of flight over confrontation. Jia Yu raised his hand, pointed toward the heavens, and counted down the final number, 1. Time was up. The game had concluded. A thread of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertip, slowly directed toward the dark-skinned youth. Just then, a shadow of a sword materialized from the youth's form, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant, piercing through Jia Yu's chest at the very moment his spiritual energy was poised to be released. What? A sharp pain coursed through Jia Yu's chest, causing his energy to dissipate, his expression filled with confusion and tinged with despair. How could this be? Chapter 30. Departing from the heavenly profound sect, leaving the northern region, Jia Yu lowered his gaze, fixated on the gaping wound in his chest, acutely aware of the spiritual energy ceaselessly ebbing away within him, his expression increasingly steeped in despair. "You, how could you have held back a hand?" Thousands of miles away, Lin Ming, traveling along a path, suddenly halted in his tracks. Had danger arrived so swiftly? When a gaunt young man had presented him with the map, he had vowed that should trouble arise in the future, he would intervene. True to his nature, he kept his word without fail. Consequently, he had marked the gaunt youth with a symbol, which would activate in moments of peril. Little did he anticipate that it would be needed so soon. Lin Ming turned around, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Instantly, a multitude of white light dots appeared before him, leading out for miles. With a mere thought, he vanished from his location. When he reappeared, he found himself in Qingshan City. What transpired within the city astonished him. From the moment he acquired the map to his departure from Qingshan City, only a fleeting moment had passed. What had once been a peaceful city now resembled a hellscape. The ground was littered with dismembered limbs submerged in crimson blood, and numerous buildings lay in ruin, cries of agony echoing from afar. With a single step, Lin Ming arrived at the side of the gaunt young man, who was now gasping for breath, standing at a distance with a face full of horror as he gazed at the still figure of Jia Yu. Moments ago, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy had enveloped him, and he had believed his end was nigh. Yet, to his astonishment, that dreadful energy vanished in an instant. In a panic, he fled a short distance before daring to turn back and look at Jia Yu. Jia Yu's condition was peculiar. His vitality had nearly dissipated entirely, and not a trace of spiritual power remained within him. Yet, he still hovered in the air. Blood flowed incessantly from the gaping wound in his chest, as if an endless sea of blood resided within him. A far more potent scent of blood permeated the air. This bizarre transformation instantly unraveled Lin Ming's confusion. Such grotesque and twisted abilities could only stem from the demonic sect. As the stench of blood intensified, the distant screams abruptly ceased. Following this, 2 figures soared through the air. "Brother!" Jia Yu let out a heart-wrenching cry. However, before sorrow could fully take root, the blood gushing from Jia Yu's body suddenly veered through the air, converging entirely upon Jia Yu. A fleeting moment of confusion and resistance flickered across his face. But as the blood made contact with his form, all doubt and defiance vanished. In its place surged greed and ecstasy. Moments later, Jia Yu's body was completely desiccated, ultimately transforming into a skeleton that plummeted from the sky. Thud! It landed amidst the pool of blood on the ground. Meanwhile, Jia Yu's aura grew increasingly potent, culminating at a certain moment. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens as dozens of bolts of lightning descended, striking him. Bathed in the tempest, Jia Yu exhibited no sign of fear. Instead, his countenance radiated sheer delight. Is this truly the realm of the great emperor? A domain fervently coveted by countless cultivators. Indeed, it exudes immense power. The thunderous roars from the heavens have yet to subside, yet Jia Yu remains undeterred, lifting his gaze towards Lin Ming with a victorious smile. Previously unable to discern your realm, now, in my eyes, you harbor no secrets whatsoever. Neither my master nor my brother could vanquish you, but I can. He raised his hand, palm facing the sky, and bellowed, "Sea of blood for all living beings." In the next moment, an endless ocean of blood materialized within his palm. Above this sanguine sea, countless struggling humans fought for survival. Can you withstand this move? Jiayu erupted into laughter and swung his right hand downward with great force, as he intended to hurl this blood sea towards Lin Ming. However, just as the blood sea began to take form and Jiayu struck down, a rusted sword pierced through his throat. The smile on Jiayu's face abruptly ceased. The blood sea within his palm slowly dissipated due to the loss of spiritual energy. His eyes were filled with disbelief. When did this happen? He was completely unaware of the sword's sudden appearance. By the time he realized something was amiss, it was far too late. Lin Ming's gaze scarcely lingered on Jiayu, absorbing Jiayu's power. He had broken through to the great emperor realm and even comprehended a certain secret technique from the demonic cult. In Lin Ming's eyes, Jiayu bore little resemblance to his former self at the king realm. In this moment, Lin Ming's attention was instead drawn to the figure behind Jiayu. This individual was familiar to him, the robust man from the ship that had brought him to the central continent. If the demonic cult sought to confront me, why not send someone of merit? Lin Ming was perplexed. In his eyes, this middle-aged man's cultivation was merely that of an ordinary Emperor Rel practitioner. It was laughable that even the demonic cult's emperor had perished at his hands. The middle-aged man chuckled at Lin Ming's words. "Your strength is indeed commendable. The leader wishes to offer you a chance to join our holy cult. You may have the opportunity to ascend to the leader's position in the future." An opportunity to ascend to the leader's position? The demonic cult has taken to weaving grand illusions? The rusted sword returned to Lin Ming's hand, and he began to stride towards the middle-aged man, step by step. "Surely, you cannot spare the effort to deal with me?" The middle-aged man, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, retorted, "Our holy cult has stood firm in the central continent for 1,000,000 years. Do you truly believe we cannot spare the effort to deal with a mere insignificant character like yourself?" Hearing the clear condescension in his words, Lin Ming felt no anger. Instead, he responded with a smile. "If that is the case, it seems the demonic cult is indeed unable to spare the effort to confront me." The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, resembling a venomous serpent fixated on Lin Ming. Lin Ming met his gaze unflinchingly, yet for some inexplicable reason, an unsettling feeling stirred within him. In an instant, he recognized the underlying issue. Since the demonic cult had known of his departure from the northern region early on, given their modus operandi, it was highly probable they would strike against the northern region. At the very least, they would not spare the heavenly Xian sect. With this thought in mind, he became indifferent to the middle-aged man before him. A fleeting glimmer of crimson light flickered in his eyes. From the verdant mountains of Qingshan City to the desolate seas, and then to the heavenly Xian sect of the northern region, the vast expanse of 1,000,000,000 miles unveiled a multitude of white light points. These luminous orbs, though devoid of any formidable aura, emanated an enigmatic and inscrutable power. The middle-aged man, upon catching sight of these ethereal lights, instantly paled, his pupils constricting in alarm. Could this be the power of space? He swiftly retrieved a transmission talisman and bellowed, "Flee! Run at all costs! Distance yourselves from the Xian sect! Distance yourselves from the northern region! Distance yourselves from the Xian sect! Distance yourselves from the northern region!" At the opposite end of the desolate sea, in the northern region, less than 10,000 miles from the Xian sect, the group's advance abruptly halted. The leader spoke, "We have received news. Let us listen." He activated the transmission talisman. A frantic voice erupted, "Run! Flee at all costs! Distance yourselves from the Xian sect! Distance yourselves from the northern region! Distance yourselves from the Xian sect! Distance yourselves from the northern region!" Chapter 31. Too late in the northern region, on a towering mountain less than 10,000 miles from the heavenly Xian sect, Wang Su listened to the voice emanating from the communication talisman, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He recognized the source of the voice, but could not fathom the reason behind it. The combat prowess in the northern region was significantly inferior to that of the central region. Even among the two most formidable forces in the north, there was not a single emperor. Apart from the enigmatic leader of the heavenly Qian sect, what was there to fear in such a vast northern region? Hadn't that leader already ventured into the central region? Why, then, was he being urged to distance himself from the heavenly Qian sect to flee the northern region? What transpired? Before he could await a response, a startled voice rang out beside him. "What is that?" Wang Su looked up to see a white light point less than 10 zhang away. The light bore no formidable aura, appearing merely as an ordinary beam illuminating the area. "What is this?" A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes as realization dawned upon him. "Space. I sense a fluctuation in the fabric of space. Flee, quickly, scatter in all directions. The farther you run, the better." Wang Su shouted in terror. In this vast northern region, devoid of even a single emperor, how could there be a fluctuation of space? This could only imply that the mysterious leader of the heavenly Qian sect, whose strength was difficult to gauge, was approaching. Damn it, space. He is proficient in the power of space. With that, Wang Su immediately flew in the opposite direction of the heavenly Qian sect. The others followed suit, dispersing and soaring in various directions. Just as they took flight, a dark figure materialized above the white light. Damn it, we haven't even seen the figure, and we're already fleeing like frightened dogs. Is the leader of the heavenly Qian sect truly that powerful? A young man, racing in a specific direction, cursed. Even in the central region, he had never felt so humiliated. How dare the mere northern region instill such fear in him? Alongside him, a flamboyantly dressed woman also fled in the same direction. She pouted and remarked, "If Su Qing could be killed, we certainly cannot engage him directly. Who knows how strong this freak truly is? Humph, strong or not, it's infuriating to flee without even catching a glimpse. I want to accept this." The young man expressed his dissatisfaction mid-flight. The woman retorted, "If you're so unwilling, then don't run. Stay and test your luck." "Huh? Do you think I lack the courage? I am merely considering the greater good." The young man scoffed. No sooner had he spoken than the woman's expression shifted abruptly. "What's wrong?" he asked, turning his head. Suspended in midair, the woman's face reflected a tinge of fear. "Look at that sword ahead." Following her pointed finger, the young man beheld a colossal sword, towering into the clouds, embedded less than 100 miles ahead. When did this sword appear? His countenance changed as well. In her anxiety, the woman instinctively swallowed hard and replied, "Just a moment ago, that place was still a mountain. Yet, inexplicably, it transformed into a colossal sword. This sword instilled within me a profound sense of dread." "Let's change our course." The young man scoffed. "As a member of the holy sect, when have I ever displayed such cowardice?" The woman frowned. "Do not be reckless. His prowess is beyond our capacity to confront." The young man retorted with derision. "If Lin Ming were standing before me now, I might consider fleeing. But this mere sword? I have yet to even glimpse its wielder. I am a dignified sovereign. Why should I be subjected to such indignity? Even in the central region, I have never experienced such humiliation. You may leave if you wish, but I shall face this sword." The woman hesitated, for she too was a sovereign, a prominent figure even in the central region. How could she acquiesce to such treatment? Just as she pondered, the immense sword emitted a peculiar sound. In the next moment, it began to rise slowly into the air, as if drawn by an immense force. The woman's heart raced, and she swiftly made her decision. "I must depart." She turned and fled in the opposite direction, this time without a hint of hesitation, fearing she might not escape swiftly enough. The young man's disdain intensified. Women are truly unreliable in critical moments. It was just a sword. How formidable could it truly be? "Come forth. Let me see if you are indeed as powerful as you claim." At last, the colossal sword fully detached from the earth, hovering in the sky. There was no elaborate display. The sword descended with a swift and simple motion, yet it bore the weight of earth-shattering might. "Gome, throughout my life, I have never feared any adversary. Even in defeat, I shall stand my ground. Remember my name, Xianyuan Haoyan." He gazed at the sword, his eyes devoid of fear. As the sword plummeted, his right fist radiated a golden light. though he had succumbed to the ways of the demonic sect at this moment. In the face of his greatest foe, he chose not to employ those dark tactics. Instead, he unleashed the technique he had practiced since childhood, his lifelong companion. Although this move paled in comparison to the arcane methods of the demonic sect, it was the one he knew best and trusted most. With his golden fist raised high, Jian Mountain hurled his mightiest blow at the colossal sword. Heaven-shattering fist. Break for me. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, dust billowing forth as dozens of towering mountains crumbled to dust, the earth splitting open with a fissure that stretched for 100,000 Jian. Jian Mountain's form vanished, leaving only a puddle of flesh beneath the colossal sword. His most trusted technique had failed to preserve his life. In the distance, the beautiful woman halted. She stood high above, a flicker of relief crossing her features. Had I not fled, I too would surely be dead by now. She sensed that Jian Mountain's essence had entirely dissipated, as if he had never existed in this world. Even at the pinnacle of the sovereign realm, life remained fragile as paper before a mightier force. She must escape the northern region. She was acutely aware that stopping in the northern domain was not an option. Even beyond its borders, survival was uncertain. Yet within the northern domain, there was assured doom. Without a moment's hesitation, she ignited the spiritual energy within her, expending it at a rate tenfold faster than in her usual battles, frantically fleeing toward the desolate sea. Faster, ever faster. A plethora of invaluable elixirs were consumed as if they were worthless. She also resorted to secret techniques that could unleash her potential but bore significant repercussions. To preserve her life, she was willing to forsake everything. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that, as she executed these frantic measures, a solitary leaf drifted down before her. A blade sang softly, and blood was cast into the air. All her actions came to an abrupt halt, leaving her standing dazed in the sky. Was it too late? Chapter 32. The descent of the Azura, the resplendent sunlight cascaded over the desolate sea, creating shimmering waves of gold. Wang Su's expression was unprecedentedly grave. From a moment he chose to flee until now, barely a tea's worth of time had elapsed. Yet all 7 emperors who accompanied him to the northern domain had perished. Their essence dissipated entirely. Not everyone fled in the same direction, but Lin Ming stood alone. Even so, he had swiftly annihilated the 7 emperors in a remarkably short span. I have taken note of this account. Anyone who opposes our holy sect shall find no salvation in this world. Not only shall you perish, but none from the Tianxian sect shall survive. Wan Su's not Gunli, intent on hastening his escape across the desolate sea. However, he suddenly discovered, not far ahead, the presence of another person whose arrival had gone unnoticed. Clad in a black long robe, with a long sword at his back, his demeanor was calm, devoid of sorrow or joy. It was Lin Ming, the sect master of Tianxian. Wang Su gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ming. Lin Ming uttered not a word, but slowly drew the long sword from his back. The sword, rusted and devoid of any formidable aura, evoked a sudden tremor in Wang Su's body. Any peak emperor-level expert possesses an acute sensitivity to danger. In this moment, facing Lin Ming, Wang Su's body instinctively tensed, entering a state of readiness for battle. I have only experienced this kind of pressure when confronting the sect leader. Wang Su's eyes flickered, and after a few breaths, he ultimately abandoned any notion of resistance. Shall we make a deal? Lin Ming, with a sword in hand, spoke expressionlessly. Let us hear it. Today, if you spare my life, the enmity between the holy sect and yourself shall be erased. Wang Su hastily proposed. Lin Ming offered a faint smile, utterly lacking in sincerity. To Wang Su, it seemed as though the demonic sect was bestowing a favor upon him by suggesting the forgiveness of grievances. Yet, Lin Ming had never cared for the demonic sect. Wang Su's expression shifted slightly as he said, Do you truly remain so stubborn? It is never I who is obstinate, Lin Ming replied. Had the individuals from the demonic sect in the central region not sought trouble with the Tianxian sect in the northern domain, this situation would not have arisen. Since they have come, how could they be allowed to leave easily? Lin Ming had no intention of engaging in further feudal dialogue. As enemies, they would fight to the death. In the next moment, he thrust the rusted sword forward, covering an immense distance in an instant. Wang Su's pupils constricted. If you seek battle, I shall oblige you. I do not believe a mere half-step emperor can truly slay me. He raised one hand to the heavens and bellowed. The Azura descends. In that instant, the sky darkened with ominous clouds and thunder roared. In the wake of a dazzling flash of lightning, a magnificent figure, towering like a mountain, shattered the fabric of space and descended before Wang Su. This technique was one of the 3 secret arts of the demonic sect, summoning the legendary Azura. The descending Azura could unleash an attack surpassing the caster by 5 realms. While it possessed the strength of a single strike, it was exceedingly formidable. The higher the realm, the greater the disparity between each minor tier, thereby amplifying the terror of this technique. Nevertheless, despite its might, this technique bore significant flaws. At this moment, Wang Su had expended nearly all of his spiritual energy, a desperate gamble where failure meant demise. Lin Ming wielded his rusty sword with unwavering resolve, undeterred even by the sudden emergence of a colossal figure. Insignificant ants, do you not kneel before me? The immense silhouette spoke, emanating an unfathomable power. As if a tremendous pressure rooted in bloodlines was upon him, Lin Ming furrowed his brow, and a phantom sword materialized above him, effectively countering the overwhelming force. In the next instant, a massive obsidian palm print descended from above, aimed directly at Lin Ming. This seemingly unadorned strike was, in fact, the mightiest blow from an emperor-level warrior, channeling all their spiritual energy into a singular, devastating punch. Simultaneously, a voice resonated from the heavens, booming like a great bell. Kneel! Kneel! You are indeed quite bothersome, Lin Ming thought, initially intent on resolving matters with Wang Su in a single stroke. Yet in that moment, he altered his course. He surged skyward, confronting the dark, gigantic palm print, and thrust his sword forth. Ha, this fool! Below, Wang Su, who had been anxious just moments before, erupted into laughter. Though the Shura was formidable, it could only strike once. If Lin Ming chose to evade, he had no assurance of landing a blow. Now, Lin Ming's decision seemed like a leap into a trap, perfectly aligned with Wang Su's intentions. However, before Wang Su could savor his triumph, his expression transformed once again. Lin Ming's sword pierced effortlessly through the obsidian palm print, continuing its relentless trajectory toward the Shura's colossal head. The Shura, with its singular strike, would swiftly dissipate regardless of success or failure. Just as the Shura's form began to fade, leaving only a faint shadow, Lin Ming's rusty sword finally penetrated the immense head. No! A scream reverberated across the desolate sea, as Wang Su felt a tremor within his very soul. What have you done? He sensed Lin Ming had committed an act of extreme peril and horror. High above, Lin Ming cast a downward glance at Wang Su. You should have already seen the truth. There is no need for further questions. Wang Su was momentarily speechless, before bursting into laughter. Today, I have no chance of escape. But it matters not. On this road to death, I am not alone. You seek your own demise. No one in this world can save you. As his words fell, the remnants of his spiritual energy exploded forth. A powerful force surged outward, creating towering waves across the desolate sea. Wang Su had chosen self-destruction. It was not until a brief while later that the force completely dissipated. Lin Ming did not linger over the desolate sea for long. He turned, a glimmer of crimson flashing in his eyes. Then, from the desolate sea to the city of Qingshan in the central continent, a series of white light points began to manifest along his path. With a single step, he vanished from sight. Shortly after his departure, peculiar sea beasts began to gather beneath the waters of the desolate sea. Once again, it is this individual. We truly ought to eliminate him. What good would that do? If you dare to take action, it would only result in desolation across the land, merely adding another lifeless fish to the depths. Did not our leader proclaim that wherever this person appears, we must retreat and avoid conflict? Otherwise, we may perish without even comprehending how. Alas, I am well aware of this person's formidable strength. We cannot afford to offend him. However, If we continue to endure such torment in the desolate sea each day, the number of travelers will surely dwindle. And our supply of spirit stones relies heavily on those humans. The marine beast discussions were entirely unbeknownst to Lin Ming. At this moment, he returned to Qingshan City. The entire city, save for the emaciated youth he had rescued, was devoid of any other living souls. Chapter 33. My cultivation does not reach the imperial realm not long ago. The bustling Qingshan City, home to millions of cultivators, has swiftly descended into a ghost town. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ming dispelled the protective barrier surrounding the emaciated youth and inquired, "Did he leave any words before departing?" Moments ago, Lin Ming had been preoccupied with the Tianxian sect and had refrained from slaying the robust man who brought him to Zhongzhou. The youth replied cautiously. Casting a furtive glance at Lin Ming, he stated that the holy sect is a faith established by the mandate of heaven, and opposing it is an act of defiance against fate. He hopes you do not misjudge your own position. He continued, "Though you are powerful, you are still far from the stature of the holy sect's eminent figures. Within a year, your demise shall come." Mandate of heaven? Lin Ming chuckled lightly, amused by the self-aggrandizement. As for the foreboding of his death in a year, he was utterly unconcerned. After a brief examination of the emaciated youth, Lin Ming resolved to continue his journey to the Li family. At that moment, the youth nervously spoke up, "Senior, may I accompany you?" He gazed at the blood-soaked ground and the countless bones lying within it, lamenting, "This city holds nothing left for me to cherish." Lin Ming pondered for a moment and, without refusal, replied, "Very well." Having never traversed the Zhongzhou region, the presence of a local cultivator as a guide would certainly alleviate numerous inconveniences. With that, the two wasted no time and promptly set forth towards the Li family. Approximately 2,000 miles from Qingshan City lies a uniquely extraordinary city. The towering city walls are adorned with an array of treasure models, from commonplace weapons like swords and halberds to musical instruments such as pipa and jade flutes. And even cooking utensils, virtually every conceivable item, whether conventional or unconventional, can be found represented on these walls. This is the Wanshou City, the headquarters of the Wanshou Merchant Association. At the heart of the city stands a magnificent tower reaching a height of 100 feet, comprised of 9 levels. The first 8 levels correspond to the 8 realms of cultivation, ranging from the body refinement realm to the emperor's respect realm, where one can find suitable treasures for their practice. The 9th level, however, is shrouded in mystery and rarely accessible to outsiders. At this moment, within a secret chamber on the 8th floor of the Wanshou Tower, Chun-Li listened intently to the report from her trusted subordinate, her brow furrowed in concern. "You say there has been an incident in Qingshan City, and an elder guest was slain? Who was responsible for this?" "We have information," the subordinate replied respectfully. "Speak." "Shenlikumanda." The subordinate continued, "It is said that the assailant hails from the northern region, and his name is Lin Ming." "Lin Ming?" While Chun-Li's expression remained largely unchanged, the mere mention of the name caused her body to instinctively shudder, as if a latent fear buried deep within her bloodline had been awakened. A fiery mark flickered at her brow, appearing for but a moment before vanishing once more. Zhao Chun, a direct disciple of the Danmen, was slain by Lin Ming, the master of the Tianxian sect from the northern region. The names Zhao Chun and Lin Ming seemed engraved in the very depths of her soul, and the recollection surged forth at the utterance of Lin Ming's name. "I must pay a visit to the Danmen," Chun-Li resolved decisively. "President, you have only just taken this position, and many are still unconvinced, particularly those two who are constantly scheming to usurp your role. At this juncture, departing from Wanbao City would not be a prudent decision." Chun-Li shook her head, reflecting, "Even if I were to issue a call to arms, how many great emperors could I possibly attract? Moreover, how many among such powerful individuals would willingly serve under me? Even if they were to come to the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, it would be solely for their own gain." After a brief pause, she continued, "If I could secure the assistance of the Pill sect, would there still be dissenting voices within the Wanbao Chamber?" With determination, she strode out of the secret chamber and left the Wanbao Tower, heading towards the Pill sect. Xuanyang City, a subordinate territory of the Li family, was rife with influential figures, most of whom were intricately connected to the Li family descendants. As Lin Ming entered the city alongside the lean youth Wang Tao, he was greeted by a cacophony of discussions resonating from every corner. Strangely, all the conversations converged on a singular topic: a certain individual named Li Qiuyue. Our Li family's prodigious young lady is to marry into the Su family. What a pity! What do you lament? What business is it of yours? If Li Qiuyue does not marry into the Su family, is she to wed you? What if she were to marry me? Why should she not consider me? He retorted, I have dedicated hundreds of years to serving the Li family, yet none of the young ladies have ever regarded me with favor. Come now, with your pitiful talents. If I were a woman, I would hardly spare you a glance. How cruel of you. Oof. After years of service to the Li family, we find ourselves without even the qualification to witness Li Qiuyue's wedding. Is it our fault for lacking talent? If you were a great emperor, would you be cast aside? These superficial individuals possess no vision of a grand family. That is not entirely fair. The marriage of a Li family lady into the Su family signifies a union between two top-tier families. In the entirety of the central continent, it is a momentous event that will undoubtedly draw immense attention. Countless strong figures will gather, and with our limited capabilities, it would be wise to remain on the periphery. Sigh, this world is truly unjust. As Lin Ming listened to the myriad of discussions, he felt a twinge of surprise. Indeed, I have chosen an opportune moment. He entered a tavern, ordered a pot of wine and 2 dishes, and began to dine with Wang Tao. Senior, are you particularly interested in this matter? Wang Tao glanced at Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not conceal his thoughts, stating, I do have some connections with the Li family. The former patriarch of the heavenly profound sect is the son of the Li family head, yet due to insufficient talent, he was overlooked by his father. Thus, he traveled thousands of miles to the northern region, aspiring to achieve something noteworthy to show his father. Regrettably, despite a lifetime of cultivation, he never managed to ascend to the realm of the emperor and lacked the capability to elevate the heavenly profound sect to the pinnacle of the central continent. Wang Tao regarded Lin Ming and remarked, I just overheard them say that anyone with the cultivation of a great emperor may attend the Li family's ceremony. This could be a favorable opportunity for us to enter the Li family. Why is that a favorable opportunity? Lin Ming inquired, blinking in curiosity. Wang Tao said with a sense of certainty, it is because your cultivation level, senior, far surpasses that of the emperor, allowing us to enter the Li family with complete legitimacy. Lin Ming shook his head, poured a bowl of wine, and drank it in one gulp, then replied, I do not possess the cultivation of an emperor. Wang Tao could hardly believe his ears. You lack the cultivation of an emperor? Yet you dispatched a peak emperor as easily as one would slay a chicken? Surely you jest, senior. Wang Tao's face was filled with confusion. Chapter 34. The lord of the city originally, Lin Ming intended to storm into the Li family, but the wedding of Li Qiuyue presented him with an alternative option. Anyone of the emperor realm could enter the Li family to witness the ceremony. The issue, however, was that he did not possess emperor-level cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ming remarked, we need to find an emperor to accompany us. Who? Wang Tao instinctively inquired, still somewhat incredulous. Does the senior truly lack even the emperor realm? Lin Ming nodded, affirming, indeed, I do not possess it yet, but I am close. He exited the tavern and gazed towards the distant city lord's mansion, stating, the person I seek is decided. In Xuanyang City, the city lord's mansion has been bustling these days. According to regulations, each emperor may bring 2 individuals to the Li family for the ceremony. Xuanyang City is merely an outer subsidiary of the Li family, and apart from the city lord, there are no other apparent emperors. Naturally, the inhabitants yearn for this opportunity. Consequently, throngs of people flock to the city lord's mansion daily, vying for those 2 coveted spots. The city lord, Li Ji, has not turned away these visitors. In fact, he proclaimed that anyone may come to the city lord's mansion, yet to secure a spot, one must satisfy him. The criteria for satisfaction, however, remained a mystery to all. No information has emerged from within the city lord's mansion. Thus, those arriving at the mansion have resorted to displaying various talents to capture Li Ji's attention. Some are concocting pills on the spot. Others are showcasing their martial prowess. while some don alluring attire in hopes of charming Li Ji with their beauty. In short, individuals have been attempting every conceivable method. Yet to this day, Li Ji has not shown his face. What kind of standards does the city lord possess? Surely he should provide some hints. The current lack of guidance is utterly ridiculous. I feel like a mere clown. Do not speak foolishly. The city lord has his own considerations, beyond our comprehension, someone retorted. Ha, it's absurd. Many voiced their discontent regarding Li Ji's ambiguous behavior. Wang Tao too found himself perplexed. The city lord seemed to possess an eccentric temperament, refusing to clarify his standards. How could they possibly attain those two spots under such unconventional circumstances? Lin Ming, however, did not dwell on such thoughts and proceeded deeper into the city lord's mansion. The city lord's criteria were irrelevant. What mattered was that he needed an emperor. Wang Tao paused momentarily before hastily following in Lin Ming's footsteps, advancing deeper into the mansion. The actions of Lin Ming and Wang Tao astonished the onlookers at the city lord's mansion. Had these two lost their minds? It seemed so, especially since the city lord had not disclosed any requirements. No matter how reckless one might be, would they truly seek their own demise? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Although Li Ji had not revealed any selection criteria, he had made one thing clear. Until he granted permission, they were only allowed in the front courtyard of the mansion. Anyone who dared to trespass into other areas would be killed. The spectators watched in astonishment as Lin Ming and his companion ventured out of the front courtyard. Heading further inside, it appeared that a spectacle was about to unfold. This is a thought that has emerged simultaneously in the minds of many. Lin Ming, accompanied by Wang Tao, ventured deeper into the heart of Xianyang City, where, in his perception, the only emperor of the city resided within the innermost sanctum of the Lordess Manor. Along the way, numerous guards cast bewildered glances at the two, their expressions a mix of confusion and incredulity. Who are these two simpletons? They wondered. Recently, all manner of strange creatures had been drawn to the Lordess Manor. After all, it was merely a wedding. What was so captivating about it? Uffed, but this is Li Qiuyue, the most beautiful woman of the Li family in this generation. You don't want to see her wedding? I certainly do. Look at your lack of ambition. Suddenly, one guard questioned, why hasn't he, the Lord, taken action against these two? At that moment, a melodious flute note resonated through the air, and before Lin Ming, hundreds of long spears materialized, all aimed directly at him. If struck, Lin Ming would likely become a pincushion in an instant. However, a resounding hum of a sword pierced the atmosphere. Even before the glint of the blade became visible, the myriad spears shattered into pieces. Undeterred, Lin Ming pressed on deeper. Yet, after only a few steps, a massive blade descended from above, cleaving downwards. Lin Ming showed no intention of evasion. Instead, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger, which glimmered with a hint of sword light. He confronted the descending blade with merely his fingertip. With a resounding crack, the two made contact, and the blade shattered as if it had suddenly endured an unimaginable force. In the aftermath of the blade's destruction, a figure clad in white floated gracefully before Lin Ming. He scrutinized Lin Ming closely, circling him several times, but ultimately appeared to find nothing amiss. With a sigh, he expressed his doubt. Something feels off. How could your cultivation merely be at the threshold of an emperor? You must possess some hidden treasure that conceals your true power. Do you not? Rest assured, my family, the Li clan, is vast and well established, backed by the strength of the Li family. I have encountered countless treasures and have no desire for yours, he continued. Lin Ming shook his head, replying, I truly am only at the threshold of an emperor. Without any hidden treasures. Li Ji suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Ming's eyes, and after a moment, he smirked, You cannot deceive my eyes. Lin Ming felt a twinge of helplessness, but offered no further explanation. I wish to enter the Li family, hence I require your assistance, Lin Ming stated. What do you mean? Li Ji furrowed his brow. Anyone above the emperor realm is permitted to witness Li Qiuyue's wedding. Do you truly lack imperial status? Indeed, Lin Ming answered candidly. Li Ji's lips twitched. How could he believe such a statement? A being at the threshold of an emperor engaging a formidable foe of the 5th tier of emperor status, and yet not faltering in the slightest. How could that be? Am I truly that weak? Li Ji pondered uncertainly. However, in an instant he dismissed such thoughts. It is well known that the chasm between those above and below the emperor realm is akin to that between heaven and earth. Even the weakest of emperors would easily subdue a being at the threshold of emperor status. Thus, he believed not a single word of Lin Ming's claim. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, uncertain of Lin Ming's intentions. He tentatively inquired, "What if I refuse to assist you? What will you do then?" Lin Ming replied, coolly, "I hope you will be willing." Ha ha ha. Li Ji laughed heartily. "On the contrary, I shall not comply." "What will you do about that?" He was not only an emperor, but also backed by the immense power of the Li family. How could he possibly yield so easily? There was nothing that could threaten him into doing what he, Li Ji, did not wish to do. In the next instant, a flash of sword light cut through the air, lifting his hair. The pride on his face instantly solidified, gradually transforming into astonishment and dread. We can actually discuss this calmly, can't we? I'm not so devoid of compassion," Li Ji stammered, his words becoming increasingly disjointed. Chapter 35. The Li family in the training grounds of the city lord's mansion in Xuanyang City. Onlookers observed as Lin Ming and Wang Tao ventured deeper into the lord's estate. Suddenly, a formidable aura emanated from the great emperor, prompting an understanding among the crowd. "Surely, there must be 2 corpses by now." "Corpses? You think too much. The city lord himself has intervened, and they should be reduced to ashes. Indeed, I am well aware of the city lord's temperament. Anyone who dares defy his orders will undoubtedly meet a fate worse than death." "Ah, is that the city lord? It seems he is emerging. Has the city lord already decided which 2 individuals to take to the Li family for the ceremony?" No. Those 2 behind the city lord do not appear to be his guards. Only now do you realize? Those 2 are clearly the ones who intruded earlier. But why are they still alive?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. All who approached the city lord's mansion were forbidden from entering the depths without his permission, under penalty of death. This was a direct command from the city lord himself. How could the situation be so different now? Li Ji sensed the confusion and skepticism in the gazes directed his way, and he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I certainly do not wish for this predicament. However, my strength pales in comparison." He stepped into the courtyard, and before he could utter a word, all discussions ceased abruptly. Clearing his throat gently, Li Ji proclaimed, "I have made a decision regarding those who will accompany me to the Li family ceremony." Upon hearing this, the hearts of those present skipped a beat. Prior to the appearance of Lin Ming and Wang Tao, they had eagerly anticipated this moment. Yet now, a glimmer of despair crept into their minds. Ignoring the thoughts of the crowd, Li Ji continued, "These 2 shall be at my side." He gestured towards Lin Ming and Wang Tao. Instantly, an uproar erupted. Even though many had suspected this outcome, the actual announcement elicited a wave of discontent. "City Lord, I feel compelled to voice my thoughts, though I'm uncertain if this is appropriate." A towering youth, muscles rippling and wielding a broad-bladed sword, stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Lin Ming with a murderous intent. Li Ji recognized him as Jian Mountain, the foremost swordsman of Xuanyang City, a half-step great emperor whose prowess rendered him nearly invincible among his peers. "Speak," Li Ji replied. "To represent you, the city lord, at the Li family ceremony is not only a matter of your personal dignity, but also that of all Xuanyang City. Therefore, these individuals must not be weak," Jiang Meng stated, his gaze never wavering from Lin Ming. Indeed, Li Ji nodded slightly. But are they truly strong enough? A hint of disdain flickered in Jiang Meng's eyes. Li Ji hesitated momentarily. Were the individuals behind him merely ordinary half-step great emperors, he would not mind if Jiang Meng challenged one to determine superiority. However, Lin Ming's strength was beyond measure, rendering even Jiang Meng powerless in comparison. Not just strong, but surprisingly so. Li Ji waved his hand dismissively. On this occasion, those who were to attend the ceremony at the Li residence were none other than them. "You may disperse now." The authority of the city lord left no room for hesitation among the gathered crowd, and one by one, they exited the city lord's mansion. However, Jiang Meng remained rooted to the spot. "City lord, I refuse to acquiesce," he declared, gripping the hilt of the blade at his back. He had long dreamed of entering the Li family estate to catch a glimpse of the one he once cherished. Yet, how could a mere nobody like him dare intrude upon such a prestigious family? The grand wedding of Li Qiuyue was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. By accompanying Li Ji, he could have entered the Li residence with honor. But to his dismay, even this chance had been snatched away from him, and he felt a fierce unwillingness. Seeing his obstinacy, Li Ji scoffed disdainfully, "Get lost." The terrifying spiritual power of the fifth tier of the Emperor realm erupted, and Zhang Meng's body was sent flying from the city lord's mansion like a leaf caught in a tempest. Li Ji wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a cautious glance at Lin Ming behind him. He worried that Zhang Meng's actions might provoke Lin Ming's displeasure. "Do not concern yourself with me. You are the city lord, and I am merely your subordinate," Lin Ming replied calmly. "Indeed," Li Ji said, forcing a smile that even he found repugnant. "The wedding begins in 3 days. If we depart today, the timing will be just about right." Originally, even without Lin Ming's presence, he had planned to decide on the candidates today. "Very well," Lin Ming responded casually. "Then let us set off." Lizi Nudda Eajarli. The journey from Xiunyang City to the Li family's stronghold required passing through 2 cities and 4 sects, all of which belonged to the Li family. Without pausing, 3 days later, on the morning of the wedding, the trio arrived at the Li residence. Time rewound to 3 days prior. Shortly after Lin Ming and his companions set off, Zhang Ming stood outside the city lord's mansion, watching the 3 figures disappear into the distance, his heart boiling with resentment and turmoil. This anger was directed not only at Lin Ming, but also at the Li family and, most painfully, at himself. How infuriating! I have toiled tirelessly all my life. What was it for? To be forced to settle for a mere glimpse of the one I adore? How ridiculous! How utterly laughable! His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes burned with fury. I must go to the Li family. I must see that beloved girl. No one could stop me. His eyes reddened, and his heart felt like it was in torment. Ultimately, at a certain moment, emotion triumphed over reason, even if it meant death. He had to see her at least once. Gradually, his expression softened as he gazed at the boundless white clouds in the sky, murmuring softly. Then, he rose and made his way toward the Li family estate. To enter the Li family for the wedding of Li Qiuyue, one must possess the strength of the Emperor realm. Yet, he was determined to enter. At the Li family estate, the atmosphere was particularly lively. A grand corridor paved with white jade stretched for miles, hosting no fewer than 100,000 guests, distant visitors from far and wide. Even more astonishing was that every single one of these guests was a formidable presence in the Emperor realm. Behind these emperors stood 1 or 2 attendants. According to the Li family's regulations, each emperor could bring 2 companions for the ceremony. Of course, one could also choose to bring just 1 person or even come alone without any restrictions. Li Ji's standing among these individuals was neither high nor low, leaving him with no choice but to take a commonplace seat. Lin Ming, however, paid him no mind and settled down beside him. In contrast, Wang Tao appeared quite awkward, exhibiting a demeanor of wanting to sit, yet hesitating to do so. "What are you doing?" Lin Ming inquired. "Do not feel pressured. The lord of the city is rather affable." Upon hearing this, Li Ji's lips twitched slightly. Although he felt disgruntled, one must bow their head under a roof. So he could only respond with a smile. "No worries, please take a seat." Wang Tao glanced around nervously before whispering to Lin Ming, "Senior, I am indeed aware of the Lord's amiability, but look at them. What about them?" Lin Ming asked, surveying the surroundings. He noticed that although the entire jade corridor was not lacking in seats, not a single individual who was not of Imperial realm dared to take a seat. The hierarchy was starkly evident. The fact that he, a half-step emperor, was sitting alongside the true emperors had already attracted some unfriendly gazes. Lin Ming chuckled and said to Wang Tao, "No worries. If you are afraid, you may sit beside me." Chapter 36. Is it her? A gentle breeze wafted through the alabaster corridor, brushing against Wang Tao's cheek, causing him to involuntarily shudder. The fundamental rule of this world has always been the reverence for the powerful. How could those beneath the emperor ever stand on equal footing with him? As he felt the penetrating gazes from all directions, Lin Ming maintained an air of composure, while Wang Tao's palms grew clammy with anxiety. The emperors he had encountered over the past century paled in comparison to even a fraction of this magnificent corridor. In his eyes, each emperor was a figure of unparalleled greatness. In the past, the mere act of standing here would have been enough to render him faint with fear. Yet, thinking of Lin Ming instilled him with newfound courage. After all, this senior had effortlessly vanquished a terrifying figure at the pinnacle of the emperor's realm. Wang Tao gazed at Lin Ming and solemnly declared, "Very well, senior." He settled beside Lin Ming, releasing a long sigh as he felt the scrutiny from either side. This sensation was rather exhilarating. Once Wang Tao truly became comfortable in his seat, he found himself at ease, indifferent to the gazes surrounding him. After all, even if they disapproved of him, they would hardly dare to take action on such an occasion within the Li family. As Wang Tao contemplated this, he suddenly heard a nearby emperor speak up. Considering the time, the wedding is still an hour away. He turned his head to glance at Li Ji and chuckled. Waiting idly like this is indeed rather dull. Li Ji, not being a novice, quickly discerned the underlying meaning of the statement. Casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ming, who appeared unfazed, he replied, "Indeed, but I wonder what you have in mind." The emperor smiled. "It has been quite a while since I encountered so many fellow practitioners of the same realm. I find myself a bit eager to engage in a friendly spar." Li Ji raised an eyebrow. "Are you suggesting we have about to test our skills?" The emperor waved his hand. "That was indeed my initial thought. But at our level, once we engage, it becomes a matter of great consequence. Clearly, today is not suitable for such pursuits. Therefore," he cast a glance at Lin Ming and added with a smile, "let us allow our juniors to spar. It would be a delightful way to pass the time. Wouldn't you agree?" Having anticipated the other's intentions, Li Ji noted Lin Ming's silence and casually remarked, "I have no objections. But whether they wish to engage in a match depends on their own desires." He then turned to Lin Ming and inquired, "The floating cloud emperor wishes for you to compete with his junior. Are you interested?" Lin Ming's response was succinct and direct. "No. No interest?" The floating cloud emperor straightened, and the oppressive aura befitting an emperor enveloped Lin Ming. "Are you afraid, or do you disdain the challenge?" He squinted, scrutinizing Lin Ming. Lin Ming paid him no mind. Instead, he closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. Within the alabaster corridor, under the gaze of countless emperors, he chose to meditate. A mere half-step emperor possesses quite the audacity. I suspect he relies on the fact that we are in the Li family's domain, where the floating cloud emperor would hesitate to act directly. Were this another setting, he would likely be bowing and apologizing by now. Even if the Li family refrains from direct action, can he truly remain in their midst indefinitely? Once he steps outside, he may find himself unable to survive even a moment. This young man is simply too foolish. He is merely a half-step emperor, yet he fails to recognize his own limitations. The numerous emperors observing the scene, while mindful of their reputations, chose to remain silent. But those who accompanied the emperors could no longer tolerate Lin Ming's arrogance. On what grounds does he sit while others stand? He is just a half-step emperor. Everyone present here, regardless of their realm, possesses exceptional talent. Yet, all were astute enough not to overstep their bounds. Why should he? However, the scornful remarks seemed to have escaped Lin Ming's notice entirely. "Oof." The Cloud Emperor let out a cold laugh, declaring, Good. In my 8,000 years of life, you are the first to show such disrespect towards me. Were it not for the inopportune timing, I have no doubt I would crush this arrogant brat with a single blow. Li Ji, you truly have a way with your teachings." Reluctantly, he turned his pressure towards Li Ji. Li Ji merely shrugged and replied, "He is neither my disciple nor my junior. He merely resides in Xuanyang City. I have not imparted any teachings to him." "Oh, so, if he were to perish, you would feel no sorrow?" questioned the Cloud Emperor, narrowing his eyes. Li Ji replied with a chuckle, "If you can kill him, I would have no objections whatsoever." You are confident that I cannot act against him here in the Li family, aren't you?" The Cloud Emperor's voice turned icy, and his expression darkened. He could not have anticipated that a mere half-step emperor would dare to defy him so openly. Yet, here, he was indeed unable to take action. Before the eyes of the multitude, he tasted the bitterness of humiliation for the first time. "Very well," he said, dispersing his imperial pressure and leaning back expressionlessly in his chair. It was evident to all that he was seething with anger. His outward calm concealed the brewing storm within. The white jade corridor returned to tranquility as the spectators withdrew their gazes. Time passed slowly, and just as an hour slipped away, several melodious chimes echoed through the air. Dong 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 dong. At the forefront of the white jade corridor, a crimson carpet unfurled from the horizon, stretching for miles. At the far end of the vista, a figure clad in red, Li Qiue, stepped onto the carpet. She has arrived, the pride of the Li family in this generation, not only gifted with extraordinary talent, but also a rare beauty. Alas, I lament the absence of a powerful family backing me. Otherwise, such a woman would surely be my bride. Heh, even with a powerful family behind you, your talent would not suffice to win her hand. After all, that one from a Su family is no ordinary match. Indeed, Li Qiue possesses remarkable talent and beauty. However, in my view, it would be an overreach. The one from a Su family was recognized for possessing the potential of a sage even in youth. The potential of a sage? So is that individual. The Li family has struck gold. The Su family, surprisingly generous? Although Li Qiue is indeed the most outstanding individual of the Li family's current generation, she still pales in comparison to that esteemed figure. This is a stroke of fortune for the Li family, as well as for Li Qiue, a privilege we cannot envy. Originally lost in contemplation, Lin Ming, upon hearing the discussions around him, realized that the young lady of the Li family, named Li Qiue, had likely made her entrance. Curiosity piqued, he opened his eyes and beheld, in the distance, a woman clad in a resplendent red garment, unadorned by makeup, yet undeniably exquisite. It is she. Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful face that was simultaneously strikingly familiar, a wave of memories surged within him. Chapter 37. Li Qiue at the foot of the Sword Mountain of Tianxian sect. Lin Ming devoted 3 millennia to sword practice. From the Tianxian sect to the entirety of the northern region, countless individuals regarded him as a mere jest. Only the old sect master placed unwavering trust in him. Throughout his 3,000 years of immersion in swordsmanship, the old sect master visited him annually. However, a century ago, the old sect master was accompanied by a new companion, a gentle and radiant girl, as pure as a water lily. Clad in a light blue gown, her exquisite visage was perpetually adorned with a soft smile. It was only later that Lin Ming learned she was the granddaughter of the old sect master. The figure before him, Li Qiue, draped in crimson, bore an uncanny resemblance to that girl, both in appearance and in her ethereal, untainted demeanor. The sole distinction lay in the transformation of her expression. The girl had always radiated warmth, whereas today, Li Qiue's countenance resembled impenetrable ice, exuding a chilling aloofness. On such a joyous occasion, her reaction seemed rather peculiar. As Lin Ming pondered these thoughts, Li Qiue slowly approached the end of the red carpet. At that moment, the once dense fog appeared to disperse as if swept away by an unseen breeze, revealing a grand edifice. Beneath its imposing structure sat numerous elders of the Li family. At the pinnacle of the building stood a solitary figure, braving the wind, an elderly man whose white beard cascaded to his chest, clad in a dark blue robe that fluttered gracefully. He was Li Huairen, the current head of the Li family and the father of the old sect master. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, with the potential to ascend to the legendary Saint realm. Such extraordinary talent could not tolerate the thought of his offspring lacking even the qualifications to achieve the Emperor realm. Consequently, the old sect master faced scorn within the Li family, prompting his venture into the northern region to carve out his own destiny. Alas, he ultimately failed to attain the Emperor realm. In this world, one's cultivation determines the limits of lifespan. An Emperor realm cultivator may enjoy a lifespan of 50,000 years, while an ordinary emperor scarcely surpasses 10,000. Below the Emperor realm, the maximum lifespan dwindles to a mere 5,000 years. Thus, although the old sect master's lifespan was nearing its end, his father, the head of the Li family, continued to enjoy longevity. Before the edifice lay an expansive square, now occupied by a solitary figure. As the gazes of the assembled crowd turned towards the vast emptiness, they were irresistibly drawn to that silhouette, clad in a white robe. He held a jug of wine, exuding an effortless and casual demeanor. Standing in the square, he fixated solely on the vessel in his hand, indifferent to the esteemed head of the Leaf family, the numerous Leaf family elders seated beneath the grand building, or even 100,000 emperors present in the Jade Corridor. Most astonishingly, he paid no heed to Li Qiuyue, who was to become his bride today. In truth, aside from Li Qiuyue's crimson attire, which hinted at the festive occasion, neither of them displayed the slightest inclination to partake in the union. There was not even a fade to mask their indifference. Despite the fact that this young man from the Su family, endowed with the qualities of a sage, remained utterly motionless and silent. His mere presence commanded the attention of countless gazes, difficult to divert. Truly, the attributes of sage are undeniable. A single glance from him instilled in me an involuntary admiration, which was utterly awe-inspiring. Such an individual is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Kanglan continent, and the Leaf family is indeed fortunate. This is the epitome of a heavenly prodigy who, despite such extraordinary talents, remains humble and composed, unlike certain individuals who, oblivious to their own limitations, display arrogance despite lacking the opportunity to attain imperial status. What an egregious display of hubris! Comparisons between that useless individual and the prodigy of the Su family are nothing short of an affront to the latter. Indeed, that inept person ought to be likened to a pest wallowing in the mud. Laughter echoed through the white jade corridor, initially sparked by the disciples of the emperor, and eventually joined by several emperors themselves in this verbal skirmish. Nonetheless, Lin Ming remained unfazed, continuing to gaze at Li Qiuyue. In the square, Li Qiuyue approached the young man of the Su family, Su Yun. At that moment, Su Yun finally shifted his attention from the wine jug in his hand to Li Qiuyue, his expression devoid of warmth. We share no feelings for one another. I harbor no interest in you, and you likely feel the same, Su Yun remarked, though he deemed this inconsequential. Extending his hand, he emanated an aura reminiscent of an emperor. Place your hand in mine. From this day forth, you, Li Qiuyue, shall be my woman, Su Yun. I shall lead you to the summit of the Kanglan continent. The future Li family shall take pride in you. His words were brash, yet his tone remained calm, as if this were an inevitable reality. What was most alarming was that none present, including the patriarch of the Li family, who stood atop the edifice surveying all, exhibited any doubt towards his proclamation. It was as if he were inherently endowed with such capability. This was the commanding presence that a sage ought to possess. Li Qiuyue studied Su Yun for a considerable time before suddenly looking up at the elder atop the building. She then spoke, neither sorrowful nor joyful. I do not care about the peak of the Kanglan continent, nor do I concern myself with whether the Li family takes pride in me. You were correct in one regard. I find you of no interest. I cherish mountains, the sea, clouds, and the wild creatures of the skies and lands. But you do not captivate me. After a brief pause, she continued, however, this is of little consequence. If my family requires me to marry you, I'm willing to do so. She articulated her intentions with clarity. This marriage was purely for the future of her family. Those present were momentarily stunned, seemingly a loss for words. To possess a husband with the qualities of a sage is the aspiration of countless women across the world. Moreover, this sage-like youth is backed by the formidable Su family. This implies that with the protection of the Su family, Su Yun is virtually assured of not encountering any setbacks along his journey, and due to the presence of the Su family, he is unlikely to face any shortage of cultivation resources. The so-called innate potential for becoming a sage suggests that Su Yun is destined for greatness, fated to ascend to the pinnacle of supremacy. However, in the eyes of Li Qiuyue, this seems rather unimpressive. She is utterly indifferent. Upon hearing this, Su Yun's expression shifted slightly, but in an instant, he returned to his usual demeanor. He remarked, your perspective differs somewhat from my expectations. Perhaps in the future, I may indeed find you intriguing. Li Qiuyue's gaze remained fixed on Li Huairen atop the building, her eyes narrowing as she replied, there is no need for that. Your lofty affections are beyond my reach and of no interest to me. Our relationship is merely a transaction. Chapter 38, Li Qiuyue's words were strikingly straightforward, and even with Su Yun's temperament, he could not help but feel a flicker of anger at that moment. He raised his gaze to Li Huiran atop the building and inquired with an air of indifference, "Is this the stance of the Li family?" "Li Huiran, I require an explanation from you." At present, Su Yun had just embarked on the path of the emperor, yet he stood unyielding in the face of Li Huiran, who had reached the pinnacle of the emperor realm. Li Huiran's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand dismissively. "I shall ensure your satisfaction." The overwhelming pressure of the emperor's might erupted instantaneously, enveloping the entire Li family as if a colossal mountain had descended upon them. The atmosphere became so oppressive that even raising one's head felt exceedingly arduous. Even the emperors within the jade corridor trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads, filling the air with a rhythmic patter. This was merely due to the fact that Li Huiran's pressure was not aimed directly at them. Had it been so, the 100,000 emperors present would likely have been rendered powerless. Such was the strength of the head of the Li family, a premier lineage of the central state. Li Qiuyue, who bore the brunt of this pressure, collapsed to her knees with a thud. The earth cracked beneath her, fissures spreading like a spider's web for 100 paces around. "From this day forth, you shall belong to the Su family as Su Yun's wife. You must respect him, love him, and obey him without question. Do you understand?" A mocking smile appeared on Li Qiuyue's frosty visage. "Understand what? I have consented to marry Su Yun. Is that not sufficient? Is the Li family merely a vassal of the Su family? Why must I submit to him? Are you the head of the Li family or the Su family?" Li Qiuyue concentrated all her spiritual power into her legs, struggling to rise. A chilling crack echoed through the air. The jade leg, concealed beneath her crimson attire, could not withstand the pressure and shattered. Ultimately, she could not bear the weight of the emperor's might. Vivid crimson blood seeped through her garment, and the entire Li family fell into a profound silence. Lowering her gaze to her injured leg, Li Qiuyue fell into contemplation. After a moment, she began to laugh derisively. "Grandfather was right. You are but a coward, always bold within your home. Our Li family is undeniably one of the most esteemed families in the central state. Why should we bow to others?" "Great-grandfather, I do not comprehend." Determination and defiance etched across her face. Li Qiuyue had already agreed to marry into the Su family. Why then were further conditions imposed upon her? Her desires were modest. She merely wished to live with dignity, free from a need to bow down to anyone or to be subservient to another. Yet, why was this so difficult? Li Qiuyue turned her gaze towards Li Huiran, seeking an answer. Rather than respond, he merely snorted coldly. "The head of the Li family is I, not you. Fulfill your obligations, and I shall still acknowledge you as a member of the Li family. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your powers and expel you from the Li family." Upon hearing this, Li Qiuyue scoffed disdainfully. "Expelled from the Li family? What consequence would that hold for me? In the present day, the Li family, in her eyes, holds little that is worth cherishing. You may be indifferent, but your father cares." Li Huiran seemed to perceive Li Qiuyue's thoughts and spoke softly. Li Qiuyue's complexion shifted dramatically as she raised her head, looking at Li Huiran in disbelief. "Is my father not your own grandson? Who in this world would leverage their own grandchild as a bargaining chip to threaten others?" "Great-grandfather, there are so many outsiders watching." Li Qiuyue felt certain that her great-grandfather had lost his senses. In his eyes, it appeared that all familial ties had lost their significance. The collective worth of their family, perhaps, paled in comparison to that of Su Yun. Was it merely because their talents did not measure up to Su Yun's? Though this world reveres the strong, must one descend to such depths? Li Qiuyue sank to the ground, having relinquished her struggle. Within the long corridor, the 10,000 great emperors observed this scene, momentarily taken aback by Li Huiran's words. The esteemed head of the Li family, standing at the pinnacle of the Kanglan continent, seemed somewhat different from their expectations. Despite his formidable power and imposing presence, there was an unmistakable inclination to appease the Su family regarding Li Qiuyue. In contrast to their astonishment, Su Yun appeared quite pleased with Li Huiran's conduct. He laughed heartily and declared, "What the head of the Li family has done truly resonates with me. Today I, Su Yun, promise that when I ascend to the zenith of the Kangling continent, the Li family shall surely become the foremost family, second only to my Su family. Li Huairan bowed slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, young Master Su. The head of the Li family need not be overly formal. From this day forth, we shall be like family. Su Yan stated nonchalantly. Beside Lin Ming, Wang Tao whispered, This fellow seems to act as if he has already claimed the title of the world's strongest. Before Lin Ming could respond, Li Ji interjected with a scoff. The most talented youth of the Su family possesses the potential of a sage. Such individuals will inevitably rise to the summit. Though the head's actions may be scorned by some, in my view, this is indeed the wisest course. Li Ji gazed at Li Huairan with reverence. The head, unhesitant in publicly compelling Li Qiuye to comply before the 10,000 great emperors, not only humiliated Li Qiuye, but also diminished his own authority as the head of the Li family. What was the purpose of this? Was it not merely to provide the Su family with a token of allegiance? He paused before continuing. Once the Su family produces a sage, there will only be one supreme force across the entire Kangling continent. When one family stands unrivaled and no faction in the central state can contest them, deciding who lives and who dies will merely be a matter of thought. Those who mock the head today may find themselves compelled to admire his foresight in the future. For the survival of the Li family, what do personal honor and disgrace matter? What significance does bearing infamy hold? Li Ji spoke passionately, his admiration for Li Huairan flowing forth like an unending river. Do not think he speaks lightly. If Li Qiuye remains obstinate, the patriarch would undoubtedly and unhesitatingly strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the Li family. Even Li Qiuye's parents would find themselves unable to escape such a fate. After all, not long ago, the patriarch had personally rendered his own son powerless. Which son, you may ask? Suddenly, Lin Ming turned his gaze toward Li Ji. With a sneer of disdain, Li Ji replied, Who else could it be but Li Junlin, who left home years ago in pursuit of carving out a destiny for himself? Alas, a waste is ultimately a waste. The grandiose promises he made upon leaving have not materialized. Upon his return, he still failed to transcend to the emperor's realm. Such a person is truly a disgrace to the Li family. Does he even deserve to be the son of the patriarch? Li Ji's eyes were filled with contempt. Chapter 39. Are you the one beneath the Sword Mountain? As Li Ji's words echoed through the resplendent white jade corridor, Lin Ming rose to his feet. What are you doing? Li Ji's expression shifted, apprehensive that Lin Ming might cause trouble at the Li residence. After all, he was the one who had brought him here. If chaos ensued, he would undoubtedly face repercussions. Having finished the performance, it was time to attend to serious matters. Serious matters? What matters? A sense of foreboding crept into Li Ji's mind. Without turning back, Lin Ming replied coolly, I have a question that requires the head of the Li family to answer. What question? Li Ji pressa urgently. This time, Lin Ming offered no reply. Instead, he exited the white jade corridor and strode towards the square. His uncharacteristic behavior immediately captured the attention of many within the corridor. The emperors, still reeling from Li Huairan's actions, were now even more astonished by Lin Ming's boldness. What does this young man intend to do? Could it be that he seeks to defend Li Qiuye's honor? A hero rescuing a damsel in distress? A mere half-step emperor attempting such a feat in this setting must be out of his mind. This lad is but a trivial half-step emperor, yet he dares to stand on equal footing with us in the white jade corridor. He must have lost his senses long ago. Indeed, the floating cloud emperor, who was closest to Lin Ming, was the first to notice his departure. With a smile, he turned to Li Ji and taunted, Your guest seems to be losing his mind, and you do nothing to stop him? Should trouble arise, you may find it difficult to absolve yourself. Li Ji opened his mouth to retort, but hesitated, ultimately opting for silence. He truly did not know how to counter that assertion. Was he to confess that, despite being a fifth-tier emperor, he was no match for this half-step emperor? Even if he cared not for his pride, others would hardly believe him, only adding fuel to the mockery. Yet, Li Ji chose to remain silent. Wang Tao, however, did not hold back. He looked at the floating cloud emperor with derision, saying, Do you think you are strong? The elders simply cannot be bothered with you. Otherwise, do you think you would still be standing here? He had come to understand that within the Li residence, none of the emperors dared to act recklessly. Regardless of their strength, they were bound by circumstance. As long as he remained close to the elder after leaving the Li family, these emperors would pose no threat. Before the emperors in the white jade corridor, Wang Tao felt no fear. Observing his mocking expression and listening to his provocative words, the floating cloud emperor's countenance darkened. Who instilled you with such confidence? Is it that incompetent one? You cannot genuinely believe that following a half-step emperor grants you the audacity to challenge me. Can you? Suppressing the urge to retaliate. The floating cloud emperor coldly huffed. If you're not foolish, you should comprehend this. The only reason I refrain from action is because we are within the Leaf family. However, you cannot remain here indefinitely. The moment you step outside the Li residence, I shall make you understand the true meaning of despair. Huh. Wang Tao paid no heed to the floating cloud emperor's threats. You, the floating cloud emperor, infuriated, unleashed the terrifying spiritual power characteristic of the emperor realm. The pristine white jade floor beneath his feet shattered in an instant, as a surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm, poised to be unleashed with a decisive strike. Yet in the next moment, reason prevailed. He let out a suppressed groan, vowing to leave you in torment when I depart from the Leaf family. With that, he resumed his seat. The gaze of the onlookers shifted from the floating cloud emperor back to Lin Ming. At this juncture, Lin Ming stood alone in the expansive square, which had previously hosted only two figures, Li Qiuyue and Su Yun from the Su family. The appearance of a third individual in this vast expanse immediately captivated the attention of the entire Li clan. Undeterred by the stares, Lin Ming approached Li Qiuyue with measured steps, gazing down at the girl who sat on the ground, seemingly bereft of her senses. In a gentle tone, he remarked, "If you wish to wed Su Yun, no one can hinder you. And if you do not wish to marry him, no one can compel you. No one at all." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly among the gathered crowd. What did I just say? He truly intends to play the hero. How audacious. This directly slapped the faces of both the Li family patriarch and Su Yun. If he survives this, I would willingly bow and acknowledge him as my elder. To offend not just the Li patriarch and Su Yun, but even a trivial figure from either clan, seems to seal his fate. The floating cloud emperor chuckled at Lin Ming's words, amused by such a naive soul. He turned to glance at Li Ji, thinking, today may not bode well for you. Li Ji, feeling the weight of unspoken grievances, silently observed Lin Ming. Laughter echoed from the white jade corridor. Yet Lin Ming's expression remained unchanged. He turned to Li Qiuyue and said, contemplate this well, and share your decision with me shortly. Li Oyu lifted Hadgaze, staring blankly at the youth before her. At first glance, he appeared ethereal, as pure as jade, untouched by the world's grime. However, a second look revealed a brilliance beneath that gentle exterior, a radiance that even the heavens could not contain. Blinking in surprise, Li Qiuyue suddenly felt a flicker of familiarity. Had she seen him before? The figure clad in black, the sword, the youth whose gentleness masked a hidden sharpness. Memories long sealed seemed to awaken. Gazing at Lin Ming, a glimmer of astonishment crossed her eyes, followed by an inexplicable sense of peace. As though the presence of this young man could dissolve all worldly woes. Compelled by an unseen force, Li Qiuyue asked, are you the one from beneath Sword Mountain? Lin Ming nodded slightly, affirming, yes. Do your words hold weight? She inquired, her eyes wide with anticipation. His response was succinct yet powerful. They do. After a brief contemplation, a smile graced Li Qiuyue's face as she declared, then I shall not marry. How audacious! You are courting death. At the very moment Li Qiuyue's words fell, Li Huairan, standing atop the building, unleashed a furious roar. From above, a hand descended upon Lin Ming. This was the full-force strike of the Emperor's pinnacle, far surpassing any adversary he had previously encountered. Even Su Qing, the seventh elder of the Dan sect, seemed no more significant than an insect under the might of this blow. Before the palm imprint could reach its target, intricate runes emerged across the plaza, only to shatter under the immense pressure piece by piece. These runes constituted a defensive formation, which would only activate in the face of an overwhelming force against the Li family. It was designed to withstand the assaults of an ordinary emperor for 3 days. Yet at this moment, even before the Palm Emperor arrived, the formation had already disintegrated. The strength of Li Huairan was truly astonishing. As the formation shattered and dissipated, the black goldstone ground beneath the plaza, though exceptionally sturdy, could not withstand the force of Li Huairan's strike. Boom! In an instant, the earth crumbled, reduced entirely to dust. Chapter 40. If you kill him, I shall kill you in front of the towering edifices of the Li family. The vast square was engulfed in dust and chaos, the formidable spiritual force belonging to the emperor still wreaking havoc. Within the pristine white corridor, numerous emperors gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Did he truly kill him, sparing not even Li Qiuyue? Indeed, not only did he strike down that young man, but he also did not show mercy to Li Qiuyue. Frankly speaking, I cannot comprehend the actions of the head of the Li family. This is not difficult to understand. To you, Li Qiuyue is a vital member of the Li family. Yet to me, she is merely a tool employed by the head of the Li family to foster a relationship with Su Yun. The utilization of a tool is never limited to a single method. Had Li Qiuyue complied obediently, the head would not have resorted to such drastic measures. Unfortunately, Li Qiuyue resolutely chose to defy his commands. Therefore, what harm is there in her demise? Indeed, with Li Qiuyue gone, the Li family still possesses numerous young women of exceptional talent and beauty. In the face of the Li and Su families, Li Qiuyue's individual worth is utterly negligible. That arrogant young man truly deserved to die. But what significance does killing Li Qiuyue hold? It is baffling. Is this truly the conduct befitting a family patriarch? Some emperors expressed dissenting opinions. Li Qiuyue could indeed be spared, yet executing her on the spot would more effectively demonstrate his resolve. Even those closest to him, should they refuse to submit to Su Yun, would meet the same fate. Such a course of action would undoubtedly alienate him from the hearts of those within the Li family. However, Su Yun might find it quite gratifying. Perhaps you have lost sight of the crux of the matter. The fact that an arrogant young man was struck down with a mere slap should be a cause for universal celebration, should it not? As for Li Qiuyue, that is a matter concerning the Li family. Do you need a meddle in it? Precisely, had it not been within the Li family, I would have long since struck down that arrogant young man with a single blow, a mere half-step emperor, thinking himself powerful. Within the white corridor, the emperors engaged in fervent discussions, shifting the focus from Li Qiuyue back to Lin Ming. Suddenly, a voice filled with confusion interrupted the discourse. Look, the expression on the head of the Li family seems rather peculiar. What is it? How strange. Why does the head keep gazing in that direction? That is where the young man stood moments ago, is it not? Under such a blow, even an emperor would be reduced to nothing but bones. What is there to behold? What? A sudden gasp erupted. Look, he is not dead. At this moment, the powerful spiritual force of the emperor had dissipated significantly, and the clouds of dust were carried away by the wind. Clad in black, Lin Ming reappeared before the crowd. The ground of the entire square under that single strike had been utterly shattered, transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Lin Ming stood calmly upon the edge of the abyss, not a single scratch upon him, and even his attire remained unchanged. Behind him, Li Qiuyue, draped in crimson, still bore the lingering traces of terror in her eyes. Yet more prevalent was an indescribable joy. This a mere half-step emperor withstood the full force of the head of the Li family. Unscathed? I believe I have discerned the source of this fellow's arrogance. He possesses genuine confidence. The esteemed emperors around him felt their worldviews utterly transformed in that very moment. Yet, the Cloud Emperor's expression shifted abruptly from joy to sorrow, as the smile that adorned his face vanished in an instant, leaving his previously rosy complexion pale as a ghost. Meanwhile, those who had earlier mocked and scorned Lin Ming now found themselves engulfed in despair, fervently hoping that the head of the Li family could vanquish Lin Ming in one fell swoop. Li Ji took a deep breath, only to realize that his tension had intensified. Although he had long recognized Lin Ming's extraordinary prowess, he had not anticipated that he had underestimated it so profoundly. To withstand the head of the family's strike without a scratch, Did this not imply that this seemingly half-step emperor figure might indeed possess the strength of the pinnacle emperor? And Lin Ming was, after all, the very person he had brought to the Li family. Li Ji dared not ponder further. Atop the towering edifice, Li Huairan narrowed his eyes, his expression unusually grave. "What brings you to my Li family, concealed one?" Although Lin Ming appeared to be merely a half-step emperor, everyone present was convinced that he harbored hidden strength. "I harbor no intention of concealing my power. I come to the Li family without ulterior motives. Save for one matter on which I seek a response from the head of the family," Lin Ming declared. "Huh." Li Huairan chuckled lightly, wholly unconvinced by Lin Ming's assertions of unintentional concealment. Yet he understood that dwelling on such matters held no significance. "What is it that you wish for me to address?" Li Huairan inquired from his elevated position. Lin Ming replied, "Li Junlin has died. Though his lifespan was nearing its end, it should not have transpired so swiftly. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether his demise is connected to you." No sooner had he uttered these words than Li Huairan erupted into hearty laughter. "Preposterous! Utterly ludicrous! Li Junlin is my own son, and you dare to suspect that I would slay him?" Lin Ming remained unperturbed, continuing, "I would not have thought thus, but had I not shielded Li Qiuyue just now, she would have surely become a corpse. Your readiness to act against Li Qiuyue and your willingness to strike down a son you have always regarded with disdain is regrettably understandable." Li Huairan shook his head, hands clasped behind his back as he stood atop the building, exuding an air of solitary grandeur. He replied coolly, "And if I did kill Li Junlin, what of it? And if I did not, what then? What are you to question me?" He exhibited no desire to elaborate. He did not feel the need to justify himself. Li Huairan gazed down upon Lin Ming from his lofty perch, as though surveying an insignificant insect. Lin Ming raised his right hand, slowly drawing forth a rusted sword from behind him. This sword was a gift from the late patriarch, Li Junlin. Throughout his life, Li Junlin had endeavored to earn the approval of his father, Li Huairan. Yet, after nearly a millennium of ventures in the northern domain, he had still not achieved his wish. The distance to the realm of the emperor remained a solitary step away. That single step constituted 2 worlds apart. Today, Lin Ming arrived at the Li family with this sword, not only to ascertain the truth behind Li Junlin's death, but also to convey a message to the head of the Li family, Li Huairan. His son, Li Junlin, is the most exceptional individual in this world. Grasping a rusted sword, Lin Ming raised his gaze, his eyes ablaze as he solemnly addressed Li Huairan, enunciating each word with gravitas. "The Li Junlin whom you disdain is the most significant person in my heart. Should you render him powerless, I shall render you powerless in turn. Should you take his life, I shall take yours." His voice betrayed no emotion, yet within the alabaster corridor, the hearts of countless emperors trembled. The numerous elders of the Li family gathered below simultaneously rose, their eyes fixed upon Lin Ming, brimming with murderous intent. High above, Li Huairan erupted into hearty laughter. "Your courage far surpasses his. Come, let me witness the source of your audacity." Chapter 41. The gold and silk armor within the Li family residence, the vast plaza before the towering edifice, had transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Lin Ming stood resolutely atop this chasm, wielding a rusted sword. The murmurings within the jade corridor ceased. The self-proclaimed emperors, who prided themselves on their experience, fell silent, their hearts lodged in their throats. On one side stood Li Huairan, the head of the prestigious Li family, while on the other, an unknown figure confronted him, having received a blow from Li Huairan without sustaining any harm. Undoubtedly, this showcased a combat prowess at the pinnacle of imperial authority. Such a confrontation, across the vast expanse of the Kanglan continent, was a rare spectacle indeed. "Master, this individual is peculiar. Exercise caution," cautioned an elder of the Li family. Li Huairan waved his hand dismissively, proclaiming with arrogance, "As long as the sages remain hidden, I fear nothing on the grand Kanglan continent." He was indeed perplexed by Lin Ming's capabilities, yet this uncertainty bore little significance. He was certain of one thing: Lin Ming was no sage. Blood had ceased flowing from Li Qiuyue's legs. She hovered behind Lin Ming, whispering, "Should I take my leave?" Lin Ming shook his head slightly, reassuring her. "There is no need for concern. It will be over soon." "Soon?" Li Qiuyu blinked her beautiful eyes, struggling to comprehend the meaning of his words. Just then, Lin Ming raised his sword and thrust it towards the pinnacle of the towering structure. There were no intricate moves, no overwhelming aura, indeed. Not even a hint of sword intent. This strike was exceedingly ordinary, astonishingly mundane. Many who witnessed it were left perplexed. At the imperial level, 1's strikes should emanate with the force of mountains and seas. Yet Lin Ming appeared to surpass the emperor's strength, rendering this seemingly trivial action all the more unusual. Atop the edifice, Li Huairan snorted coldly. Although he too was bewildered, his confidence remained unshaken. Great Luo turning heaven seal, he bellowed, causing the heavens to tremble. In the skies above, a colossal handprint, capable of obscuring the sun and sky, violently coalesced, stirring the winds and conjuring thunder. The spiritual energies within a 10,000-mile radius surged into a frenzy. Under the weight of this terrifying might, the white jade corridor shattered, disintegrating into dust. Countless emperors unleashed their spiritual powers to shield themselves and their followers. Although the handprint remained high above, the oppressive pressure had begun to weigh heavily upon all present. Below the edifice, the Li family elder exhaled in relief, realizing that the head of the family had not underestimated his opponent. It appears my concerns were unwarranted. I have never doubted the master. We grew alongside him. Who knows his character better than us? Another elder remarked. However, that young man gives me an odd feeling. No matter how I perceive it, his cultivation seems merely to be half a step into the imperial realm. What sort of means could allow him to so flawlessly disguise his true capabilities? While the elders exchanged their thoughts, Lin Ming, with the rusted sword in hand, had reached beneath the colossal handprint. Compared to that immense mark, he resembled an insignificant ant. Aside from Li Qiuyu and Wang Tao, none present harbored any hopes for Lin Ming. They merely awaited the moment he would be crushed to ashes beneath a single palm. Yet in that moment, beneath the overwhelming handprint, Lin Ming, akin to an ant, lifted his rusted sword and thrust it forward with sudden ferocity. Swoosh! A jarring, shrill sound reverberated above the Li residence. In the next moment, the colossal handprint surprisingly cracked open at its center, resembling a vast piece of fabric cleaved in two by a sword. An endless stream of spiritual energy dispersed into the air. Lin Ming, wielding his rusted sword, thrust it unrelentingly towards Li Huairan above. What? Even with Li Huairan's extensive experience, he found himself momentarily stunned. The ancestral secrets he took pride in were rendered utterly powerless before Lin Ming. The great Luo turning heaven seal was certainly not weak. Yet the only explanation for this was that the individual, who appeared to possess merely a half-step emperor's cultivation, was far stronger than he had anticipated. Li Huairan's expression grew grave as he clasped his hands together. A towering golden figure, 100 feet tall, materialized behind him, exuding a solemn majesty. His face became serious as he softly chanted. Subsequently, the golden figure enveloped Li Huairan entirely, or more accurately, protected him. This was the Li family's most formidable defensive technique, nearly impenetrable by opponents of the same tier. Within the sanctuary of the golden figure, Li Huairan furrowed his brow. He had always held great confidence in his own strength. Yet as he gazed at the approaching rusted sword, a flicker of fear crept into his heart. A flash of light appeared on the ring adorning his right hand, and a golden silk armor manifested in his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned the armor. Your strength is indeed astonishing. With 2 layers of defense now in place, confidence returned to Li Huairan's countenance. However, I am curious about the methods you employed to conceal your true cultivation, as I remain unable to discern your genuine prowess, even at this moment. Lin Ming remained silent, his rusted sword advancing relentlessly, piercing through the 100-foot golden figure. The Li family's ultimate protective technique still failed to impede Lin Ming in the slightest. In an instant, he stood before Li Huairan. The flicker of terror in Li Huairan's eyes vanished momentarily. As the head of the Li family, he could not afford to retreat. Below, the elders of the Li family, who had previously appeared complacent, now wore ashen faces. How could he be so powerful? Where on earth did this person come from? And why was he present at the Li family's doorstep on such an occasion? Had they forgotten his earlier declaration? He had come for Li Junlin. Li Junlin, within the central state, had few acquaintances, let alone friends of such formidable strength, which was utterly shocking. Most of Li Junlin's life had been spent in the northern region. This man might be someone he befriended there. The northern region? In such a remote area, could there truly exist such a terrifying individual? The elders of the Li family felt a surge of anxiety, wishing they could rush forward and eliminate Lin Ming on the spot. However, this notion lingered only for a fleeting moment. What a joke. Even the peak emperor-level head of the family could not match the opponent's power, rendering any attempt by them utterly futile. Meanwhile, the 100,000 emperors on the other side had already fallen into a state of stupor. Li Huairen's great Luo turning heaven seal struck terror into their hearts. Even a mere trickle of its unleashed power could spell their doom. However, before they could fully appreciate the might of that palm strike, it was effortlessly pierced by a single thrust of a sword. With remarkable ease and no apparent strain, Li Huairen summoned the most formidable defensive technique of the Li family, which they perceived as exceedingly exquisite. Yet, scarcely had this thought taken root when Lin Ming's sword once again penetrated that shimmering golden defense. At this moment, a singular question lingered in their minds. From where did this anomaly originate, and why is it so overwhelmingly powerful? Many gazes instinctively turned towards Li Ji. The resplendent golden figure, though punctured by Lin Ming's blade, did not dissipate. Presently, Lin Ming stood amidst a realm enveloped in golden light, his expression indifferent, demanding once more. Tell me, what truly led to Li Junlin's demise, and what have you done? Li Huairen remained obstinately silent, emitting a cold snort. Your strength is indeed formidable, but do not presume that this alone grants you the right to rampage through the Li family. Acknowledging that you are Li Junlin's father, I am willing to extend an opportunity to you, Lin Ming declared. Do not speak as if you were bestowing a favor. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? Li Huairen remarked, lightly tapping the golden silk armor he wore. Chapter 42. The Power of the Semi-Saint Above the Li Family Estate. Li Huairen felt the surge of spiritual energy coursing through his body, flowing into his fingertips before being infused into the golden silk armor. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that swept forth from the armor. The force rapidly expanded, reaching a radius of 10,000 miles, visibly slicing through the distant, towering peaks that stretched into the clouds. With a thunderous roar, the mountaintops crashed to the ground. The 10,000 emperors looked on in horror, utterly astonished by the power unleashed from the golden silk armor, far beyond their imagination. Beneath the edifice, Su Yun stood beside the elders of the Li family, gazing upward at the golden silk armor. A flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes as he remarked with a smile, the power of a semi-saint, used once, is one less for the future. Your patriarch is quite generous. It appears that his own strength is woefully insufficient to contend with this young man. He then turned to the grand elder of the Li family and inquired, shall I summon the Su family to assist? The power of a semi-saint is an exceedingly precious resource. We ought to conserve it. The grand elder of the Li family resolutely shook his head. I trust the patriarch to make his own decisions. Indeed, since the power of a semi-saint has been summoned, the outcome is already determined. Yet it is undeniably a waste. Su Yun lamented, before uncorking a wine flask and drinking deeply, unperturbed by his surroundings. As the power within the golden silk armor was unleashed, Li Huairen's aura intensified, the essence of rules swirling around him. At that moment, Li Huairen, at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, briefly transcended into the semi-saint domain. 10 breaths of time. He murmured to himself, in the semi-saint realm, I can only maintain this state for 10 breaths, but that is sufficient. Die for me. Li Huairen struck forth with his palm, this time eschewing any martial techniques or secret arts, relying solely on raw power, the power of a semi-saint. 100 feet away, Lin Ming observed the descending palm, feeling as if the very heavens were pressing down upon him. A colossal pressure enveloped his body from all directions. In the semi-saint realm, one could communicate with the heavens, drawing upon a fragment of celestial power. This represented a force of a higher echelon. Even a mere wisp could effortlessly shatter mountains and seas, compelling emperors to bow in submission. Yet, in the face of such a formidable strike, Lin Ming responded with nothing more than a single sword thrust. The rusted iron sword emerged from his hand, lacking grandeur, devoid of dazzling light. Resembling an aged man nearing the end of his days, pointing a finger toward the heavens. In a flash, the two clashed, the duration scarcely a fraction of a breath. The omnipresent pressure of the heavens dissipated in an instant, and the palm imbued with semi-saint power crumbled to pieces. Lin Ming's sword pierced through Li Huairen's chest, pinning him high atop the edifice. In that moment, a profound silence fell over the crowd. The faces of the dozens of elders of the Li family turned ashen, drained of all color as Li Huairen's body was impaled upon a structure. The wine flask in Su Yun's hand fell to the ground in shock. Possessing the potential of a saint, he understood better than anyone else just how formidable the power of a semi-saint truly was. However, just moments ago, he witnessed the formidable power of a demigod being effortlessly pierced through by a single strike. Who indeed is he? At the location of the 10,000 emperors, Li Ji swallowed hard. Just how powerful is this individual who accompanied him? Would the Li family face annihilation because of this? Would I not become the sinner of the entire Li clan? At this moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of panic. Since reaching the emperor realm, he had not experienced such feelings in a long time. Turning his head, he gazed at Wang Tao and inquired, "What brings you, esteemed senior, to the Li family?" In stark contrast to Li Ji's terror and disarray, Wang Tao was experiencing an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Titles such as emperor or imperial sovereign held no significance for him. Hadn't the senior already mentioned his purpose? He had come for Li Junlin, and all that was required from the head of the family was to disclose the circumstances surrounding Li Junlin's demise. Was that too much to ask? Li Ji was taken aback, then shook his head. The head of the family had always been obstinate. Matters he refused to discuss were likely ones he would rather die than reveal. Above in the sky, Li Huairen looked down at the sword embedded in his chest, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Moments ago, he had attempted to struggle. Even unleashing all the power of a demigod within him had proven futile. The strength of his opponent left him feeling despondent. However, although the strike was potent, it had not permanently disrupted his vitality. This was enough to suggest that the individual before him did not wish to kill him, at least not for the time being. What is your relationship with Li Junlin? Li Huairen narrowed his eyes, incredulous that Li Junlin could know such a powerful person. Nevertheless, Lin Ming's subsequent words astonished him even further. He is both my mentor and my friend, Lin Ming stated plainly. The most significant person in his life thus far had been Li Junlin. When he first encountered Li Junlin, he had been just an ordinary person, struggling for sustenance, with the simplest desire of being well-fed. Li Junlin was the first, and indeed the only, beacon guiding him on the path of cultivation. He could come to terms with Li Junlin's death, whether emperor or imperial sovereign. All lives eventually reach their end. However, Li Junlin's lifespan should have still had several months remaining. He had not died of natural causes. Even a discrepancy of mere months, days, or even a breath was unacceptable. Both mentor and friend? Li Huairen's pupils contracted in shock. You were his disciple? Lin Ming did not deny it, acknowledging that without Li Junlin, he would not have become who he was today. Suddenly, Li Huairen burst into laughter. How absurd! How ridiculous! Junlin is the child I regard with the least favor. In every aspect, he excels. Yet unfortunately, his talent is woefully inadequate. Had he been born into an ordinary family, he might have been my favorite. But this is the Li family. He is my son, and his talent cannot be subpar. Little did I expect that my seemingly useless son would have a disciple of your caliber. Lin Ming furrowed his brow, coldly insisting, get to the point. How did Li Junlin die? Li Huairen let out a snort. He was a man on the brink of death. Does the manner of his demise truly matter? Perhaps it is inconsequential to you, but to me, it holds far greater significance than the entirety of the Kanglan continent. Lin Ming raised his hand, speaking coldly. You have 3 breaths to answer. Otherwise, you shall perish. Li Huairen's expression shifted dramatically. At his level of cultivation, he possessed an acute sensitivity to the aura of killing intent. Although Lin Ming had just displayed strength far beyond his expectations, The murderous intent had been faint, almost imperceptible. Yet now, that very intent seemed to solidify, hanging over him like a sharp sword. Even someone as seasoned as Li Huairan instinctively shuddered beneath its weight. In a subdued voice, he replied, "I do not know." He had opposed Li Qiuyue's union with Su Yun, which led to a confrontation between them. In a fit of rage, he had crippled Su Yun's cultivation and confined him to the cliff of reflection. By the third day, he had passed away. I did not kill him. Chapter 43. Arrival of the Dan men. Upon hearing Li Huairan's words, Lin Ming lowered his gaze towards the assembly of elders from the Li family, clearly rendered speechless by fear. What he had just articulated was indeed the truth. The Grand Elder, unwilling to show any sign of neglect towards Lin Ming, promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "What the master has stated is indeed accurate. I am willing to guarantee it with my life." On the other side, Li Qiuyue chimed in. Grandfather was indeed not killed by the master. Lin Ming turned to glance at Li Qiuyue, then nodded slightly, indicating he understood. He withdrew the rusted sword embedded in Li Huairan's chest and sheathed it at his back. Just as Li Huairan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he noticed Lin Ming pointing towards his dantian. What? Li Huairan's complexion turned pale in an instant. Lin Ming retracted his finger, turned away, and stated nonchalantly, "I warned you earlier. If you kill Li Junlin, I will kill you. If you incapacitate him, I will likewise incapacitate you." "No, you madman!" Li Huairan screamed in despair, the spiritual energy within him surging uncontrollably. He found himself unable to manage the situation. At that moment, he felt the same despair that Li Junlin had experienced on that fateful day. For a cultivator, especially one at his level, almost standing atop the entire Kanglan continent, being stripped of one's cultivation was akin to the most severe form of torture. For many with fragile psyches, it might be indistinguishable from death itself. Nonetheless, Lin Ming paid no heed to Li Huairan's frantic cries. In silence, the elders of the Li family dared not utter a word of concern. Their anger and dissatisfaction simmered. They yearned to eliminate Lin Ming at any cost. Yet they only dared to harbor these thoughts internally. Lin Ming approached Li Qiuyue, indifferent to the elders' attitudes, eager to catch another glimpse of Li Junlin. "Is your grandfather's body still there?" he inquired. Li Qiuyue nodded, replying, "It remains on the reflective cliff." "Has no one attended to it all this time?" Lin Ming asked in astonishment. Li Qiuyue hastily explained, "The master forbade grandfather's burial in the Li family. How could a father and son have come to such an impasse?" Lin Ming remarked with deep emotion. The obsession of Li Huairan astonished him. As the head of the Li family, his actions, ostensibly for the family's sake, were not inherently flawed. However, Li Huairan's extremities were excessive. "Did your grandfather wish to be buried in the Li family?" Lin Ming queried. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qiuyue replied earnestly, "Throughout his life, grandfather yearned most for the recognition of great-grandfather. How could he not desire to be interred within the Li family? Yet, great-grandfather disapproved, and no one in the family dared to make unilateral decisions." "I understand," Lin Ming sighed. The efforts Li Junlin had exerted throughout his life were all aimed at earning the recognition of his father, Li Huairan. Yet, unexpectedly, even in death, he was denied the privilege of resting within the family. Such a family, despite its lofty status as one of the most powerful forces in the central continent, would likely struggle to win the hearts of its people. If he wishes to be buried in the Li family, then let it be so. Aside from Li Huairan, is there anyone else who opposes this? Lin Ming inquired. Li Qiuyue shook her head, indicating that there was nothing more to be said. "Then lead me to the penitence cliff," she said. "Very well." With that, the two of them strode towards the penitence cliff, seemingly oblivious to the numerous gazes from the members of the Li family, who watched Lin Ming with bated breath, yet none dared to utter a word of dissent. Before long, Lin Ming arrived at the penitence cliff. There, beneath a peach tree, sat an elderly man clad in a long azure robe, surrounded by a carpet of pink peach blossoms. Upon reaching the realm of the great emperor, even death could not erode the body for a millennium. Thus, Li Junlin retained the visage that Lin Ming remembered, albeit devoid of any vitality. After inspecting Li Junlin's body, Lin Ming found himself further perplexed. The body was unscathed, and there were no signs of poisoning. Could it be a problem with the soul? The world harbors countless secret arts, and methods that specifically target the soul undoubtedly exist. However, to discreetly obliterate the soul of a pinnacle great emperor is an endeavor fraught with challenges. Those possessing such power would certainly not be nameless figures in the central continent. How could Li Huairan not uncover the truth? Even if he held Li Junlin in disdain and was indifferent to his fate, he would not permit anyone to enter his Li family and commit murder, unless that individual bore the surname Su. Meanwhile, 8,000 miles away from the Li family, an inverted alchemical furnace sped through the air with remarkable swiftness. On the furnace stood 5 figures. The 3 in the front were venerable elders from the alchemy sect, donned in specially crafted robes. Their prowess formidable and their alchemical skills transcendent. Behind them, a young man and woman appeared youthful, yet had already reached the threshold of the great emperor realm. Their talents outstanding. The man was none other than Duan Wudao, one of the most distinguished disciples of the alchemy sect. The final figure was Chun Li from the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. As the massive alchemical furnace soared, Duan Wudao chuckled. The Li family is almost within reach. I am curious to see how a half-step great emperor from the northern region could possess the capability to slay him. He turned to Chun Li with a smirk. Is your information accurate? Without hesitation, Chun Li replied, I would never dare to deceive the alchemy sect. Zhao Chun indeed perished at the hands of the northern region's Lin Ming. I remember it clearly. Humph. Duan Wudao scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. I am a half-step great emperor, and so is he. It shall be an intriguing trial. I hope this young man does not disappoint. The atmosphere within the Li family was peculiar. All the disciples had shed their former pride, succumbing to despondency. Even the elders at the emperor's realm wore expressions of grim determination. The once mighty Li family seemed to have lost its vitality in an instant. The 10,000 great emperors who had come to witness the ceremony exchanged glances, sensing that the unfolding drama was perhaps exaggerated. They had come to attend a wedding, yet found themselves witnessing the Li patriarch being rendered powerless as the crowd absorbed this shocking revelation. Wang Tao suddenly exclaimed, Look, a massive alchemical furnace is approaching. Many were drawn by this sudden exclamation, lifting their heads to gaze in that direction. The overturned flying alchemy furnace. Could it possibly belong to the alchemist sect? Indeed, it was members of the alchemist sect. I recognized the 3rd elder among them. Not only him, but the 5th and 6th elders had also arrived. Surely, they could not be here merely to observe the ceremony? Unlikely, for while the alchemist sect is formidable, its elders are notoriously proud. To my knowledge, these individuals are always remarkably punctual. If they were here to witness the event, the timing would be conspicuously inappropriate. If not for the ceremony, then what could be their purpose? Could it be for Lin Ming? Li Ji immediately countered. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a resounding voice echoed from the alchemy furnace. Lin Ming, come out at once. Chapter 44. The Line Crossers' Death Within the Li Family. Whether among its members or the esteemed guests present, all were momentarily taken aback upon hearing that voice. Just moments ago, they had learned Lin Ming's name from Wang Tao. Lin Ming had become the one individual whom none dared to provoke. Yet, the arrival of the Dan men had boldly demanded Lin Ming to come forth. Despite the Dan men's strength, they were hardly a match for the Li family, especially as only 3 elders and a pair of juniors had made the journey today. How could they possibly seek trouble with Lin Ming? The expressions of the Li family members were decidedly peculiar. Standing atop the massive alchemy furnace, Duan Wudao remained blissfully unaware of any discord. He stepped forward, soaring above the Li family, and proclaimed, I am Duan Wudao of the Dan men. Lin Ming has slain my junior brother Zhao Chun, and today I seek justice for him. I implore the esteemed members of the Li family not to shield him. The elders of the Li family exchanged knowing glances. Once resigned to despair, they suddenly sensed a glimmer of hope. Although revenge against Lin Ming seemed futile, allying with the Dan men could alter the course of events. The Dan men, while not significantly stronger than the Li family, possessed an influential network of elite alchemists that the Li family could not rival. Soon, the Grand Elder of the Li family ascended to confront Duan Wudao in the air. He deliberately provoked, Allow me to offer a piece of advice. it would be wise to let this matter rest. Duan Wudao, undeterred by the overwhelming presence of the Li family's grand elder, replied without a trace of fear, "Is the Li family intent on opposing the Danmen?" The grand elder shook his head, sighing, "The Li family has no desire to confront the Danmen, nor do we intend to shield Lin Ming. I merely wish to caution you. Lin Ming is not someone you can afford to offend. His strength far exceeds your expectations." At these words, a flicker of disdain flashed in Duan Wudao's eyes. "Surely, you do not expect me to believe such childish assertions would persuade the Danmen to spare Lin Ming," he declared haughtily. "Zhao Chun was a direct disciple of the Danmen, of noble status. Do not presume that Lin Ming, merely a half-step emperor, could escape unscathed today. The dignity of a Danmen is not to be trifled with." The grand elder's countenance shifted, betraying a hint of anger, as if his deception had been unveiled. At that moment, Chun-Li suddenly exclaimed, "I sense his aura. It is right there." She pointed towards a deeper recess of the Li family estate. "Very well. Lead me there," Duan Wudao promptly responded. He cast a glance at the grand elder, hoping the Li family would uphold their word and not shield Lin Ming. The grand elder maintained a stoic silence. With a cold smirk, Duan Wudao, accompanied by Chun-Li, ventured deeper into the Li family grounds, followed closely by the three Danmen elders. As they approached the grand elder, one of the three paused momentarily. The Li family had recently endured a fierce battle, and this did not appear to be a mere friendly sparring session. He gazed down into the abyss and remarked with a faint smile, "Although this young man, Duan Wudao, possesses remarkable talent, he is still rather young and easily manipulated. Nevertheless, he speaks a truth worth noting. Do not merely dismiss Lin Ming as a mere half-step emperor. Even if he were an emperor himself, his demise today would be inevitable. My Danmen has never feared any adversary. Thus, there is no need for you to provoke him further." With those words, he paid no heed to the reaction of the elder of the Li family and strode purposefully into the depths of the Li estate. The elder of the Li family hovered in the air, observing the retreating figures of the Danmen members, and murmured to himself, "The Danmen is indeed formidable, and you possess ample reason to be proud. Alas, this time the opponent is unlike any other." At this moment, the elder felt a strange anticipation for Lin Ming to take action. Ideally, he hoped that Lin Ming would eliminate these individuals entirely. In doing so, there would be no chance for reconciliation between the Danmen and Lin Ming. It would be a fight to the death. In a Li family cemetery, Lin Ming cradled the lifeless body of Li Junlin, intending to find a suitable resting place here. Since Li Junlin desired to be buried within the Li family grounds, he would indeed be interred there, and none could impede it. However, before he could step into the cemetery, a brazen voice rang out from outside. "Lin Ming, I have finally found you. For slaying my junior brother Zhao Chun, today I shall take your life." Lin Ming turned to see Duan Wudao, clad in the robes of the Danmen, alongside Chun-Li. "Your junior brother Zhao Chun?" Upon seeing Chun-Li and Duan Wudao, he recalled who Zhao Chun was. "Zhao Chun did not perish by my hand. It was the seventh elder of the Danmen, Su Qing, who was responsible. Of course, this seventh elder may possess another identity," Lin Ming stated. "Ridiculous," Duan Wudao retorted coldly. "You learn that my Danmen's seventh elder has met an untimely demise, and you shamelessly shift the blame onto him. The death of my Danmen disciple was witnessed firsthand by Chun-Li, the president of the Wanbao Merchant Association. Your denial is futile." Lin Ming shook his head slightly. "If I say it was not so, then it is not. If I had killed Zhao Chun, why would I attribute it to another? It was you who took Zhao Chen's life. I remember it clearly." Chun-Li's fiery mark upon her forehead flickered suddenly, and she pointed at Lin Ming, raising her voice. Lin Ming cast a sidelong glance at Chun-Li, his brow furrowing. Today, she appeared somewhat different from his recollections. "You must be mistaken. I did indeed slay a member of the Danmen. However, it was not Zhao Chun, but rather Su Qing." Lin Ming's tone was calm, as if recounting an utterly mundane event. Yet Duan Wudao was taken aback. The three elders behind him were equally stunned. They had anticipated Lin Ming would vehemently deny having slain the esteemed Zhao Chun. However, they were utterly unprepared for Lin Ming's candid admission of having killed Su Qing. While a direct disciple of the Danmen held a lofty status and had a high probability of achieving the realm of emperor in the future, it paled in comparison to a true emperor. If he feared the Danmen's retribution, how could he so openly declare his act of slaying Su Qing? The members of the Danmen were filled with confusion. Lin Ming was unconcerned about their opinions. Once the matter was clarified, he dismissed them from his thoughts, raising his right index finger and drawing a line 10 paces in front of him. Cross this line, and you shall die. The affairs of the Danmen can wait. At this moment, I have far more pressing matters to attend to. He merely wished to hasten the interment of Li Junlin in the Li family cemetery. Indifferent to the trivial matters of the Danmen, and eager to avoid further disturbances. However, the individuals from Danmen held a different perspective, particularly Duan Wudao. After a brief moment of astonishment, bellowed furiously, "Are you mocking me? Elder Su Qing possesses such power that he could extinguish your life with a mere finger. To suggest that you could slay him is sheer folly, a delusion." In the next instant, he stepped forward, launching a powerful palm strike towards Lin Ming, exclaiming, "Die!" Yet, as his form crossed the line delineated by Lin Ming, a sword light cleaved through the air. Blood emerged from his forehead, cascading downward. With a sickening sound, his body was severed in two. The once boisterous Duan Wudao, who had just moments ago threatened Lin Ming, was now devoid of life, reduced to a corpse. Blood gushing forth. Within the Li residence, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chapter 45. Su Qing outside the Li family cemetery. Duan Wudao's corpse lay severed in two, the pungent scent of blood rapidly permeating the air. The three elders of the Danmen were taken aback. They were ever ready to intervene to ensure Duan Wudao's safety. However, who could have anticipated Lin Ming's ruthless decisiveness? With no hint of hesitation, his sword struck with astonishing swiftness. A prominent disciple of the Danmen, he was executed without mercy, leaving no time for them to react. It was akin to squashing an ant. "Little thief, you possess audacity beyond measure," roared the third elder of the Danmen, fury igniting within him as he lunged towards Lin Ming. "Come here." In an instant, he crossed the line drawn by Lin Ming on the ground. As a formidable figure of the Danmen, a peak emperor, he thought nothing of Lin Ming's threat. What did it matter if he crossed this line? He could kill Duan Wudao. Could Lin Ming truly threaten him? Yet in the next moment, a brilliant flash of sword light flickered by. The third elder's eyes still held shock and a tinge of regret. Suddenly, his body split apart from the center of his forehead, dividing in two. With a sharp sound, he met the same fate as Duan Wudao. Under that single strike, the third elder of the Danmen, a figure of emperor level, proved no different from Duan Wudao, who was merely a half-step emperor. The scent of blood grew even more intense. Chun Li's pupils contracted sharply, filled with terror. The remaining two elders of the Danmen instinctively retreated 100 miles, gazing warily at the inconspicuous line before the Li family cemetery, their hearts racing, unwilling to cross it. Meanwhile, Lin Ming paid no heed to Duan Wudao or the third elder. After marking the line, he simply cradled Li Junlin and stepped into the Li family cemetery. The fifth elder of the Danmen took a deep breath and said, "I will inform the sect master. This matter is beyond our resolution." Reflecting on how the third elder had boasted just moments before that regardless of Lin Ming's cultivation, he would surely perish today, he was engulfed by a profound sense of humiliation. On the other side, the 100,000 onlookers, all prominent emperors, displayed a myriad of expressions. How terrifying! What have I just witnessed? A previously unheard-of half-step emperor first incapacitated the Li family patriarch, then killed a direct disciple of the Danmen and the third elder. While the act of incapacitating the Li family patriarch seemed less remarkable than the slaying of Duan Wudao and the third elder, the real question loomed. Did he truly harbor no respect for the Danmen? Li Ji glanced at Wang Tao, whispering, "Is he truly a disciple of Li Junlin?" He found it difficult to believe that a disciple so disregarded by the Li family patriarch could possess such formidable prowess. The heavens of the central continent seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. The Li family and the Danmen ranked among the top 10 superpowers in the entire central continent. Even a mere ordinary disciple from either faction commanded admiration. Yet now, Before Lin Ming, the Li family appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter, and the Dan men fared little better, having lost both a third elder and a contemporary direct disciple. The remaining two elders dared not make a move, retreating 100 miles in fear. Alas, what a pity it is! Li Junlin's disciple ought to have stood alongside my Li family. With him, our lineage would flourish for millennia, and we would not need to bow to the Su family. Li Ji shook his head and sighed deeply, expressing his regret. Meanwhile, Emperor Floating Cloud swallowed hard several times, unable to discern whether he felt anxious or terrified. It seemed to him that life had never been so dire. He slapped his own mouth, scolding himself. How dare you question such a person? To be on equal footing with someone of that caliber is a privilege, and yet you still dared to doubt and ridicule. He struck himself again sharply. Moments later, Emperor Floating Cloud waved his hand and prepared to leave the Li family with his two disciples. He was uncertain whether Lin Ming would seek revenge against him. The only option was to leave while Lin Ming was unaware. Upon exiting the Li family estate, he felt the vastness of the sky and sea, believing that if he remained discreet, he would encounter no grave troubles. However, just as he soared into the heights, he barely had the chance to depart when he noticed a colossal handprint hurtling toward him. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Emperor Floating Cloud was thrust into the ruins of the White Jade Corridor. His two disciples were left utterly obliterated beneath that single strike. Soon after, a cold voice resonated from above. Since you have chosen to watch, you must witness it to the end, until this matter is conclusively resolved. None shall leave the Li family. Emperor Floating Cloud did not recognize the speaker, but was acutely aware that the individual was far mightier than he. Beneath the towering edifices of the Li family, Su Yun gazed at the figure above with respect, saying, "Grandfather, my dear grandson, you shall wait here. I must have a word with your Uncle Li." The visitor was none other than Su Qingtian, the current head of the Su family, possessing the same cultivation level as Li Huairan at the peak of the emperor's realm. Su Yun nodded, affirming, "Yes, grandfather, please attend to your important matters first." High atop the soaring towers, Li Huairan sat cross-legged. After a period of self-reflection, he had regained much of his composure. Throughout his life, he had always prioritized his family. Contemplating Lin Ming's identity, a flicker of regret crossed his eyes. This individual should have been a member of the Li family, yet now he stood as an adversary. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. He looked up to see Su Qingtian's figure before him. Li Huairan was not surprised. Su Yun was the Su family's beacon of hope, and naturally, they would not stray far from him. Su Qingtian approached Li Huairan with a smile, saying, "The situation for the Li family is quite grim. It seems no one will avenge your grievances. What do you wish to convey?" Li Huairan replied with a calm demeanor, neither warm nor cold. Given that his cultivation had been rendered void, the fate of the Li family, whether it would languish or rise, was no longer within his control. Likewise, it was not in the hands of the Su family. Ultimately, it depended solely on Lin Ming's whims. Li Huairan understood that there was no point in continuing to ingratiate himself with the Su family. Su Qing extended his hand, stating bluntly, "Hand over the golden silk armor, and I shall aid you in avenging yourself." Li Huairan shook his head in refusal, saying, "There is no need. If my downfall can appease Lin Ming and help us preserve the legacy of the Li family, I would gladly accept my current circumstances." Su Yun scoffed, "You are indeed quite stubborn. Since you refuse to give it to me, I shall take it for myself." Suddenly, a pitch-black banner appeared in his hand. The previously calm expression on Li Huairan's face changed drastically at the sight of the banner. He rose to his feet, glancing around, only to see intricate runes swirling in the air, harmonizing with the dark flag. Thud! In despair, Li Huairan collapsed back to the ground. Chapter 46. They are dead. All of them as the most prominent families in the Central Continent. The Li and Su clans have both produced a half-saint. After the demise of the Li family's half-saint, he left behind a golden silk armor, which encapsulated his final vestiges of power, enabling a peak emperor to momentarily transcend into the realm of half-saint. However, the consumption of such power is irreversible. Each use diminishes its essence. Conversely, the Su family's half-saint excelled in the realm of the soul. In the final moments of his life, he used his own soul as a foundation to forge the soul-devouring banner. Initially, the power of the soul-devouring banner pales in comparison to the golden silk armor, lacking the capacity to grant its wielder the ability to transcend realms. Yet, the soul-devouring banner can grow stronger through the continuous absorption of souls. Should it devour enough souls of sufficient strength, it may ultimately unleash a strike equivalent to that of a peak half-saint. You desire not only my golden silk armor, but also my very soul. Li Huairan collapsed to the ground, engulfed by profound despair. Before him stood Su Qing, whose cultivation had once been on par with his own. Yet now he felt like mere meat on a cutting board, devoid of any means to resist. A peak emperor's soul, consuming one of yours, is at least comparable to the souls of 100 ordinary emperors. How could I possibly let you go? In the central continent, near the heart of the region, a colossal treasure cauldron floated in the air. Upon the cauldron stood a young man with flowing black hair. As he listened to the messages conveyed through the sound transmission talisman, a subtle shift in his previously tranquil demeanor became apparent. Lin Ming, a mere half-step emperor, managed to slay the third elder with a single sword strike. How intriguing. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "Even if not for the sake of avenging the third elder, I must meet you." 30,000 miles from the Li family, a towering young man, muscular and wielding a broad-bladed sword on his back, hurried towards the Li clan. He was Zhang Meng, eager to compete with Lin Ming for a chance to enter the Li family. Surrounding the Li family were numerous affiliated forces, and to approach the Li clan, one must traverse through their territories. Generally, those with emperor-level cultivation could pass unhindered, for the Li family's affiliates lacked the audacity to offend an emperor. However, those beneath that rank were almost invariably subjected to questioning. Without a compelling reason, passage was likely to be denied. Hence, Zhang Meng's progress was rather slow. On this day, he arrived at the outskirts of a city. The gatekeeper, a middle-aged man with a faint smile, extended his hand upon seeing Zhang Meng and stated, "Passing through here is simple. Just provide me with spirit stones." Zhang Meng's face flickered with surprise. He had traversed several forces along the way and had never encountered such fortuitous treatment. "Very well," Zhang Meng responded with enthusiasm, promptly retrieving 100,000 spirit stones from his storage ring and respectfully offering them. "This is a token of my esteem." The gatekeeper's expression twitched at this, his demeanor growing increasingly impatient. 100,000 spirit stones? Are you treating me like a beggar? My apologies. Zhang Meng reacted swiftly, promptly retrieving 1,000,000 spirit stones from his storage ring, intending to bestow them upon the other party. However, the city guard merely shook his head and remarked, "The Li family is a formidable force. For someone of your stature, this mere sum is insufficient to gain access." Upon hearing this, Zhang Meng instantly realized that the individual before him was merely attempting to extort him. For a mere commoner to approach the Li family, 1,000,000 spirit stones were undeniably inadequate. Yet, he only sought to borrow passage through the territory of the Li family's subordinate forces. Crossing the city did not guarantee entry into the Li family itself. How much do you desire? Even aware of the guard's ulterior motives, he found himself with no alternative. For the sake of reaching the Li family and meeting his beloved, he was prepared to endure. The guard did not respond, but instead inquired with a smirk, "How many spirit stones do you possess?" To which he added, "What, do you want them all?" Zhang Meng's expression darkened considerably in an instant. "Huh," the guard sneered disdainfully, saying, "From your demeanor, it seems you have objections?" "Of course I have objections." Zhang Meng's heart boiled with rage. It was not the loss of spirit stones that pained him, but rather the thought of surrendering all his wealth in this city, leaving him helpless in the next. "Could we perhaps negotiate?" Zhang Meng asked desperately. You haven't even turned to leave yet. It seems you are quite eager to reach the Li family." The guard retorted, "If that is the case, then the sum of spirit stones must be even greater. Not only that, but I also have my eye on that knife at your back. Hand it over as well." Sensing Zhang Meng's desperation to enter the Li family, the guard pressed forth with even more outrageous demands. Zhang Meng's face turned a deep shade of anger. He spoke in a low voice, "What if I refuse to comply?" "That's simple. Should you refuse, you shall return whence you came. The guard replied with a smile. To Zhang Ming, that smile appeared more venomous than a serpent's bite. Very well. In a sudden motion, Zhang Ming drew the large knife from his back, its cold gleam flashing as he aimed to strike at the guard. The latter did not flinch, but instead shouted, "Help! Someone is attempting to breach the Great Wind City." Before he could finish his sentence, 7 figures descended from the sky. 6 of them were half-step emperors, on par with Zhang Ming. Yet the leader was a true emperor. What? Zhang Ming's strike halted in midair. It was not common for a half-step emperor to slay a true emperor. Though Zhang Ming was powerful in the eyes of an emperor, he was no more than an insect. Your audacity is astounding, and you show great disrespect to Great Wind City, the emperor stated. I am the lord of Great Wind City. Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare your life this time. However, while your death may be averted, your punishment remains inevitable. I shall take possession of the spirit stones on your person and that knife in your hand. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Ming's storage ring and broad knife were uncontrollably drawn towards the lord of Great Wind City. He found himself powerless to resist. Not only was he unable to muster all his strength, but even the slightest movement felt exceedingly arduous before an emperor. He had no chance to retaliate. Having taken what he desired, the lord of Great Wind City waved his hand and declared, "Let us depart, but do remember to exercise caution next time. It is merely my benevolence at play. Had you encountered another sovereign, you might well have found yourself a lifeless corpse today." With that, the lord of Great Wind City departed, accompanied by the 6 semi-emperors. At the city gate, Zhang Ming stood in a daze, and after a prolonged silence, he suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. Power, indeed, is paramount. In this world, it ultimately boils down to the supremacy of the strong. He clenched his fists, filled with resentment, yet utterly powerless. I can no longer visit the Li family. His eyes brimmed with sorrow as he was about to turn away. Yet at that moment, he witnessed an astonishing scene. Are they dead? Have they truly all perished? Chapter 47. Gathering at the Li family beneath the tumultuous winds of Dafan City. Zhang Ming's countenance transformed from fury to astonishment, and then morphed into palpable fear in a matter of moments. Even within the central continent, an emperor remains the pinnacle of strength. Yet, just moments ago, an emperor alongside 6 half-step emperors had met their silent demise before his very eyes. Everything occurred with alarming rapidity and inscrutability. Why had the central continent become so perilous? Zhang Ming pondered. As sunlight slanted from behind, he caught sight of his own shadow. Unlike before, the inky silhouette appeared grotesquely contorted, as if an enigmatic entity writhed within. Beads of sweat began to trickle down Zhang Ming's face as he recalled the inexplicable deaths of the emperor and half-step emperors. A deepening dread enveloped him. In the next moment, a hand, as dark as ink, emerged from the shadow, seizing Zhang Ming by the throat. Tendrils of black spiritual energy flowed from this hand into Zhang Ming, rendering his gaze vacant, devoid of any spark, while eerie black patterns crept across his face, resembling writhing serpents. After a brief interval, the inky hand dissipated. Zhang Ming twisted his neck, the strange patterns on his face gradually fading, restoring him to his former appearance. He ascended into the air, making his way directly to the Li family. Within the Li family cemetery, Lin Ming, having interred Li Junlin, lingered at the grave for a month, offering a final farewell. I must take my leave, but I shall return often to visit you, just as you frequently came to see me beneath Sword Mountain. I understand that life inevitably culminates in farewells, yet upon reaching this moment, sorrow still tugs at my heart. But fear not, the Li family shall no longer regard you as a failure. They will recognize you as their pride. The Tianqian sect shall also stand tall at the zenith of the central continent. Your name will resonate throughout the Kanglan continent for millennia. With those words, Lin Ming poured the contents of his cup onto Li Junlin's tombstone. He then turned and strode purposefully out of the cemetery, with Li Qiu quietly following behind. Upon exiting the cemetery, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ming's face. A month prior, 2 elders from the Pill sect who had stood outside the Li family cemetery now humbly positioned themselves behind a young man, servile as though they were mere lackeys. As esteemed elders of the Pill sect, They possessed unparalleled cultivation at the emperor level and were masters of alchemy. In this world, few could command their respect, and only one could reduce them to such subservience. The Pill sect's leader, perhaps? Lin Ming's gaze swept over the young man before shifting to another figure. There, seated cross-legged in a Taoist robe, was a middle-aged man, flanked by the prodigy known as Su Yun, famed for his saintly potential. With such esteemed standing within the Su family, Su Yun would likely harbor no fear even before the elders of his clan. Yet now, his gaze towards the middle-aged man was imbued with reverence. As the head of the Su family arrived as well, Lin Ming's attention drifted from the Taoist-robed man to a muscular youth, a figure that sparked a flicker of recognition within him. It is indeed Zhang Ming, the foremost swordsman of Xianyang City, possessing the cultivation of a half-step emperor. While the appearance of the head of the Dan sect and the patriarch of the Su family here is understandable, Zhang Ming's presence is utterly unexpected. Even more astonishing is the look of fear in the eyes of the distant 10,000 emperors as they regard Zhang Ming. On another side, somewhat removed from the cemetery, the elders of the Li family and numerous Li family descendants exhibit expressions of profound sorrow. Despair is inscribed upon every countenance. Lin Ming raised an eyebrow. Merely a month has passed, yet the world seems to have undergone a dramatic transformation. Where is Wang Tao? Lin Ming's expression suddenly shifted, for in his perception, Wang Tao's aura had vanished entirely. There was no trace of him left within the Li family. Wang Tao, he has been slain by Zhang Ming. In the distance, Li Ji transmitted a message. Just as he spoke, Zhang Ming abruptly turned, his gaze toward Li Ji brimming with murderous intent. He lifted a finger, pointing at Li Ji, and uttered a single word, "Die." In that moment, it felt as if a powerful force descended upon Li Ji. His body began to twist grotesquely, like a twisted piece of dough, blood oozing from various parts of him. In the blink of an eye, Li Ji had transformed into a blood-soaked figure. Despite possessing the cultivation of an emperor, he was utterly powerless to resist. He struggled, attempting to scream, yet found himself utterly voiceless. As he sensed his life force ebbing away, despair deepened in his eyes. However, just then, a rusted iron sword pierced the space between Li Ji and Zhang Ming. In an instant, the eerie power that enveloped Li Ji's body dissipated entirely. Summoning all his spiritual energy, he swiftly retreated thousands of miles, silently exclaiming, "That was close." "Huh, do you think you are safe now?" A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, rang out from beneath his feet. "What?" Zhang Ming's figure bizarrely emerged from the shadow beneath him. In the next moment, he reached for Li Ji's throat. In that fleeting instant, a rusted sword descended from above, piercing Zhang Ming's arm. "Ah!" Zhang Ming screamed in anguish, his gaze filled with fierce wrath directed at Lin Ming above. "Why did you kill my man?" Lin Ming looked down at Zhang Ming. With a cold smirk, Zhang Ming retorted, "Not only will I kill your men, but I shall also kill you." With that, he melted into the shadow beneath him, leaving no trace behind. Lin Ming, with his gaze lowered, felt a strange crimson light flicker in his eyes as the power of the blood eye from the abyss of the underworld awakened. He scanned his surroundings, but still could not detect any sign of his adversary. There was no trace of his concealment technique. Nevertheless, Lin Ming's demeanor remained unchanged. He descended from the sky, landing upon a large stone. In the next moment, that stone transformed into a broadsword. With a step forward, Lin Ming caused all the shattered stones, grass, and flying sand to instantaneously morph into an array of swords. With each step he took, countless swords followed in his wake. Gradually, the entire world behind Lin Ming transformed into a sea of blades. Zhang Ming erupted from the shadow beneath a fragment of stone, a deep scar from a sword glaring upon him. How is this possible? What sorcery is this? Zhang Ming was momentarily taken aback, concealed within the shadows, devoid of any discernible presence. He should have remained undetected, yet astonishingly, everything surrounding his hiding place had transformed into swords. Initially, he had believed this to be a mere trivial illusion, but to his utter astonishment, those swords were not only real, but also exceedingly sharp. Zhang Ming, his expression grim, gazed at the approaching Lin Ming, and once again submerged into the shadows. Lin Ming shook his head slightly, deeming it futile. with a mere thought. The expanse within 100 miles instantaneously morphed into a sea of swords. The shadows persisted, yet these swords had also become Lin Ming's eyes. Not a whisper of movement could escape his notice. After enduring considerable effort to reach the Leaf family, "Are you merely here to engage in a game of hide and seek with me?" Chapter 48. A sword outside the Leaf family estate. Amidst a sea of swords spanning 100 miles, Lin Ming's voice emerged, devoid of warmth or emotion. Yet, it elicited no response. Zhang Ming seemed to have vanished from existence. This peculiar and eerie method was tailor-made for an assassin, concealed within the shadows, betraying not a hint of presence. Lin Ming had few enemies in the central region. The Dan sect constituted one, and the other was the demon cult. If you are reluctant to reveal yourself, then remain hidden forever. In an instant, sword energy surged across the 100-mile expanse, every shadowy nook sliced through by thousands of sword phantoms. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted as Zhang Ming's figure leapt from the shadows beneath Lin Ming's feet, fiercely striking out with a palm toward him. However, as his form materialized, he was immediately pierced by a myriad of swords. Ultimately, when his dark hand was but a foot away from Lin Ming, it fell limply. Zhang Ming's life force dissipated entirely. Far away, tens of thousands of miles distant, a youth shrouded in darkness suddenly spat blood, his once handsome face paling to an ashen hue. In his cold, piercing gaze lingered a trace of disbelief. He had perished so easily. Lin Ming's prowess had been grossly underestimated. Lin Ming cast a glance at the lifeless Zhang Ming, then stepped forward, returning to the entrance of the Leaf family's cemetery. The leader of the Dan sect scrutinized Lin Ming for a moment, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What manner of treasure allows one to conceal their aura so flawlessly? Despite observing Lin Ming for an extended period, he could only discern the realm of a half-step emperor. Yet, how could such a formidable half-step emperor exist? The Dan sect leader took a step closer, fixing his gaze on Lin Ming, and coldly inquired, "Why did you slay my sect's elder?" Lin Ming offered a faint smile. "He sought to kill me. Thus he met his end. It was not my intention to take his life." "Is that your justification?" The Dan sect leader pressed. "This is not justification. It is a fact. He intended to kill me. How could I allow him to survive?" Lin Ming replied. "Very well." The Dan sect leader laughed heartily. "That ability to transmute all into sword energy must be your strongest technique. I wish to test it." Though he laughed, the murderous intent was unmistakable. Above, a bolt of lightning crackled, tearing apart the thick clouds, as a colossal furnace descended from the heavens. An overwhelming pressure permeated the air. Boom! 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 Within the Li estate, the assembly of 100,000 emperors, gathered to witness the event, could not withstand even a single breath, collapsing to the ground. Their followers experienced a far more terrifying fate. 99% of them shattered into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. Among them were many with the potential to become emperors. Yet at this moment, they were no different from ants. The disciples of the Li family huddled beneath a protective light barrier, an internal defense array of the Li family. Though it withstood the immense pressure for the moment, the colossal furnace above continued to descend, causing the barrier to tremble precariously on the verge of shattering. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. The followers of the great emperor were of no concern to him. Yet, the members of the Li family were kin to Li Junlin. While Li Huairan had wronged Li Junlin, the other members of the Li family were innocent. Based on Lin Ming's understanding of Li Junlin, had he still been alive, he would have fought to the death to protect these individuals. Is this the way of the Dan sect? A rare flicker of anger surged within Lin Ming. How could it be that a few insignificant lives mattered so little? This world has always been ruled by the strong. Should I triumph over you, I would not hesitate to end your life. Conversely, should you prevail against me, you too could take my life. The sect master of the Dan sect maintained a serene countenance. He had stood at the pinnacle for far too long, perceiving all beneath the emperor as mere ants. Those who perished in the aftermath of his battle should feel a sense of pride. With a light command from the Dan sect master, a formation was established. Centered around the Li family, flames erupted fiercely across a vast expanse. Lin Ming found himself at the heart of the inferno, beneath a colossal furnace, surrounded by raging flames. The Dan sect master intended to refine Lin Ming into a pill. A glimmer of sword light enveloped Lin Ming, creating a barrier against the flames. As he drew forth the rusted sword from his back, without uttering a single word, he swung his sword downward with decisive intent. A slender beam of sword light surged toward the heavens, crashing down with ferocity. Sizzle. The sword light first made contact with the immense furnace. This furnace was the very instrument of alchemy wielded by the master of the Dan sect. As the supreme authority of the foremost power in the central state, the furnace in his hands was a half-saint artifact. In terms of both might and durability, it ranked among the finest in the world. Yet, at the moment the resplendent and blazing sword light sliced through the furnace, it crumbled as easily as tofu. In an instant, it split in two, failing to impede the sword light in the slightest. This is impossible. The Dan sect master's expression changed dramatically upon witnessing this scene. However, in the next heartbeat, the sword light cleaved through his very form, dividing him without resistance. The master of the Dan sect, one of the most powerful figures in the central state, renowned for his prowess and alchemical skills throughout history, had now become a soul claimed by Lin Ming's blade. The dazzling sword light passed through the Dan sect master's body, heading straight for the earth. Lin Ming's heart stirred, and he retracted the strike. Otherwise, the entire central state might have been cleaved in two. Su Qing, who had been comfortably observing from a distance, suddenly changed countenance upon witnessing the sword strike. Chapter 49. If we must fight, then let us fight. As Lin Ming's sword dissipated, the terrifying pressure that enveloped the entire Li family vanished into thin air. With a resounding crash, the colossal furnace split in two, plummeted from the sky, creating two deep craters and sending dust swirling into the air. The remaining two elders of the Dan men turned pale, their minds momentarily blank. Since entering the Dan men, they had revered the sect master, who had always stood majestically above them, and never contemplated a day like this. After a brief silence, the two exchanged glances before frantically fleeing into the distance. Thoughts of the Dan men's glory and avenging their master were no longer within their realm of consideration. The 10,000 emperors who had been crushed under the pressure now stood upright as the oppressive aura dissipated. Those who had accompanied them to witness the event were mostly deeply connected to them. Some were disciples, others even their own descendants. Yet in that instant, they seemed to forget everything, their astonished gazes fixed on the dismembered corpse of the Dan men's master. A calamity has struck. Someone gasped. The Dan men was a rather unique force, holding a special status throughout the central continent. For practitioners, medicinal pills were indispensable, and the Dan men gathered the world's most exceptional alchemists under one roof. It was likely that every force on the central continent had dealings with the Dan men, especially the prominent powers, who were closely allied with them. However, the master of the Dan men had been killed today. This news would resonate through the central continent like a thunderclap. The atmosphere turned grim and oppressive, and all they wished for was to escape this place of turmoil. Yet, upon glancing at Su Qing, they found themselves unable to move. Earlier, when the floating cloud emperor attempted to flee the Li family, Su Qing had decisively thwarted him with a single palm strike. Before such supreme power, they dared not defy. Lin Ming paid no heed to the fleeing elders of the Dan men, but turned his attention to Su Qing. Rising, Su Qing clasped his fists and said, "It is truly fortunate to witness your prowess today, my friend." With a flick of his sleeve, he glanced at Su Yun and remarked, "It seems this marriage proposal cannot proceed. Let us return." Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Was her grandfather's sole purpose in awaiting this moment merely to convey that message? Yet, realization soon dawned upon her. After witnessing that sword strike, her grandfather felt apprehensive and was unwilling to engage Lin Ming in battle. Lin Ming regarded Su Qing with curiosity. "Did you come to the Li family solely to take Su Yun back?" Su Qing nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed." Lin Ming refrained from further inquiries. Since Su Qing bore him no ill will, he would not act against him without cause. However, just as Su Qing prepared to depart, a voice from the direction of the Li family suddenly cried out in sorrow, "Our family head has been slain, and it was Su Qing who did it. Moreover, the manner of his death mirrors that of Li Junlin." These words struck like a thunderbolt in the stillness. Instantly, a chilling aura pervaded the Li family. The sunset elongated Lin Ming's shadow, and his hand gripping the sword quivered slightly. In this world, only Li Junlin could truly touch his heart. You killed Li Junlin? Lin Ming's voice resonated. Su Qing's expression shifted slightly. Upon arriving at the Li family, he had learned from Su Yun about Lin Ming's origins. He understood that this enigmatic and formidable youth held Li Junlin as the most significant person in his heart. His visit to the Li family, to incapacitate Li Huairan, was also due to Li Junlin. Before witnessing Lin Ming's strike that felled the leader of the Danmen, he had been indifferent to Lin Ming's identity. His intention was to vanquish Lin Ming, utilizing the power of two semi-holy artifacts. However, now he found himself unsettled. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing spoke. Li Junlin is already a man on the brink of death. If I do not slay him, he will not survive for long. You do not intend to wage war against me for his sake, do you? That would be a futile endeavor. Lin Ming replied solemnly. A man on the brink of death? Is that your justification for killing him? Do not claim he has but a few months to live. Even if he has only an hour, a moment, or a single breath left, you cannot take his life. Su Qing's countenance darkened entirely. Channeling streams of spiritual energy into his golden-threaded armor, he brandished a jet-black soul-devouring fan, which fluttered in the wind. You would do well to contemplate the consequences of opposing me. Su Qing had braced himself. If it came to battle, then let it be. Though Lin Ming was formidable, having ascended to such a zenith in his cultivation, standing at the pinnacle of the central continent, he had no reason to retreat easily. Chapter 50. The Shangqing Palace. At this moment, Su Qing stood with an imposing presence. As the pinnacle of the emperor's realm, he wielded a treasure that could temporarily elevate him to the status of a demigod, along with the soul-devouring sail, which could unleash an attack equivalent to a demigod's soul assault. In stark contrast, Lin Ming possessed merely a rusted sword. This was neither a demigod weapon nor even an imperial artifact. It had long succumbed to rust and appeared ancient, devoid of any aura. Yet in Lin Ming's eyes, this sword, gifted by Li Junlin, far surpassed all treasures in the world. Was there truly no room for negotiation? Su Qing posed one final question before battle. Lin Ming simply shook his head and replied with a single word, no. Su Qing seemed to anticipate this response. Instantly, dark energy enveloped the soul-devouring sail, and chilling winds began to stir. The temperature within the Li residence plummeted, reminiscent of a realm of profound cold. A thick miasma of death spread forth, and the wails of thousands of vengeful souls echoed. At the moment Lin Ming shook his head in refusal, thousands of souls, belonging to those of the emperor and even the emperor's supreme realm, converged to form a spiraling spike, stretching 1,000 feet long, aimed directly at Lin Ming's brow. Su Qing acted with remarkable swiftness. Before Lin Ming could make a single move, the spike was upon him, poised to pierce his forehead. At that critical instant, a faint sword silhouette appeared, interposing itself between the spike and Lin Ming. In the next breath, the spike pierced through the sword shadow. A smile flickered across Su Qing's face. Your sword seems incapable of withstanding a soul attack. Yet his smile faded in less than a heartbeat. For though the spike had penetrated Lin Ming's sword silhouette, it vanished without a trace. A crimson light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. Just moments ago, he had intended to block with the sword's shadow, but suddenly sensed a pleading thought emanating from his blood-red eyes. It seemed to crave this soul attack. The spike's ability to pierce Lin Ming's sword silhouette was, in truth, intentional on his part. With his innate talent, he had spent 3 millennia honing this single sword, embedding within it the essence and form of all things. Thus, he was unafraid of soul assaults. What was happening? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Qing's eyes. In that fleeting moment, he felt the soul attack he had unleashed completely dissipate, leaving no trace of its presence. Moreover, Lin Ming exhibited no signs of injury. Energy belonging to the demigod realm surged within Su Qing, yet his desire to fight had vanished. In his eyes, the Lin Ming before him resembled an unfathomable abyss. He was not afraid of a powerful enemy, but the uncertainty of the enemy's strength filled him with profound dread. Seizing the moment while still within the demigod realm, he grasped Su Yun and urged flee quickly, escape to the Shangqing Palace. This was the entirety of Su Qing's thoughts at that moment. Returning to the Su family held no significance. Only the Shangqing Palace, at the heart of the central region, might offer him a chance at survival. His speed was astonishing, covering 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye, vanishing at the horizon's end. But could he truly escape? A fleeting crimson light flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. The eye that emerges from the abyss of shadows possesses the remarkable ability of spatial leap. However, its previous capabilities were significantly constrained, allowing instantaneous traversal only along the path trodden by Lin Ming. Yet, after absorbing the recent soul attack, it has acquired the ability to replicate the footprints of others for spatial jumps. No matter how swift the enemy, this ability renders their speed utterly ineffective. Before Lin Ming, a series of white light points materialized in space, extending to where Su Qing stood, 100,000 miles away. With a single step, Lin Ming traversed that vast distance. He continued to replicate footprints, advancing relentlessly. Moments later, Su Qing arrived beneath a magnificent palace suspended in the air. This palace, an architectural marvel, was constructed upon the clouds, with towering pillars piercing the heavens, seemingly linking to realms beyond. This was the very heart of the central region, the most pivotal location. Even the unique characteristics of the Danmen sect meant that their constructed domain was merely adjacent to the center, while the Shangqing Palace commanded 100 miles at the core, devoid of any surrounding power. In comparison to other dominant forces within the central region, the area occupied by Shangqing Palace was relatively modest, arguably quite small, seemingly unbefitting of its status. Yet, no one has ever questioned the Shangqing Palace, for it harbors living half-saints and not merely one. Even more daunting is the presence of legendary sacred artifacts within its confines. Thus, the status of Shangqing Palace remains unassailable unless a saint emerges anew in the central region. Upon reaching the Shangqing Palace, Su Qing exhaled lightly, contemplating that if Su Yun were to join the palace, they would likely save his life. With a tinge of reluctance, he gazed at Su Yun, knowing that with the right resources, her innate talent could lead her to become a saint, a potential that the Su family could have harnessed to usurp the position of Shangqing Palace. Yet, he found himself devoid of other options. Without Su Yun's admission into the palace, he harbored no confidence in persuading them to spare his life. He soared with Su Yun to stand before the Shangqing Palace and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Su Qing, accompanied by the junior disciple Su Yun, comes to pay respects." His voice echoed within the palace. An elder from the Shangqing Palace appeared before Su Qing, his expression tinged with skepticism. The head of the Su family seems to be in high spirits. "I wonder what brings you to our Shangqing Palace?" Not wishing to squander time, Su Qing replied directly. "A fortuitous matter, indeed." He gestured towards Su Yun, stating, "This junior has heard of the illustrious status of the Shangqing Palace and wishes to join. Might the esteemed elder grant consent?" The elder from the Shangqing Palace was taken aback, his eyes lighting up as he regarded Su Yun. Her potential for sainthood was well known throughout the central region, and the Shangqing Palace naturally desired to accept her. However, could the Su family afford to let her go? "Is what you say truly genuine?" he inquired, still somewhat incredulous. "Indeed, it is true," Su Qing asserted. "I have brought her here. Could there be any pretense?" The elder nodded repeatedly, a broad smile illuminating his face. "Excellent, excellent. The head of the Su family has indeed delivered a remarkable treasure to the Shangqing Palace." In the next moment, hundreds of figures surged forth from within the palace, all gazing at Su Yun as if he were an unparalleled gem. While their excitement reached a fever pitch, below the Shangqing Palace, a fleeting white light darted by. A young man clad in black, with a rusted sword slung across his back, suddenly materialized. He lifted his gaze toward the lofty Shangqing Palace. Would hiding here truly serve a purpose? Chapter 51. I will kill him. You cannot stop me in the expansive square before the Shangqing Palace. A resonant and powerful voice echoed as the elders excitedly scrutinized Su Yun. With an oath pledged by the heart of martial arts, he could enter the Shangqing Palace. Hearing this, Su Qing's expression darkened. Though he had anticipated this moment, The reality of it brought a pang of disappointment to his heart. Since he had recognized Su Yun's prodigious talent, he had envisioned a day when the Su family would ascend to the pinnacle of the Shangqing Palace, becoming the most formidable force across the Kanglan continent, without question. However, should Su Yun join the Shangqing Palace and vow his loyalty, it would be impossible for him to betray it. With Su Yun attaining sainthood, the Su family would no longer be the sole beneficiary. At this moment, Su Qing was not inclined to dwell on these thoughts. He could only hope that the Shangqing Palace would intervene on his behalf or even eliminate Lin Ming. In the square before the Shangqing Palace, numerous high-ranking members gazed at Su Yun with anticipation. Despite the profound foundation and multitude of strong individuals within the Shangqing Palace, the potential emergence of a saint was an opportunity too enticing to dismiss. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Su Yun took a deep breath and declared, "I, Su Yun, vow with my heart of martial arts that I shall never betray the Shangqing Palace in this lifetime." Excellent. The deep voice from within the Shangqing Palace resounded once more. "From this day forth, you shall be a disciple of the Shangqing Palace." Lin Ming leaped from below, his figure soaring to the cloud-laden heights, where he beheld the full expanse of the Shangqing Palace. In the vast square stood over 100 individuals, with Su Qing and Su Yun prominently among them. As someone not from the central state, Lin Ming was unaware of the Shangqing Palace's esteemed position. However, at this moment, he sensed several formidable auras, far surpassing the likes of Li Huairan and Su Qing, who were at the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. As he surveyed the Shangqing Palace from above, its inhabitants took notice of him. Who is this audacious junior, daring to spy on the Shangqing Palace? Depart at once, an elder from the Shangqing Palace bellowed. Lin Ming glanced dismissively at him, choosing to ignore the admonition. Instead, he turned his attention to Su Qing and stated, "This matter pertains only to us. I do not wish to involve any innocents. Step forward." Su Qing remained motionless in his desire to secure the protection of the Shangqing Palace. He was even willing to allow Su Yun to join its ranks. Now, for Lin Ming to demand he step forward was simply implausible. Lin Ming was not surprised by this resistance. He swept his gaze across the elders of the Shangqing Palace and calmly announced, "I intend to kill someone. I apologize for the disturbance I am about to cause." The elder who had previously scolded Lin Ming stepped forward, laughing boisterously. "A mere half-step emperor dares to speak so brazenly. In my 1,000 years of cultivation, I have never encountered such audacity." Smack! As his words fell, an elderly woman struck him on the back of the head. "What foolishness are you spouting?" she retorted, casting a glance at Su Qing. "Do you not see the anxious expression on the Su family head's face? This young man must possess some hidden treasure that conceals his true power, which likely surpasses that of an emperor." The elder who had previously spoken was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze towards Su Qing. Despite the fact that the head of the Su family had disguised himself quite well, the elder, being seasoned and astute, could discern the underlying tension. "Su family head, your presence here today, even to the extent of allowing Su Yun to join the Shangqing Palace, cannot merely be to evade this individual, can it?" Su Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, realizing that further concealment was futile. He spoke candidly. "Indeed, this person is exceedingly peculiar. He seeks my life, and I am not his match." In an instant, the elders of the Shangqing Palace understood. The Su family head is attempting to exploit us. They thought, the feeling of being manipulated is rather unpleasant, yet I am reluctant to forfeit the potential of a sage's endowment. The Su family head's actions are rather short-sighted. Had you directly informed us of the enemies pursuing you, offering Su Yun's accession to the Shangqing Palace as a price for our intervention, I believe everyone would have been amenable. However, as it stands, I find myself quite displeased. Indeed, the Su family head's conduct lacks integrity. Many elders expressed their dissatisfaction with Su Qing's withholding of the truth, causing his countenance to darken. Though the Su family head has erred in light of Su Yun's reputation, I can overlook this transgression. Yet this young man clearly does not regard the Shangqing Palace with due respect. Some elders defended Su Qing. From the depths of the Shangqing Palace, a resonant voice echoed once more. "Su Yun has already sworn an oath. He is thus a disciple of the Shangqing Palace. The enemies of Shangqing Palace disciple become our enemies. Upon hearing this proclamation, Lin Ming furrowed his brow. He was a man of clear distinctions between friend and foe, and would not implicate the innocent. The Shangqing Palace held no grievances with him, and he bore no animosity towards them. His gaze shifted towards the depths of the Shangqing Palace as he solemnly declared, "I can offer you an opportunity to reconsider. This is merely a personal vendetta between Su Qing and myself. There is no necessity for the Shangqing Palace to involve itself." "Huh, your words are indeed somewhat ludicrous." The voice continued, "Were you to grant me a chance to reconsider? Su Yun has joined the Shangqing Palace. Thus this matter transcends your personal dispute with Su Qing." Upon hearing this statement, Su Qing felt a weight lift from his heart. The matter was now irrevocably settled with the involvement of the Shangqing Palace. Should Lin Ming insist on striking, he would be opposing the Shangqing Palace. Lin Ming's expression remained largely unchanged, though his right hand had already rested upon the hilt of his sword. He was reluctant to become adversaries with the Shangqing Palace, but if they insisted on opposing him, he would not flinch. "I intend to kill him. You cannot stop me. My warning is not born of fear towards the Shangqing Palace, but rather a desire to avert unnecessary bloodshed." As soon as the words left his lips, a chorus of mockery erupted from the front. Does the Su family head truly fear this young man? He appears rather foolish. To kill within the territory of the Shangqing Palace is utterly absurd. The ones we protect in the Shangqing Palace, not even the King of Hell could take away. While I too find this young man unimpressive, the Su family head's trepidation is not unfounded. This individual may indeed be formidable. In the upper clear palace, as the onlookers regarded Lin Ming with a sense of amusement, a dazzling flash of sword light suddenly pierced the air. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck on a clear day, rendering the crowd momentarily speechless. Then, a piercing cry echoed, "Grandfather, no! Grandfather!" It was evident that Su Qing's head had been severed and sent soaring into the air, blood gushing forth in torrents. Lin Ming cast a tranquil glance at the assembly of the upper clear palace, sheathed his sword, and turned away. A voice devoid of emotion emerged from his lips. "I warned you that I would kill him, and you could not impede me." With those words, Lin Ming stepped forward, vanishing into the distance in an instant, leaving the upper clear palace behind. Shortly thereafter, a furious roar reverberated from the depths of the palace. To insult the upper clear palace is a crime deserving of death. Chapter 52. The Taiping Bell. The furious roar that emanated from the depths of the upper purity palace reverberated through the heavens, causing all life within a 1,000-mile radius to tremble in fear. He was truly a semi-saint, capable of standing atop the pinnacle of the central continent without the aid of any external power. Following that thunderous shout, a rugged and imposing middle-aged man soared into the air from the inner sanctum of the upper purity palace. "Watch over Su Yun. I shall take his life," he declared. "Palace Master, be cautious. This youth possesses extraordinary abilities." An elder cautioned. Just moments ago, Lin Ming had unleashed a strike before their eyes, yet none had managed to react. Those who had spoken of protecting the upper purity palace were now rendered speechless. Who could have anticipated that in the next instant, Su Qing's head would be severed? The esteemed emperor, before such a blade, exhibited not even the slightest reaction. How could they not be apprehensive? The palace master of the upper purity palace, known as Zhuang Zhengxian, merely waved his hand dismissively, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "No need for concern. Although this individual is peculiar, everything remains under control. He cannot stir up any significant waves." Before his words had fully dissipated, he had already pinpointed Lin Ming's location. With a single stride, he traversed hundreds of miles in an instant, arriving before Lin Ming. Observing the suddenly materialized robust figure, Lin Ming's eyes flickered with curiosity. "Do you seek vengeance for Su Qing?" he inquired. Zhuang Zhengxian erupted in laughter. "What does Su Qing have to do with me? His death is, in fact, a blessing." Lin Ming was momentarily taken aback, but it was only for an instant before he realized the truth of the man's words. Su Qing was the patriarch of the Su family and, more importantly, the grandfather of Su Yun. Zhuang Zhengxian understood that Su Qing was the one who cherished Su Yun most dearly within the entire Su clan. To Su Yun, Su Qing held immense significance. Should Su Qing remain alive, Su Yun, despite pledging unwavering loyalty to the Upper Purity Palace, would undoubtedly be distracted by concerns for the Su family. Such familial bonds were not something the Upper Purity Palace could rival. However, if Su Qing were to perish, the dynamics would shift entirely. The ties between the Su family and Su Yun would no longer be as profound. Su Yun would unequivocally become a member of the Upper Purity Palace. And today, if he were to slay Lin Ming as an act of retribution for Su Qing, Su Yun's sense of belonging to the Upper Purity Palace would undoubtedly strengthen threefold. Zhuang Zhengxian paid no heed to Lin Ming's thoughts. At that moment, he harbored but a single intention: to eliminate Lin Ming. The dialogue between the two was succinct and straightforward, yet the air was thick with an escalating tension. Under such an oppressive atmosphere, an ordinary cultivator would likely faint from sheer fright. Lin Ming instinctively grasped the rusted sword at his back. The semi-saint realm had truly transcended the corporeal plane, harnessing the power of heaven and earth. The concentration of spiritual energy within his body far exceeded that of an ordinary emperor by more than 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, the heavens quaked and the winds stirred. A terrifying force cascaded from the ninth heaven. Zhuang Zhengxian stood in the void, appearing as the very center of the universe. Behind him, an enormous ethereal shadow emerged, mirroring Zhuang Zhengxian, but magnified 1,000,000 times. He raised a finger, pointing it toward Lin Ming. Behind him, the towering ethereal figure raised a finger, pointing towards Lin Ming. In an instant, the ground beneath Lin Ming's feet caved in, forming a colossal pit spanning thousands of feet. There was no whirlwind of dust or flying stones. Beneath that single finger, all ordinary matter had been reduced to mere ashes. Standing atop the immense pit, Lin Ming's black attire billowed around him, a rusted sword resting silently on his back. "You shall perish," roared Zhuang Zhengxian, as the massive finger of the apparition seemed to transcend space, closing the distance to Lin Ming in an instant. Confronted with that finger, it felt as though he faced the very heavens themselves. Under such pressure, Lin Ming's form appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet, his gaze remained serene, his posture unwavering. The rusted sword was drawn from his back, firmly grasped in his hand. As Zhuang Zhengxian's finger approached within mere inches, Lin Ming thrust his sword forward with sudden ferocity. This time, there was no dazzling light nor any extravagant display. Instead, the immense finger of the apparition seemed to melt away like ice meeting fire, disintegrating in an instant. Wherever Lin Ming's sword passed, the ethereal figure continued to vanish, utterly incapable of resisting even the slightest touch. Zhuang Zhengxian's expression shifted dramatically, having witnessed Lin Ming's sword sever Su Qing's fate within the Shanqing Palace. He had recognized the youth's half-saint prowess. At this moment, he perceived Lin Ming's strength with stark clarity. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew forth a bronze ancient bell, roughly half his height. Having reached such a level of cultivation, he had encountered myriad worldly affairs and understood that even a lion must exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. Thus, while pride surged within him, his actions remained exceedingly cautious. The moment the bronze bell emerged, the sky above was suddenly filled with heavy, 7-colored clouds, radiating outward from the bell for 1,000,000 miles. Enveloping the entire Zhongzhou region, countless forces, such as the Li family, the Su family, and the Wanbao Merchant Association, along with innumerable cultivators, raised their heads to gaze at the heavens. Was this the manifestation of a treasured artifact? Such celestial phenomena surely indicated something extraordinary. However, the extent of this phenomenon was beyond my comprehension. Could it possibly be the legendary imperial treasure? Regardless of its nature, it held no relevance to us. I would be quite content with a royal weapon. Indeed, many lower-tier disciples, lacking in cultivation, looked up in awe at this unprecedented spectacle, buzzing with speculation. Meanwhile, those of greater strength, especially those who had reached the imperial realm, fell into prolonged silence. The more powerful the individual, the more they sensed the unparalleled significance of this occurrence. It could not be compared to any imperial artifact. What was transpiring? Was Zhongzhou on the brink of transformation? In my perception, it felt as if the entire world was shrouded by this phenomenon. Could it be a sacred artifact? Had the demonic sect breached the Shangqing Palace? Numerous powerful figures in Zhongzhou gazed at the seven-colored clouds above, their conjectures swirling. Only the elders within the Shangqing Palace underwent a drastic change in countenance. A sacred artifact? Did that young man truly possess such a treasure? It is not certain. Perhaps the palace master has summoned the Tai Ching bell. What a jest! Does the palace master truly require the Tai Ching bell in the presence of that individual? The sect master is formidable, yet one must not underestimate that man. Have you forgotten the sword strike from earlier? Su Qing's prowess is at least equal to ours, if not superior, and he had no opportunity to evade. He is indeed exceedingly strong. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Shangqing Palace fell into an immediate silence. Is it possible that something may happen to the palace master? Someone murmured softly. Chapter 53. The dissipation of clouds and the fall of men at the southernmost edge of the central continent, amidst countless islands, lay an inconspicuous isle. An elderly man with flowing white hair gazed up at the vibrant, multicolored clouds above, a flicker of astonishment illuminating his eyes. There exists but a single sacred artifact within the central continent. Has something transpired at the Upper Clear Palace? Beneath him, from a shroud of shadow, a figure emerged. Reporting to the master, there has indeed been an incident at the Upper Clear Palace. Speak, the white-haired elder commanded. The cloaked figure, enshrouded in black, recounted how Lin Ming had slain Su Qing within the Upper Clear Palace. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This Lin Ming possesses remarkable prowess, able to infiltrate the Upper Clear Palace and eliminate Su Qing. How curious that Zhuang Zhengxian failed to safeguard him. He turned his gaze toward the heart of the central continent, expressing a tinge of regret. Alas, it seems I shall likely never meet him. With Zhuang Zhengxian wielding the Tai Ching bell, Lin Ming stands no chance of survival. The cloaked figure interjected, there is no need for lamentation, master. Lin Ming is also a sworn enemy of our holy sect. The northern domain's saintess, Jing Hongyi, and the seventh elder of the Danmen, Su Qing, have both perished at his hands. I have attempted to eliminate him several times, yet to no avail. Should he fall to Zhuang Zhengxian this time, it would indeed alleviate a significant burden for us. Focus on your cultivation, master. Achieving a breakthrough to the sacred realm will secure our grand ambitions. The elder raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. This Lin Ming is audacious beyond measure. Indeed, the man in black replied, as far as I know, he never concerns himself with the identity of his adversaries. He strikes down those he deems worthy of death without hesitation. This aligns well with our sect's modus operandi. However, as he is an enemy, his demise would be for the best. The white-haired elder waved his hand dismissively. You may leave. I wish to resume my seclusion. As the words left his lips, the cloaked figure nodded and began to withdraw. Yet, just as he was about to depart, he suddenly witnessed the seven-colored clouds above vanish in an instant, transforming the sky from a kaleidoscope of hues to an expanse of unblemished blue. A flicker of astonishment crossed the elder's face. This is impossible. Even he found himself momentarily rendered speechless. Disbelief etched across his features. What is happening, master? The cloaked figure inquired, astonished. Having served the master for 8,000 years, he had never witnessed such a demeanor. The elder glanced at the figure, pointing toward the heavens. Did you not see? The seven-colored clouds have dissipated. I did see, master, the cloaked figure responded respectfully. It seems the sacred artifact is indeed formidable. Zhuang Zhengxian has swiftly resolved the matter with Lin Ming. With a swift motion, the white-haired elder struck the cloaked figure on the forehead. You are mistaken. The sudden disappearance of the seven-colored clouds cannot merely be attributed to Zhuang Zhengxian putting away the Tai Ching bell. What does the master imply? The cloaked figure asked, looking at the elder. The elder sighed. After all these years by my side, do you truly not comprehend my meaning? Tentatively, the cloaked figure ventured, Master, are you suggesting that Lin Ming has defeated Zhuang Zhengxian, who possessed the Tai Ching bell? The elderly man with white hair took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. This was no mere defeat. If the Tai Ching bell remained intact, the extraordinary phenomena would not have abruptly dissipated. Given the present circumstances, only one explanation could suffice. The figure cloaked in black was momentarily stunned. Did the master imply that the Ta Ching bell had likely sustained damage? Indeed, to inflict harm upon the Ta Ching bell, Lin Ming's methods were truly astonishing. Yet, it could be assumed that he must have paid a tremendous price himself. Ideally, they would suffer mutual destruction. Perhaps this was our finest opportunity. Inform the two protectors to acquire the Ta Ching bell at any cost. Even if damaged, it remains the pinnacle of treasures in the central continent, the one and only sacred artifact. Time rewound to a quarter of an hour prior. With a single stroke, Lin Ming effortlessly shattered Zhuang Zhengxian's finger. Although Zhuang Zhengxian was astonished, he remained undaunted, waving his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The ancient bronze bell resounded 18 times, and in an instant, 18 golden ripples emanated from the bell, radiating in all directions. Wherever the golden ripples traversed, silence enveloped all things. Mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, birds, and beasts, all that could be seen by the naked eye vanished without a trace in the wake of the ripples. Lin Ming, wielding his sword, showed no intention of retreat, gazing at the golden ripples and sensing an unparalleled and terrifying power. He raised his sword, transforming his thrust into a sweeping strike. A colossal beam of sword light, spanning heaven and earth, descended silently from above. Sizzle. The next moment, the sword light collided with the golden ripples. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, no grand scene that dimmed the world. Only a muffled sound was heard. The first golden ripple fractured and then dissipated. Subsequently, the second, third, and all the way to the 18th golden ripple were severed and vanished. The sword light, unimpeded, struck the ancient bronze bell. Crack! The venerable and sacred Ta Ching bell split asunder in an instant. Simultaneously, the 7 colored clouds that had enveloped the entire central continent vanished completely. Thereafter, the sword light continued its relentless descent. The earth fractured, revealing a chasm that stretched for thousands of miles, immeasurable in depth, appearing mere hundreds of feet from Zhuang Zhengxian. He stood there utterly dumbfounded. The indomitable, invulnerable Ta Ching bell, the treasure protector of the Qing palace, lay shattered, as fragile as a piece of tofu. Lin Ming strode to Zhuang Zhengxian's side. At this moment, Zhuang Zhengxian seemed to finally regain his senses, gazing at the proximity of Lin Ming, his body trembling uncontrollably. He no longer possessed the fearlessness of his youth. Having held a high position for too long, coupled with the Ta Ching bell in hand, he believed no one in the world could rival him. He had not faced the sensation of impending death in a very long time. You cannot kill me. If I perish, no one in the Kangling continent will be able to thwart the demonic sect, leading to calamity for the entire world. Spare me this once, and I shall deliver Su Yun to you. The Qing Palace, yes. If you desire the Qing Palace, I can provide it. You may be the master of the Qing Palace, and I shall serve as an elder. At this moment, Zhuang Zhengxian's demeanor rendered Lin Ming incredulous. How could this man be the mightiest in the central state? Yet, in an instant, he found solace in the realization. Though the demon sect was rampant, it would never dare to wreak havoc upon the Upper Clear Palace. In the grand scheme of this world, apart from Lin Ming, it seemed no one else could pose a threat to Zhuang Zhengxian. Death appeared to be an entity far removed from him. I hold no animosity towards the Upper Clear Palace. Surrendering Su Qing should pose no difficulty for you, Lin Ming declared. However, you have made the gravest of choices. In the next moment, the rusted sword glided across Zhuang Zhengxian's throat. In a heartbeat, the body was severed. The master of the Upper Clear Palace, a pinnacle figure of the semi-holy realm, fell, marking the demise of Zhuang Zhengxian, who stood at the zenith of the Kangling continent. The evening breeze was cool, ruffling Lin Ming's hair as he fell into silence, sheathing his sword. Chapter 54. Cast a long line to catch a big fish. The vast earth lay desolate, devoid of life. Though this battle was brief, its destructive power was astonishing. Fortunately, in the very heart of the central region, aside from the Upper Clear Palace, there were no other forces within a radius of 10,000 miles. Otherwise, countless souls would have been added to the realm of the vengeful. Lin Ming stood suspended in midair, gazing at the ancient bronze bell that had been split in two. despite its shattered state. The aura emanating from the bell remained formidable and intimidating. After observing the bell for a moment, Lin Ming descended from the sky to approach it. At first glance, the bronze bell appeared unremarkable, ancient, and unadorned. As Lin Ming reached out to grasp the bell, a brilliant flash of blue lightning suddenly erupted, causing the bronze bell to vanish. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ming's eyes as he turned to see a figure racing away 10 miles in the distance. He lifted his foot to pursue, but hesitated, ultimately remaining still as the figure disappeared from sight. Thousands of miles away, Jiang Sheng halted, casting a glance over his shoulder. Slightly perplexed. Strange, why is he so slow? He had intentionally slowed his pace to allow Lin Ming to catch up. Yet Lin Ming still could not close the distance. Jiang Sheng retrieved a communication talisman and inquired, "What is the status? Have you secured it?" Soon, a voice emerged from the talisman. "Secure at my foot. Lin Ming hasn't moved an inch. I wouldn't dare show myself." Jiang Sheng exclaimed in surprise. "He didn't take the bait?" "I'm not sure. I suspect he may not care much for the Ta Ching bell, thinking if you take it, so be it. He can't be bothered to chase." Jiang Sheng pondered, momentarily speechless. However, upon reflection, this possibility seemed quite plausible. "What should we do now? Can your illusion work? Has he seen through it?" Jiang Sheng asked. In reality, he had not taken the Ta Ching bell. Though confident in his speed, the Ta Ching bell was no ordinary object, not something he could simply seize at will. He dared not linger in Lin Ming's presence. Therefore, he concealed the bell with an illusion and intentionally revealed his presence to lure Lin Ming away. Yet now, Lin Ming had not pursued. After a brief silence on the other end of the talisman, the voice finally said, "It seems I must confront him directly. Wish me luck." "What? Have you lost your mind?" Jiang Sheng's expression changed drastically. He quickly urged, "Let us think this through. Don't act impulsively." However, there was no response from the other side. Not far from Lin Ming, a young girl with a ponytail, seemingly no more than 12 or 13 years of age, scampered up to him. Brother, just now an uncle asked me to propose a deal with you." The girl naturally took Lin Ming's hand, her face beaming with joy. "What sort of deal?" Lin Ming inquired. With an innocent and naive expression, the girl replied, "That uncle said if you give him the Ta Ching bell, he will offer you an opportunity." He chuckled softly. "Ah, I'm afraid that once he do, I have no need for opportunities." Just as his words fell, behind the little girl, a formidable figure emerged from a distance. This man, Lin Ming recognized, was the same robust individual who had transported him from the northern region to the central region days prior. At that time, the man possessed merely the cultivation of the emperor realm, yet upon his reappearance today, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the emperor's status. It appeared that this individual must possess some form of body duplication technique. At this moment, the brawny man declared, "Hand over the Tai Ching bell to me, or she shall perish." The she to whom he referred was the little girl standing before Lin Ming. "To threaten me with the life of an innocent. Your demonic sect truly resorts to unscrupulous methods," Lin Ming remarked, his expression inscrutable. The man scoffed. "In matters concerning my holy sect, we do not require the interference of outsiders. Tell me, will you safeguard her life or relinquish the Tai Ching bell?" At that moment, the little girl seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. Her face turned pale as she clutched Lin Ming's hand tightly. How could a shattered ancient bell compare to a living soul? Lin Ming maintained a smile, exuding an air of nonchalance. "Have you made your decision?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by Lin Ming's unexpected acquiescence. It appeared he truly underestimated the significance of the Tai Ching bell. "Withdraw 1,000 miles and do not return to this place within half an hour. Do not resort to tricks, or else this little girl shall meet her demise," the man warned. Lin Ming nodded slightly, taking the ponytail girl and retreating 1,000 miles. With a sigh of relief, the man felt an immense pressure dissipate from their close proximity. Fortunately, the outcome seemed favorable. With a wave of his hand, the Tai Ching bell, which had seemingly vanished, reappeared. In truth, the bell's location had never changed. He had merely concealed it using the finest illusions. Originally, he had intended to have Jiang Sheng distract Lin Ming while he retrieved it, but to his astonishment, Lin Ming had not fallen for the ruse. Thus, he was compelled to pursue an alternate approach. Drawing upon the full extent of his emperor-level spiritual energy, the man painstakingly maneuvered the Tai Ching bell's position, taking an entire incense stick's duration to finally secure the shattered bell within his storage ring. "Ah, the task is complete. Heaven bless my holy sect," he murmured excitedly to himself. In truth, Lin Ming could be regarded as a partial benefactor to my holy sect. Without him, how could we have so effortlessly acquired the Tai Ching bell? This world is destined to embark upon a new chapter. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Lin Ming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor calm. Beside him was the innocent little girl, her expression still tinged with disbelief and fear. "Brother, will that uncle truly kill me?" she inquired, her face reflecting a mix of incredulity and terror. Lin Ming shook his head and replied earnestly, "No, he will not." "Will he not?" The little girl tilted her head, uncertain. "But he seemed so fierce." Lin Ming turned to face her and said, "That was merely for my benefit. He would never harm you. After all, you are both part of the same narrative. Furthermore, whether he can defeat you remains an open question. Wouldn't you agree?" Before Lin Ming could finish his words, the little girl's expression changed dramatically, and in an instant, she vanished thousands of miles away. However, no sooner had his figure come to a halt than Lin Ming reappeared in swift pursuit. "Did I permit you to leave?" Lin Ming's voice was calm, like an undisturbed ancient well. "Why?" The little girl's form twisted and transformed into a figure cloaked entirely in black robes. "Since you have long perceived the anomaly, why retreat to this place and willingly relinquish the Ta Ching bell? Do you truly regard this sole, sacred artifact of the Kangling continent as insignificant?" He seemed unable to comprehend Lin Ming's actions. "I am one who shuns trouble. It is far preferable to resolve all matters in one go," Lin Ming replied. "And therefore?" The voice beneath the black robe remained laced with confusion. "Therefore it is, of course, a matter of casting a long line to catch a big fish." In the next moment, Lin Ming drew the rusted sword from his back. Chapter 55. A new era approaches. The figure shrouded in a black robe bore a pallid complexion. As he beheld Lin Ming grasping his sword, the blade's radiance illuminated his visage, releasing a faint tang of blood. Before he could make a move, he realized that vitality had already fled from him. "Am I to perish in this manner?" No one answered. With a resounding thud, the figure in the black robe collapsed to the ground, devoid of breath. Lin Ming, however, did not cast a glance in his direction. Instead, he turned to gaze upon the site where he had previously battled Zhuge Xian. A crimson light flickered in his eyes. Before him, the space revealed a multitude of white points of light. The burly man, known as Xiao Feng, was one of the two protectors of the demonic sect, possessing cultivation at the pinnacle of the emperor level. He swiftly collected the shattered Tai Ching bell and hastened toward the southernmost reaches of the central continent. He aimed to deliver the Tai Ching bell to the sect leader with utmost speed. Though the journey was long, his cultivation level allowed him to traverse it in merely 2 hours. Hurry faster. Never before had he felt such a sense of urgency and excitement, fervently hoping that Lin Ming would not pursue him too quickly. 2 hours later, the cluster of islands at the southernmost point appeared before him. He released a sigh of relief. After a brief moment, he arrived at the island where the white-haired elder resided. The elder, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. Had we succeeded? Yes, against all odds. Xiao Feng, exhilarated, retrieved the split Tai Ching bell from his storage ring. In that moment, he envisioned the dawn of a new era, attributing the monumental achievement to himself. Upon the appearance of the Tai Ching bell, a rare smile graced the usually tranquil face of the white-haired elder. Excellent, splendid. Although the Tai Ching bell had been divided, its power remained largely intact. With a wave of his hand, he stowed the bell away. Come, let us together embrace the new era. He formed a seal with his hands, and in a corner of the island, an unremarkable stone began to spin mysteriously. Moments later, it transformed into a dark, profound cave, its destination unknown. Xiao Feng's excitement intensified. He was aware that this island concealed the deepest secrets of the demonic sect, which was why the sect leader seldom left it. As a protector, he had already ascended to the highest echelons of the sect, yet he was limited to knowing of the island's existence. unaware of its secrets. The white-haired elder stepped forward, entering the cave. Without hesitation, Qiu Feng followed closely behind. The cave was deep, and after a time sufficient for the brewing of tea, the elder halted his steps. "I require your strength, awaken," he bellowed fiercely, causing the cave to tremble violently. In an instant, a hand emerged from the once empty cave, withered and gnarled. Then, a voice emerged, raspy and parched. "You have not yet ascended to sainthood. Why do you summon us?" Following this voice, dozens of ancient figures materialized in the darkness, each enveloped in an aura of death, resembling corpses more than living beings. The white-haired elder retrieved the Ta Ching bell and spoke. "I have yet to transcend to the realm of saints. Alas, this world may no longer permit such a breakthrough. However, this is a sacred artifact of the Shanqing Palace, and though it has been damaged, the sacred power within remains intact. If you all lend me your strength and exert the full potential of the Ta Ching bell, we may unleash a strike worthy of a true saint." A genuine strike of saint. A figure resembling a corpse interjected. "We have but one opportunity to act." A glimmer of resolve flashed in the elder's eyes as he replied, "I understand. This is my sole chance. The rules of this world are flawed, and the saintly realm is merely a distant dream. Now that I possess the Ta Ching bell, I wish to take a gamble." Despite his extraordinary talent, the entire Songlao continent has not seen a saint for an eternity. Within the stone cavern, these emaciated figures each stood at the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm. Each possessed exceptional gifts, mere steps away from the realm of saints, yet that step remained insurmountable. No one across the vast Kingling continent could transcend that threshold. "Since your resolve is firm, let us commence," one voice urged. "Indeed, let us begin," echoed many hoarse and parched voices. The elder nodded gravely, then grasped the Ta Ching bell tightly. In an instant, the sacred power within the ancient bell surged like a tempest. "Now is the time. Grant me strength." In the dark stone cavern, dozens of figures resembling corpses simultaneously raised their hands, channeling the dormant power seal for millennia into the white-haired elder. Drawing upon the might of these semi-saint pinnacles, they fully activated the Ta Ching bell. In that moment, although he was not a true saint, he was utterly confident that he could deliver a strike akin to that of a saint. The pitch-black cavern illuminated brilliantly. At the deepest part of the cavern, a translucent barrier appeared, resembling a rudimentary protective formation. The elder's full-powered strike was aimed directly at this translucent barrier. "This enclosed world shall shine anew today," he bellowed. "Break through." Under Qiu Feng's astonished gaze, the Ta Ching bell emanated 1,800 ripples, coalescing into a golden spear. In an instant, the spear thrust toward the translucent barrier. Crack! Crack! The spear emitted two crisp sounds. Cracks spread across its surface with astonishing speed. "No." The elder's expression shifted from joy to despair in an instant. His confidently unleashed strike, powered by the strength of dozens of semi-saint pinnacles, shattered against the barrier as if it were nothing. Sighs resonated throughout the stone cavern. Subsequently, the spear shattered completely, turning to dust. Along with the spear, the dozen aged figures within the cavern also dissipated. They had exhausted their final ounce of strength. With this, they truly departed from this world. The white-haired elder stared blankly at the barrier, his eyes filled with confusion. Why? Tell me why. A strike of a saint cannot break the seal? Despair clouded his gaze. At that moment, Qiu Feng, who stood behind, suddenly spoke. "Master, look! There seems to be a fissure in that luminous curtain." "What?" The elderly man with white hair abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze towards the radiant screen. In the very spot where the long spear had struck, there existed an inconspicuous crack, one that was steadily widening and spreading. It was almost certain that before long, this luminous barrier would truly dissipate. Success! Success! For a fleeting moment, he felt as exhilarated as a child. The white-haired elder proclaimed with a booming voice, "I, Ning Daoran, have succeeded. The grand aspirations of our holy sect have been fulfilled in my hands. A new era is upon us." The gleam of longing shone brightly in Ning Daoran's eyes. Chapter 56. the sacred realm, it turns out, is merely this deep within the shadowy recesses of the cavern. The cracks on the luminous screen spread with increasing velocity. Ning Daren's face was alight with uncontainable joy. Ever since he ascended to the position of the holy sect's leader, he had been acutely aware of the heavy burdens he bore. Now, victory was within reach. After a moment of calming his emotions, Ning Daoran gathered his spiritual energy in his palm, preparing to exert further strength. However, just as he was about to strike, a frown crossed his brow, and he turned to glance behind him. Qiu Feng, following his gaze, also looked back. There, a young man clad in black stood silently. In an instant, Qiu Feng's body involuntarily tensed up. The atmosphere within the cavern became exceedingly grave, thick with an aura of impending doom. Ning Daoran squinted slightly, without a second thought. He recognized the individual before him. Faced with this youth capable of cleaving the Tai Ching bell in two, he felt no sense of assurance. "We harbor no significant animosity between us," Ning Daoran began. "Soon, the Kanglan continent will usher in a new era. Let us reign together over the Kanglan continent, allowing the grievances of the past to fade away with the wind. What do you think?" Lin Ming cast a glance at Ning Daoran before turning his attention to the deepest part of the cavern, where the luminous screen resided. "Is seizing the Tai Ching bell merely for this?" "Indeed," Ning Daoran replied candidly. "This world is not as simple as it appears. The vast Kanglan continent is akin to a sealed island, isolated from the true world. But now I have shattered this impasse. Together, let's embrace a new era." Lin Ming shook his head. "I have no interest. If the demon sect seeks to annihilate the Tianxian sect, it must be dealt with." His voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. Then, the sound of a sword's hum resonated through the air. Ning Daren's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly pulled Qiu Feng before him as a shield. In an instant, he darted to the side and struck the already cracked luminous screen with all his might. Qiu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Master, have you lost your mind?" "No, please." He cried out frantically, but his power paled in comparison to Ning Daren's. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape the grip of control, forced to watch helplessly as the sword light sliced through him and continued unabated into the luminous screen. How could this be? Despair, resentment, and a tinge of regret filled Qiu Feng's eyes. He was the one who should have claimed the Tai Ching bell. If the Kanglan continent were to welcome a new era, he would have played a monumental role. Yet in this moment, Qiu Feng felt like a mere weed by the roadside, unnoticed by anyone. Crack! Crack! The already fractured luminous screen shattered instantly under Ning Daren's full-powered strike and Lin Ming's swordlight. In less than a fraction of a second, the entire screen burst apart. A pure surge of spiritual energy poured in like a tidal wave. "Ha ha! Pure spiritual energy, flawless rules. We have succeeded." Ning Daoran laughed heartily. Endless, pure spiritual power surged into his body in an instant. Having reached the pinnacle of the semi-saint realm, he had been unable to advance for years. At this moment, he successfully took that crucial step forward. He had lingered at the peak of the semi-saint realm for nearly 10 millennia. His innate talent was unparalleled. The sacred realm was not beyond his reach, yet due to the sealed Kanglan continent, the rules were flawed, preventing him from progressing. Now, it was merely a matter of time. I have ascended to sainthood. What can you do against me? Your sword is far too feeble, Ning Daoran proclaimed with pride, soaring through the stone cave and standing at a distance, gazing at Lin Ming. Boundless power of rules coiled around him. In this moment, he felt as though he had become a deity of this world. With a mere thought centered around him, an intense flame of rule power enveloped a radius of 100 miles. Having just entered the sacred realm, his control over the power of rules was still relatively weak. 100 miles was his limit. However, he was confident that it sufficed to deal with a mere Lin Ming. He raised his hand, pointing towards Lin Ming. His expression was indifferent, resembling a lofty deity judging the guilty. Annihilate. A pillar of fire, seemingly unremarkable yet infused with the power of rules, surged towards Lin Ming. The power of a saint is the power of rules. This single gesture consolidated the flame rules within 100 miles into one. Even though it appeared less than formidable, only by facing it could one understand its true nature. It was a suppression akin to a bloodline. Ordinary power, in the face of the power of rules, was as insignificant as an ant. This time, I shall see whether you survive. No sooner had Ning Daren's voice faded than a beam of sword light cleaved through the air. The concentrated flame rule power collided with the sword light in an instant, splitting apart. The fire pillar resembled a hollow bamboo, cleaved by a sharp sword. Then, that sword light surged towards Ning Daoran with even greater speed. Ning Daren's pupils constricted. How is this possible? At this moment, he fell into a brief stupor, feeling as though the worldview he had cultivated over many years had suddenly crumbled. The power of rules, was it truly this weak? The sacred realm, was it merely this? He lowered his gaze and saw a gash of blood running diagonally across his body. Despair filled his eyes. Years of painstaking effort had finally borne fruit. Not only had he shattered the seal of the Kanglan continent, but he had also successfully ascended to sainthood. Fate seemed to be playing a cruel joke on him. Everything had seemingly been accomplished. His greatest desire, and indeed the grand ambition of the entire demonic sect, had been fulfilled. Yet at this very moment, his life was coming to an end. Chapter 57. The outsider in Ning Daren's eyes. There was an unmistakable sense of resentment, yet the vitality within him had completely dissipated. With a resounding thud, the once mighty leader of the demonic sect fell to the ground. Lin Ming initially intended to turn and depart, but a sudden recollection halted him. The venerable Li Junlin, the former head of the Tianxian sect, harbored two aspirations. The first was to transcend to the realm of the emperor, a step he regrettably could not take due to his inherent limitations. The second was to position the Tianxian sect atop the central state domain. Now, having avenged Li Junlin's great grievance with the demise of the demonic sect leader at his hands, the most pressing matter ahead was to resurrect the Tianxian sect, establishing it as a true pinnacle in the central state. Despite his own formidable strength, the foundational resources of the Tianxian sect fell significantly short compared to the major powers of the central state. Thus, his gaze shifted towards the storage ring in Ning Daren's possession. Within the innermost palace of the Qingcheng Palace, an elderly man, exuding an ethereal charm with his white hair, gazed at the life lantern symbolizing existence and demise. At the top, the lantern representing the palace master had extinguished. Behind the elder stood Su Yun, displaying utmost reverence. "Do you harbor hatred for him, the one named Lin Ming?" the elder inquired softly. A glint of malice flickered in Su Yun's eyes. "I would relish the opportunity to flay him alive. Do you believe you can achieve that?" the elder probed. "With confidence," Su Yun responded. "Currently, I cannot, but I will undoubtedly succeed in the future. I possess the potential of a sage, a talent unparalleled in the Kanglan continent throughout the ages. That Lin Ming is merely an insignificant stepping stone in my path." "Confidence is commendable," the elder remarked nonchalantly, "but your talent does not yet qualify as unparalleled in the Kanglan continent. It is said that those with the potential of a sage, provided they do not fall, are destined to become sages. Yet only those who stand at the pinnacle of semi-saintly realms, on the verge of becoming sages, truly comprehend the difficulty of that ascent. We are all shackled by our limitations." Listening to the elder's words, Su Yun's expression darkened slightly. "Are you implying that I may not become a sage?" The elder nodded slowly. "Even if you lack any deficiencies in cultivation resources, becoming a sage is not guaranteed." "I refuse to believe it." Su Yun declared. For years, everyone around him had been convinced of his inevitable ascension to sagehood. How could he now accept such disheartening words? "This belief is understandable," the elder replied, unfazed. "I am but a living example." Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Without regard for Su Yun's reaction, he soared from the palace, positioning himself high above the Qingcheng Palace. Su Yun followed closely, questioning, "Elder, what has transpired? Is Lin Ming returning?" The elder shook his head. "Lin Ming is merely a trivial matter. The heavens of the Kanglan continent are about to change." "What do you mean?" Su Yun was utterly perplexed. Just moments ago, Lin Ming had been a topic of grave concern, and now he was deemed inconsequential? With a sigh, the elder declared, "I retract my previous statement. The sacred realm has become less daunting for you." "That is indeed a positive development," Su Yun remarked. "Perhaps it is a blessing, or perhaps a calamity," the elder responded. "The seal of the Kanglan continent has been broken, and it shall re-emerge in the world. Those outside may well be far stronger than us." "Outside?" Su Yun was taken aback. 5 days later, at the edge of the desolate sea in the northern region, Lin Ming gathered all the disciples of the Tianxuanzong and arrived at this location. With a grand gesture, 800 large ships descended into the desolate sea. Subsequently, in accordance with tradition, he cast storage rings containing 1 billion spirit stones into the sea. Let us depart for Zhongzhou. He was the first to board the leading vessel, followed closely by the others, who all embarked. Within the grand ship where Lin Ming stood, the esteemed elder Chu Yang respectfully positioned himself behind Lin Ming. Secmaster, we have selected the site for the establishment of Tianxuanzong. He indicated a location on a map in his hand, relatively close to the center. The elders and peak lords unanimously decided that Tianxuanzong should be constructed here, situated between the Shangqing Palace and the Danmen. Lin Ming nodded slightly. That is acceptable. Then I shall take my leave, Chu Yang stated, feeling an immense pressure while standing beside Lin Ming. Just as he was about to step back, a furious roar echoed forth. Moments later, a colossal head emerged from beneath the sea. Water cascaded like rain, crashing in all directions. Such a large convoy, and you think to pass with just 1 billion spirit stones? The enormous head fixed its gaze on Lin Ming and spoke. The ships halted abruptly. Lin Ming looked at the creature and queried, "How many spirit stones do you think is appropriate?" 10 billion, the head replied. And Lin Ming immediately understood this was pure provocation. You have gone too far, Lin Ming said in a low voice. Oh, I have gone too far? What will you do about it? Will you strike me? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? The massive head taunted. In the next instant, a thunderous roar resonated around the 800 ships of Tianxuanzong. In an instant, hundreds of colossal sea beasts encircled them. If you dare to act, I will reduce these 800 ships to ashes, the enormous head declared. Chu Yang's face turned ashen. Secmaster, these sea beasts appear to possess the realm of the emperor. In the entire northern region, there was not a single emperor, and now, these hundreds of sea beasts were all of that rank. How could he not be anxious? Lin Ming's expression remained unchanged, and he calmly stated, "Clear the path within 10 breaths, and I shall let the matter rest." The leading sea beast burst into laughter upon hearing this. Since someone is intent on seeking death, let us grant him his wish and announce to the world that my clan of sea beasts emerges today. Hundreds of emperor-level sea beasts roared in unison, their might shaking the heavens. Without a moment's hesitation, they surged towards the 800 ships of Tianxuanzong. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The tens of thousands of disciples of Tianxuanzong wore anxious expressions. The pressure from the emperor-level sea beasts was overwhelming. Yet they did not flee in a frenzy or raise an alarm. Instead, after a fleeting moment of tension, they shared a tacit understanding and directed their gazes toward the forefront, where a figure clad in black stood upon the grand vessel. Please, master, take action and eliminate these sea beasts. It was uncertain who first voiced the plea. Following that, hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Tianxian sect echoed in unison. Please, master, take action and eradicate the sea beasts. Lin Ming wore a smile, genuinely pleased with the disciples' fervent response, which, to a considerable extent, exceeded his expectations. Very well, he replied with a single word. In the next instant, a sword shadow cleaved through the air. Over the desolate sea, the cries of hundreds of sea beasts abruptly ceased. Subsequently, blood rained down from the heavens. In a heartbeat, hundreds of sea beasts at the emperor's realm were cleaved in twain, their colossal heads now adorned with sheer terror. Chapter 58. When one errs, one must bear the consequences in the desolate sea. Blood poured forth like a crimson rain, both gruesome and imbued with a strange romanticism. The once arrogant sea beast now displayed a visage of sheer terror. Its eyes, magnified hundreds of times beyond that of a gong, whirled frantically as if contemplating a means of escape. After a brief pause, it finally resolved to flee. It plunged into the depths of the ocean, swimming frantically towards the horizon. However, before it had traveled even 10 miles, it beheld a rusted sword slicing through the water before it. "Wait, do not slay me," it bellowed in desperation as the sword approached, now mere inches from its form. To its relief, the sword halted. The colossal turtle shook slightly, muttering, "Ah, this shell is too heavy, otherwise I would have evaded you. Did you truly believe you could capture me?" It directed its words towards the rusted sword, yet received no reply. The old turtle, sensing the lack of engagement, turned and obediently swam back to Lin Ming's side. "You cannot kill me," it exclaimed loudly, though the vigor in its voice was significantly diminished compared to earlier. "Why?" Lin Ming inquired, demanding a justification. Despite its fear of him, the old turtle maintained a semblance of pride while responding. "Because my kin is on the brink of ascension to sanctity." Lin Ming's lips curved into a slight smile. "Is this the reason for your sea beast clan's madness? The prospect of attaining the sacred realm has incited your discontent with remaining in this desolate sea, has it not?" The old turtle huffed disdainfully. "What is wrong with that? The resources on land are abundant, and our sea beast clan naturally desires them. Previously, we lacked the strength to rival the human race, but with our impending ascension, we certainly ought to strive for more. Indeed, there is merit in your argument." Lin Ming conceded. "No species is inherently destined to monopolize the finest resources. Should your sea beast clan aspire to dominance over the Kangling continent, I harbor no significant objections. However, it is regrettable that your inaugural display of power was directed at my Tianxian sect." As his words fell, Lin Ming struck with his sword, cleaving the old turtle in twain. The creature, immense in size, erupted in a fountain of blood that stained the ocean for miles around. The old turtle's eyes reflected shock and confusion. It could not comprehend why, despite proclaiming the impending sanctity of its clan, this human had slain it without a moment's hesitation. Was the sanctified realm truly of no consequence? Following the demise of the old turtle, the Tianxian sect continued its advance. The recent encounter had fortified the disciples' trust in Lin Ming, as if, so long as he was present, any challenge could be effortlessly surmounted. In their eyes, this sect master was akin to a legendary immortal. "It is an honor to join the Tianxian sect in this lifetime." Suddenly, Chu Yang knelt upon the ground. Witnessing this scene from afar, the elders, peak masters, deacons, and all disciples unitedly proclaimed, "It is an honor to join the Tianxian sect in this lifetime." Lin Ming rubbed his temples, bewildered by the fervent display from his followers. "Rise, there is no need for such reverence. I am the lord of the heavenly Xuanzong, and it is my duty to protect you." As soon as he uttered these words, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from afar. A golden divine dragon, stretching thousands of miles in length, emerged majestically. Its aura was overwhelmingly powerful, infused with an enigmatic force. Soaring high above, it was enveloped by an exceptionally terrifying rule of power. While the demon sect leader, upon attaining sainthood, could only command the rules within a radius of 100 miles. This divine dragon wielded dominion over a territory spanning at least 1,000 miles. Did it think to annihilate my sea beast clan as if we were inconsequential? The colossal dragon loomed overhead, its massive head alone spanning over 100 miles. Its eyes shone brightly, reminiscent of the sun in the heavens. Lin Ming declared, "I never indiscriminately slay the innocent. If it seeks to kill me, I shall retaliate in kind, which is both just and reasonable, whether you are present or not. The outcome remains unchanged." "You are audacious," the dragon roared. Its mountain-like claws suddenly descended from the sky, enveloped in a heavy rule of power, pure and exquisite in its force. After attaining sainthood, a single claw imbued with this rule possessed strength 1,000 times greater than before. In the instant the dragon struck, it had already anticipated the outcome. This claw could shatter even the most resilient sacred artifacts. Yet, Lin Ming displayed no inclination to evade. Instead, he advanced with his sword drawn. A rusted sword rose from below, lacking a formidable presence, yet brimming with unwavering determination and resolve. "You truly seek death," the dragon bellowed, its claws moving with even greater speed. With a hiss, the two forces collided, producing an uncanny sound. In that fleeting moment, the dragon's eyes shifted from arrogance to terror. "No, my claw." The rusted sword pierced through its talon, continuing its ascent unabated. "Please, grant me a chance," it pleaded. However, Lin Ming remained unmoved, the rusted sword pressing onward relentlessly. "Grant me a chance, and I shall serve as your steed." The dragon felt its heart bleed. It had painstakingly achieved sainthood, believing it would soar to great heights, only to find itself humiliated in an instant, compelled to lower its status. In its youth, during its weakest days, the most humiliating fate, it could conceive was to be tamed by a human and reduced to a mount. Yet now, in a desperate bid for survival, it had proposed this very notion. Lin Ming's sword hesitated for but a moment. A dragon as a steed was indeed an enticing prospect, especially one of such a divine caliber. However, that hesitation lasted only an instant. The rusted sword paused for less than a breath before resolutely plunging into the dragon's body. As the ruler of the seas, the dragon was immensely powerful, its defense formidable beyond measure. Yet at this moment, its once proud defenses crumbled like fragile paper. The rusted sword pierced through its entire form from below. A wretched cry erupted. In agony, the dragon writhed, blood pouring forth like a torrential downpour. Despite its immense strength, it now felt the imminent threat of death. Do you not contemplate the prospect? To possess a true dragon, especially one of the sacred realm as a steed, is the aspiration of countless cultivators. The colossal dragon implored, "Spare my life. What you would gain is far greater than the act of slaying me." Yet, Lin Ming remained unmoved, simply stating, one must bear the consequences of their misdeeds. He held no regard for a dragon mount. To him, the life of any disciple of the heavenly profound sect far outweighed that of the sacred dragon. From a moment, this dragon resolved to strike against the heavenly profound sect. Its fate was sealed. The vitality of the dragon surpassed that of its peers among cultivators. Though pierced by Lin Ming's blade, it yet clung to life. Realizing that Lin Ming would not relent, it disregarded its pain and fled desperately into the distance. Lin Ming withdrew his sword and, gazing at the retreating dragon, transformed his thrust into a sweeping strike. Chapter 59. Do you have matters to attend to? The colossal sacred realm true dragon, extending thousands of miles, moved with astonishing speed, traversing over 100,000 miles in the blink of an eye, leaving the 800 grand ships of the Tianxian sect far behind. In the central continent region, a group of cultivators, previously engaged in the cultivation of their recent martial techniques, suddenly found themselves engulfed in darkness, where there should have been a clear blue sky. A massive silhouette obscured the sunlight. "What on earth is that?" one exclaimed. "It's enormous. I reckon it's even larger than our Qinya city." "Not just that. It must be at least 8 times the size of Qinya city." Another added, "Could it be the legendary dragon?" One voice broke through the astonishment. Moments later, a torrential downpour of crimson rain began to fall from the sky. It's raining blood, and it seems to carry a particularly violent spiritual energy. That's not rain. Those are the dragon's eggs. The dragon is gravely wounded. As the words left his lips, a beam of sword light, stretching across the heavens, followed the great dragon closely. What is happening? The group gasped in alarm. The sword light pierced the dragon's body, entering at the tail and emerging from its head before dissipating. In the next instant, the dragon's body began to split apart from its tail. Crack, crack. Countless scales shattered as the fissure extended all the way to its massive head. The entire dragon was cleaved in two, plummeting from the sky. "My heavens, the dragon is dead." While they lamented, one of them remarked, "There must be treasures all over that dragon." With that, he soared into the air. This scene unfolded in numerous corners nearby, as nearly 1,000,000 figures simultaneously ascended towards the fallen remains of the dragon. The recently ascended true dragon lay lifeless, its fate sealed. On the desolate sea, Lin Ming, with an impassive expression, sheathed the rusted sword back into its scabbard. The 800 ships continued their journey, now devoid of any obstacles. Following this confrontation, the Sea Beast clan would remain dormant for at least a millennium before their fortunes could slightly improve. Of course, this bore no significance to Lin Ming. 2 months later, in the mountain range between the Dan sect and the Shangqing Palace in the central continent, Lin Ming arrived with tens of thousands of disciples from the Tianxian sect. He selected a large stone and, using his finger as a sword, inscribed the 3 characters for Tianxian sect. At that moment, the Tianxian sect in the central continent was officially established. In the southernmost islands of the central continent, on an inconspicuous isle that seemed utterly ordinary, 3 figures clad in white suddenly appeared. "The seal of the Kanglan realm has vanished. We should be among the first to know. Indeed, it is rare for anyone to venture deep into the wilderness. Had it not been for my disciples' insistence on exploring the depths, we would surely remain unaware. By the way, You must keep a close watch on your disciple. The longer we can keep this secret, the more advantageous it will be for us. Rest assured, he has already perished." Upon hearing this, the other two instinctively glanced at him. "Feng Mu, you are indeed ruthless," one remarked. The young man named Feng Mu smirked. "Who can guard a secret better than the dead?" The other two individuals naturally understood this principle, yet they were still somewhat astonished. Their wariness towards the other party, Feng Mu, inadvertently heightened. To thoroughly scour the Kanglan realm, it would undoubtedly require considerable time. The indigenous people of this realm, however, could prove valuable. Feng Mu remarked. The other two promptly concurred. The trio then dispersed to seek out suitable factions for their utilization. Within the Upper Qing Palace, an elderly man with white hair suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes and stepped forward, standing atop the palace as pinnacle. "What brings you to the Upper Qing Palace?" he inquired, gazing into the distance. There, a figure clad in white, bearing a smile, appeared. "You are perceptive enough to sense my presence. Quite commendable." This individual was none other than Feng Mu. The white-haired patriarch of the Upper Qing Palace sighed softly and replied, "While I can indeed sense your presence, I also recognize that I am no match for you." He slightly bowed and continued, "I am unaware of your intentions, but should you require assistance, the Upper Qing Palace will undoubtedly cooperate fully." A flicker of surprise passed through Feng Mu's eyes as he stated, "It is truly my first encounter with someone so accommodating." Initially, he had anticipated using overwhelming strength to subdue the man if he were to resist. However, there was no need for such measures. "Disclose to me the locations of all the secret realms within the Kanglan realm. Should there be even a slight omission, not only shall you face consequences, but the entire sect shall cease to exist." Feng Mu declared coldly, "I shall grant you 10 breaths. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when the white-haired elder had already retrieved a map from his storage ring and respectfully presented it to Feng Mu. "Please take this. The map clearly marks all the secret realms within the Kanglan realm, with no omissions whatsoever." Feng Mu's expression froze entirely. This was remarkably accommodating. It seemed as though the elder had anticipated today's events. He accepted the map and said, "Upon my return from the secret realms, should you encounter any troubles, feel free to inform me. I may be able to assist you." The white-haired elder appeared taken aback and quickly responded, "I would not dare to trouble you, esteemed sir." Feng Mu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "There is no need for such formality. I will honor my word." Then, "Thank you very much, esteemed sir," the elder replied respectfully. Feng Mu nodded and turned to leave. Before the newly established Tianqian sect, two figures in white paused. "It's rather peculiar," one remarked. "I have noticed it too," the other replied. The slightly leaner youth named Lu Zhe spoke, "I just scanned a significant portion of the Kanglan realm with my divine sense. I found that the power dynamics of this continent exhibit a clear regional division. Although the strong are not all concentrated in the central position, there is not a single faction in the central area that lacks strength." The other nodded in agreement and added, "What I find strange is that while the surrounding factions boast numerous emperor-level cultivators, the most powerful individuals within this sect are merely at the peak of the emperor level. It is remarkably weak, so much so that it defies logic." Lu Zhe declared, "I am quite intrigued by this sect. It shall be mine." The other individual chuckled, "I am indifferent." Immediately afterward, he turned and departed. Before the gates of the Tianqian sect, only Lu Zhe remained standing. The existence of this sect perplexed him, yet it evoked not a shred of fear. He understood, well, that within the vast Kanglan realm, the only source of potential peril lay within the secret realms. To him, these indigenous beings appeared exceedingly weak. Gazing upon the newly established Tianqian sect, Lu Zhe bellowed, "I give you 3 breaths of time to summon your sect leader to face me. Otherwise, I shall erase the entire Tianqian sect from existence." 3. He raised his hand, commencing the countdown. 2. Just as the final number escaped his lips, Lu Zhe beheld a figure clad in black, with a long sword slung across his back, striding forth before the gates of the Tianqian sect. The young man cast a glance at Lu Zhe, his eyes devoid of significant emotion, and simply inquired, "Do you require assistance?" Chapter 60. Is this the confidence granted by power? Before the Tianqian sect, Lin Ming stood serenely clad in black. A mere glance at Lu Zhe revealed to him that this individual was not from the Kanglan continent, for he possessed an undeniable mastery of the sacred realm, and not merely as a novice. The Kangling continent had no sacred beings, even with the recent ease of attaining such a status. Any emerging sacred figures would inevitably be novices, comparable only to the aura of a demon sect leader. The man before him, however, was clearly an anomaly. Lu Zei's expression darkened further as he regarded Lin Ming. "Ah, the Tianqian sect. You exhibit extraordinary audacity." He sensed the presence of two pinnacle emperors and numerous ordinary emperors within the sect. Yet, when he called for the sect leader, he was met with a mere half-step emperor. Lin Ming furrowed his brow, urging him to speak if he had business, or to depart if he did not. Lu Zei, already simmering with anger and feeling deceived, was further incensed by Lin Ming's words. "Haha," he sneered coldly, "I have given you opportunities, yet you have failed to meet my expectations. If so, let the Tianqian sect be erased." The actions of the Tianqian sect had drained his patience. He no longer wished to ponder why this seemingly insignificant sect occupied such a position. Lu Zei raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike, devoid of any rule power, directed at a sect without even a single emperor-level cultivator. Even if they harbored some secrets, how could they withstand his blow? Not to mention a sect lacking an emperor. Even one with a half-sacred cultivator could scarcely resist him. However, in the next moment, he witnessed his palm imprint shatter, and his consciousness began to dissipate. Just before it vanished entirely, he glimpsed a figure clad in white. The attire resembled his own, save for the absence of a head. That body, could it be me? This was Lu Zei's final thought. Lin Ming, frowning, surveyed the corpse before him. He had no intention of instigating slaughter. He merely found it perplexing that this individual sought to obliterate the Tianqian sect without provocation. Was he not a sound mind? Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. Whoever sought his life, he would retaliate against. Whoever aimed to annihilate the Tianqian sect, he would ensure their demise. Lin Ming's principles of action were always refreshingly simple and unadulterated. Within the alchemy sect, Zhou Yu, having acquired what he desired, suddenly recalled Lu Zei and sent a message. What is the status of that sect? Why do they dare to establish themselves in such a position despite their weakness? There was no reply. A glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes. You wouldn't have stumbled upon some secret you wished to hoard for yourself, would you? Still, silence reigned. If you do not respond, I shall come to find you. His expression darkened further, already beginning to regret relinquishing the Tianqian sect to Lu Zei. Should this sect indeed harbor enigmas, and if Lu Zei were to monopolize its hidden secrets, he would likely lament this decision for a lifetime. Once again, there was no response. His consciousness spread out, yet he failed to detect Lu Zei's presence. This situation could be attributed to two plausible explanations. Either the individual had perished, or he was ensconced within a secret realm that could obscure one's spiritual awareness. Such realms often signify immense opportunities. How could you Lu Zei? He naturally would not entertain the notion that Lu Zei had simply died. Thus, only one explanation remained. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yu soared towards the location of the Tianqian sect. Moments later, an oppressive aura, characteristic of the sacred realm, erupted outside the Tianqian sect. Zhou Yu bellowed, "Lu Zei, come forth." His voice resonated with a terrifying force of order penetrating the confines of the sect, only to be absorbed entirely by a colossal stone inscribed with the sect's name. When Lin Ming carved the inscription, he left behind a trace of sword energy, ensuring the protection of the Tianqian sect even in his absence. Although the oppressive force of a sacred realm and the formidable power of order were absorbed by the stone, the resounding voice still echoed throughout the entire sect. Lin Ming, typically composed, now bore a somewhat displeased expression. The Tianqian sect had only recently been established, and numerous issues awaited resolution. Yet troublemakers continued to arrive one after another. Upon exiting the sect, he encountered Zhou Yu. "What does the Lu Zei you seek look like?" Lin Ming inquired. Zhou Yu, regarding Lin Ming with a cold smirk, retorted, "Is he the one you intend to brush aside?" "Perhaps you have misunderstood," Lin Ming replied. "I am the sect leader of the Tianqian sect. There are no outsiders within. I know not whom you seek. Describe his features, and I may be able to assist you." Zhou Yu scrutinized Lin Ming's eyes, the oppressive aura of the sacred realm looming over him. "Are you sincere in your words?" Unfazed by the overwhelming pressure, Lin Ming nodded, indeed. Ha! Zhou Yu laughed heartily. Do you take me for a fool? He then lunged towards Lin Ming. In the next instant, the sound of a sword's song rang out. He felt a chill at his neck, and soon his consciousness faded into oblivion. A severed head thudded against the ground. Lin Ming sheathed his sword, gazing at the lifeless body before him, a flicker of impatience crossing his face. From the mouth of a now-deceased leader of the demonic sect, he had learned that the Kanglan continent was a secluded world. Now, the seal had been broken, revealing its true essence to the world. A brand new era was on the horizon. Is this what they deem a new era? Lin Ming murmured to himself. How dull. These outsiders indeed possessed greater cultivation than those of the Kanglan continent, yet their arrogance and brutality were excessive. Perhaps this was the confidence bestowed by strength? It was not difficult to comprehend. Just as cultivators looked down upon ordinary people, they too held a condescending stance. Yet, regrettably, they had encountered someone they ought not to have met. Chapter 61. Establishing rules for them, gazing at the lifeless bodies outside the heavenly profound sect. Lin Ming's attention turned to the southernmost reaches of the central state. He was never one to shy away from trouble, yet he harbored no fondness for it either. The Kanglan continent had opened its gates. Thus, it was evident that other outsiders would soon follow. If not dealt with promptly, future troubles would undoubtedly arise in abundance. Behind him, the elder Chu Yang spoke. Sect Master, what are your thoughts? Lin Ming withdrew his gaze from the distance and glanced at the newly established heavenly profound sect. He replied softly, I will need to depart from the sect for a while. Where to? Chu Yang inquired instinctively. Lin Ming took a couple of steps southward and stated calmly, to set rules for them. For reasons unknown. Chu Yang felt a shiver run through him and respectfully responded. Chu Yang bids farewell to the sect master. In Lin Ming's eyes, a fleeting crimson light shimmered, and the space ahead revealed countless white specks of light, leading to the myriad islands at the southernmost tip of the central state. With a single step, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he found himself on the island where the leader of the demonic cult, Ning Daoran, resided. Without hesitation, he entered the dark and deep stone cave. Moments later, he emerged from the other end of the cave. Before him lay a hazy world. The ground beneath his feet was a grim shade of gray. And as he looked ahead, there was not a single plant in sight for thousands of miles. The wind was frigid, cutting against his face like shards of ice. He lingered for a brief moment before continuing onward, determined to prevent outsiders from bringing unnecessary troubles to the Kanglan continent. He had two choices. One was to stand guard at the cave entrance, much like he had done by the desolate sea, protecting the passage. However, this would render him overly passive. He was unaware of the vastness of the outside world and how many would be drawn to the existence of the Kanglan continent. Thus, he resolved to step boldly into the world beyond, announcing that while visitors were welcome, they must abide by his rules. Amidst the gray expanse, Lin Ming, clad in black and bearing a long sword on his back, walked alone. 2 days later, he encountered his first person, a grimy young girl. Her face marked by dust and a hint of panic in her expression. Upon seeing Lin Ming, she rushed toward him as if he were her savior. Save me, she cried, simultaneously drawing a dagger aimed at Lin Ming's chest. Her transition from a feigned victim to a fierce attacker was seamless, as if she had practiced it countless times. However, before the dagger could reach Lin Ming's chest, her arm holding the dagger was severed at the root, blood spraying forth. Lin Ming moved forward, seizing the girl by the throat. You have one chance to live, he said. Tell me where the most powerful force in this world resides, and its name. The girl grimaced in pain from her severed right arm. Let go of me, she pleaded. Unmoved, Lin Ming replied, 3 breaths, speak, or you shall die. In the girl's eyes flickered a glimmer of pleading, yet upon meeting Lin Ming's gaze, she instantly comprehended that if she did not comply obediently, her life would indeed be at stake. Not daring to hesitate further, she spoke, in a vast wilderness. There are 3 most formidable powers, 1 city, 1 sect, and 1 tavern. A tavern? Even with Lin Ming's disposition, this proclamation elicited a momentary surprise. The city and the sect were understandable, but a mere tavern could be regarded as a formidable force? The girl continued, the tavern is incredibly powerful. perhaps even surpassing the sect and the city. Lin Ming did not delve deeper into this assertion, but proceeded to inquire, in what direction are they located? The girl replied, if you continue straight ahead from your current position, you will encounter one of the three major forces, the sect, within a mere 100,000 miles. The sect is called Shuyue. Upon reaching Shuyue sect, you can easily inquire about the locations of the other two powers. Lin Ming nodded slightly and released his grip on the girl's throat. She coughed a couple of times and hastily produced a healing pill, swallowing it without delay. Lin Ming paid her no further mind. He was determined to hasten towards the three dominant forces. Hey, what do you intend to do with those three powers? Joining them is no easy feat, the girl called out. Lin Ming did not turn around but slowly shook his head. I do not seek to join them. I merely wish to convey a message. A message? Confusion washed over the girl's face. How could someone who did not even know the names or locations of the three major forces have anything of significance to say? This thought flickered briefly in her mind, yet she did not pursue the matter further. Turning away, she summoned her spiritual energy to reattach her severed arm. Then, gazing at Lin Ming, she shouted, be careful. There is someone on your right. Lin Ming did not turn his head. He knew there was nothing to be concerned about on that side. Instead, the girl produced 18 flags from her hand, swiftly launching them towards him. A thread of binding power enveloped Lin Ming. A cold smile crept upon the girl's lips. You still wish to approach the three major forces? With your naivety, surviving 2 days in the wilderness is a mercy from the heavens. As Lin Ming felt the binding power surrounding him, he shook his head slightly. I have promised to spare you. Why resort to this? Spare me? How laughable. The girl's face was a mask of disdain as she raised her hand to strike Lin Ming. However, before her palm could land, Lin Ming had already pierced her brow with his sword. In her eyes lingered a trace of contempt, yet life had already fled from her. Lin Ming cast a brief glance at the girl and continued on his way towards the Shuyue sect. He remained unaware of why she would attack again after regaining her life. In truth, cultivation is a brutal endeavor, especially for the unanchored wanderers like her. Individuals, like the girl, are not uncommon in the wilderness. For various reasons, they're unable or unwilling to align themselves with sections. Without a powerful force backing them, they must rely solely on themselves in their cultivation journey. Resources for cultivation are inherently precious. For wanderers to acquire sufficient resources, aside from killing and plundering, there are scarcely any other avenues available. If you do not kill, others will seek to kill you. If the little white rabbit does not endeavor to transform into a formidable gray wolf, it shall inevitably become mere flesh upon the chopping block. This epitomizes the harsh reality of the wilderness. Consequently, during the subsequent journey spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, he encountered countless unprovoked assaults. Yet, without exception, these assailants became unattended corpses. Lin Ming's pace of advancement did not significantly alter. Before long, he finally beheld the Snow Moon sect, one of the three dominant forces of the great wilderness. Indeed, the Snow Moon sect was enveloped in snow, occupying an expanse of 1,000 miles, draped in a blanket of pristine white. Curiously, outside the sect, there was not a trace of snow to be found. Within and beyond the sect appeared as two disparate realms. Upon Lin Ming's arrival at the Snow Moon sect, it seemed that the sect was in the midst of recruiting disciples, with a long queue forming at its entrance. Chapter 62. The St. King's Steel Beneath the Snow-Capped Mountains. Lin Ming gazed up at the sect shrouded in a blanket of pristine white snow, contemplating the manner in which he might gain entry. Suddenly, he heard a voice from a nearby elder overseeing the assessment of new disciples, declaring, form a line, one by one. Lin Ming turned to meet the elder's gaze, who seemed to be addressing him directly. Yes, you. Stand in line. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lin Ming replied, I wish to meet your sect leader. The sect leader? The elder raised an eyebrow, an ominous feeling creeping in. Could this individual possibly be related to the sect leader? Yet, within the span of a heartbeat, he dismissed the thought. If there were any connection, surely a high-ranking member of the sect would have come to receive him, rather than requiring him to stand here. Having reasoned this out, the elder chuckled. Even if you truly had ties to the sect leader, you must still undergo the assessment to join our Shuyue sect. So please, go ahead and line up. Lin Ming shook his head, clarifying, you misunderstand. I do not wish to join the Shuyue sect. I merely wish to speak with your sect leader. I have matters to discuss. Looking earnestly at the assessment elder, Lin Ming asked, what means are available for me to meet your sect leader? Our sect leader does not meet with just anyone, the elder stated, his expression devoid of emotion. Does that mean he meets with some? Lin Ming inquired. Not exactly, the elder replied, suddenly laughing. If you were at the Saint King realm, our sect leader would certainly see you. Unfortunately, I am not, Lin Ming admitted. The concept of the Saint King realm was entirely new to him, let alone the idea of possessing such an exalted status. He gazed up at the peak of the snow-covered mountain, where the Saint King stele stood, inscribed with the two characters of Saint King. Beneath the grand inscription were 5 distinct marks, handprints, blade scars, and what appeared to be whip marks. Lin Ming queried, to leave a mark on that stele, does it signify one possesses the Saint King realm? Huh, you ask knowingly. Only a Saint King can leave a mark on the Saint King stele, the assessment elder replied, growing increasingly impatient. Do you truly wish to attempt it? As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Ming had already soared into the air, standing before the stele atop the mountain. The assessment elder shook his head, speechless. Was this person not in his right mind? Perhaps he sought to draw attention through foolishness. If it were me, I would have struck him down in an instant. But what on earth did he intend? Surely he did not aspire to leave a mark on the Saint King stele. A mere half-step emperor attempting such a feat would surely be out of his mind. At the foot of the mountain, a long line of disciples awaiting assessment cast hostile glances at Lin Ming's audacious actions. High above, Lin Ming raised his right index finger, using it as a sword, and pointed decisively at the Saint King stele. By heavens, has he truly lost his mind? Has he lost his mind? If he could leave a mark on the sacred King stele, I would swallow it whole today. The murmurs below had no effect on Lin Ming. His fingers did not hesitate. He pointed directly at the center of the stele. Suddenly, he found himself sinking into it. His expression shifted as he immediately withdrew his hand, for he discovered that beneath his single touch, not only had a profound pit formed on the stele, but it was also surrounded by a web of intricate cracks. Lin Ming furrowed his brow. His principles dictated that he would not provoke others unless provoked himself. If others respected him by an inch, he would reciprocate a mile. The elder overseeing the examination from the Snow Moon sect had treated him relatively well. Seeing him, a mere half-step into the Emperor realm, attempting to leave a mark on the sacred King stele, he showed no intention of stopping him. However, he had inadvertently damaged the stele. The feeling was exceedingly unpleasant, akin to visiting someone's home, and as soon as a cup of hot tea is served, you inadvertently crush the teacup. Lin Ming stood frozen for a moment, unsure of how to explain himself. Below, the crowd waiting to undergo the assessment grew increasingly displeased. Come down. It's not shameful to be unable to leave a mark on the sacred King's stele. Indeed, it is the refusal to accept the truth that is truly shameful. Elder, is he being unreasonable? If he doesn't come down soon, I might as well give it a try. Many began to jeer. The elder's expression darkened as he looked at Lin Ming and said, let me be clear. Not only you, but even I would be unable to leave a single mark on the sacred King's stele. Come down, if you wish to join the Snow Moon sect. Line up properly. If not, then leave. Lin Ming gazed at the increasingly dense cracks on the stele, turned with a solemn face, and said, my apologies. There is no need for such words, the elder replied with a wave of his hand, his gaze returning to the crowd eager to join the Snow Moon sect. Next, Lin Ming understood that the elder had misunderstood the reason for his apology. Thus, he pointed at the sacred King's stele and explained, I apologize because of this. What? The elder lifted his gaze just as he turned towards the stele. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed. The towering stele shattered into debris. This? The elder's face changed dramatically, and beside him, several examiners rose simultaneously, staring in stunned silence at the remnants of the sacred King's stele. The sacred King's stele was designed to block all forms of divine perception below the sacred King level. Therefore, prior to Lin Ming's retreat, they had been unaware of what had transpired. Lin Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, I'm sorry, I did not realize the sacred King's stele was so fragile. I used a bit too much force. He spoke the truth. The sacred King's stele was the first of its kind he had encountered, and, The realm of the Sacred King was something he had only just heard of. Thus, he had momentarily failed to control his strength. The once boisterous line below fell into an eerie silence. The elder's expression fluctuated between shock and disbelief. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, uttering words that even he himself found hard to believe. This stone tablet has perhaps endured too much wear and tear. It is time for it to shatter. While this assertion strains credulity, it is certainly more palatable than accepting that a mere half-step emperor could effortlessly fracture the sacred king's stone tablet with a mere gesture. Lin Ming, following the words of the assessing elder, replied, "It is likely, so almost all who witnessed this scene briefly accepted the elder's explanation. After all, they could conceive of no alternative possibilities." Yet, deep within the Snow Moon sect, a young man clad in white with white hair revealed an expression of terror. He was certain that the sacred king's stone tablet was beyond reproach. Its shattering could only imply one thing. The one who struck possessed strength far surpassing that of the sacred king. Who, then, is this individual? Chapter 63. I changed my mind deep within the Snow Moon sect, a silver-haired youth who had been in seclusion since the shattering of the sacred king's steel. He immediately rose to his feet and gazed at Lin Ming, who hovered high above. He murmured, "He is not a native of the great wilderness." This silver-haired youth was none other than Chu Xiao, the leader of the Snow Moon sect, one of the most formidable figures in the great wilderness. Observing Lin Ming, he pondered for a moment before taking a step forward, positioning himself 100 zhang behind Lin Ming. With a respectful gesture, he inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of your visit to the Snow Moon sect?" Lin Ming turned to glance at Chu Xiao, who donned white robes, his hair and brows as white as snow, evoking the image of a figure draped in frost. "The leader of the Snow Moon sect?" Lin Ming asked. "Indeed, that is I," Chu Xiao affirmed with a nod. Without further ado, Lin Ming stated plainly, "Are you familiar with the Kanglan continent?" The mention of the Kanglan continent sparked a flicker of surprise in Chu Xiao's eyes. "Are you referring to the Kanglan realm, said to have vanished for many years?" he queried. "Precisely," Lin Ming replied. "I have come to the Snow Moon sect precisely because of the Kanglan realm. Could it be that the Kanglan realm has re-emerged?" Chu Xiao's expression transformed, revealing an uncontrollable excitement. The renowned Kanglan realm was well known to him. Historical records indicated that it was a domain established by the Kanglan Saint Sovereign. In that era, the Kanglan Saint Sovereign was undeniably the supreme power. When the Kanglan Saint Sovereign passed away, countless individuals sought to uncover the Kanglan realm in hopes of inheriting the Saint Sovereign's legacy. However, despite nearly a millennium of fervent searches by innumerable factions, no trace of it was found. Later, the formidable figures of the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion expended immense resources to divine the truth, ultimately arriving at a singular conclusion. The Kanglan realm had been concealed by the Kanglan Saint Sovereign through formidable means. To bring it back into the world, the inhabitants within must break through to the Saint realm, using their saintly power to shatter the seal from within. Yet, when the natives of the Kanglan realm might achieve such a breakthrough remained a mystery, one that even the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion could not unveil. Thus, the timing of the Kanglan realm's return remained uncertain. Indeed, the Kanglan realm has manifested. Lin Ming had no intention of withholding this information. His very purpose in leaving the Kanglan realm and coming here was to inform the world of its return. Such revelations, as time passed, would inevitably come to light. Rather than allowing the news to spread gradually, potentially causing unnecessary troubles as individuals entered the Kanglan realm, it was wiser to announce this information publicly, thereby preemptively quelling any possible disturbances. "Why are you so generous in sharing this news with me?" Chu Xiao inquired. Lin Ming replied, "If I were to withhold this from you, would you not eventually learn of it? It is merely a matter of time." Chu Xiao narrowed his eyes, unable to comprehend Lin Ming's actions. Had he been the first to learn of the Kanglan realm's emergence, he would have kept it to himself. The sooner one entered the Kanglan realm, the greater the opportunity to inherit the legacy of the Kanglan Saint Sovereign. He regarded Lin Ming with a perplexed heart. Who could resist the allure of inheriting the legacy of the world's former supreme power? Lin Ming smiled and said, "There is no need to regard me with such a gaze. From your reaction, it is evident that there may be something worthwhile hidden within the Kanglan realm." He paused momentarily before continuing, I have come to the Snow Moon sect to convey this. You may enter the Kanglan realm and seek that which you deem important. But there are a few matters you must remember. At the peak of the snowy mountains, Lin Ming's voice was calm, yet carried an icy undertone. First, the Tianxian sect's territory spans 1,000 miles. It is forbidden to tread upon it. Second, should you encounter disciples of the Tianxian sect, regardless of the circumstances, do not take their lives. If a disciple of the Tianxian sect commits a grave error, the sect has its own methods of dealing with it. Initially, he intended to express only these 2 points. However, he suddenly recalled Li Junlin and thus added, in the Kanglan realm, the Li family of the central continent, like the Tianxian sect, also spans 1,000 miles of forbidden territory. Disciples of the Li family must not be harmed. Upon hearing Lin Ming's words, Chu Xiu formed a rough estimation of Lin Ming's identity. The prohibition against harming disciples from both factions was not particularly challenging. However, the real dilemma lay in the possibility that the inheritance could reside within the 1,000-mile expanse of these 2 powers. What then? Instinctively, he wanted to refuse. Yet, recalling how this very person had shattered the Sacred King monument with a mere gesture, he resolved to agree for the time being, saying, "This is quite simple. I shall remember." Lin Ming shook his head and replied, "Merely remembering is insufficient." "What will be sufficient, then?" Chu Xiu's expression shifted slightly. "To swear an oath with your martial heart and make it known to the world. Simultaneously, it must bind the entire Snow Moon sect, including all affiliated forces. No one is permitted to contravene the stipulations I have set forth." Lin Ming's voice echoed atop the snowy peak. In an instant, Chu Xiu's expression turned frigid. For a practitioner of the martial way, an oath sworn upon the martial heart is unbreakable, let alone one that must be proclaimed to the world. "Are you being excessive?" Chu Xiu said, his face stern. Lin Ming chuckled softly. "Just moments ago, you agreed. Why does the oath now cause you to dissent? Is the esteemed leader of the Snow Moon sect truly so contradictory? Or do you believe it too arduous to bind the disciples of the Snow Moon sect and its affiliated powers?" Chu Xiu retreated 1,000 paces, positioning himself atop another snowy peak, gazing at Lin Ming from afar. "You must comprehend that swearing an oath with a martial heart is not something to be taken lightly. Grant me time to ponder this," Chu Xiu stated. Lin Ming did not refuse, replying, "That is acceptable." As Chu Xiu prepared to exhale in relief, he saw Lin Ming raise his hand and calmly say, "You have 3 breaths. 3 breaths." Chu Xiu cursed inwardly. 3 breaths was hardly sufficient. He had secretly sent a message to the tavern, intending to buy some time. Little did he expect Lin Ming to be so straightforward, allowing only 3 breaths. As he mentally scolded himself, Lin Ming began the countdown. 2, 1. "Time is up. I require your answer," Lin Ming declared. "What if I refuse?" Chu Xiu's expression darkened, as if water could drip from it. Lin Ming nonchalantly remarked, "You may disagree, but the leader of the Shuyue sect must acquiesce." What does that imply? Chu Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ming, with his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword behind him, calmly stated, "If you refuse to consent, I shall appoint a new leader for the Shuyue sect. Should that individual also decline, I shall replace them once more. I am certain that eventually someone will agree." A fleeting thought of murder flashed through Chu Xiu's mind, yet it was swiftly suppressed. He responded in a grave tone, "I concur." Having witnessed Lin Ming shatter the Sacred King's steel with a mere finger, he felt no assurance of victory. Thus, he chose to retreat for the time being. Just as he was about to pledge his oath with a warrior's conviction, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. The words of the vow lingered on his lips. But then, he abruptly altered his course. "I have changed my mind." Chapter 64. You should know your place atop the snowy peak. Chu Xiu's sudden change of tone took Lin Ming by surprise. Yet, in the next moment, he comprehended the reason. A colossal wine jar descended from the clouds above, and before it reached the ground, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Below the snowy mountain, those queuing to participate in the assessment turned rosy at the mere hint of the intoxicating scent, uttering various indecent remarks, their gazes glazed over. Seeing the wine jar, Chu Xiu let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you were nearby. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I might be nothing more than a corpse." The inebriated youth atop the jar rolled over without uttering a word, returning to his slumber. However, this enormous jar now stood between Lin Ming and Chu Xiao. Lin Ming glanced at the youth on the jar and inquired, "Are you drunk?" The youth burped but did not respond. Chu Xiao laughed heartily. "Your strength may surpass mine, but the great wilderness is not so simple. To attempt to subdue me with a single sword is no easy feat." Lin Ming regarded the youth atop the jar and replied nonchalantly, "I never intended to subdue you. If you disagree with my words, then let the Snow Moon sect choose a new leader. Let us see you do that." With someone backing him, the attitude of this sect leader grew unprecedentedly resolute. However, at the moment his words fell, a glint of cold light flashed before his eyes. He hadn't even had time to summon his spiritual power before he felt his consciousness growing increasingly dim. The youth, who had seemingly been in a drunken stupor, suddenly sat up, turning to face a headless figure in white. Blood blossomed atop the snowy peak like a vividly enchanting flower. "You killed him." The youth's eyes brimmed with disbelief. "You witnessed it with your own eyes. Why ask?" Lin Ming maintained his composure. The flush on the youth's face vanished in an instant. Just moments ago, the wine jar had separated Lin Ming from Chu Xiao, and he had been lying atop the jar. That sword strike, he had not intercepted it. No, it was not merely a matter of interception. He had not reacted at all. The strike came without warning, devoid of any formidable aura, feeling as light as a breeze, yet it had cleaved off Chu Xiao's head. The youth felt a chill creep over him. He instinctively rubbed his arms and looked at Lin Ming with a foolish grin, saying, I was just passing by." Lin Ming cast a casual glance at the youth and asked, "Are you from tavern?" Yes, yes." The youth hastily replied, "If you enjoy wine. The Great Wilderness Tavern is always welcoming. Return and inform your elders to prepare more wine. I shall be there shortly." Lin Ming smiled. The youth responded, "All right. I'll head back now." "Oh, okay." The youth quickly hoisted the wine jar and took flight, eager not to linger. Below the snowy mountain, the disciples who had come for the assessment lay intoxicated under the alluring scent of wine, yet the assessing elder and several attendants remained alert and sober. However, they would rather succumb to intoxication themselves. Just moments ago, they had not even comprehended what had transpired, only witnessing the head of their sect leader soar into the air. Then, the young master of the tavern fled in terror. At this moment, atop the snow-capped mountains, only Lin Ming remained, clad in black and bearing a long sword. He appeared incongruous against the pristine white snow beneath his feet. Lin Ming lowered his gaze towards the assessment elder, who was simultaneously looking up. Their eyes met in midair, reminiscent of when Lin Ming had first arrived at the Snow Moon sect. Yet, Lin Ming's expression remained unchanged, while the assessment elder's face drained of color and fear. Lin Ming spoke. "The Snow Moon sect requires a change in leadership. Do you wish to occupy this position?" The assessment elder bowed his head, frozen in place. My strength is far from sufficient for this role." Lin Ming waved his hand dismissively. "Simply state whether you are willing or unwilling. If you desire it, none shall dare claim you unworthy." After a prolonged silence, the assessment elder finally replied, "I am willing. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be the leader of the Snow Moon sect." Thus, Lin Ming effortlessly determined the selection of the sect leader for one of the three major powers of the Great Wilderness, the vast Snow Moon sect. From the esteemed elders to the lowly disciples, none dared utter a word of dissent. Complying with Lin Ming's wishes, the assessment elder swore an oath. Lin Ming carved 3 sword marks onto the elder's accompanying sword, stating, "Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, utilize your spiritual energy to activate these marks. Within the Great Wilderness, you need not fear anyone." Lin Ming departed from the Snow Moon sect. Though his stay was brief, it had already precipitated a seismic shift within the sect. Not far from the Snow Moon sect, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a crimson light. Before him, a series of white orbs of light emerged, marking the direction in which the young man from the tavern had fled. With a single step forward, he vanished from sight. Within the Great Wilderness lies an extraordinary place, rich in spiritual energy, yet one can never perceive it as such. Instead, it is enveloped in the aroma of wine. The intoxicating fragrance blankets a vast expanse of several thousand miles. At the heart of this aromatic sphere stands a tavern. Externally, it bears little resemblance to a grand power. A quaint two-story building, ancient yet charming, seemingly designed purely for the enjoyment of wine. Inside the tavern, few patrons linger, a proprietor, a proprietress, and a youth with a penchant for drink. To an outsider, it would be difficult to fathom how such an establishment could be regarded as one of the three great powers of the great wilderness. As Lin Ming stepped into this realm, he was enveloped by the rich scent of wine. Soon after, he encountered a middle-aged man carrying a wine jug. "Come, drink," the man exclaimed, tossing a jug of wine towards Lin Ming. He caught it steadily. "Must I drink?" he inquired. The middle-aged man replied, "You have come to find me. Surely, you require my assistance. As long as you have partaken in the wine, I am willing to assist you with whatever you desire." Lin Ming raised the wine jar in his hand and inquired, "Is it just this one jar of wine?" "No." The middle-aged man gestured grandly, and countless jars of wine manifested from beneath Lin Ming's feet, stretching all the way to the horizon. 8 million jars of wine, once consumed. "I shall acquiesce to any request you make," the middle-aged man declared. Without hesitation, Lin Ming uncorked the jar in his grasp and tilted his head back to drink. Moments later, having emptied a jar, Lin Ming set it down and regarded the middle-aged man, stating, "I have finished my drink. It is time to discuss serious matters." "I meant what I said. 8 million jars of wine, not a single one less," the middle-aged man replied with an air of indifference. Lin Ming replied coolly, "Drinking one jar of wine has already been a concession on my part. You should recognize the gravity of the situation." Chapter 65. Let the desolate city vanish before the ancient tavern. Enveloped in a rich aroma of alcohol, Lin Ming locked eyes with a middle-aged man. The originally tranquil atmosphere turned tense the moment Lin Ming spoke. The middle-aged man stared at Lin Ming for a moment before suddenly crushing a wine jar in his hand. With a sharp crack, wine splattered everywhere, intensifying the fragrant scent that erupted before Lin Ming. Subsequently, a staggering number of 8 million wine jars shattered simultaneously, creating a cascade of wine. "You won't drink. I shall feed you," the middle-aged man declared coldly. As the 8 million jars burst, the wine flowed like a torrential river. Lin Ming's hand instinctively gripped the hilt of his sword. Yet, just as the battle was about to commence, a woman's voice resonated from behind the middle-aged man. "Is this how you treat the wine I just brewed?" Upon hearing the voice, the middle-aged man's expression changed dramatically, shifting from icy coldness to an endearing grin in an instant. Any trace of his dominance vanished. "Shouty, what brings you out?" He scratched his head, looking at the woman. She was none other than the tavern's proprietress, Jiang Qingyi. Jiang Qingyi shot a glare at the middle-aged man before turning her attention to Lin Ming. "I understand your purpose for being here. Rest assured, without your consent, our family shall not set foot in the Kanglan domain. Moreover, from this day forth, I will do everything in my power to ensure that all patrons of the tavern adhere to your rules. You must realize, it is the wandering cultivators who are the most challenging to control. Even if the Zumun sect were to heed your words, their influence would struggle to reach those wandering cultivators. Yet I can. In the vast wilderness, nearly 90% of wandering cultivators frequent this tavern. Here, they find a rare sense of peace. They will listen to my words." Jiang Qingyi's declaration left Lin Ming somewhat astonished. This woman was exceedingly self-aware. He inquired, "What are your terms?" Jiang Qingyi simply shook her head. "There are no terms. I am willing." She then added, "If you doubt my sincerity, I shall swear an oath with my martial heart right now." Without waiting for Lin Ming's response, she immediately made her vow. This scene not only surprised Lin Ming, but the middle-aged man beside him was utterly dumbfounded. "Shaoyi, what are you doing?" he hastily questioned. Who in the wilderness has he ever feared? Yet, Jiang Qingyi's actions at this moment seemed akin to submitting outright. The middle-aged man was unconvinced. With a stern expression, Jiang Qingyi turned away and said, "I do not wish to become a widow." The middle-aged man opened his mouth to argue, but was promptly interrupted by Jiang Qingyi. "You had better be silent." Before the tavern, amidst the enveloping aroma of alcohol, Jiang Qingyi produced a map and handed it to Lin Ming, saying, "In truth, the greatest likelihood of causing slaughter in the Kanglan domain originates from the desolate city." Lin Ming accepted the map, confirming the location of the desolate city, and then expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." He placed the map into his storage ring and turned to leave. Jiang Qingyi gazed at Lin Ming's retreating figure and suddenly remarked, The people of the wasteland city are quite troublesome. It's of no concern, Lin Ming replied calmly. Are you planning to take direct action against the city lord of Wasteland City? Jian Mountain inquired. Lin Ming paused momentarily, stating, to seize the leader before capturing the followers is perpetually the simplest and most direct approach. He indeed harbored such thoughts. However, Jiang Qingyi's mention of this matter implied that it might not be applicable in this situation. Why is that? Lin Ming asked. Jiang Qingyi responded. The city lord of Wasteland City passed away 2 days ago. Lin Ming, unfazed, remarked that is inconsequential. Even if one city lord has died, another can easily be appointed. Yet, Jiang Qingyi's next words caused Lin Ming to momentarily falter. This marks the 7th city lord to have died in less than 10 days. Wasteland City is peculiar. It is built upon an ancient battlefield, steeped in death and bloodlust. The inhabitants are ruthless killers, driven by greed and a thirst for blood. Whoever ascends to the position of city lord will inevitably become the target of all within Wasteland City. Lin Ming, having halted his stride, lifted his foot anew and continued onward. Thank you for the warning. I am aware. Jiang Qingyi's eyes flickered with surprise. Have you already devised a plan? A plan? Lin Ming shook his head. No plan is necessary. If no one can assume the role of city lord in Wasteland City, then I shall take it upon myself. Yet, even if I become the city lord, the problem will remain unresolved. He paused briefly before continuing, then let Wasteland City vanish. As his words echoed, he stepped forward, vanishing into the distance. Jiang Qingyi's expression shifted slightly. Then she redirected her gaze, glaring at the middle-aged man. Finish your drink. Do not waste it. Behind Jiang Qingyi, the boy who had fled in fear upon Lin Ming's arrival reemerged after Lin Ming had departed, asking, Mother, are we being too timid? Jiang Qingyi tapped the boy's forehead gently. It is you who are timid. I am merely making a sound decision. Do not forget, I was once a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. The spiritual energy in the Great Wasteland far surpasses that of the Kanglan domain. However, the environment is less favorable. The winds are perpetually harsh and cold, and the air is often thick with the scent of blood, particularly as one approaches the direction of Wasteland City. 5 days later, Lin Ming arrived before a city. According to the map, this should be Wasteland City. However, contrary to his expectations, Wasteland City was rather rudimentary. There are no city gates, nor any plaques bearing the city's name upon the walls. Inside the city, the scene was equally dilapidated. Ruined walls and blood-stained ground littered with numerous corpses filled the streets. Nevertheless, Wasteland City was not without its notable features. To the right and slightly ahead of Lin Ming's position, less than 10 miles away, stood a magnificent palace that appeared incongruous amidst the desolation of the city. Above the palace, 3 gilded characters gleamed, proclaiming, City Lord Mansion. Chapter 66. Establishing a rule amidst chaos in a city rife with disarray and drenched in blood, there stood a remarkably pristine, grand, and resplendent lord's manor, an anomaly amidst the desolation. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ming understood all too well why the lord of this chaotic city met his demise with such alarming ease. Entering the lord's manor had rendered him a thorn in the side of all its inhabitants. The existence of this manor seemed to incite animosity rather than offer any discernible value. Lin Ming surveyed the surroundings of the city briefly before stepping decisively into its heart. In that instant, a deadly intent materialized. The ground beneath him erupted with a thunderous crack, and a hand emerged from below, reaching for Lin Ming's foot. Yet, just a mere foot away, it was pierced by a shaft of sword light and pinned to the earth. Ahead, 88 shards of stone soared into the air, forming a formation mid-flight. The world before Lin Ming underwent a dramatic transformation. The chaotic city vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of yellow sand stretching as far as the eye could see. Alone, with only his sword, Lin Ming stood amidst the dunes. A formation? A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he felt no fear. With a step forward, the vast sands beneath him rose instantaneously, morphing into numerous long swords. His advance remained unceasing, the swords multiplying behind him as the sands gradually receded from sight. The entire realm had transformed into a sea of blades. With a resounding explosion, the 88 stones within the city shattered. The young man, orchestrating the formation, coughed up blood, shock etching his features as he gazed at the figure clad in black before him. His formation had been utterly dismantled by sheer force. Desperately, the youth executed a series of hand seals, unleashing 99 flags of formation. However, at the very moment the flags took flight, a beam of sword light pierced through his brow. With a clatter, the flags fell alongside the young man. Lin Ming did not falter in his stride, his aim resolutely fixed on the magnificent lord's palace. In the distance, a figure donning a tusked mask tilted his head and murmured, "A promising talent, worthy of recruitment." With a swift motion, he positioned himself directly in front of Lin Ming. "Surviving in this chaotic city is no easy feat. Follow me," he urged. Lin Ming cast a glance at the tusked mask, then directed his gaze back towards the lord's manor, shaking his head as he replied, "No need." Noticing Lin Ming's focus, the masked figure furrowed his brow. "Do you wish to enter the lord manor?" "Indeed," Lin Ming affirmed, though his pace remained unbroken. "Have you gone mad, just having entered the city? The lord of this chaotic city has never had anyone survive beyond 3 days." The voice beneath the mask was laced with incredulity. "Those who seek the lord's manor are invariably fools, believing themselves invincible, unaware of their own folly. In this chaotic city, the more discreet you are, the longer you shall live." Suddenly halting, Lin Ming posed a question: "If one desires to be more ostentatious, to ensure that all are aware of my presence, what should I do?" At these words, the expression beneath the tusked mask turned pallid. "You truly are a madman, even among those from great powers, who have not weathered storms and come to train. None are as foolish as you. If one wishes to meet an untimely demise, they should hasten to the lord's manor. Upon stepping forth, one will be enlightened to the depths of their own folly." No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Ming took a decisive step forward. Arriving beneath the lord's manor, the masked man, rendered speechless, concealed his presence and retreated into the shadows. Lin Ming pushed open the grand doors of the manor without a moment's hesitation and boldly stepped inside. He did not linger, proceeding directly to the pinnacle of the palace, where he beheld a lifeless body. The corpse was emaciated, devoid of any trace of blood. Just as one was dealt with, another appears. Is it a lack of wit, or perhaps an overabundance of confidence, that renders the existence of this lord's manor so compelling? An elderly man, stooped and frail, slowly emerged from the shadows. Lin Ming glanced at the corpse upon the ground and remarked with a smile, "Perhaps they all seek to prove their ability to survive." And what of you?" The old man scoffed, demanding to know why you have come to the lord's manor. "To prove my capacity for survival?" "No." Lin Ming shook his head. "I have come to convey a message to the denizens of the ruined city. To establish a rule." "Establishing rules in the ruined city?" The old man mused. "You intend to set rules among a band of desperados? How amusing." In the next moment, the old man's figure vanished. When he reappeared, it was behind Lin Ming. A pallid hand lunged violently towards Lin Ming's back. At that instant, a flash of sword light sliced through the air, cleaving the old man's form in twain. Lin Ming did not even glance back at the elder. Instead, he took a step forward, reaching the summit of the lord's manor. A voice, calm yet tinged with detachment, emerged from his lips. Within moments, it resonated throughout the entirety of the ruined city alongside a streak of sword light. "From this day forth, I shall be the lord. All inhabitants of the ruined city must present themselves before me or face death." In an instant, the entire ruined city erupted in fervor. Chapter 67. Having resolved to take action, retreat is no longer an option. Lin Ming's calm voice reverberated through the desolate city, akin to a meteorite crashing into water, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Not far from the lord's manor, beside a youth adorned with a fearsome tusked mask, stood a young woman with her hair styled in a bun. She gazed at the figure cloaked in black atop the lord's manor and inquired, "Were you attempting to recruit this individual just now?" The masked youth's lips quivered slightly as he replied, "I merely recognized his commendable strength. Who could have foreseen that his mind would be so unhinged?" Indeed, in his eyes, Lin Ming's actions appeared to be those of a fool. In this desolate city, 9 out of 10 inhabitants were brash individuals. Yet, even the most audacious ought to possess a measure of restraint. One could understand provoking one person, 10, or even 100. but who arrives in a new place only to challenge the entire city. What shall we do? The woman with the bun glanced at the masked man. What can we do? The youth shrugged, responding nonchalantly, of course, we watch him perish. What other course is there? In a more distant part of the city, an elderly monk clasped his hands in prayer, reciting a sutra for the deceased. Subsequently, he crushed a man beneath his feet, rubbing his soles against the earth before raising his gaze toward the Lord's manor, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face as he murmured, I promise to kill but one person a day, yet I cannot help myself. With a determined stride, he headed towards the Lord's manor. Within the desolate city, atop a modest hill scarcely reaching 100 feet, a rugged man, clad in tattered garments and sporting a wild beard, hoisted a wolf-toothed club upon his shoulder, gazing at the Lord's manor with a glint of astonishment in his eyes. There are truly many reckless souls in these times. Without hesitation, he too made his way to the Lord's manor. A similar scene unfolded in numerous corners of the desolate city, as Lin Ming's voice echoed throughout. These bloodthirsty marauders, their hands stained with the blood of many, surged towards the Lord's manor like ravenous beasts drawn by the scent of blood. Those in remote areas were still en route, while those nearby had already begun to take action. Atop the grand palace of the Lord's manor, Lin Ming, garbed in black, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him, a verdant vine silently crept along the palace wall, drawing closer to Lin Ming. Now, a booming command resonated from below. Instantly, the vine multiplied into myriad tendrils, enveloping Lin Ming completely. From below, a gaunt figure struck the ground with a palm, exclaiming, Arise. At that moment, 18 towering trees erupted from the earth, reaching skyward and encircling the entire Lord's manor, sealing it off completely. Confining dragon. The powerful force of wood elemental energy surged from his hands into the 18 towering trees. As the words confining dragon echoed from his lips, the colossal trees twisted and intertwined wildly, transforming into a prison-like cage. Devoid of any sense of vigilance. Such a person dares to boast to claim. Before his words could fully escape his lips, his pupils suddenly constricted. Among the layers of entwined vines, a flash of sword light darted forth. The tenacious vines, in an instant, were severed as if they were mere threads. Subsequently, the sword light pierced towards the colossal cage formed by the intertwining of 18 towering trees. It barely grazed the surface, yet the cage split open with a gaping wound, seemingly more fragile than paper. Time seemed to stretch and compress. All transpired in the blink of an eye. By the moment, the emaciated youth perceived the danger. The sword light had already cleaved through his form. A long gash appeared, stretching from his right shoulder to his lower left abdomen, and his upper body began to slide away slowly. Blood gushed forth in torrents. To the left and slightly ahead of Lin Ming, less than 10 miles away, a middle-aged man raised a broad blade, poised to strike Lin Ming down. However, his motion was abruptly halted. The blade shattered into two halves. Simultaneously, his own body met the same fate. 100 miles away, atop an abandoned edifice, a young man had been drawing his bow, the arrowhead aimed directly at Lin Ming. Yet, upon witnessing the swift demise of the previous two assailants, he ceased his actions, murmuring, This individual poses a threat. Though the people of the desolate city were often arrogant and fearless, it did not imply they would recklessly court death. At the very least, they would assess the situation first. However, in the next moment, a flash of sword light pierced through his brow. Before he could even comprehend the turn of events, all vitality had fled. What? At the precise moment he collapsed, Lin Ming's cold voice echoed, Since the decision to strike has been made, there is no retreat. Chapter 68. Is this what you call transcendence? Not far from the Lord's manor, a young woman with her hair tied in a bun instinctively swallowed hard as she glanced at the figure beside her, adorned with a fang mask. This individual exuded an aura of dread. The masked man shook his head. Indeed, there was a hint of potential. Had he chosen a more discreet approach, he might have survived for an extended period in the desolate city. Yet, he had ascended to the Lord's manor and uttered those audacious words. Now, he had to contend with the entirety of the wasteland city. Whether he could survive even a single day remained uncertain. As the conversation unfolded, a slender needle, as fine as a wisp of dust, shot towards Lin Ming from 1,000 miles away. It was utterly silent, devoid of any trace of spiritual energy. A truly terrifying assassination technique. The reason why those who took control of the Lord's Manor rarely lived beyond 3 days was precisely because they had to fend off not only frontal threats, but also the ever-present risk of assassination. Just as the silver needle was about to pierce Lin Ming's back, the seemingly ordinary tile beneath his feet transformed into a sword. Clang! The two met in collision. The needle shattered, while the longsword remained unscathed, piercing straight out into the distance. Surrounding the Lord's Manor, numerous gazes turned towards that solitary strike. In the distance, an elderly woman with dark skin looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in her chest, murmuring to herself, "How could this be?" The next moment, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. With the demise of 4 individuals, many who had previously harbored intentions of aggression around the Lord's Manor instinctively suppressed their presence. For distinct methods were employed, yet the outcome was the same. A single sword, just one sword. For the cultivators of the wasteland city, many of whom had blood on their hands, a formidable enemy was not inherently frightening, as long as there was no significant disparity in cultivation realms. They could always devise ways to eliminate you. However, the uncertainty of the enemy's strength was truly terrifying. Throughout the encounter, they had not seen Lin Ming move a single step, yet those who attempted to strike him had already become lifeless corpses. A brief tranquility enveloped the wasteland city. It seemed as though all were awaiting a greater tempest. Moments later, one individual chuckled. "I told you this bald monk would arrive." Though formidable, could this monk truly contend with that person? This individual had only unleashed a single sword strike. While he appeared unassuming, perhaps he wielded but that one sword. It was a valid point. This bald monk, while lacking in other abilities, possessed remarkable resilience. Ordinary methods could hardly breach his flesh. Regardless of the outcome, they would undoubtedly glean much from their encounter. Around the Lord's Manor, a murmur of discussion arose. Soon, from 100 miles away in the skies, a jolly-looking monk, with an earnest smile, made his way forth step by step. Though he walked upon thin air, each footfall resonated with a thunderous boom, as if each step bore the power to shake the heavens. "Little benefactor, standing for too long can be tiring. Shall I assist you in loosening your muscles?" The monk cheerfully inquired. Lin Ming cast a glance at the monk before turning his gaze towards the horizon. During this period, an ever-growing crowd has gathered near the Lord's residence. However, not all have arrived yet. "Young benefactor, do you seem to regard me with disdain?" The monk's face remained adorned with a smile, but his voice had turned frigid. Lin Ming withdrew his gaze and asked, "What do you intend to do to resolve this?" "Quite simple," the monk replied as he thrust his palm forward. In the next moment, a golden palm imprint, colossal as a mountain, surged towards Lin Ming. Beneath Lin Ming's feet, a tile was heaved up and transformed into the shape of a sword, lunging towards the golden palm imprint. This monk's methods were extraordinary. Even this single palm imprint was far heavier than that of others. A youth adorned with a tusked mask remarked. He then glanced at Lin Ming and continued. "This man's strength is formidable, yet it is excessively singular, confined within a single sword strike. Should there exist a force that cannot be shattered by this sword, he may very well meet his demise today." However, just as his words fell, the golden palm imprint was pierced by the sword, instantly dissipating like a fleeting dream. The sword's momentum remained unabated as it continued to thrust towards the monk. A fleeting shadow of gravity crossed the monk's perpetually jovial face. With his palms joined, he recited an arcane scripture. His form transformed into gold, emanating an overwhelming and majestic aura akin to celestial might. "Youngster, your sins are too grievous. Witness how I redeem you," he declared coldly to Lin Ming. In an instant, Lin Ming was enveloped by a series of resonant Zen sounds. These sounds are mystical. Although Lin Ming could not comprehend them, he grasped their essence. "Lay down the butcher's knife." The Zen sounds persistently urged Lin Ming to relinquish his weapon and quell the murderous intent within his heart. Should his resolve waver, he could indeed be swayed. "Lay down the butcher's knife?" Lin Ming murmured, and in the next moment, the sword's speed increased by a third, and in an instant, it pierced the monk's brow. The physical defensive prowess that many had lauded for the monk did not manifest even slightly. He perished in an instant. Lin Ming spoke softly. "The one who first raised the butcher's knife now urges others to lay it down. This is what you call redemption? Chapter 69. Can you acknowledge me as the lord of this city? The old monk met his demise swiftly, indistinguishable from the fate of those who had engaged him prior. Once again, it was but a single strike. Many had anticipated a thrilling and evenly matched battle, yet such a spectacle failed to materialize. The old monk, perceived as possessing formidable physical strength and ranking among the elite of the desolate city, seemed no more significant than an ant beneath the weight of that one sword. Within the vicinity of the city lord's manor, the cultivators gazed in disbelief, their pupils constricting at the unfolding scene. The murmur of conversation faded into silence. Thousands of eyes turned in unison toward the imposing palace atop the city lord's estate, where a figure clad in black stood. The cold wind swept through, rustling his garments. Yet his expression remained largely unaltered. The woman with a bun looked in astonishment at the youth beside her, who was adorned with a tusked mask. Her gaze seemed to question, "Is this the formidable monk you spoke of?" Beneath the mask, the youth's face reflected sheer shock, entirely oblivious to the woman beside him. Thud! The corpse of the old monk plummeted from the heavens, creating a deep crater upon impact with the earth. Lin Ming's gaze swept across the nearby cultivators before he lifted his head to observe the left front. There, a murderous aura surged skyward, as if it were darkening the very heavens. A series of arrogant voices echoed forth. "What are you all doing? Someone stands brazenly atop the city lord's manor, and you dare not even lift a finger? Huh. Perhaps we should stop calling the desolate city the most perilous place in the great wilderness. It makes me feel embarrassed. The world speaks of our cultivators in the desolate city as ruthless and fearless, each a butcher stained with blood. Yet, what are you doing? Huh. After today, the people of the great wilderness will likely deem our cultivators as nothing more than bullies who prey on the weak." These piercing remarks resonated throughout the city lord's manor with the arrival of this group. "Oh, if you have the courage, why not take action yourself? Spare us the empty words," retorted the nearby cultivators who had earlier been hesitant to intervene. It is easy to speak derisively, but to take action? They likely lacked the resolve. Indeed, if they were bold enough to strike, why not eliminate their foes first before engaging in idle chatter? As the voices echoed around the city lord's manor, Lin Ming furrowed his brow. He stepped forward, emerging from the manor, standing tall in the void above. In that instant, the mocking voices ceased. The crowd, in perfect unison, turned their attention to Lin Ming. "It seems the majority has arrived. Here I stand. If you wish to take action, all are welcome to do so. If you feel your own courage insufficient, then let us join forces." His voice was as calm as a still pond. Yet to the ears of the cultivators in the desolate city, it struck as words of profound consequence. The murderous intent surged. At this moment, the overwhelming majority of the cultivators in the desolate city regarded Lin Ming with palpable hostility. Yet, remarkably, they managed to retain their composure, evidently influenced by the recent slaughter of their companions. No one wished to be the first to charge in a battle. After a brief moment, a monk wielding a spiked club, resembling a wild man, snorted coldly. "Why still cower when others have already mounted atop you? Since no one dares to strike, allow me to take the first step. Show some courage and let us slay him together." As his words fell, the spiked club resting on his shoulder instantly transformed into a colossal weapon. An aura imbued with a potent corrosive force enveloped the club, causing the air to sizzle ominously. Following him, a robust man grasped the blade with both hands and bellowed, "Purgatory slash." In a single stroke, it seemed as though an infinite purgatory materialized in the void above. The wails of wronged souls echoed, and the howls of vengeful spirits pierced the air, casting a heavy aura of death over Lin Ming in an instant. This man, a master of the blade, had comprehended the essence of death itself. On the other side, another figure melded into the ground, stealthily infiltrating the lord's manor, emerging silently behind Lin Ming. A dagger, as dark as ink, lunged toward him. In yet another direction, an overwhelming inferno surged forth, accompanied by tempestuous wind and the weight of a mountain-like palm strike, producing a wailing sound that silenced even the cries of infants. Nearly 80% of the cultivators in the desolate city unleashed their assault after the man, with the spike club, made his move. Thousands of rules flooded the barren city in an instant, all directed at a single target, Lin Ming. Amidst the myriad of attacks, both radiant and somber, dazzling and splendid, Lin Ming remained suspended in the air, his right hand resting upon the hilt of of his sword. This time, he is utterly doomed, declared the masked man in the distance, who had chosen not to engage. Lin Ming's prowess had repeatedly astonished him, but this time he was certain that there was no chance for survival. Beside him, a woman with a bun nodded in agreement, sharing his sentiment. Just as she was about to voice her concurrence, she suddenly perceived a flicker before her eyes. She witnessed a beam of sword light. Amidst the myriad of splendid attacks, this sword light appeared like a beacon in the night, instantly captivating her full attention. Wherever the sword light passed, reality itself seemed to cleave in two. She beheld those formidable and terrifying attacks, which had once sent shivers through her soul, dissipate in an instant. The expressions of nearly 80% of the cultivators in the desolate city froze, vitality snuffed out, not even a scream escaping their lips. Their bodies split asunder, blood gushed forth like a torrential rain, cascading onto the ground. The onset was swift, and the conclusion even swifter. Hut, hut, hut. Countless corpses plummeted from the sky, their blood merging into rivers that flowed endlessly in all directions. Lin Ming gently shook his sword, letting the blood drip away. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining 20% of cultivators who had yet to act, speaking in a calm tone. "Do you acknowledge me as your lord?" Many among these cultivators seemed still ensnared in shock. They stared blankly at the ground strewn with corpses and blood, their once decisive and cold hearts trembling at the sight. "Yes, yes, you are the lord of the desolate city. As long as you reign, I, Yang Lin, shall follow your every command." One individual suddenly buckled, kneeling upon the ground, his expression filled with awe as he gazed upon Lin Ming. Following him, the other talents swiftly reacted, exhibiting little hesitation. As if compelled by instinct, they knelt in unison. Thud! The sound resonated powerfully, causing the masked man, who had remained uninvolved thus far, to shudder internally, nearly collapsing to the ground. Glancing beside him, he noticed the woman with the bun had already knelt, her gaze towards Lin Ming filled with profound reverence. The Masked Man. Chapter 70. Jian Mountain within the desolate city. An eerie silence enveloped the air, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The remaining tens of thousands of cultivators knelt upon the ground, their eyes fixated on the young man before them, not daring to utter a word. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ming, akin to his previous declaration at the Shui sect, articulated his purpose for arriving in the desolate city. Upon hearing the news of the Kanglan domain's emergence, their eyes brightened with hope. The allure of the once dominant sacred sovereign's legacy was undeniably compelling. Yet, the moment their gazes met Lin Ming's, their desires were swiftly reined in, and they dared not reveal even a hint of their cravings. Lin Ming remained unfazed. "Should you wish to enter the Kanglan domain in search of opportunities, you may do so. However, remember my stipulations." Lin Ming's demands were not particularly burdensome. He simply required that they refrain from entering the vicinity of Tianxian sect and only family within 1,000 miles, and that they abstain from harming the disciples of either faction. The master of the Shui sect was reluctant to yield. Yet the individuals in the desolate city had witnessed the earlier confrontation and dared not defy Lin Ming's words. One by one, they vowed with the sincerity of their martial hearts. Lin Ming then turned to the young man adorned with a tusked mask and the woman with a bun hairstyle beside him. "And you?" The woman with the bun nodded immediately, proclaiming, "I am willing to vow with the sincerity of my martial heart." The masked man hesitated for a moment. He found the notion of being coerced into making a vow rather displeasing. However, considering Lin Ming's prowess and the relatively innocuous nature of the vow itself, he too nodded in agreement. At that moment, no one in the desolate city voiced any opposition. Lin Ming sheathed his sword and began to make his way out of the desolate city. His objectives had been accomplished, and it was time for him to depart. The tens of thousands of surviving cultivators within the desolate city watched Lin Ming leave with utmost reverence. However, just as Lin Ming was about to step out of the desolate city, an aged voice, steeped in weariness, echoed from behind him. "I have awaited you for a long time, child." Lin Ming did not pause. He stepped forward, seemingly oblivious to the voice. "Since you have come, why not stay? You wield a sword, and I too excel in the art of the sword. Follow me, and I assure you will ascend to the pinnacle of this world." Lin Ming paid no heed to the call. advancing effortlessly to a distance of 10,000 feet. Yet, in the next instant, a colossal golden bell descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Ming. An elderly man, stooped and frail, stood atop the giant bell, shaking his head with a sigh. Why the need to flee? I have waited in the vast wilderness for so many years, and at last, I have found a promising disciple. If you leave now, I cannot fathom how long I must wait again. Can you comprehend my anguish? No sooner had he uttered these words than his expression shifted, and he soared into the air. Beneath him, the golden bell cracked open. With a resounding crack, the enormous bell split into two halves. Lin Ming regarded the elder with a hint of perplexity. What do you intend to do? The elder, gazing at the bifurcated bell, exhibited no trace of anger. Rather, his eyes sparkled with delight. I seek only a successor to inherit my legacy. I have slumbered in the desolate city for far too long. My body can no longer endure this prolonged wait. Lin Ming remarked, So you desire my body? No, no, no. The elder hastily shook his head. I merely seek a disciple to inherit my life's teachings. I assure you, a glorious future awaits you. Observing the elder, Lin Ming placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. I have no fondness for deceit. If your intention is to usurp my being or to mold me into a puppet, you might as well be forthright and candid. At these words, the elder's smile froze instantly. Noticing Lin Ming's indifferent demeanor, he realized that mere verbal persuasion would yield no results. He sighed, Why must it be this way? If you would just comply, you could spare yourself a great deal of suffering, and I could avoid numerous troubles. Now, your lack of understanding compels me to let you experience the excruciating torment of your soul being gradually crushed into fragments. The elder was not one to dilly-dally. Upon recognizing the futility of deception, he resolved to act decisively. However, before he could make a move, the sound of a sword's song echoed. The elder's body was cleaved in two, his cold expression frozen in place. Yet, he was no longer alive. In the desolate city, today marked the most silent and solitary day in nearly 1,000, even 10,000 years. At the northeastern corner of the city lay a peculiar cave, thick with an overwhelming aura of death and murderous intent, far surpassing other locales. Once, this city had been an ancient battleground. It was unclear who had cleared the battlefield and erected the city, but due to its location, the pervasive death and bloodlust elicited no surprise among its inhabitants. However, today, in this place where the aura of death was most potent, a voice unexpectedly emerged. Liu is dead. The one who killed him is formidable, delivering a fatal strike. It is a pity about that body. We cannot leave it present, otherwise we would have to obtain it. Foolishness. Just because we cannot exit does not mean we cannot have someone else bring him to us. Indeed, the leader is correct. In the next moment, streams of black liquid flowed from the cave, writhing like worms as they slithered over the ruins of the desolate city, eventually reaching a youth adorned with a tusked mask. What is this? A flicker of confusion passed over the face beneath the mask. Suddenly, the black liquid surged forward, darting into the masked youth's body with blinding speed. Jiang Han, are you all right? The girl with a bun hairstyle inquired anxiously. Jiang Han's body convulsed momentarily. Then he smiled at the bun-haired girl, saying, Do you think I am any different from just now? The girl scrutinized Jiang Han for a moment before shaking her head. No difference. Since that thing entered your body, do you feel any discomfort? Jiang Han gazed at her once more and asked, Schwer, do you truly believe I am unchanged? Indeed, replied the woman named Xie Shui. I suspect your mind may be impaired. Not at all. Jiang Han shook his head. You are unaware of the changes I have undergone. Allow me to enlighten you. I possess great strength. With that declaration, he advanced, seizing Xie Shui by the throat, as tendrils of dark energy coiled around his hand. A flicker of disbelief crossed Xie Shui's face. At that moment, she felt an intense chill, as though what gripped her neck was not a hand, but rather a block of ancient ice. Release me. Jiang Han, have you lost your mind? Overwhelmed by a wave of terror, she shouted with all her might. Jiang Han responded, Very well, I shall release you. As the words left his lips, the dark energy swirling in his grasp grew exponentially colder. In an instant, Xie Shui was transformed into a mere ice sculpture. Jiang Han's grip loosened, and the sculpture fell to the ground. With a crack, it shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 71. The path to ascendancy for Lin Ming. The vast wilderness had reached a conclusion. However, instead of returning directly to the heavenly profound sect, he found himself outside a tavern. At the entrance, a young lad, initially nonchalantly leaning against the door with a wine jug in hand, upon spotting Lin Ming, reacted as if a mouse had encountered a cat. He swiftly stowed the jug and darted into the tavern. "Goodness, father, that monster has returned." In the next moment, a robust male voice resounded. "What are you afraid of? You're far more anxious than I was in my youth." The father had long told him, in the wilderness, "It is others who fear us, not the other way around." With that, he grasped the young boy and emerged from the tavern, immediately catching sight of Lin Ming standing before it. Turning to the lad, his expression was one of displeasure. "Is your fear of him so profound? It's because of him that you become this way?" He had previously desired to confront Lin Ming, but had been thwarted by Jiang Qingyi. Now, seeing his own son cower at a mere glance from Lin Ming, he lamented, "You have inherited none of your father's courage." With a disgruntled pat to the back of the boy's head, he stepped forward to confront Lin Ming. "We have already promised you that we shall not enter the Kanglan domain without your consent. What more do you desire?" "I merely wish to inquire about something." "Please, come in, young master," came Jiang Qingyi's voice from behind the middle-aged man. "Zheng Tianming, stop trying to cause trouble for me." Jiang Qingyi delivered a kick to the middle-aged man and subsequently gestured for Lin Ming to enter. Upon seeing Jiang Qingyi, Zheng Tianming wore an awkward smile and stepped aside to clear the path. "You may ask any questions you have, and I shall answer them candidly," he offered as Lin Ming entered the tavern and took a seat directly across from Jiang Qingyi. A jar of wine was set upon the table, and Jiang Qingyi poured a cup for Lin Ming, patiently awaiting his inquiry. "Is the wilderness vast in comparison to this world?" Lin Ming inquired. Jiang Qingyi appeared to have anticipated this question, dipping her fingertip into a drop of wine and responding, "The wilderness compared to this world is akin to this single drop of wine in relation to the entirety of the wilderness." A drop of wine in the vast wilderness? Is it merely a grain of sand in the ocean? A flicker of astonishment crossed Lin Ming's eyes. Indeed, he had managed to bring some semblance of order to the wilderness, yet that alone was far from sufficient. The world beyond was immense, and formidable powers were countless. If he sought to confront each one individually, time would inevitably elude him. He feared that before he could exert control over a few factions, the Kanglan domain would already be teeming with external cultivators. He needed a solution that would yield lasting results. How many factions truly hold sway over this world? Lin Ming queried. Jiang Qingyi replied, "Many. There are the 5 ancient clans, the 8 sects, the 9 divine dynasties, and the 36 allied powers. Additionally, some unique entities exist, such as the Buddhist sect, the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, and the Demon Race." Upon hearing this, Lin Ming fell into silence. There were simply too many factions. What was effective in the wilderness was likely ineffective beyond its borders. Is there any way to gather the rulers of these powerful factions together? Lin Ming pondered before inquiring. A middle-aged man, Zheng Tianming, leaned in and asked, "What are you up to, young lad? Do you wish for all the forces in the world to heed your command? Have you resolved the matters in the desolate city?" Silence. Jiang Qingyi cast a cold glance at Zheng Tianming. The latter pursed his lips and fell silent. In Jiang Qingyi's presence, Zheng Tianming appeared utterly transformed from his usual self. After gazing at Lin Ming for a considerable time, Jiang Qingyi spoke, "Indeed, there exists a method to convene the elite of the world." "What is it?" Lin Ming inquired. "The path to ascendance, the gate of immortality," Jiang Qingyi declared. "If you can stand atop the path to ascendance, before the gate of immortality, all the rulers of the great factions will undoubtedly appear before you." "Thank you." A smile graced Lin Ming's face. Though it was his first encounter with the notion of the path to ascendance, having a direction was certainly advantageous. "How do I embark on the path to ascendance?" Lin Ming asked. Jiang Qingyi's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Her lips moved, yet no words came forth. "What? If you have something to say, do not hesitate to express it," Lin Ming prompted. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Qingyi replied, "As long as your cultivation reaches the Emperor realm, you may communicate with the path. Though you are formidable, your strength lies in your sword. Without sufficient cultivation, you cannot enter the path." "I understand. Lin Ming nodded and expressed his gratitude. He then rose and made his way towards the tavern's exit. What do you intend to do? Jiang Qingyi asked. Lin Ming replied, I plan to undergo a breakthrough. It should not take long. Even Jiang Qingyi, who had unwaveringly supported Lin Ming, was momentarily taken aback. Could a breakthrough truly be that simple? In the next instant, a tempest brewed as the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn towards Lin Ming by an overwhelming force, transforming into a storm of spiritual energy that surged towards him. With each step he took forward, the storm intensified. From an initial radius of 10 miles, it expanded to 100 miles, and in mere moments, it enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. Within the tavern, Zheng Tianming gazed at the colossal storm of spiritual energy above, his eyes filled with astonishment. Is he about to break through right here? He remarked. This individual is rather extraordinary. Beside him, Jiang Qingyi cautioned at all times. Remember not to stand against him. Zheng Tianming turned to her. What do you see? He was aware that the disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion possessed the ability to perceive what others could not. Thus, upon their first encounter, Jiang Qingyi had chosen to be amiable towards Lin Ming. Meeting Zheng Tianming's inquiring gaze, Jiang Qingyi gently shook her head. It cannot be disclosed. Zheng Tianming, understanding her hint, refrained from further questioning. He then remarked, if someone were to threaten my life to compel me, would I still steadfastly support him? Jiang Qingyi affirmed, yes. Even if my life were at stake, you must unwaveringly stand by him. Ah, that simply will not do. Zheng Tianming uncorked a jar of wine and tilted his head back to drink. Regardless of what you perceive in him, even if he were the legendary reincarnation of an immortal emperor, he would still pale in comparison to a single strand of your hair. Jiang Qingyi. In the distance, Lin Ming absorbed the spiritual energy spanning thousands of miles. At that moment, his cultivation, which had previously lingered at the threshold of the half-step emperor realm, ascended to a new height, achieving the status of emperor. Chapter 72. I saw a sword. The spiritual storm in the sky dissipated. Lin Ming stood still for a moment, contemplating, before turning to Jiang Qingyi and inquiring, how does one communicate with the heavenly path? Jiang Qingyi replied, as long as one is sincere and earnestly yearns for the sacred realm of immortals, envisioning its form in one's mind, the celestial gate and heavenly path will manifest on their own. Give a try. Lin Ming closed his eyes, attempting to conjure the image of the immortal realm in his mind. However, after a cup of tea had passed, he opened his eyes to find that nothing had occurred. It seemed unfeasible. Lin Ming shook his head, feeling a twinge of bewilderment. Unfeasible? Jiang Qingyi was taken aback. That is impossible. Communicating with the heavenly path does not require exceptional talent. It merely demands a sincere envisioning of the sacred realm. As far as I know, no one who has reached the level of a great emperor has ever failed to communicate. You are the first I have encountered. A glimmer of confusion crossed Lin Ming's eyes. Could it be because I hail from a secluded little world within the Kanglan realm? There has never been any mention of a heavenly path. Impossible. Jiang Qingyi immediately shook her head. While the Kanglan saint is indeed extraordinary, it is inconceivable that he could influence the celestial gate. Is that so? Lin Ming was perplexed. Jiang Qingyi asked, when you envisioned the immortal realm in your mind, did you see any images appear? Typically, if one is sufficiently sincere, they should behold a magnificent golden gate. That is the celestial gate. If you can see the celestial gate, then in reality, it will manifest as well, and beneath it lies the heavenly path. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ming responded, I did see a gate, golden in color, yet did not appear sacred. Moreover, it was but a fleeting glimpse, without lingering. And then, Jiang Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Beside her, Zheng Tianming was equally incredulous. Neither they nor anyone they knew had ever encountered an anomaly when communicating with the celestial gate and invoking the heavenly path. Lin Ming pondered the image that had recently flashed in his mind and said, I saw a sword. The sword was on that gate? Zheng Tianming inquired. Lin Ming shook his head. No, the tip of the sword was embedded in a pitch-black river, a river seemingly filled with deathly energy, with countless vengeful souls drifting upon its surface. The hilt of the sword, on the other hand, soared above billions of stars, higher than the ninth heaven. Zheng Tianming gasped in disbelief. While others envisioned the immortal realm and saw the celestial gate, you beheld a sword. Moreover, This sword existed above the starry expanse, surpassing the ninth heaven. Could it be that this sword is more magnificent than the immortal realm itself? And what that fleeting golden gate? Jiang Qingyi asked. Lin Ming replied, if I am not mistaken, that golden gate was merely a speck of dust upon the sword's body. A speck of dust on the sword's body? Jiang Qingyi felt a wave of suffocation. Such a statement seemed utterly fantastical. Yet, strangely, she found herself believing it. In the wake of Lin Ming's utterance, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens above. A formidable bolt of black lightning descended, reducing the tavern to ashes in an instant. The faces of Jiang Qingyi and her family transformed in shock as they beheld the tavern vanish behind them. Was this divine retribution? Zheng Tianming patted the young man's head beside him and remarked, I now concur with your assessment. He is indeed a monster. It is unheard of for someone to summon divine punishment with mere words. Though it was just one strike, it remains utterly absurd. Lin Ming gazed at the obliterated tavern, a hint of regret in his voice as he inquired, were there many treasures inside? Not much, Zheng Tianming replied dismissively, merely some wine. He cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ming, adding, you owe me compensation, tenfold. Hearing this, Lin Ming, who had initially felt a twinge of guilt, instead broke into a smile. Very well, I shall give you tenfold. Jiang Qingyi interjected, since you cannot connect with the celestial gates yourself. You shall have to rely on others. Is that even possible? Lin Ming replied, somewhat astonished. Indeed, Jiang Qingyi replied, casting a glance at the youth, Nian, communicate with the celestial gates and assist Lin Ming. Zheng Nian's expression shifted. I do not wish to go. It is dreadfully boring there. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Qingyi's demeanor turned frosty. He turned to Zheng Tianming, hoping for a few encouraging words from his father. However, Zheng Tianming was preoccupied with the sky above. Fine, Zheng Nian relented swiftly. Once the celestial gates were connected and the pathway to the heavens opened, all nearby could ascend the celestial road. Yet, the one who summoned the celestial road must also tread upon it. Zheng Nian, with a sense of grievance, acquiesced to his mother's command, unwilling to defy her. The next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted high in the sky, and a sacred door materialized. Subsequently, 6 pathways extended from the celestial gate to Zheng Nian's feet, each representing a distinct realm, from the emperor's realm to the saint's realm. Reluctantly, Zheng Nian stepped onto the pathway designated for the Saint King realm, his countenance sour. Meanwhile, Lin Ming could only ascend the path leading to the emperor's realm. Jiang Qingyi looked at Lin Ming and reminded him, the pinnacle of the celestial road lies at the end of the path of the saint's realm. Lin Ming nodded and stepped onto the celestial road. The 6 pathways symbolized 6 different realms. Yet only those on the path of the saint's realm could truly reach the summit of the celestial road and behold the celestial gate. At the terminus of the emperor's realm pathway lay the emperor's road, and at the end of the emperor's road was the sage's road. The following pathways adhered to the same principle. The end of one road merely signified the beginning of the next realm. For Lin Ming to genuinely stand at the pinnacle of the celestial road, before the celestial gate, he must traverse all 6 pathways. The celestial road was pristine, paved with pure white jade stones. As Lin Ming stepped onto this road, he had yet to fully absorb its beauty when he noticed a figure not far ahead, staring at him with an expression of cold indifference. Chapter 73. The Celestial Path Rankings upon a pristine and untainted celestial road, a young man clad in white. His countenance cold and indifferent, gazed intently at Lin Ming. Is this your first visit? The youth inquired. Indeed, it is my first time, Lin Ming replied, his aura clearly reflecting that he had just ascended to the level of an emperor, making his inexperience evident. The young man scoffed. Did no elder inform you that the celestial road is fraught with peril? Alas, no one did, Lin Ming admitted candidly. Stay close to me. I shall impart some essential advice regarding the celestial path. The youth frowned, appearing somewhat reluctant. Lin Ming shook his head. Thank you, but it is unnecessary. I do not intend to linger here for long. A flicker of displeasure crossed the young man's eyes. Listen to me. It is far better than wandering alone. Do not blame me for not warning you. People like you, who have just broken through to the Emperor realm and are eager to summon the celestial path, are numerous. In the past month alone, I have encountered no fewer than 800, of whom at least 600 perished within a day. With that, He fixed his gaze on Lin Ming and asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Before Lin Ming could respond, a massive hammer came crashing down from the distance. Bang! The white-clad youth was instantly obliterated. Immediately following, a thunderous voice erupted. "I detest deceitful individuals like you the most." From the direction of the hammer, Lin Ming beheld a rugged man clad in dark gray armor. He soared to Lin Ming's side and retrieved the colossal hammer. Casting a glance at Lin Ming, he remarked, "The celestial road is the path to immortality, brimming with opportunities. There are two straightforward ways to trigger these opportunities. First, by enlightening newcomers, which symbolizes a form of inheritance on this path to immortality. Second, through killing, which perhaps signifies the constant dangers that accompany the pursuit of immortality." He shrugged nonchalantly. It was evident that triggering opportunities also required a modicum of luck. In that instance, he had killed someone while simultaneously enlightening Lin Ming, thus securing two chances to trigger an opportunity. Yet, not a single one succeeded. Lin Ming interjected, "You do not intend to kill me, by your own logic. Doing so would afford you yet another attempt to trigger an opportunity." Oomph! The man's armor rattled as he spat upon the remains of the white-clad youth he had just slain. "I have always loathed such individuals. One moment, they act like wise mentors, and the next, they kill without a second thought. While it is indeed a way to gain another chance to trigger an opportunity, I find it repugnant. Since I have enlightened you, I shall not kill you. If I wish to slay you, I would certainly not offer you any wisdom." He looked at Lin Ming and added, "The celestial road is perilous. Those who seek to slay you will undoubtedly be plentiful. May you take care of yourself." "Thank you." Lin Ming responded gratefully, then took a step forward, vanishing into the distance. Behind him, the armored man's expression shifted dramatically. How is this possible? According to the rules of the celestial road, one must encounter a spirit of the Emperor realm every 100 miles. Only by defeating it can one continue onward. The cultivation level of these ethereal beings begins at the first stage of the Emperor realm, and for every 100 miles traversed, an additional stage is attained. Upon reaching the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, for every subsequent 100 miles, another 9th stage is added. Ultimately, to reach the pinnacle of the Emperor path, one must confront 10,000 9th stage ethereal beings. Thus, ascending to the zenith of the heavenly path is exceedingly arduous. It is not merely the ultimate realm of the Holy Sovereign that is difficult to attain. Even within the Emperor realm, those who succeed are undoubtedly few. With each step covering 1,000 miles, how could those ethereal beings of the Emperor realm fail to exert any influence over him? What could it mean? A look of bewilderment crossed his face as he suddenly soared into the air, pursuing Lin Ming. However, the more he chased, the more alarmed he became. In his perception, the distance between him and Lin Ming not only failed to diminish, but instead grew ever wider. This could not be right. The number of Emperor realm ethereal beings he faced was increasing, and their strength was escalating as well. Surely, his speed should have slowed down. The more he pursued, the less he could believe it, until at a certain moment, he halted in his tracks, clad in dark gray armor, standing dazed in the sky. All traces of his aura had vanished. He understood all too well what this implied. That fellow had actually breached the Emperor path. He murmured incredulously. In a millennium, scarcely 10,000 had managed to do so. His speed must surely rank within the top 50. Reflecting on his earlier well-intentioned warning about the dangers of the heavenly path, a rugged, dark visage flushed with embarrassment. The Hunyuan continent, this vast expanse beyond the Kanglan realm, is the name of the land. At this moment, in an unassuming location at the southwestern corner of the continent, there lies a modest mountain. Amidst the myriad mountains spanning 100,000 leagues, it is rather ordinary, save for its perpetual veil of mist that obscures it from clear view. This is indeed one of the most unique powers on the Hunyuan continent, the residence of the Tiangui Pavilion. The elder in charge of overseeing the great Tao heavenly rankings was comfortably reclining in a rocking chair when, suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed before his eyes. He abruptly straightened up, gazing toward the source of the golden radiance. Has the Emperor ranking changed? At last, some activity after nearly a century. I thought these younger generations had all withered away. Ah, the 6th on the Emperor ranking, Lin Ming of the Tianxian sect. An obscure sect has indeed produced a remarkable talent. He was about to issue a command for the younger disciples of the Tiangui Pavilion to make contact with this newly ranked 6th prodigy when, At that moment, another even more brilliant golden light interrupted him. Has the Emperor's sovereign ranking also experienced a shift? How intriguing, after a century of silence. Both prominent lists have concurrently undergone changes. He turned his attention to the Emperor's sovereign ranking, scanning from the bottom to the top, until he finally beheld the individual responsible for the alteration. However, upon reading those few characters, the previously calm expression on his face underwent an astonishing transformation. His pupils constricted, and disbelief etched itself across his countenance. Upon gazing at the Emperor's ranking, one beheld 5 resplendent golden characters at the pinnacle. Tianxian sect Lin Ming. Chapter 74. Let them come to me, Lin Ming of the heavenly profound sect. Is it him once again? The expression of the elder from the heavenly machine pavilion changed dramatically, and for a fleeting moment, he even doubted whether the great Tao heavenly ranking was malfunctioning. The rankings on the great Tao heavenly list are determined by one's performance on the celestial path. To appear on the Emperor's list signifies that the individual is undoubtedly at the Emperor level. Astonishingly, an Emperor has secured the top position on the list for the Emperor respect level. It appears he must have comprehended the power of the rules ahead of time. The reason he did not attain the first position on the Emperor level list is likely due to some unforeseen delay, causing him to take longer than expected. It would indeed be a pity for such a prodigious talent not to be recruited by the heavenly machine pavilion. The elder mused softly to himself. Not only the heavenly machine pavilion, but the 5 ancient clans, 8 major sects, 9 divine dynasties, and the 36 allied factions were all taken aback by the upheaval in the great Tao heavenly ranking. Simultaneously, Lin Ming of the heavenly profound sect became the subject of whispered conversations among the various factions. Heavenly Machine Pavilion's Sacred Realm practitioners, all idlers, entered the celestial path to seek out Lin Ming. The fire-leaving divine dynasty, all practitioners at the sage level, enter the celestial path, and those who find Lin Ming will be handsomely rewarded. The Yi family's disciples, all at the sage level, ascend the celestial path, and those who locate Lin Ming will be granted a royal martial art technique. Across the Hunyuan continent, all prominent factions swiftly dispatched individuals to the celestial path to search for Lin Ming. They believed that since Lin Ming had claimed the top spot on the Emperor Respect list, he must have already traversed the celestial path of the Emperor Respect level. He should now be within the sage level celestial path. However, shortly after the major factions sent their disciples out, a brilliant light once again radiated from the great Tao heavenly ranking. Everyone turned towards the source of the light, only to be met with a spectacle that left them utterly speechless. At the pinnacle of the sage list, 5 familiar characters shone brightly. Lin Ming of the heavenly profound sect. When the elder from the heavenly machine pavilion saw these 5 characters illuminate, he slumped back in his rattan chair. This is madness. Quickly, notify the elders of all factions, instructing them to drop whatever they are doing and come here at once. The fire-leaving divine dynasty's illustrious empress Bai Lihua stood up abruptly upon gazing at the great Tao heavenly ranking. Disbelief etched across her face. First in the sage ranking, Lin Ming of the heavenly profound sect. The great Tao heavenly ranking cannot possibly be erroneous. This Lin Ming surely harbors a tremendous secret. He must be found. He absolutely must be found. In the fire-leaving divine dynasty, on the cusp of a critical breakthrough in the sacred king realm, all practitioners abandoned their tasks and ascended the celestial path to locate Lin Ming. Other factions mirrored this urgency. They were astonished by Lin Ming's meteoric rise and subsequently issued orders to locate him at all costs. Of course, Lin Ming was oblivious to the commotion outside. At this moment, he traversed the celestial path designated for the sacred king realm, examining a palm-sized mirror that he had fortuitously acquired while journeying through the sage-level celestial path, its purpose still unknown to him. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he stored the mirror in his storage ring and continued onward on the sacred king realm celestial path. Not long after, he noticed a youth sitting by the roadside, drinking alone. It was Zheng Nian. When Lin Ming cast his gaze upon him, Zheng Nian reciprocated with a glance. Well, Zheng Nian felt a moment of nervousness as he handed the wine flask to Lin Ming, asking, "Care for a sip?" Lin Ming shook his head, declining. Hee. Zheng Nian continued, "Don't tell my mother that I'm slacking off here. I have little interest in the celestial path." Lin Ming replied with a smile, "It's all right. If it weren't for pressing matters, I too would find the celestial path captivating. After all, what could be more enjoyable than drinking? Ha ha ha, indeed. Zheng Yin laughed along. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zheng Yin, Lin Ming resumed his journey. However, this time, he had not ventured far when he was confronted by a throng of thousands blocking his path. Is this Lin Ming from the Tianxian sect? The question was posed with certainty, as the crowd's expressions conveyed unyielding conviction, as if they had long since recognized him. This left Lin Ming slightly bewildered. Outside the great wilderness, he knew not a single soul. How could these people seem so familiar with him? It is I. What is it? Lin Ming inquired. The leader among them replied, The Li Hoi Divine Dynasty requests your presence, and we hope you will cooperate. The Li Hoi Divine Dynasty? Lin Ming recalled that Jiang Qingyi had informed him of the existence of several divine dynasties that represented the pinnacle of power in the Hunyuan continent. The empress of the Li Hua divine dynasty was indeed someone he wished to meet. Yet, merely encountering one of these dynasties held little significance. Are you still hesitating? The same man's expression shifted slightly. You should understand the status of my Li Hua divine dynasty. However, just as he uttered those words, a derisive laugh echoed from a distance. The Li Hua divine dynasty certainly carries a certain grandeur. A woman clad in a flowing green dress cast a languid glance at Lin Ming. Might I inquire if young Master Lin would be inclined to join me at the 100 Flowers sect? Lin Ming regarded the woman in green, but remained silent. Moments later, more individuals began to gather in the vicinity. Representatives from the Tianji Pavilion, the Yi family, the Ji family, the Jiang family, and other major factions appeared in succession. All of them were entities standing at the zenith of the Hunyuan continent. They had congregated for a singular purpose, to invite Lin Ming to join their ranks. Lin Ming surveyed the crowd, encircling him, and spoke. Do any of you hold a high position within your respective factions? What do you mean, young Master Lin? The woman from the 100 Flowers sect was the first to inquire. Lin Ming replied, I indeed have matters to discuss with you esteemed factions, but I require an audience with someone of higher standing. He paused before continuing, ideally, someone within the sect who possesses absolute authority, someone whose words would be unchallenged. Are you implying you wish to meet the head of my 100 Flowers sect? The woman from the 100 Flowers sect covered her mouth with a smile. You truly are bold, young Master Lin. However, fret not. As long as you are willing to accompany me back to the 100 Flowers sect, the sect leader will certainly meet with you personally. Other factions echoed in agreement, asserting that if Lin Ming consented to join them, he would have the privilege of meeting the sect leaders or family heads. However, Lin Ming merely shook his head, pondering that if these forces required him to meet each of them individually, what purpose would the ascent to the heavenly path serve? They might as well pay him a visit directly. After a moment of contemplation, he articulated, You have misunderstood my intentions. I wish for them to come to me. Chapter 75. A great change approaches the heavenly ranking on the path to the Holy King realm. The Holy Kings from the foremost factions of the primordial continent fell into a moment of silence following Lin Ming's words. Who were their sect masters and family heads? They stood at the pinnacle of this world. Under the vast sky, how many could rival them? The young lady in green from the 100 Flowers sect smiled helplessly. Her initial intrigue towards Lin Ming had been considerable. The fact that a figure at the Emperor realm could tread the path of the Holy King indicated a profound comprehension of the power of rules, far surpassing that of ordinary saints. Such talent was deserving of extraordinary accolades. Alas, he was rather overly proud. An unseasoned genius still had a considerable distance to traverse before standing shoulder to shoulder with those who truly occupied the summit. Do you truly not wish to return with me to the 100 Flowers sect? The young lady inquired. Lin Ming shook his head, replying, If the opportunity arises in the future, I may visit, but at present, I have more pressing matters to attend to. After speaking, he cast a glance at the various holy kings surrounding him on the heavenly path and expressed, I appreciate your kindness, but I do not intend to join any faction. What reasoning is this? You wish to meet our sect master, yet refuse to align with any of us? One of the holy kings remarked, Have you not heard? It is our sect master who should come to see you. If our sect master truly desires to meet you, how shall that be arranged? The Holy Venerable cannot traverse the heavenly path. If you wish to meet on the heavenly path, you must walk the road that belongs to the Holy Venerable. Perhaps he genuinely believed he could ascend that path. The holy kings of various factions felt a twinge of displeasure at Lin Ming's words. Although he had indeed displayed remarkable talent, behind them stood powers that genuinely dominated this continent. Countless individuals yearned to join, yet were afforded no opportunity. Why were these holy kings engaging in such petty banter? Since he was unwilling to join their factions, they should simply let him be. The more they spoke, the more they diminished their own worth. Did they not comprehend this? The young lady in green from the 100 Flowers sect huffed softly, regarding Lin Ming with a blink of her eyes. In the 100 Flowers sect, 99% of the cultivators are women. Do you truly not wish to join? Lin Ming shook his head. Not at all. Very well then. The young lady turned on her heel and departed without a trace of hesitation. The remaining holy kings, witnessing this, likewise dismissed their sleeves and turned away from the heavenly path. These individuals were markedly more rational than those Lin Ming had previously encountered, at the very least. None of them had frenziedly leaped forth to threaten him. For Lin Ming, this was merely a brief interlude on the heavenly path. After these figures departed, he resumed his journey, moving as effortlessly as before, traversing 1,000 miles with each step. The spiritual entities of the Holy King realm could not impede him in the slightest. Within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Elder Feng Yu, the guardian of the heavenly ranking, retrieved a communication talisman, which resonated with a voice. Elder, Lin Ming is unwilling to join the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Oh, he must have received other invitations from different factions. Has he accepted any? Feng Yu inquired. The voice from the talisman responded once more. None. All factions have declined. Ah, this fellow is truly quite arrogant, Feng Yu murmured. On the other end of the transmission talisman, the voice continued. He is indeed proud, even more so than you, Elder, could have imagined. How so? Lin Ming has expressed a desire to meet with the leaders of our various factions. Feng Yu raised an eyebrow. If that is the case, why does he not step out of the celestial path to meet us? The voice on the other end responded. The issue lies here. He means for the heads of the major factions to go and meet him. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, Feng Yu immediately burst into laughter. Indeed, throughout the entire continent. Aside from him, it is unlikely that anyone else would dare to speak so openly. He turned to the 7 elders behind him and inquired, Did you see anything? Earlier, upon discovering that Lin Ming had ascended to the top of the great Tao heavenly rankings as the first in the Saint Realm, he had summoned the elders to come. The most unique aspect of the heavenly mechanism pavilion lies in their method of divination, which is said to glimpse a thread of heavenly secrets. The 7 elders exchanged glances, and the leading elder spoke up. If he truly wishes to meet our pavilion master, then let us inform the master to go and meet him. A flicker of disbelief crossed Feng Yu's face. You mean to say that the master should go to see him? Indeed. The elder rose and declared just now, the 7 of us combined our efforts, expending great energy, and we were able to glimpse but a single image. A look of gravity crossed his face as he continued. I saw a figure in black, bearing a sword, standing at the pinnacle of the celestial path, before the immortal gate. That person must be Lin Ming. At the pinnacle of the celestial path, before the immortal gate, Feng Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Are you suggesting that he possesses the ability to traverse the celestial path of the Saint Realm? That is something even our master has been unable to achieve. Feng Yu proposed. Shall we try once more? For a moment, he found it hard to believe. It had been far too long since anyone had successfully traversed the celestial path of the Saint Realm. The last occurrence was lost to the annals of time, many millennia ago, and Lin Ming is merely an exceptionally gifted emperor. Just as he finished speaking, in less than a breath's time, a dazzling golden light erupted behind him. What? Feng Yu immediately turned to look, only to see a name he was exceedingly familiar with appearing at the very top of the great Tao heavenly rankings. Representing the Saint King realm, Tianxian sect, Lin Ming. This is astonishingly swift. The Saint King realm presents him with no semblance of pressure. Could it be that this individual truly possesses the capability to reach the pinnacle of the celestial path? As these thoughts raced through Feng Yu's mind, outside the heavenly mechanism pavilion, the vast celestial dome suddenly flashed with a resplendent golden light. Like a magnificent sun, it enveloped the entire Honyuan continent in an instant. Amidst the golden radiance, the enormous great Tao heavenly rankings emerged. The 6 major rankings stretched for miles. Feng Yu was taken aback and quickly gazed at the sky. This signifies that the laws of the heavenly Tao have autonomously coalesced the great Tao heavenly rankings to inform the world. It means that the great Tao heavenly rankings are on the cusp of a monumental transformation. Chapter 76. The problem lies with humanity within the heavenly path of the Saint King realm. The various powers that had come to invite Lin Ming returned empty-handed, now gathered at the very edge of the heavenly path, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a resplendent golden light illuminated the space behind them. Subsequently, an immense Tao ranking, far grander than they had ever envisioned, emerged in the sky. What is happening? One person inquired, bewildered. Cannot you discern? It is the Tao ranking, another responded. Of course, I recognize it as the Tao ranking, but how could it possibly appear within the heavenly path? Moreover, this ranking is astonishingly vast. I recall historical records indicating that such occurrences have transpired before. When the Tao ranking undergoes a significant transformation, it announces itself to the world in this manner. A transformation of the Tao ranking? One remarked. Could it be that someone has ascended to the pinnacle of the heavenly path, standing before the celestial gate? The crowd considered this notion plausible, yet when they gazed upon the Saint Venerable rankings, they found no anomalies. The same held true for the Saint Emperor rankings. However, when their eyes fell upon the Saint King rankings, a chorus of astonishment erupted. Atop the Saint King ranking, 5 shimmering golden characters proclaimed, Tianxian sect, Lin Ming. How is this possible? How long has it been since we parted ways with Lin Ming? There is but one explanation for him. The Saint King heavenly path presents no challenge whatsoever, allowing him to advance with remarkable speed. Damn, I'm glad I refrained from taking action earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. One individual exclaimed, patting their chest, a glimmer of fear flickering in their eyes. At this moment, the majestic Tao ranking displayed 6 lists, with Lin Ming's name absent from both the Saint Venerable and Saint Emperor rankings. In the remaining 4 lists, he held the top position in 3. Yet, astonishingly, in the Emperor ranking, he was only placed 6th. What is going on? Is this some kind of jest? He can effortlessly traverse the Saint King path, yet is lagging in the Emperor path? What an enigma Lin Ming is. I have a feeling that the leaders of the various powers may indeed come to the heavenly path to see him in person. Unexpectedly, someone proposed this thought, which sparked a peculiar idea in their minds. The cultivators from various factions, who had initially intended to leave the heavenly path, now found themselves halted. Many cast their gazes, whether intentionally or not, toward the 5th list belonging to the Saint Emperor realm. Not only they, but the entire Hunyuan continent, instinctively lifted their heads to gaze at the colossal ranking suspended in the sky. With Lin Ming's name present on the first 4 lists, everyone unconsciously turned their attention to the 5th list associated with the Saint Emperor realm. In that moment, the entire Hunyuan continent fell silent, as if collectively anticipating a momentous event. After the passage of half a cup of tea, a brilliant golden light suddenly flashed across the lofty Tao ranking. The former first position on the Saint Emperor list shifted to 2nd place. At the pinnacle, in resplendent golden letters, as anticipated by the crowd, stood the name, Tianxian sect, Lin Ming. Astonishingly, he has truly arrived. What manner of being is this? Tianxian sect, Lin Ming. It is the first time I have heard of this sect. The first time I have come to know this name. A momentous transformation indeed. The great Tao heavenly ranking has undergone a significant upheaval. Surely, this individual cannot be the one to monopolize the very top of the great Tao heavenly ranking, can he? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed that many gazes around him were fixated on him. The master of the Tianji Pavilion, an elderly man with a benevolent countenance, perpetually adorned with a warm smile, is hard to imagine as the powerful and enigmatic leader of the Tianji Pavilion. When Lin Ming ascended to the pinnacle of the ranking representing the sacred Emperor realm, he elegantly waved his sleeve and departed from the Tianji Pavilion. Soon after, a celestial gate materialized high above the Tianji Pavilion, beneath which 6 celestial paths extended down to his feet. Ah, it has been a long time since I traversed this path. I hope I can keep pace with that young brother once more. At this moment, the leaders of the top factions in the Hunyuan continent also began to take notice of the changes occurring in the great Tao heavenly ranking. However, they lacked the ability of the Tianji Pavilion to glean a hint of heavenly insights. They could only observe that Lin Ming possessed an almost invincible power akin to that of the sacred emperor realm. Yet, how far one can traverse the path belonging to the sacred sovereign realm remains an enigma. Thus, they did not hasten to enter the celestial path. The sacred sovereign represents the pinnacle of cultivation within the Hunyuan continent. Across the entire continent, there are fewer than 100 who have reached this level, each a formidable overlord in their own right. They had already traversed the celestial path countless times, well aware of their own limitations, and naturally would not repeatedly venture into the celestial path. Consequently, it is rare to encounter anyone on the sacred sovereign celestial path. As the sacred sovereign of the Tianji Pavilion entered the celestial path, he had yet to extend his divine sense when he beheld a scene that left him utterly astounded. Before him, a rusted sword emanated a faint glow. A figure draped in black, wielding the rusted sword, traversed 1,000 miles with each step. The sacred sovereign spirit that appeared midway was instantaneously shattered, without a single remnant surviving. Subsequently, the figure in black did not pause, maintaining an unyielding speed. As more and more sacred sovereign spirits emerged, the outcome remained unchanged. Each spirit was extinguished by a single strike of the sword. Even 100 spirits could not withstand the blade in his hand. Throughout the encounter, no overwhelming aura erupted. It did not resemble a battle, but rather the act of mowing grass. His sword, in the gaze of the master of the Tianji Pavilion, inscriptions swirled, and the rusted sword, in his eyes, held no secrets. This sword is indeed ordinary. He murmured, all the issues lie within the individual. His eyes were ablaze with inscriptions, seeking to unveil Lin Ming's past and future. However, just as he focused intently on Lin Ming, the vast heavens suddenly flashed with an extraordinarily brilliant golden light, illuminating the entirety of the Hunyuan continent in a golden hue. What? In an instant, the master of the Tianji Pavilion was also consumed by this golden radiance. Chapter 77, Senior. Step into the celestial gate as the head of the Tianji Pavilion sought to investigate Lin Ming, an incandescent golden light, far surpassing any previously witnessed, illuminated the entire realm in a resplendent hue. The vast expanse of the Hunyuan continent, stretching for millions of miles, appeared to be draped in golden radiance. The heavens shone with a golden shimmer, the earth was cloaked in gold, and the mountains, lakes, and boundless flora and fauna resonated in a golden glow. Countless cultivators raised their gazes to the grand celestial rankings displayed beneath the heavens. At the pinnacle of the sacred sovereign realm list, 5 resplendent golden characters proclaimed, Taiyangxuanzong, Lin Ming. The golden light enveloping the Hunyuan continent emanated solely from these 5 characters. The empress of the Li Hua divine dynasty, Bai Li Hua, emerged from her divine court, summoning the celestial gate amidst the brilliant golden light, taking her first step onto the sacred path of the sacred sovereign realm. Dan Ling, the leader of the 100 Flowers sect, gazed in astonishment at the sky ablaze with golden brilliance. She had never heard of the Taiyangxuanzong sect, nor had Lin Ming's name crossed her path until today. Yet, she was acutely aware that this name would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark of glory upon the Hunyuan continent. She departed from the 100 Flowers sect, embarking on the sacred path designated for the sacred sovereigns. The Yi clan, the Jian clan, the Xuanji dynasty. Each sacred sovereign from the top-tier forces, upon witnessing those 5 gleaming golden characters atop the sacred sovereign list, unhesitatingly set foot upon the celestial path. They yearned to behold the individual who had ascended to the zenith of the celestial road. Within the celestial path, the head of the Tianji Pavilion displayed a fleeting expression of shock as he beheld Lin Ming ascend to the pinnacle of the celestial road, wielding his sword. The entirety of the celestial path, filled with the spirits of sacred sovereigns, failed to halt his progress even for a moment. Observing the sword-wielding figure atop the celestial road, the inscriptions in his eyes began to whirl frantically once more. As the head of the Tianji Pavilion, he was not only the undisputed strongest of the Tianji Pavilion, but also a master of the art of divination. As the speed of the inscriptions in his eyes accelerated, an image gradually unfolded before him. It was amidst a sea of stars, a figure clad in black, standing serenely with a long sword upon his back. Nothing else was discernible. Not sufficient, more. The head of the Tianji Pavilion commanded, as the inscriptions in his eyes spun at an even swifter pace. In his gaze, The figure, once tranquil among the stars, began to ascend abruptly. Gradually, that figure rose above the stars, with a vast river of constellations flowing beneath his feet. In the next moment, the head of the Tianji pavilion let out a blood-curdling scream. His vision momentarily blanked, and then the inscriptions in his eyes completely receded. A cold sweat broke out upon him. Was this all he could perceive? What he had witnessed did not provide him with a clear understanding of Lin Ming's true strength, but certainly confirmed one thing. This individual was far more formidable than he had previously displayed. He regarded Lin Ming with an involuntary sense of humility. Moments later, figures began to descend upon the celestial road. As they stood upon its path, their first instinct was to gaze toward the end of the celestial road, where the figure in black awaited. The cultivation level is that of an emperor, yet he has arrived here. Chun, the master of the heavenly mechanism pavilion, pondered the caliber of his sword. Behind him, Bai Lihua inquired, "What do you think?" "I cannot discern it," Chun Shunhung replied, shaking his head. "However, one thing is certain. He could effortlessly slay us with a single strike." Bai Lihua shrugged, showing no further interest in the matter. At that moment, the gazes of dozens of sacred sovereigns converged upon Lin Ming. At the pinnacle of the heavenly path, clad in black, Lin Ming withdrew his gaze from the celestial gate and turned around. He addressed the assembly of sacred sovereigns with a perplexing statement. "Has everyone arrived?" The sacred sovereigns exchanged bewildered glances. Chun Shinhung, standing at the forefront, hesitated before responding. "Are you saying that all sacred sovereigns should gather here on the heavenly path?" "Indeed," Lin Ming affirmed. "I am here to discuss a matter with you all. The sacred sovereigns of the human race are already present. As for the demon race..." Chun Shinhung paused, remarking, "The demon race has resided in the extreme west for countless millennia, never encroaching upon our territory. Thus, they are unlikely to appear on the heavenly path." Lin Ming nodded thoughtfully. Given the clear delineation between the demon and human races, and their lack of interaction for hundreds of thousands of years, it was reasonable to assume that they would not suddenly circumvent the human powers to venture into the depths of the great wilderness. Therefore, the demon race could be disregarded for the time being. He then surveyed the sacred sovereigns and inquired, "Are you aware of the emergence of the Kanglan domain?" Aside from Qin Shinhung, the others quickly shook their heads. Although they wielded immense power and held significant positions, the dissemination of information inevitably required time. In comparison to the Hunyuan continent, the great wilderness was exceedingly remote. Additionally, Lin Ming had just resolved matters in the ruined city and had not lingered before arriving at the heavenly path. Consequently, even with extraordinary means, these top-tier factions were unaware of the news regarding the Kanglan domain within such a brief time frame. However, the heavenly mechanism pavilion was different. Lin Ming turned to Chun Shinhung. "Are you aware of the Kanglan domain's manifestation?" "Indeed," Chun Shinhung admitted without reservation. Lin Ming continued, "Have you dispatched anyone to the Kanglan domain?" "No." Chun Shinhung promptly shook his head. "Why not?" Lin Ming asked, perplexed. He had come to understand the prowess of the Kanglan sacred sovereign during this time. Would the heavenly mechanism pavilion not be interested in the legacy of the former strongest individual on the continent? I sensed a hint of danger. Initially, I was unaware of its source, but now I have clarity, Chun Shinhung remarked, his gaze fixed on Lin Ming, hinting at something deeper. A smile graced Lin Ming's face as he decided to dispense with pleasantries. He stepped forward and spoke softly. "The emergence of the Kanglan domain is a reality. I do not wish for it to become an isolated island, cut off from the world. Therefore, I shall not hinder your journey to the Kanglan domain. However, it is imperative that you remember, within the Kanglan domain, without my consent, you are forbidden from entering the vicinity of the Tianxian sect and the Li family of the Zhongzhou region within 1,000 miles. Should you encounter disciples from these two factions, under no circumstances are you to slay them." His gaze swept across the faces of the sacred sovereigns. Almost instantaneously, every one of them nodded in agreement, with not a single dissenting voice. Even without Lin Ming's reminder, each of them independently vowed with the heart of martial arts. Those exalted figures who stood at the pinnacle of the Hunyuan continent exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety. Moments later, dozens of sacred sovereigns had each made their oath. Lin Ming's purpose for this journey had been fulfilled, and as he prepared to descend the celestial path, he suddenly noticed Chen Xinxing bowing deeply, gazing at Lin Ming with utmost respect, and uttering, "Please, esteemed senior, tread upon the immortal gate." Following his words, the remaining sacred sovereigns echoed in unison, "Please, esteemed senior, tread upon the immortal gate." The collective voices of these powerful sacred sovereigns converged into a resounding torrent, reverberating throughout the celestial path. Chapter 78. The unapproachable celestial gate. Lin Ming turned his head to glimpse the golden celestial gate behind him. The path to ascension and the celestial gate. These 6 words are eternally linked in the mouths of countless cultivators across the Hunyuan continent. The path to ascension merely serves as a means to approach the celestial gate. The true essence lies not in the path itself, but in that sacred celestial gate. Step through the celestial gate? Lin Ming mused. Do you mean to trample upon it? Chen Xinxing, hearing this, displayed a hint of awkwardness on his face. He replied, "To step through the celestial gate is an expression of the boldness of our predecessors. In reality, one merely needs to push open the gate." Although Lin Ming was initially surprised by this bombastic encouragement, he found nothing amiss and refrained from further inquiries, instead asking, "What happens if I push open the celestial gate?" With utmost respect, Chen Xinxing responded, "Beyond the celestial gate lies the true path of ascension. With the strength of our predecessors, attaining a celestial position along this path would be decidedly feasible. Is there any other significance to pushing open the celestial gate?" Lin Ming inquired, suspecting that the revered beings held expectations beyond merely urging him to vie for a celestial position. Chen Xinxing's aged face contorted into an awkward smile as he confessed, "To be candid, should you push open the celestial gate, the entire continent will undergo a profound transformation. At that time, we all shall reap certain benefits, including yourself." Upon hearing Chen Xinxing's words, Lin Ming turned and approached the celestial gate. He raised his hand and, without hesitation, pushed against the golden door. "Then let this be a baptism for you all." At the pinnacle of the path to ascension, the golden celestial gate swung wide open in an instant. A surge of formidable spiritual energy, far surpassing that of the Hunyuan continent, erupted forth from the gate, rushing towards Lin Ming. In a fleeting moment, his cultivation, initially at the level of a great emperor, ascended to the realm of the emperor's respect and remarkably continued to elevate at an astonishing velocity. From the 3rd to the 5th level of the emperor's respect, and then to the 1st level of the sage realm, his cultivation surged at an exaggerated pace with the influx of that spiritual energy. On the path to ascension, the revered beings from various factions observed this spectacle with little astonishment, as if they had anticipated it. Moments later, he had reached the 1st level of the sage realm. "To step into the sage realm is still a cause for envy," remarked the head of the Yi family, one of the 5 ancient clans. "Honestly, the sage realm is still far from deserving of his might," Bai Lihua said coldly. "Indeed," the Yi family head responded, momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of helplessness. Comparisons among individuals could indeed be infuriating. Once Lin Ming attained the sage realm, the terrifying spiritual energy beyond the celestial gate began to swirl around him, cascading throughout the heavens and earth. Those on the verge of breakthrough seized this opportunity to advance. It was a grand celebration bestowed upon the entire continent. The name Lin Ming of the Tianxian sect shone even more brilliantly on the celestial ranking. For Lin Ming, pushing open the celestial gate was merely a casual act. Yet for the countless cultivators of the Hunyuan continent, it undoubtedly represented a rebirth of immense significance. Chen Xinxing once again bowed respectfully and asked, "Senior, will you embark on the path of ascension and contend for a celestial position?" The last occurrence of ascension from the Hunyuan continent was so distant that it had become a mere legend. In their generation, not to mention a celestial being, they lacked even the qualifications to stand before the celestial gate at the pinnacle of the ascension road. On the Hunyuan continent, it was time for a celestial being to emerge. Chen Xinxing gazed at Lin Ming with hopeful eyes, as did the revered saints from various factions along the ascension road. Lin Ming cast a glance at the celestial gate, then at the abyss-like path to immortality. He turned, shook his head, and calmly stated, "Ascension is not my desire. I have come merely to convey something to you." Now that I have spoken, it is time for me to depart. His tone was serene, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. The path to immortality lay before him, yet he chose to halt. In fact, he descended from the pinnacle of the ascension road. The dozens of revered saints on the road looked at Lin Ming with expressions of astonishment and confusion. They were taken aback by his action of walking down from the summit, feeling it to be utterly absurd, a chance that countless individuals yearned for. And he cast it aside as if it were worthless. After all the toil to reach the apex of the ascension road and stand before the celestial gate, what was the purpose? Bai Lihua gazed at Lin Ming with a look of incredulity, but just as she finished speaking, she paused, suddenly recalling that Lin Ming had traversed the 6 paths of the ascension road in less than half an hour. For others, ascending the road might be exceedingly challenging. Yet for that individual, it was as effortless as eating or drinking. Thus, his disinterest in the path to immortality seemed somewhat understandable. Chun Xinxing, unwilling to give up, inquired, "May I ask, esteemed one, why not attempt the path to immortality?" Lin Ming waved his hand, replying, "For now, I prefer this world of mortals. The Tianxian sect awaits my endeavors for its prosperity." After a brief silence, he added, "Should I find an interest in becoming immortal in the future, I shall return." With that, amidst the peculiar gazes of the revered saints, Lin Ming departed from the ascension road without a moment's hesitation. Was he truly leaving? Chun Xinxing momentarily found himself in a daze. Moments later, the revered saints from various factions began to feel disheartened and contemplated leaving as well. However, just then, a figure suddenly emerged from the dark celestial gate, looking down with an indifferent expression, embodying the demeanor of one who regards humanity as mere ants, and coldly remarked, "Where are the others? Having opened the celestial gate, how can one not enter?" Chapter 79. If you do not enter the celestial gate, then perish before the celestial gate. Lin Ming departed with an air of nonchalance, exhibiting no trace of nostalgia. This left the gathered revered saints, who had harbored great expectations, feeling utterly absurd and profoundly regretful. However, they were powerless, for their strength could not sway Lin Ming's intentions. After a series of deep sighs, the revered saints on the celestial path prepared to leave, only to be suddenly interrupted by a chilling voice emanating from the pinnacle of the celestial road, near the celestial gate. Chun Xinxing swiftly turned around and beheld a figure standing before the celestial gate. It was a middle-aged man, with a stern visage and a short beard. The aura he exuded surpassed that of all the revered saints present. A mere glance was enough to evoke an immense pressure. His gaze swept across the faces of the revered saints, who, despite being the pinnacle of the Hunyuan continent, instinctively averted their eyes, unwilling to meet his stare. Has the Hunyuan continent truly fallen to such a state? A flicker of anger crossed the middle-aged man's face. "Lift your heads and look at me. To be a revered saint, you must have reached the zenith of this continent, yet you lack the courage to even face me? Do not mistake me for a celestial being. Even if a true celestial stood before you, do not cower. If the strongest among you have lost the indomitable spirit, what future lies ahead for this continent?" With a cold snort, the middle-aged man did not wait for the revered saint's response. He waved his hand and strode away from the celestial path. The revered saints exchanged bewildered glances, filled with questions. Who was this man? How could he emerge from the celestial gate? Bai Lihua looked at Chun Xinxing and inquired. The latter shook his head, unsure. He had expended considerable energy earlier while deducing Lin Ming's circumstances, sustaining minor injuries, and had not yet rested. Thus, he dared not easily attempt to deduce someone who appeared formidable. In the great wasteland, upon stepping out of the celestial path, Lin Ming found himself back at the location where he had previously ascended the celestial road. Not far from there, the tavern that had been struck by heavenly punishment had been rebuilt. As he entered the tavern, Zheng Tianming stared at Lin Ming with the same fascination one might reserve for a monkey. It was not until Jiang Qingyi, unable to bear it any longer, seized Zheng Tianming by the ear and flung him aside. "Is there something on my face?" Lin Ming chuckled. Jiang Qingyi quickly shook her head. No. It's just that your name is shown too brightly since the emergence of the great Dao heavenly ranking. Lin Ming was somewhat taken aback. "Is it visible here?" "Indeed. Jiang Qingyi replied, everyone across the continent can see it. Lin Ming did not press further, downing his drink in one gulp. He then rose and said, thank you for your hospitality. With my matters concluded, I must take my leave. He exited the tavern and ventured into the depths of the great wasteland. Zhang Tianming rubbed his ear and lamented, little he, be gentler next time. Then, watching Lin Ming's retreating figure, he called out, remember to compensate me for my drink tenfold. Lin Ming smiled, preparing to respond, when he suddenly noticed a ripple in the high skies, revealing the figure of a middle-aged man. In the next instant, a terrifying aura érupted forte. The ground within a radius of 10,000 miles caved in several feet, and the tavern, which had only recently been rebuilt, was once again reduced to rubble. Damn it! Zhang Tianming gazed at the sky, his face contorted with displeasure as he shouted, you owe me for my tavern. No, you must compensate 100-fold. Jiang Qingyi tugged at Zhang Tianming from behind, signaling him to refrain from speaking. In the high heavens, the middle-aged man cast a cold glance at Zhang Tianming. The saints of the heavenly road possess not your audacity. Indeed, quite impressive, he remarked, though his expression grew increasingly frigid. In the next moment, he raised his right index finger, pointing toward Zhang Tianming. Unfortunately, your courage is misplaced. This finger, composed purely of condensed spiritual power, bore no other substance. Yet, Zhang Tianming instantly felt an overwhelming pressure, as if the entire world was pressing down upon him. Above him, the space shattered like a mirror, revealing an abyss of darkness. Shall we? You should leave. I will handle this. Zhang Tianming bellowed, preparing to fight desperately, only to find that he could not muster even a trace of spiritual energy beneath that finger's weight. The disparity was insurmountable. Damn it! Zhang Tianming cursed vehemently. I want you dead. How can you possibly live? The middle-aged man chuckled lightly. However, as soon as the words left his lips, his smile froze. Before the power of his finger, a glimmering sword light materialized, preventing that force from penetrating. Furrowing his brow, he turned his gaze toward Lin Ming and remarked, truly worthy of one who has reached the pinnacle of the heavenly road. I can offer you a chance at survival. Join me in the Immortal Gate. Lin Ming shook his head, responding calmly. The Immortal Gate is a path I will choose to enter when I desire. There is no need for your persuasion. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed uproariously. Those who enter the Immortal Gate face but two outcomes. Either they ascend to the immortal realm, standing above all beings, or they perish on the path to immortality, reduced to mere bones. There is no third option. If you insist on rejecting the Immortal Gate, I shall kill you and cast your corpse into it. Lin Ming remained silent, his stance clear. He would choose to enter the Immortal Gate and vie for immortality on his own terms, when he did not wish to pursue it. No one could decide for him. Thus, as the middle-aged man's words echoed, his hand had already settled upon the hilt of his sword. Is your resolve firm? The middle-aged man thundered, as the skies over the vast wilderness seemed to whirl. Centered around him, countless ethereal figures of living beings emerged, their joyous laughter echoing, only to be turned to dust in the next heartbeat. Life and death were but a fleeting moment. As one wave of ethereal figures dissipated, another followed, yet without exception. They vanished into nothingness in an instant. The middle-aged man stood tall beneath the vast expanse of the heavens, witnessing the demise of these ethereal beings. With a cold sneer, he struck forth with his palm. A colossal imprint, enveloping nearly half of the great wilderness, coalesced in his hand. Wherever the imprint traversed, the fabric of space unraveled, and all life was silenced. Beneath this strike, not a trace of vitality remained. Since you do not enter the celestial gate, then perish. The chaos of annihilation. Chapter 80. Guardian of Realms, a colossal palm imprint descended abruptly from the heavens, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. The terrifying force made Zhang Tianming's heart tremble. He grasped Jiang Qingyi and urged, we must retreat. Unfazed, Jiang Qingyi replied, there is no need for concern. Her unwavering faith in Lin Ming, which had been steadfast before their journey on the path to ascend, only deepened now. Zhang Tianming, feeling helpless, remained rooted in place, silently observing the immense palm imprint plummeting from the sky. Within the great wilderness, Countless cultivators gazed upward, their faces filled with dread. What is happening? Such overwhelming might. Could this be the legendary saint? Goodness, I feel as though I am about to perish. Perish? We must flee. How can we escape? The area covered by this palm is beyond our reach. In an instant, the palm imprint fell from the sky. Under its overwhelming presence, all the cultivators quaked in fear. They realized that under such oppressive force, even a sliver of spiritual power could not be summoned. Just as despair gripped the crowd, a beam of sword light surged from below, ascending toward the sky. They then witnessed the seemingly unstoppable palm imprint, which embodied the annihilation of all things, suddenly dissipate. In that fleeting moment, the world became clear and serene. Is it over? How abrupt. No, I recognize that sword. It is him, that monster. A man who had witnessed Lin Ming's prowess firsthand, cried out in terror upon seeing the sword light. The middle-aged man observed as his palm imprint vanished in an instant, while that sword light continued its relentless approach, causing his expression to shift dramatically. You truly are a freak. No wonder you possess such audacity, but in the primordial continent. You cannot kill me. No one can. With a cold shout, he made no attempt at defense, instead calmly extending his hand to grasp the sword light. Lin Ming's sword cleaved through the middle-aged man's hand effortlessly, severing his entire body in half. Yet, in the next moment, the body restored itself, and the spiritual energy of the great wilderness suddenly diminished. Jiang Qingyi's expression changed abruptly. I now know who he is, undying and unyielding. As long as there is spiritual energy in the primordial continent, he shall not perish. Guardian of realms. Only the protectors of the primordial continent hold such power. His life and death are intertwined with the spiritual energy of the realm. As long as the energy persists, he will never die. The middle-aged man cast a surprised glance at Jiang Qingyi, acknowledging her knowledge. He then turned his gaze to Lin Ming, declaring, there is no need to struggle. I am invincible. However, Lin Ming paid him no heed and unleashed another beam of sword light. The middle-aged man scoffed, ineffectual. Your strength is meaningless. In this world, you cannot kill me. In the next moment, the sword light cut through him once more, dividing his body in two, yet he quickly restored himself. It seemed he truly was immortal. The vitality of the great wilderness has slightly diminished. I say it is futile, and indeed it is. The middle-aged man bellowed. Lin Ming, wielding a rusted sword, gazed upwards at the figures that had twice defied death. He then turned to glance at Jiang Qingyi. With the endless spiritual energy of the primordial continent, was his demise truly impossible? Yes, as long as the spiritual energy of the primordial continent persisted, he would remain unscathed. Lin Ming nodded slightly, his voice measured. I must extend my apologies to the cultivators of this world. What? Jiang Qingyi exclaimed in surprise. Yet Lin Ming remained silent. A faint, ethereal glow began to emanate from the rusted sword in his grasp. In an instant, he swung the sword towards the heavens. Boom! As the sword light swept through the middle-aged man's form, the entire great wilderness seemed to tremble. The spiritual energy that enveloped the great wilderness dissipated in an instant. Soon thereafter, the spiritual energy from further afield began to deplete at an alarming rate. The middle-aged man beheld his bisected body, the severed edge still aglow with a ghostly light. The boundless spiritual power of the primordial continent transformed into an incessant life force, attempting to mend his body. Yet upon reaching the ethereal glow at the severed edge, it vanished as if swallowed by the depths of the sea, all restorative power dissipating in an instant. Recover quickly. Recover. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed a long-lost sense of peril, crying out in desperation. However, no matter how loud his cries, the outcome remained unchanged. The spiritual energy of the great wilderness was the first to vanish, rapidly followed by the depletion of the entire primordial continent's spiritual essence. Chun Shun walked out of the heavenly machine pavilion, standing high above. His brow furrowed. It appeared that the world's spiritual energy had dwindled to a mere 80% of its former state. In the next moment, his expression shifted. The spiritual energy continued to dissipate at a terrifying pace. It dwindled to 70%, 60%, 50%, 20%, 10%. Boom! The entire primordial continent seemed to emit a mournful wail. Soon, Not a trace of spiritual energy remained, and the earth lay desolate. Countless cultivators looked up towards the heavens. Is this the end of the world? A flicker of despair crossed the middle-aged man's face. He could hardly believe the reality unfolding before him. The continent's spiritual energy had vanished entirely. His life force could no longer find any support. His consciousness gradually faded into obscurity. In his final moments, a fleeting pang of regret washed over him. Yet it was too late. Bang! His bisected body plummeted to the ground. In the celestial realm, a cacophony of incredulous voices erupted. Lu Sheng is dead, slain in the primordial continent. This is impossible. As a guardian of a realm, the protector should be invincible within their own world. Absurdity! How could a guardian perish in their own domain? Following the incredulous exclamations, a firm voice rang out, declaring, "He is dead, undeniably dead in the primordial continent, with not a trace of life remaining." Chapter 81. The Command of the Celestial King within the Celestial Gates. As the voice resonated, the murmurs of dissent fell into an abrupt silence. After a brief pause, another voice broke the quietude. As guardians of the realm, we rise and fall together. Lu Sheng cannot die in vain. Do not speak in lofty tones. Are you not afraid of retribution from above? Do you not fear? The clamor persisted for a moment, until the previously resolute voice resounded once more. Lu Sheng has been slain, and for the time being, the authority over the primordial continent lies in my hands. I have already investigated the identity of the assailant. His strength is peculiar, formidable. If we engage, the outcome may not be favorable. Yet, mere mortals, driven by desire, present an opportunity for his demise. The voice paused before continuing, Huang Laosan. Come with me to the primordial continent. In the vast wilderness, Lin Ming retrieved a spirit stone from his storage ring. This stone, like the previous one, retained its spiritual energy. Beside him, Jiang Qingyi discerned his thoughts and remarked, the celestial aura of the primordial continent has vanished, yet spirit stones and spiritual veins remain unaffected. The foundation of the continent endures. In no more than a century, the spiritual energy will inevitably be restored. Moreover, your prior act of opening the celestial gate not only elevated your cultivation, but also significantly enhanced your innate talent, far exceeding the value of a century's worth of spiritual energy. Thus, there is no need for you to feel any psychological burden. You owe nothing to anyone on this continent. Lin Ming nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. He sheathed his sword and turned to head towards the Kanglan domain. However, less than 1,000 miles from his destination, two figures obstructed his path. Their appearances were strikingly unique and hard to forget. One was tall and slender, resembling a bamboo pole, while the other was short and stout, akin to a barrel. Together, their contrasting features became even more pronounced. Lin Ming, is it? Inquired the tall, lean figure. Lin Ming nodded. What is it? The figure continued. You have opened the celestial gate, and logically, you should enter the realm beyond, vying for a celestial position. Of course, this is a voluntary endeavor. I will not coerce you. To stand before the celestial gate is a testament to your ability. Choosing not to enter is also your prerogative. Surprised by the nature of their visit, Lin Ming wondered if that was all they sought. Naturally, there is more, the tall figure replied. I understand that you may not have much interest in the celestial realm. However, if I were to tell you that by stepping into the celestial gate, you would have the chance to meet Li Junlin, would you choose to enter? Lin Ming's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing this. In this world, the only person capable of stirring his emotions was Li Junlin. Yet within an instant, he regained his composure. Li Junlin is dead. What do you wish to show me? Lin Ming inquired, his voice low and serious. The tall figure let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, he no longer exists in this realm, but he resides in the underworld. The underworld? Lin Ming's expression revealed a hint of astonishment. Yes, the tall, slender figure spoke. Above lies the celestial realm. Below resides the netherworld. And in between is the vast expanse of the human world. Now, do you have any interest in entering the celestial gate? If one can ascend to the celestial realm and become an immortal, it would undoubtedly facilitate encounters with a spirit of half-step emperor status in the netherworld. Lin Ming fell into silence for a moment, pondering the cause of Li Junlin's demise. It was likely that his soul had been drawn into the soul-devouring banner by Su Qing. He was uncertain if a person could still exist in the netherworld under such circumstances. Finally, he spoke, "I wish to meet Li Junlin first." "Ha! You still refuse to believe me." The tall figure chuckled, "But fret not, I understand you." He lowered his gaze and glanced at the short, stout figure beside him, saying, "Huang Lao San, lend the Celestial King order to Lin Ming for a time." "What?" Huang Lao San exclaimed in surprise. "You brought me here just for my Celestial King order." He felt uneasy, as if he were merely a tool, and lending out the Celestial King order could lead to dire consequences if anything went awry. "No, how can the Celestial King order be lent so casually?" He quickly declined. However, the next moment, he caught sight of the indifference in the tall figure's eyes, which sent a shiver down his spine. "Very well, here you go." He reluctantly retrieved the Celestial King order and solemnly handed it to Lin Ming, assuring him that with this token, entering the netherworld to meet a spirit that was less than an emperor would be more than sufficient. Lin Ming accepted the token, its surface dark as night, suffused with a faint blue glow, and it seemed to pulse with the energy of lightning. He glanced at the two men and inquired, "How does one travel to the netherworld?" Huang Laosan replied, "It's simple. Communicate with the Celestial King order in your hand. Inform it of your desire to go to the netherworld, and naturally, you should be transported there." "Is it truly that simple?" Lin Ming asked, astonished. "Indeed, it is that simple. This is the Celestial King order. After all, a mere trip to the netherworld is hardly a challenge." Huang Lao San dismissed with a scoff. Lin Ming grasped the Celestial King order and, following Huang Lao San's instructions, conveyed his intention to travel to the netherworld. In an instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind only a swirling vortex of darkness. "Alas," Huang Lao San sighed heavily, "you specifically requested me, and it seems there is no good fortune in that." The slender young man scoffed. "This is a chance for you to make a name for yourself." Huang Lao San grimaced, but, aware of the disparity in their strengths, pondered for a moment without retorting. He had no choice but to shift the topic, saying, "By the way, do we truly have the means to eliminate him once we deceive him into the Celestial Gate? Who said I intend to kill him within the Celestial Realm? Hasn't he gone to the netherworld?" This left Huang Lao San momentarily stunned. "You plan to take advantage of a netherworld to kill him?" he questioned. "But Lin Ming possesses the Celestial King order. Those beings in the netherworld likely won't trouble him." The tall figure chuckled lightly. "That remains to be seen." Chapter 82. Lord Azura, the netherworld, a realm steeped in the essence of death and resentment. Gazing upward, one finds no azure skies or white clouds, only an impenetrable darkness. The moment Lin Ming materialized in the netherworld, the essence of the living instantly attracted a multitude of wandering souls nearby. Most of these spirits lacked self-awareness, drifting aimlessly in accordance with instinct. Only one figure, wielding a massive blade, regarded Lin Ming with a solemn declaration. "Living beings do not trespass into the realm of the dead. This is the rule." Lin Ming raised the Celestial King token in his hand and replied, "I seek to find someone, a spirit." Upon witnessing the token, the specter with the large blade's expression shifted, and he respectfully inquired, "Might I ask, esteemed sir, who it is you wish to find?" Without hesitation, Lin Ming stated, "Li Junlin, the former sect master of the Tianxian sect in the Kenglin domain of the Hunyuan continent." "Ah, the Hunyuan continent. How fortuitous." For many practitioners from there reside nearby. The spirit mused before further questioning, "What is his cultivation level?" "Half-step emperor," Lin Ming replied. "Ah." The specter gestured toward a towering obsidian mountain in the distance. "Most half-step emperor practitioners from the Hunyuan continent are gathered there. You may wish to investigate." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Ming proceeded toward the imposing mountain. The mountain loomed ominously, suffused with deathly energy. Standing at its base, Lin Ming expanded his consciousness, enveloping the entire mountain in a matter of moments. Soon, he detected the familiar aura of Li Junlin. Without delay, he soared upward. A few moments later, he arrived before a cave, where he found Li Junlin engaged in labor, wielding a dark iron shovel and striking the stone wall rhythmically. With each resounding thud, fragments of black stone tumbled down, Li Junlin picked up a piece, examined it with a smile of apparent satisfaction, and placed it into the bamboo basket at his back, preparing to continue his mining endeavor. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly. He abruptly lifted his gaze to see Lin Ming clad in black. What? You two have perished? But in the next instant, he recognized the vitality emanating from Lin Ming's form, realizing he was not among the dead. Lin Ming stepped forward, drawing closer to Li Junlin. I am not dead. I merely wish to see how you fare. Is everything well here? Li Junlin chuckled in response. Quite well. It is only here that I truly feel alive. For much of my previous life, I was burdened by the desire to earn my father's approval. Now, that necessity has vanished. Lin Ming was taken aback. The influence of Li Huairan on Li Junlin was indeed profound. Yet, he wondered what Li Junlin would feel if he were to learn of Li Huairan's demise. As Lin Ming pondered this, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Do not slack off. You shall not rest until the sins you have committed are atoned for. Turning to glance behind him, Lin Ming saw the figure pointing accusatorily at Li Junlin, a dark whip raised menacingly in hand. Li Junlin smiled apologetically upon witnessing this, and promptly resumed wielding the iron shovel in his hands. This scene caused Lin Ming's expression to subtly shift. Is this what you call good? Lin Ming inquired. Li Junlin sighed, offering no response as he continued his labor with the shovel. After observing Li Junlin for a moment, Lin Ming turned to face the specter wielding a long whip. What sins have you committed before him? The specter replied coldly, The Lord of Azura never wrongs an innocent. I am unaware of the sins he committed in life, but that is of little consequence. If the Lord of Azura deems him guilty, then he is indeed guilty. Lin Ming glanced at the whip in the specter's grasp and asked, Have you struck him? No, the specter stammered, and for some inexplicable reason, their hand trembled around the whip before they fervently shook their head. Li Junlin had never shirked from his responsibilities. Lin Ming stepped closer to the specter. If you have not harmed him, why the anxiety? I do not know, the specter replied, fear evident in their tone, as if the slightest misstep in speech might condemn them even further. Tell me, where is that Azura? The specter, unable to withhold the truth, instinctively pointed towards the distance, where an imposing tower loomed amidst a shrouded world. Take good care of him, Lin Ming remarked, preparing to advance towards the towering edifice. Behind him, Li Junlin's voice resonated, Do not provoke trouble. I understand your intentions are noble, but this is the underworld, suffused with a morbid atmosphere. The strength of the living is significantly diminished here, and that Azura is immensely powerful, stronger than anyone I have ever encountered in my lifetime. He gazed at Lin Ming's retreating figure, concern etched across his face. Lin Ming chuckled lightly. I merely wish to inquire why he considers you guilty. There will be no harm. Li Junlin's life had been characterized by integrity. Although his hands bore blood, how could a practitioner of the path remain untouched by violence? As long as he had not slain the innocent, he could not be deemed guilty. In Lin Ming's memory, Li Junlin had indeed taken lives. Yet every individual he had slain was deserving of their fate. Was it truly absurd that one should face punishment for protecting those dear to them, for defending the disciples of their sect against aggressors? Lin Ming found it utterly ludicrous. He could not fathom the nature of Li Junlin's alleged sins, and thus he felt compelled to seek the Lord of Azura for clarity. Chapter 83. A question for you beneath the darkened sky. Countless souls drifted, occasionally emitting sharp, eerie cries, only to be consumed by a nearby, more powerful spirit. Even in death, the disparity between high-ranking cultivators and low-level practitioners or ordinary mortals remained starkly evident. Low-tier cultivators in the netherworld often lacked even the qualification to develop self-awareness. In this shadowy realm, a towering citadel loomed prominently. As Lin Ming approached the citadel, still 1,000 miles away, 3 shadows suddenly emerged from the ground beneath him, blocking his path. Almost instantaneously, the surrounding souls instinctively fled in terror, clearly fearful of these figures. Some of the more self-aware souls ceased their movements, turning to the 3 shadows and respectfully addressing them as Lord Reapers. The Reapers appeared unfazed by the souls' reaction, scarcely glancing in their direction. The leading reaper fixed his gaze on Lin Ming and said, "A living person enters the realm of the dead, and you still breathe solely because of the celestial king's order in your possession. However, everything has its limits. If you were here merely to meet an ordinary spirit, we might turn a blind eye. But what is your true intent?" Lin Ming did not conceal his purpose and replied candidly, "I wish to meet your Lord Shura." "Meet Lord Shura? With just the celestial king's order in your hand? You hardly possess such influence." The leading reaper scoffed. Lin Ming glanced at the order, paused in thought, and then concealed it within his robe. He then faced the three reapers directly and declared, "Since the celestial king's order holds no weight, let us pretend this token never existed. Now, I seek an audience with your Lord Shura." Lin Ming's audacity left the three reapers momentarily stunned. Initially, they had permitted his presence out of deference to the celestial king's order, but now this individual had voluntarily put it away, instructing them to disregard its existence. Was this an act of folly? Yet in the next moment, they sensed a terrifying surge of sword intent. With no time to hesitate, the three reapers instinctively darted to the sides. Almost instantaneously, where they had once stood, a bottomless chasm appeared, stretching from Lin Ming's feet all the way to the towering citadel 1,000 miles away. In the expanse between, the dark clouds dispersed, and the deathly aura dissipated, as if that stretch had transformed into a sanctuary within the netherworld. This man's strength must far surpass our own. How could a living being dare to strike in the realm of the dead? Is he seeking death? This is dire. That strike has surely drawn the attention of Lord Shura. As the three reapers stood in shock, a furious roar echoed from the citadel far away, followed by a dense wave of deathly energy surging forth from within, spreading in all directions. In the heights above, the wails of lost souls echoed, their essence saturated with an overwhelming aura of death, which seemed to possess a fatal allure for them. Countless spirits surged toward the city tower, only to be wholly consumed. The tower, emanating a dense miasma of death, appeared as a ravenous maw, greedily devouring every soul that dared to enter, leaving no trace behind. The oppressive atmosphere intensified, expanding to encompass 1,000-mile radius, halting only 3 feet before Lin Ming. Then, from within the tower, a voice resounded, brimming with an air of absolute authority and disdain for the living. "Who dares to act so recklessly in the realm of the dead?" Unfazed, Lin Ming fixed his gaze upon the distant edifice and took a step forward, the expanse of 1,000 miles shrinking to mere inches. As he advanced, the suffocating miasma recoiled, and the lingering resentment dissipated, leaving the world in clarity. Standing before the tower, he spoke calmly, "I pose a question to you. Why was Li Junlin punished upon that black mountain in the Hunyuan continent?" The voice within the tower seemed momentarily taken aback, but soon a light chuckle arose. "The extreme east of the underworld falls under my jurisdiction. Here, my commands are beyond question. Today, I have ordered him to mine the nether stones, and mine them he shall. Tomorrow, if I command him to descend into the sea of suffering, he will obey. Should anyone defy my orders, their soul shall be scattered, never to reincarnate." Lin Ming's expression darkened. Earlier, the specters wielding whips upon that black mountain at least acknowledged they were being punished to atone for their past sins. Yet this Lord of Azura displayed no such pretense, appearing indifferent to justification, regarding the souls merely as tools within his domain. "Is this the law of the underworld?" Lin Ming inquired. "This is my law," came the response. Suddenly, a colossal shadow loomed ominously, blotting out the sun. Lin Ming looked up to behold an immense head spanning thousands of miles, which opened wide to draw in all the deathly essence, resentful energies, and spirits within a vast radius. Then, with ferocity, the enormous head lunged at Lin Ming. Simultaneously, a chilling voice reverberated in his ears, resonating throughout the underworld's expanse. "In my territory, no voice of dissent is permitted. Do not presume that your possession of a decree from the immortal king grants you any authority. Even if the true immortal king stood before me, he would not dare to meddle in my affairs. What are you but a mere trifle?" He scorned the notion of justification. Within his dominion, he was the unequivocal sovereign. The past actions of Li Junlin held no significance. What mattered was that Li Junlin, now a specter within his realm, was bound to fulfill whatever purpose he dictated. Lin Ming listened to the voice without uttering a word. This Azura of the underworld had made his stance clear, and Lin Ming, too, would assert his own. Thus, he placed his right hand upon the hilt of his sword. In the depths of endless darkness, a sudden radiance ignited. The radiance may not be blinding, yet wherever it traverses, darkness seems to melt away instantaneously, as if ice and snow were meeting a fierce flame. Chapter 84. 800 Azuras. The brilliance of the sword was swift in its arrival, and equally swift in its departure. Lin Ming stood devoid of any lingering deathly aura. Sheathing his sword, he turned and made his way toward the direction of Li Junlin. Behind him, the towering castle split asunder, cleaved in two. Within the castle, not a trace of death lingered. The heavens and the earth enjoyed a fleeting clarity. A mournful wail echoed from an indeterminate location, soon accompanied by a chorus of lamentations reverberating throughout the netherworld. A grim-faced wraith, filled with sorrow, suddenly cried out, "It has vanished! It has vanished! The presence of our Lord Azura has completely dissipated." Elsewhere in the netherworld, a figure of formidable presence soared into the sky. Suspended in midair, a faint aura of death emanated from his being, enveloping the surroundings. Moments later, he intoned solemnly, "The death is thorough. In the netherworld, who could possibly slay him? A breath of the living. And the celestial king's decree." However, he mused, even if it were a mere mortal wielding the celestial king's decree, it is inconceivable that even a true celestial king could vanquish an Azura of my realm. His countenance gradually darkened. As a fellow Azura of the netherworld, he had never contemplated the possibility of being slain within his own domain. The next instant, his cold voice resonated, carried by the pervasive aura of death, across much of the netherworld. 800 Azuras, come forth and witness who possesses such audacity and strength. If you cannot vanquish this intruder in our realm, then relinquish your positions as Azuras and prepare to face punishment in the sea of torment. As his voice echoed further, the entirety of the netherworld trembled with apprehension among the 800 Azuras. Their leader was enraged. Naturally, who among them would remain unperturbed? To be confronted by a mortal at their very doorstep was utterly absurd. Quickly, find this individual. If our leader descends into madness, we shall all suffer the consequences. The Azuras stirred into action. Meanwhile, the commanding Azura king moved with even greater haste, already racing toward Lin Ming's location. In an unnamed black mountain of the netherworld, Li Junlin had ceased the mining of netherstones. Beside him, the once haughty overseer, who had always held an air of superiority, now trembled, gazing at Li Junlin with an expression of utter subservience. "What were you doing just now?" Li Junlin inquired, his eyes drawn to the familiar figure, cloaked in black, reappearing in the distance. "I went to see that Lord Azura to inquire why he was being punished," Lin Ming replied candidly. Li Junlin cast a dubious glance at Lin Ming. "Was that truly all?" Lin Ming affirmed, "Indeed, that was my sole intention." "And then?" Li Junlin glanced at the specter beside him, who was now exceedingly respectful and humble, questioning, surely it was not merely that? Lin Ming smiled slightly. "I merely wished to pose him a question. He intended to kill me, thus I had no choice but to slay him." "You killed that Lord Azura?" A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Li Junlin's eyes. Lin Ming nodded, responding with a single word, "Yes." Beside them, a specter, overhearing the conversation, hastily cast aside his long whip and fell to his knees. He bowed fervently before Li Junlin, striking his head against the ground in a frenzy. Li Junlin glanced at the specter and remarked, "We each have our duties. Besides, you have not harmed me, so there is no need for such reverence." Yet, the specter remained unmoved, continuing to bow excessively. Li Junlin sighed, understanding the fear that gripped the soul, and chose not to say more. He intended to inquire about the developments of Lin Ming and the Tianxin sect, as well as the current state of the Li family, when suddenly, a torrent of deathly energy surged from beyond Black Mountain. Amidst the endless waves of morbid energy stood a man with long hair and an alluring visage. He gazed at Lin Ming from afar and inquired, "You, who have slain my Azura from the underworld, do you comprehend the magnitude of your transgression?" Lin Ming, having drawn a circle around Li Junlin with a radius of 3 zhang, cautioned, "No matter what occurs, do not step outside this circle. I shall return shortly." Li Junlin, feeling the swirling sword energy around him, replied, "Go ahead. I'm not a mere child of 3. Nodding, Lin Ming stepped forward, approaching the enchanting man. "If he seeks to kill me, then I shall strike him down. What is wrong with that?" Lin Ming asserted. "He is an Azura of the underworld, and you are but a mortal. Therein lies the greatest folly," the alluring man retorted coldly. At this, Lin Ming placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. "If you desire vengeance, why not be direct? There is no need for idle chatter." His voice echoed through the underworld. As the king of Azuras, commanding over 800 Azuras, he indeed despised frivolous conversation. Yet, to engage Lin Ming in solitary combat, he hesitated momentarily. Fortunately, at that very instant, several figures emerged from the distance, accompanied by a surging tide of deathly energy. A smile crept upon the lips of the Azura king. They have arrived. Following these figures, an unceasing stream of underworld Azuras descended, gradually amassing over 800 formidable presences before Lin Ming. The deathly aura soared into the sky, extending for thousands, even tens of thousands, or perhaps millions of li, an interminable expanse of morbid energy. For an ordinary person, merely coming into contact with this deathly energy would likely spell their demise. Yet, around Lin Ming, a ripple of sword energy emanated, keeping the overwhelming darkness at bay, unable to encroach within 3 zhang of him. Have your allies assembled? In the extreme darkness formed by the gathering deathly energy, Lin Ming stood as the solitary beacon of light. Advancing a step, the deathly aura receded by the same measure. Thus, amidst the darkness, he carved out a path illuminated by brilliance. With 800 Azuras at my command, what fear do I have of a single individual? The Azura king raised his hand and struck down fiercely, simultaneously bellowing, "Kill." The heavens trembled as the powerful auras of over 800 converged upon Lin Ming in an instant. Chapter 85. I wish to delve deeper in the realm of the underworld. Over 800 Azuras gathered, their presence imposing and powerful, casting an aura that extended for miles. Yet, Lin Ming stood alone with naught but a solitary sword, devoid of any formidable aura. Before the overwhelming darkness, he appeared as insignificant as a firefly. As the Azura king waved his hand and uttered a command of death, the entirety of the world's darkness surged forth, pressing down upon Lin Ming with relentless force. In the distance, within the confines of the Black Mountain, Li Junlin watched this scene unfold, an inexplicable sense of suffocation washing over him. It seemed as though he was not merely facing 800 Azuras, but the entirety of existence itself. A flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Nearby, the kneeling specters ceased their actions, turning their gazes toward the boundless darkness. The 800 Azuras united in their assault, intent solely on extinguishing one life. Did this individual stand even the slightest chance of survival? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a beam of sword light emerged from Lin Ming's hand, cleaving through the enveloping darkness that shrouded the world. This sword light, though not dazzling, struck the deathly gloom like a sharp blade slicing through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. In an instant, the vast and endless darkness was severed in two. Subsequently, the malevolent energy dissipated and the darkness receded, revealing a world gradually becoming clearer. The pupils of the specters on the Black Mountain constricted sharply. The events transpired with such swiftness that they could hardly comprehend what had occurred. The 800 Azuras, who had no time to scream, were already reduced to nothingness. Lin Ming sheathed his sword and stepped forward, arriving atop the Black Mountain. In the wake of sheathing his sword, mournful wails echoed from the distant skies, their sorrowful cries resounding across the underworld for countless miles. In another direction, the 3 grim generals who had stealthily followed were now trembling with fear, feeling as if they had been cast into an endless sea of torment. Why did such a being still require the decree of the immortal king? It was utterly absurd. 1 million immortal kings before him were, but mere ants. The heavens of the underworld were about to change. Had they all perished? Li Junlin gazed at Lin Ming, astonishment etched across his face. Just moments prior, he had been concerned for Lin Ming, and now, in the blink of an eye, the curtain had fallen. The 800 Azuras of the underworld were, in truth, so fragile. Lin Ming nodded, stating they should be dead. While the deceased can enter the underworld, once the souls of the underworld perish, they face complete annihilation, leaving no trace in the fabric of existence. Lin Ming cast a glance at the deeply respectful specter kneeling beside Li Junlin and inquired, "Can souls enter the human realm?" "Ah, well, it should not be possible for souls to directly enter the human realm. However, they can undergo reincarnation," the specter replied, anxiety evident in his expression as he looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming turned to Li Junlin and asked, "What are your thoughts?" After a moment of silence, Li Junlin replied, "If there is an opportunity for reincarnation, I naturally wish to be reborn." "Very well," Lin Ming nodded, unperturbed by any obstacles that might arise, save for Li Junlin's own reluctance. "How can one achieve reincarnation?" Lin Ming inquired. Li Junlin and the fallen spirit both shook their heads in unison. The spirit remarked, "My status is too low. The matter of reincarnation is beyond my reach." Lin Ming pondered for a moment, about to speak again when a deep sigh echoed through the air. Then, from the void ahead, a tall figure emerged. Gazing upon Lin Ming, he declared, "I can facilitate his reincarnation, but I hope you will agree to one condition." "What is it?" Lin Ming inquired. The figure replied, "Should I encounter difficulties in the future, I hope you will come to my aid." "Is that all?" Lin Ming asked. The figure nodded, saying, "Indeed, that is all." "Very well." Lin Ming did not hesitate, and the process commenced. Observing Lin Ming's prompt agreement, the figure wasted no time and took a pen, marking the void. Countless realms appeared beneath his strokes. He then turned to Li Junlin and asked, "Shall you return to the primordial continent?" "Primordial continent?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Junlin's face. Lin Ming explained, "It is the world beyond the Kanglan continent. Kanglan belongs to the primordial continent." Although surprised, Li Junlin did not press further. For him, this world held little of significance. After a moment, he shook his head, stating that any world would suffice. The figure inquired, "What kind of identity do you desire?" At this, Li Junlin thought of the Li family. As a scion of a prominent clan, he did not find much joy in it. "Identity matters not," he replied. "And your talents? Shall I grant you the highest potential of the human race?" "Unnecessary. Randomness will suffice." Li Junlin made no demands. The pinnacle of lineage and talent were inherently within reach. Yet he desired none of it. The figure regarded him with surprise, then pointed his pen forward. A mysterious force enveloped Li Junlin. He glanced back at Lin Ming before vanishing into the underworld. Seeing the matter resolved, Lin Ming took out the Immortal King token, preparing to depart from the underworld. "Do not forget our agreement." The figure tossed a jet-black token to him. Lin Ming caught it and examined it, noting a single character engraved upon it, Underworld. He accepted the token, glanced back at the figure, and activated the Immortal King token to leave the underworld. Once Lin Ming departed, a lingering voice echoed within the realm. "A dignified underworld emperor, whose subordinates have been slain in droves, does not seek retribution, but rather ingratiates himself? Ridiculous, utterly absurd." Following the figure, a white-haired elder appeared, a smirk playing on his lips. "Retribution? What will be the outcome of such an inquiry? Would there no longer be an underworld, leaving billions of lost souls without a home? I would indeed wish to pursue it, but I cannot withstand that sword from earlier. If you truly had the courage, why wait until he departs to make your appearance?" Chapter 86. The body of Destiny Lin Ming swiftly returned to the vast wilderness and proceeded directly to the Kanglan domain. In the Kanglan domain, at the heavenly Xian sect, a lifeless body clad in white lay sprawled before the sect's entrance. The expression on the face bore remnants of horror and confusion. He was none other than Fong Mu, one of the first 3 individuals to arrive in the Kanglan domain after its seal was shattered. Before the corpse stood a youthful figure, his face still retaining a hint of boyish innocence, with hands clasped behind his back. Beside him was a girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. "Brother, are you really that formidable?" The girl's face flickered with astonishment. Earlier, when Feng Mu had appeared outside the sect, she had felt the overwhelming aura emanating from him, rendering her as insignificant as an ant. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the situation, this formidable individual was now lifeless. The one who had acted was none other than her own brother. Within the heavenly Xian sect, from the elders and peak masters down to the ordinary disciples, astonishment was etched upon their faces as they beheld the young boy's figure. They had been completely unaware of such a terrifying presence within their sect. With a smile gracing his lips, the boy turned to the girl beside him and said, "Xiao Xue, my strength is of little consequence. Just remember, no matter the circumstances, I will always be your brother." Xiao Xue, with eyes as clear as crystal, blinked and then cheerfully nodded, replying, "All right, brother." As the two conversed, suddenly the boy raised his head and gazed ahead. Xiao Xue instinctively followed his gaze. "Sectmaster, you have returned." Lin Ming nodded and stepped forward, entering the heavenly Xian sect. Instantly, a chorus of cheers erupted from the disciples. The boy looked at Lin Ming's retreating figure and said to Xiao Xue, "I must go to see the sectmaster." Xiao Xue nodded in agreement. "Okay, brother." In the central continent's heavenly Xian sect, the overall structure remained largely unchanged from that of the northern domain. The names of the various peaks continued to be the same. The boy approached Lin Ming, standing side by side with him as they gazed at the distant sea of clouds. Suddenly, the boy spoke. "Are you curious about my identity?" Lin Ming replied, "The holy venerable of Kanglin, perhaps?" The boy furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of ennui. "How did you know? Who else could it be?" Lin Ming responded. The boy sighed, realizing that in this vast Kanglin domain, there truly seemed to be no one else of note. After a moment of silence, he turned to Lin Ming and said, "You are stronger than I was in my youth. Perhaps you have the chance to avert a crisis." "What crisis?" Lin Ming inquired. "A monumental crisis." As the boy spoke, a tense expression involuntarily crossed his face. This world is being invaded by foreign life forms. They are mysterious and powerful. The most terrifying aspect is that they can mimic the essence of any living being. Even the exalted immortals would be utterly oblivious. This meant that should they slay someone close to you and take their place, you would remain unaware. Pausing for a moment, he observed Lin Ming's composed demeanor and continued, "I suspect that in the immortal realm, there are already many such beings." "The immortal realm? How do you know?" Lin Ming asked. "For I am, after all, a celestial being." A fleeting glimmer of pride crossed the young man's face, but it was short-lived, fading in less than a breath. In an instant, his expression darkened. Subsequently, he met his demise and was reincarnated into the realm of the Hunyuan continent. "My physique is unique. Through reincarnation, I retain my memories, and, even amidst the cycle of rebirth, I can glimpse certain hidden truths." The youth proclaimed that it is now evident that only one type of individual in this world possesses the ability to discern the reality of these foreign entities. At this juncture, the young man abruptly paused. Lin Ming turned his head to glance at him, wondering why he could not simply finish his thought without prompting. The youth, with a sigh of resignation, expressed his dismay. "Could you not exhibit even a modicum of curiosity?" "Oh," Lin Ming replied, "I am indeed quite curious." The young man took a deep breath and spoke. "In my cycles of rebirth, I have witnessed things unknown to outsiders. Only those of the fate body can unravel the mysteries of these foreign beings." The fate body? This time, Lin Ming was genuinely intrigued. Throughout his life, he had devoted himself solely to mastering the sword in his hand, never delving into the nature of the various bloodlines or special physiques that existed in this world. Indeed, the fate body possesses the ability to perceive the past and future of all living beings. Only such individuals can penetrate the veils surrounding these foreign entities. Presently, within our sect, there exists one with a fate body. We merely need to safeguard her growth, guiding her to the celestial realm, and great achievements will be ours. The young man turned to Lin Ming and inquired, "Surely the sect leader has discerned who this fate body is?" "Is it Xiao Xue?" Lin Ming asked. "Yes, it is Xiao Xue. She must ascend to the celestial realm." After listening to the young man's words, Lin Ming suddenly questioned, "But what concern is the celestial realm to me?" In the world beyond the celestial gate, a deep sigh resonated. He had returned from the underworld. It seemed he understood the terror of the underworld. He had not stirred trouble there, or else he would have been a wandering soul by now. The hands of the underworld could not be summoned. We must act ourselves. It is daunting, exceedingly difficult. Our strength may be insufficient. Perhaps we should concede. Concede? How can we even entertain the notion of surrender at this juncture? My celestial king token remains in his possession. If the celestial king discovers this, I would surely meet my doom. Huang Laosan, who instructed you to be so foolish as to lend the celestial king token so readily? If you wish to eliminate Lin Ming, you shall do so alone. I shall not accompany you. Huang Laosan thought to himself, cursing inwardly. Yet he refrained from voicing his grievances, feeling quite distressed. Just then, a voice echoed in Huang Laosan's mind. Do not worry. I can assist you. Chapter 87. Is a sword enough for her? In the world beyond the celestial gates, Huang Laosan, whose figure resembled that of a barrel, hunched his shoulders and proclaimed loudly, If you do not dare, I shall go myself. With that, he soared into the distance, arriving at a desolate clearing. Who are you? Huang Laosan furrowed his brow, startled by the suddenness of a voice that emerged from nowhere. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he detected no presence of anyone nearby. If you do not reveal yourself, I shall. Before he could finish, he spotted an individual not far ahead. Clad in a purple robe and obscured by a pitch-black mask, the figure stood before him. Despite their proximity, Huang Laosan's spiritual probing yielded no trace of the person's aura, which unnerved him. Narrowing his eyes, he inquired in a low tone, Why do you assist me? What is your aim? From beneath the dark mask, a voice devoid of emotion, reminiscent of machinery, responded, Why ask further? Do you possess any alternative? Huang Laosan paused, realizing he must retrieve the celestial king's order, and thus must meet Lin Ming. There was no escape from this obligation. Can you guarantee my life? He asked solemnly. Guarantee your life? The masked figure shook their head and let out a light chuckle. Why not dare to think more boldly? Perhaps we could eliminate him instead. On the summit of Qingtian Peak, the esteemed Kanglin saint was somewhat disheartened. After expressing so much, he was met with the retort, What does the celestial realm matter to me? However, upon reflection, he grasped the sentiment. The leader of his sect showed little interest in ascending to the celestial realm, let alone concerning himself with its safety. After a moment of silence, he remarked, Indeed, the celestial realm holds little allure. There are many among them whom I do not favor. Yet at the very least, they do not bring chaos to this world. If those external beings were to seize control of the celestial realm, not only would the celestial realm suffer, but countless territories beneath it would also fall into devastation. Our Tianqian sect would likely face relentless troubles. He emphasized the last sentence deliberately, his gaze fixed anxiously on Lin Ming, awaiting a response. Lin Ming turned and made his way towards the Cloud Cliff Pavilion. Master, you have yet to answer me. The youth called out, lifting his chin. Seeing Lin Ming's lack of reaction, he sighed in disappointment and was about to depart when suddenly, Lin Ming's voice reached him. Help Xiaoxue prepare. It is time to ascend the path to the heavens. Huh? The youth was taken aback, and in the next moment, joy surged within him. But Xiaoxue's cultivation is still far from sufficient. Despite his overwhelming happiness, thoughts of Xiaoxue's current prowess brought him back to reality. However, shortly after, Lin Ming's voice echoed again. In the celestial realm, it should be easier to break through, no? The youth fell silent, instinctively nodding in agreement. Indeed, the spiritual energy on the current Hunyuan continent had dwindled to its lowest point. Even during the peak of its vitality, it paled in comparison to the celestial realm's abundance. Thus, advancing in the celestial realm would undoubtedly be significantly easier. However, bringing a person of exceptionally low cultivation into the immortal realm is likely to be quite challenging to do discreetly. As Lin Ming's figure faded into the distance, the young boy did not linger and hurried to find Xiaoxue. 3 days later, Lin Ming stood outside the heavenly Xian sect, accompanied by the youthful figure of the Kanglin saint and a girl named Xiaoxue, whose face bore a hint of sorrow. Seemingly reluctant to part from the heavenly Xian sect, summon the immortal gate, Lin Ming instructed. He was unable to perform the summoning himself. It was a task only the Kanglen Saint could undertake. The boy nodded, excitement evident in his voice as he replied, "All right." He then closed his eyes, envisioning the immortal realm within his mind. Moments later, the boy's closed eyes shot open, his brow furrowed as he gazed ahead. Who is it? Two figures materialized in the space before him. One was Huang Laosan, whom Lin Ming had encountered before, and the other was a figure clad in a purple robe, their face obscured by a black mask. As soon as Huang Laosan appeared, he directed his gaze at Lin Ming and said, "It is time to return my immortal king token." If not, before he could finish his threat, Lin Ming had already tossed the token to him without a moment's hesitation. Huang Laosan was left momentarily speechless. Is it truly this simple? He was taken aback. His threatening words had not even left his lips before the immortal king token was in his possession. Had he known it would be so easy, he might have come alone. For him, acquiring the token meant achieving his objective, and he promptly turned to leave. However, just as he turned, he noticed a palm print soaring past him, directed towards the heavenly Xian sect. Huang Laosan's mind went blank in an instant. Have you lost your mind? He instinctively turned his head to see the palm print dissipate. Lin Ming cast a glance at the Kanglen Saint, realizing that Xiao Shue's identity was known to more than just him. That palm strike was evidently aimed at Xiao Shui, a girl of pitifully low cultivation. If it weren't for her status as a fated being, it would be inconceivable for someone above the saint level to take action against her. The boy's expression darkened. If those individuals truly knew of the existence of the fated being, it would spell disaster. Lin Ming remarked, "This may not be entirely a bad thing. Perhaps it will spare us from considerable trouble." The boy paused, acknowledging the reasoning. Meanwhile, the figure in the purple robe, seeing their initial strike fail, attempted to launch another attack, but was swiftly cleaved in two by a sword. Scalding blood splattered onto Huang Laosan's face, and he forgot to evade. Turning to Lin Ming, he opened his mouth to apologize, only to find that Lin Ming and the others had vanished, leaving behind a shimmering immortal gate high in the sky. Had they taken the girl along the path to ascend? Within the path belonging to the Saint realm, only Lin Ming and the Kanglen Saint remained. Xiao Shui, however, was traversing the path designated for the Emperor realm, wielding a rusty sword. The rules of the path to ascension dictate that if lower-tier cultivators possess sufficient strength, they may forcefully ascend to higher-tier paths. However, higher-tier cultivators are strictly prohibited from stepping onto the lower-tier paths. On the path to becoming an emperor, the realm of the emperor serves as the pinnacle, yet it lacks a definitive lower limit. Thus, both Lin Ming and the revered Saint Kanglen tread the path of the saint realm. However, for Xiao Shui, she can only ascend the path of the emperor. Her cultivation is insufficient. Would merely bestowing upon her a sword suffice? A flicker of concern passed across the countenance of Saint Kanglen. Chapter 88. Entering the immortal gate on the lowest tier of the 6 heavenly paths, belonging to the realm of the emperor, a cultivator clad in dark gray armor sighed, lamenting, reaching the pinnacle of the 9th level of the emperor's realm with a spiritual body of 50 is my utmost limit. This heavenly path is indeed arduous. He had attempted countless times, yet when faced with 50 opponents at the 9th level of the emperor's realm, he found himself utterly incapable of prevailing. After spending an unfruitful duration on this heavenly path, he resolved to take a stroll outside. However, upon arriving at the first checkpoint of the Emperor's path, he was suddenly taken aback. This is the body tempering stage? Which faction as high-ranking officials have lost their minds? Even if one wishes to test the heavenly path prematurely, one would at least require a half-step emperor, right? And without an elder accompanying. "Little girl, what are you doing?" he inquired, gazing at the young girl in the body tempering stage. Xiao Shui looked up earnestly, pointing towards the far end of the heavenly path, and declared, "The sect master and my brother are waiting for me there. I must hurry." "How do you plan to get there?" "This is utter madness." He was baffled and infuriated. Xiao Shui blinked her big eyes and replied, "The sect master told me to just hold onto the sword and walk forward." "Your sect master must be wishing for your demise," he retorted. Just as he spoke, he saw Xiao Shui grasp her sword and effortlessly pass through the first checkpoint. The spiritual body. He gasped in shock. Just moments before, He had witnessed the spiritual body of the first-level emperor appear for less than a fraction of a moment before it simply vanished. Instantaneous annihilation. Was it the sword that accomplished this? Xiao Shui, having passed the first spiritual body, subsequently retrieved a teleportation talisman gifted to her by the revered Kingland saint. With a wave of dizziness, she found herself at the second checkpoint, then the third and the fourth. The cultivator in dark gray armor trailed closely behind her. Eventually, 50 spiritual bodies of the 9th-level emperor materialized before Xiao Shui. This was a barrier he had failed to breach after thousands of attempts. Now, he anxiously observed her, feeling an inexplicable absurdity within. In the next moment, he watched as Xiao Shui firmly grasped her sword and continued forward without hesitation. The spiritual bodies dissipated so swiftly that she remained utterly unaware of what had transpired. She merely felt that the heavenly path was long and tedious. Meanwhile, the cultivator following Xiao Shui wore an expression of disbelief. A place he had struggled to overcome for so long was so effortlessly traversed by a young girl in the body-tempering stage wielding a sword. The path of the Emperor's realm was the most populous of all, and Xiao Shui's cultivation was remarkably conspicuous. Not only did the armored man take notice, but countless gazes were drawn to her as well. During this time, 2 individuals attempted to seize the rusted sword from Xiao Shui's grasp, but scarcely had they moved before a flash of sword light swept by. They were left with no breath of life. What is happening? Her sword is extraordinarily powerful, almost monstrous. The person behind her must be exceedingly bold to bestow such a top-tier treasure upon a mere body-tempering stage girl. Behind Xiao Shui, numerous figures whispered among themselves. Yet her steps showed no sign of hesitation. She continued onward until she completely traversed the Emperor's road, leaving behind a trail of stunned gazes. Next came the Emperor's path, the Sage's Road, the Saint King's Way, and the Saint Emperor's Avenue. Each celestial road erupted in excitement at Xiao Shui's presence. What heightened the fervor even more was her swiftness. She arrived quickly and departed even faster. A petite silhouette wielded a seemingly rusted iron sword, pushing through relentlessly without the slightest pause. Along her path, regardless of the number of spiritual entities or their levels of cultivation, they were all obliterated the moment they appeared. Was this not even more astonishing than Lin Ming from the Tianxian sect? Yet, why had the great Dao heavenly rankings not manifested? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a radiant golden light illuminated the heavens. The great Dao heavenly rankings once again revealed themselves. Across the vast Hunyuan continent, countless cultivators gazed in shock at the sky. The great Dao heavenly rankings only appeared during significant upheavals. Typically, changes occurred only once in hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. The great Dao heavenly rankings had returned merely days since the last appearance. Remarkable. One can hardly compare individuals. Outside the celestial roads, innumerable cultivators stared in astonishment at the great Dao heavenly rankings above. However, curiously, the names upon the rankings showed no alterations. The crowd waited in anticipation until the great Dao heavenly rankings vanished once more without any changes. At that moment, all who were concerned with the rankings across the Hunyuan continent were left bewildered. It is widely acknowledged that the great Dao heavenly rankings either do not appear at all, or if they do, it signifies a monumental shift. Yet this time, they were utterly perplexed. Within the celestial road, an uncertain voice speculated. Perhaps it is due to excessive reliance on external forces that the great Dao heavenly rankings do not acknowledge her. Indeed, the manifestation of the great Dao heavenly rankings indicated that she ought to have been listed. However, her overdependence on external power led to her exclusion before she could enter the rankings. Ah, that sword feels remarkably familiar. Upon hearing this, many suddenly realized, damn, it's Lin Ming's sword. Yes, that monster. At the end of the celestial road, before the immortal gate, Xiao Shui's frown dissipated as she skipped joyfully to Lin Ming's side. I have returned the sect master's sword intact. Lin Ming took the sword and sheathed it behind his back. Let us proceed to explore what lies beyond the immortal gate. With that, the three of them stepped through the immortal gate together. Chapter 89. The celestial fate stone. The world beyond the celestial gate is not the celestial realm. the young-looking sage Kanglin elucidated. This space is more precisely a testing ground for ascension. One must reach the end and acquire a complete celestial fate stone to enter the true celestial realm. This task can be daunting, yet deceptively simple. At this juncture, he turned to Lin Ming, observing his serene demeanor, devoid of curiosity or anticipation, and let out a resigned sigh. He continued to explain. A complete celestial fate stone requires 100 fragments. Under normal circumstances, these fragments appear randomly in this space, devoid of any discernible pattern. There are instances when decades, or even centuries, may pass without a single fragment emerging, while at other times, they may appear in rapid succession. The occurrence hinges solely on luck, or perhaps destiny. Thus, many who venture through the celestial gate often linger in this space for extended periods. Of course, even with considerable fortune in acquiring numerous celestial fate stone fragments, one must possess the strength to safeguard them. Is that correct? Just as Sage Kanglin finished his explanation, a shimmering fragment materialized in Lin Ming's hand. Sage Kanglin stood frozen, gazing at Lin Ming with an expression of bewilderment. How long had they been in this world? It seemed scarcely the time for a single cup of tea. During his moment of astonishment, another glimmering fragment appeared before them. Lin Ming raised his hand, grasping the fragment, and glanced at Sage Kanglin, inquiring, "Does this signify that we are exceptionally fated?" After a brief silence, Sage Kanglin nodded slightly. It seemed so. Yet, even he found this assertion hard to believe. In the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he noticed 7 more fragments suddenly emerge ahead of them. Surely, even with profound celestial fate, this is an exaggeration. He was perplexed. Although the appearance of celestial fate stone fragments is entirely random and dependent on fate, witnessing such a multitude manifest before them was utterly absurd. Even with great fortune, there ought to be a gradual progression, right? Extraordinary occurrences often hint at underlying anomalies. He spoke gravely. "What is it?" Lin Ming turned his head to inquire. Either this space is malfunctioning, or the emergence of the celestial fate stones is being manipulated. Suddenly, Xiao Xue pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Look, there are so many celestial fate stone fragments." Before them, within a mere 100 meters, appeared hundreds of celestial fate stone fragments. Lin Ming stepped forward, approaching the location of the fragments and collecting all of them into his storage ring. Behind him, Sage Kanglin furrowed his brow, remarking, "It seems someone desires us to become the common enemy of all in this space. The guardians of this realm do not wield such power. The entity responsible for this must be the overseer of this testing ground." Throughout the subsequent journey, Lin Ming encountered several more celestial fate stone fragments. In a remarkably brief span, he had amassed a total of 320 fragments in his possession. The figure of the Kanglin saint behind me has become utterly numb. In this vast expanse designated for the celestial examination, 2 individuals stand atop a low hill, less than 100 feet high. One of them, clad in a cerulean robe, bears a hint of melancholy upon his countenance. "I have transgressed. After this incident, I shall likely be sent to the wall of reflection on the thoughtful cliff." Behind him, a figure in a violet robe, adorned with a pitch-black mask, chuckles softly. "The only variable has emerged. We have eliminated her, and thus we have taken a crucial step towards seizing control of this celestial realm. You have made a tremendous contribution." The one in the cerulean robe, known as Wu Yong, who oversees this examination space, lets out a sigh and, with confusion, remarks, "If even you lack the confidence to take action, what role can those saint-level figures possibly play? Even cannon fodder has its purpose. I do not expect them to kill, nor even to delay that Lin Ming for a breath. I merely hope that these pawns can distract him, even if just for a fleeting moment. That would suffice." The figure in the violet robe waved his hand and declared, "I must attend to my duties now." Indeed, Wu Yong rubbed his temples, contemplating the impending punishment, feeling somewhat displeased. Within the examination space, every 1,000 miles stood a colossal stone tablet, each inscribed with an arrow. Under normal circumstances, the arrows pointed straight towards the heavens. However, when fragments of the celestial fate stone appeared, these arrows would collectively direct towards the fragment's location. On this day, After decades of stillness, the arrows suddenly rotated to point left. All the arrows on the stone tablets aligned toward the same direction. Moreover, the once pitch-black arrows began to gradually illuminate. Initially, they glimmered like fireflies, but soon, the radiance intensified, resembling the brilliance of a full moon. The fragments of the celestial fate stone have finally arrived. I am but one fragment away from ascending to the celestial realm, and I have wasted 80 years for this. Curse it! These arrows even shine. In nearly a millennium in this space, I have yet to witness such a phenomenon. The brightness of the arrows indicates an abundance of celestial fate stones. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to ascend to the celestial position in one fell swoop. In this vast examination space, saint-level powerhouses from countless territories beneath the celestial realm gather. Some have only recently arrived and have never encountered fragments of the celestial fate stone. Others have been here for a millennium or longer, possessing several fragments, with some nearing completion. Yet, even if they're just one fragment short, they cannot leave this space to ascend to the celestial realm. Thus, when the arrows shifted direction and illuminated, countless saints within the examination space were stirred, all hastening toward a singular destination. Chapter 90. How about granting me a layer of protection as well? Within the assessment space behind the immortal gate, Lin Ming and his companions arrived before a stone tablet. Observing the glow of the illuminated arrows upon it, Lin Ming inquired, "These point towards us, do they not?" The celestial master Kanglin, with a resigned gesture, replied, "I should have anticipated this. Since there are others aware of Xiaoshui's constitution, our journey is destined to be fraught with unrest. Indeed, these arrows do indicate our position. However, only for a month. Each time a new shard of immortal fate appears, these arrows will shift to indicate its location. Yet after a month, they shall return to their original stance." As he finished his explanation, a woman's voice emerged from ahead. "Do you possess numerous shards of immortal fate?" Lin Ming turned to glance at the woman, who donned a flowing red gown. Her exquisite features, unadorned with makeup, rendered her unforgettable at first sight. "There is no need to conceal anything. We are not fools," she continued, noting the silence of Lin Ming and his companions.